It's game time, yeah, we on the way. me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. En el bosque como un lobo, cazando el dinero, haciéndolo solo. En mi vida he visto todo, nada puede asustarme. Solo tengo que cuidarme, paso grande voy a brincar, yeah. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle la fama, aquí está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Pegajoso y hermoso, soy más grande que un oso. Mi pistola está muy hermosa y la tuya estaba soso. Mi palabra tan filoso, porque el game es una guerra. Patrullando Panamera, yo no ando con cualquiera. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle la fama, aquí está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Yeah, plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of the highlight. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that highlight. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of the highlight. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that highlight. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of the highlight. I want something that will make me dance.
Go through the fire, I'm gonna show all the pliers. I'm gonna stick to the plan, I'ma show everyone how I built an empire. Hands always close to the gun, when the challenge arises I come. I'm not one to just get up and run, it's my task, I don't rest till it's done. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I'm taking control, yeah. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I got that control now. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. I'm gonna take that control, I'm just replaying my role. I'm gonna take all the souls of the ones who be standing in front of my goals. I'm creeping up like a ghost, no one can even come close. I'm ready to go in a charge and you better know that I'm bringing the force. I'm on the hunt, I'm a champ, I got the squad as my fam. Summon my foot, I'm like blam. Play me that tune, it's my jam. I'm gonna reach my potential, fully I get in the mental. It's the state and I go for it all, I'ma honor the grind, I'ma own it, no rental. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control. I'm gonna go through the fire, I'ma show you the thing I desire. I'ma inspire, I'll show everyone how I built an empire from nothing. You know I'ma never succumb, when the challenge arises I come. I'm not one to just get up and run, I'ma bang bang till the task is done. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control.
two-toe, I blow minds, a show, stop a hit, the flow in no time. It's so crowded, give them some more. Here we go, I'm a jaw dropper. You got to see it to believe it. Everybody know it and they feel it. No joke, I mean it. Certified jaw dropper. Make 'em go whoa, whoa, whoa. Every time see 'em drop to the floor. And they always want more. Jaw dropper. You got to see it to believe it. Everybody know it and they feel it.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of the ENC qualifiers. I'm Toby, joined by Matchroom, and we are starting off the day with APAC. We are going to be on for quite a while today because we're going to be covering both APAC, EMEA, and then Americas to finish off the day. Before we get into it though, Matchroom, my man, early morning for you, but how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. Excited. APAC was extremely exciting yesterday. I mean, overall performances coming out of the region, you can always expect it to be really, really fun. But up on the top of it right now, we have Malaysia with a 60-point total. And it is still just neck and neck all the way down to Indonesia, presently in 4th place. But that's the goal of the day, is top 4, so that way you can move on to the next stage.
Exactly. You want to be in it all the way through to the end. And for APAC, I mean, despite there not being that many teams on the server, the teams that are there definitely fought all the way through to the finish yesterday. I mean, we saw some insane performances from Japan as well, while it being a good mix of incredible games and then some not so great ones. I still feel like there's there's some good stuff in store for our games today, especially with that one spot, currently at least, on Indonesia, up for grabs for the teams behind them.
Yeah, it's going to be about Canada and maybe New Zealand, India, any of these other guys down below them. Chain together a couple of good games, try to catch up, because that's kind of the nature of the beast of what we were looking at. Whenever we were watching APAC yesterday, we had some brutal circles. I'm talking like circle 1 with like 50% water, 3 times? Something like that. It did kind of make it to where everything was a bit balanced whenever we saw like the amount of playable space versus the amount of teams that we had in the lobby. But it was also a lot of aggression very early, which I was not really expecting to have happen.
True. I mean, I feel like we saw the evolution of kind of Japanese confidence with how they were getting some good games strung together. Initially, they started off somewhat quiet, but then after their big 16-kill win in Game 2, they just felt confident. Like, the way that they were going out and taking fights and whatnot looked really, really good. Same thing to be said for Chinese Taipei. They, too, had an incredible performance. Option up there doing, I think, the most damage overall on the day, even besting the likes of Shen, and had just a phenomenal day overall.
Yeah, I mean, Loon and Upchin, we saw them have a lot of different moments. They play together on a team, so no big surprise on that one. Jing also really stepped out and performed for the squad, found a lot of stuff. We were kind of doing a running joke that it almost felt like Chinese Taipei was stronger whenever they only had 2 up, but whenever we saw them with 4, they were still pretty dominant.
That's true. That is true. Here we see the leaderboard, of course. Malaysia in first for the time being, because as you can see, Japan and Chinese Taipei are tied at 58, set right behind them. Then we have a bit of a jump down to Indonesia, down at 38, but right behind them, New Zealand, India on the hunt here as well. New Zealand, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I'll mention it, of course, again here today. A team that I gave them a free pass to top 4. I felt like that was a roster that's undoubtedly going to make it in, but they got themselves caught in some pretty big entanglements yesterday that I feel like maybe could have been avoided. I don't know. We just never got to see the full structure New Zealand, I feel like.
Yeah, this is a squad that should have a big upswing. They are having a chase after Indonesia, which is a very strong squad in and of itself. So, I mean, you can see that we've already got a 20-point differential to drop down into that 4th place position. That's not insurmountable. If we see Chinese Taipei, Japan, Indonesia all kind of squander a couple of games, then yes, New Zealand, India, maybe even Mongolia might be back inside of this one. Sri Lanka and Bangladesh still have some opportunities, but it's going to be hard. There's no other way to say that. Pretty much they've got to play 3 to 4 games, win them, high kill counts at least on side of that, and then hope the guys at the top will falter.
So I guess that begs the question, was there anything? I mean, I know that overall on the day their scores ended up being low, and I'm talking, Mongolia and down. So Mongolia, Sri Lanka. But were there anything you saw from either of the 3 teams where you're like, you know what, but I know the day was rough, but if you can just hone in on this one thing or that one thing, then maybe there's a world where it works out?
I mean, yeah, I will say the fact that we saw Mongolia have a lot more freedom as far as their firefights go. Walking away with, I believe it was 9 kills for them. That's not too terrible, especially whenever you compare against India, who I believe only had 6. New Zealand got a lion's share of their points off of kills, and most of them did go over towards Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, as it was mostly Bangladesh just trying to go for placement points and not really capable of finding a lot of kills in that one. I'd love to see Bangladesh, because we did see Friction Said have a couple of big moments, but really couldn't execute on getting the kills after even getting knocks. They were often stolen away from them. So if we see Bangladesh, maybe even Sri Lanka, maybe tidy that up a little bit more, I think there's still some opportunities for them.
Also, of course, important to mention that both Bangladesh and Sri Lanka played, I believe, 3 of the 5 games with just 3 players. That's, of course, on themselves for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know the insights as to why that ended up being the case, but it always makes it a bit more difficult when you're starting off the game 1 player down. So hopefully, for the entirety of today, we'll have all teams with all 4 up, and then maybe that can increase their average point total a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a little bit hard when you're playing at that big of a disadvantage. I mean, it's yes, it is a lighter lobby, but whenever you're running around with 3, you always just feel you can't take the firefights, even if you have the opportunity. Even if you get a knock, you're just now like, oh, this is still just a 3v3. How much do we go for this one? But, you know, we've done a lot of talking about what could, should, maybe could happen. Let's just go ahead and jump in, find out what's going to be going on game number 1 on Erangel.
Exactly, here we are. What a straightforward plane. You can, I mean, this, if there was a default plane, this would be it.
Hey, I'll be totally fine with any plane that goes over Zarki being considered default, man. My hometown never gets any love.
Yeah, true. Maybe, you know what, maybe with the changes of the circle settings and land ratio, maybe we'll get some Saki love today. Who knows? We only get to see Erangel once, so this would be the chance if we are to get it. But we'll have to wait and see with that as the teams get spread on out. We didn't really see any hot dropping, or actually didn't see any at all yesterday in APAC, and for good reason, obviously. As you can see, there's only 9 teams on the server, so plenty of space for these teams to spread out and to get looted.
Drops now coming into play. Malaysia is going to go ahead and find themselves Pachinki. That's going to feel really good. You were talking about maybe some Zarki love. Over in the Americas yesterday, we did see Georgia Pole get a focal point on our game, where it was just all around the bay, actually ending up in South George for the end game, so I won't be mad about that one at all. See Japan also making their rotate. This area around Pachinki leading into school, apps, everything else like that was a big focal point for a lot of our movement yesterday in this region, as several of the teams all just kind of clustered around this area very early.
Let's see if that's going to be the case again here today, as we get this one started. Oh, a quick glimpse at the map shows us a melee circle for the first time in this qualifier across all. Wait, no, you didn't have a melee on Americas, did you? No,
we only get one Erangel per region right now, so
yeah, exactly.
This one's going to be feisty to kick everything off.
Definitely. Also kind of interesting, because we were talking about the whole bridge camp scenario in APAC yesterday, but that was on Takeo, where, I mean, we kind of drew the conclusion that there's just so many bridges. Ain't really going to be worth it. Well, now, the story might change a bit, as I know it's only 9 teams, but maybe somebody will set up and see if they can get a free points.
It's a big rush coming out from Chinese Taipei, wanting to get into position early, and I do not fault them. This has been kind of the nature of the beast whenever we look at the, I guess, less full lobbies. Going for a very centered control meta, making sure that you get primary positions, you're not trying to move too much, so you're trying to play heat maps and kind of the way it all functions out. But whenever you look at military base, there are so many variations on how you can kind of go with it. I'm curious to see where Chinese Taipei thinks the primary position to play is right off the start.
We'll see where they end up going. As Sri Lanka, the team that has become known for the team with all the A's, will get their rotation game going as well. Rubish 2 alongside India. I think India felt like they were. What do you say? Like, I feel like I think they come off of yesterday's games thinking they could have done more. Not just so much looking at the leaderboard, but there were definitely opportunities that they were given that I don't feel like they fully capitalized on. Yeah,
1000%. And I can still say that they're in the hunt, right? They are presently 12 points back behind Indonesia, so 4th place is not insurmountable for them. They do need to kind of get something together, get their kill counts up a bit. That was kind of what was lacking. they did well in placements overall, but India just, they weren't having the highest kill count total days, and it was just everybody else above them feasting quite heavily, with Malaysia walking away with, what was it, 10 kill game? Chinese Taipei regularly finding, about 5 kills on average per game. So if you're wanting to try to climb the leaderboard, kills are going to be what gets there, not just placement.
Oh, yeah.
If you're leaning into just placement, you will never catch up.
It's definitely going to be harder for you, no doubt about it. It's New Zealand now getting themselves secured across the bridge early on. No reason to go out and risk anything. And for New Zealand, I think what they're really hoping for, because, I mean, as you were saying, as we looked at the leaderboard coming into the game, they definitely figured out how to get kills. The placements, on the other hand, weren't quite there. So for them, maybe today is going to be more about how do we secure some late game presence, because I mean, we know what we're capable of. We can get the kills with it. We just need to kind of weave our way through that somewhat chaotic mid game.
New Zealand's biggest problem yesterday was the fact that it was them and Japan that both kind of got a donut. Japan got theirs at the start, where they went out in 9th place, didn't get very many kills. Whenever we look at what happened with New Zealand, it was in game number 2, and it kind of killed their momentum, given the fact that game number 1 for New Zealand was a 2nd place with 6 kills. So Erangel definitely feels like a map that's going to be comfortable for New Zealand, but whenever we get military base, everything kind of gets thrown off a bit.
That is true. That is true. Abdi from Mongolia will be hearing and seeing the rotation coming out of New Zealand. I'm seeing him rocking a Panzerfaust on his back, so I'm a little concerned for anyone opting to go up this hill with a vehicle, because that would most likely be instant death, and it seems like Nikos might end up being the one falling due to it. He is scouting, as you can see, slowly maneuvering around the hillside in the US here, but I think he's it's a little too quiet up there. Does he actually go for it? Oh, please don't.
It's so hard to look at, because whenever you're down in that lower section, you have no idea what's going on top. If he makes the commitment up, nobody's shooting at him. That's usually the sign, right? But Mongolia is playing this a lot more in control, hoping the fact that they'll get a chance to pick up a free kill. He's a bit isolated, though, so if there's reinforcements that do come up to try to support New Zealand, that could be a bigger factor to look at. India in their rotate now, just going right out of ruins and heading down to military base.
Yeah, they know they're going to be a bit late on the rotation here. 6 minutes in, they're still up by kind of a Chinky-esque, as you can see here. But many other teams not really in too much of a hurry either. I love the fact that Indonesia has sent Setsuna down early. She kind of just scout the path for the team coming out. He has Naya a bit late, making sure that that the rotation is clean and that they can make their way down here safely.
It's all just kind of hinging on... We saw, I would say, a minor bridge camp coming out from New Zealand. Maybe their mindset was to try to pick up some kills over on that eastern bridge. So we have Abdi up on top of him, kind of watching what was going to be going on from radio tower. We often see that being the secondary position that's played for whenever you're going for that more formal bridge camp there. But it's not necessarily a requirement. You can still play the lower sections, try to stick together in case something weird happens. There's two different mindsets on it. The fact that you get more control in space, but at the other time of it, radio tower also ends up pretty isolated, so maybe we just might see New Zealand opting for a bit more of a safer strategy, knowing that they're in the hunt.
Exactly. Or maybe just wait for the next circle to pop, and then should it go east, then maybe you reconsider trying to contest it, and if it goes west, there's no point in even bothering, right? Like, why risk going up there? You know, like with third-person perspective, it's very easy to sit behind those rocks, as we saw Abdi do, sit up there and stare, but here we have the rotation coming through. It looks to me like Chinese Taipei and Malaysia about to run into each other.
Couple of shots going to be going in between them. Sophia hitting a couple of good ones on the Chinese Taipei, making it a bit hazardous, but that means that Sophia's now going to be right up in the thick of Chinese Taipei, taking a lot of damage. Tries to rotate, finally gets knocked out. It's going to be Loon Loon that gets him. Jin gets it also empty on the other side. Malaysia in some trouble on the start, but Chinese Taipei still has to deal with them just running right through. A full-on joust coming out from Malaysia.
And this is going to be a fight that is sweet sound to the rest of the server. Currently, our first and second place teams fighting in the very early game here should hopefully cause some commotion in the Discord.
If anything, it's going to take away one of the point sponges up on the top in Malaysia, maybe stall them out a bit. More chances for opportunities and kills for everybody else. But if Chinese Taipei just eats them all up, it's going to be a problem because...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we still have such a big drop-off, going, what, 19 points? Something like that? Down from Japan into Indonesia. So whenever we look at the top three, anytime we find them getting more kills, it's just going to make it so much harder for Indonesia to hold on to their spot.
That is true. That That's true. We'll see what ends up happening here. Circle swings south again, I believe I saw on the minimap there. As India figured, you know what, that rotation is going to take a bit too long. We'll just take the flight. And where are they going to drop down? Of course, I mean, always nice when you pick up issue with this, especially military as well. Landing without vehicles. So curious to see what they're planning on doing as Bangladesh. Have they found somebody in the water? Oh, they have. Oh, who are they shooting at?
I don't know. Technically, it could be just an empty boat. We're out over here around Primorsk, so it was moving, but yeah, I don't know exactly what was happening with it. It looks like New Zealand is committed into this bridge camp, and it is a full 4-man lower section. And now with the circle being so far to the south, this bridge camp could have more opportunities, but I think a lot of our teams are kind of more on a western leg.
Yeah, there was definitely a team making their way towards that eastern bridge, and, well, if my memory of the map we saw earlier is correct, then it would be Indonesia, and indeed it is. As you can see here, Circle has gone very central on the Mili Island, as Indonesia now revealing their position. I think it was Indonesia as well, yeah, in the water, crossing on over just before.
So a couple of shots. I think that Indonesia has spotted this, and it's like, yep, Teddy's going to go ahead and get vision on it. That's a pretty big loss coming out from, you can see the New Zealanders. If they'd managed to get the kills onto Indonesia, that would have been big. Chinese Taipei, still just doing Chinese Taipei things, sitting at their 3 kills. They are going to have to make a little bit of a rotate here, but nothing too scary. Is those couple of shots from Indonesia, did that manage to clear them out? It does look like it. New Zealand retreated from position, so Indonesia gets this one for free.
You know what? I don't mind it at all. I mean, obviously, as we can see, it's just exactly outside circle. They are still playing the crossroads down here, though. But Trick, I was just going to say before, he actually took the boat over and is in a pretty good off-angle position to apply some suppressive fire as Indonesia does cross over. Immediately swing east. Oh, one did spin out, it looks like, on the minimap. Hopefully, they can get him to safety as well.
Oh, this is New Zealand's plans kind of come awry. Sure, they have inside track to go for the circle, but this is a lot of time that was dedicated and could have been a big upswing for New Zealand. Taking out the guy that was in fourth place to find something would have been massive for him. Chinese Taipei on the other side, though, they're just putting in all the work wherever they want to go. This is a pissed off Chinese Taipei as they are just racking up kill after kill.
Yeah, Sri Lanka not having it easy there. They just made landfall, and Chinese Taipei were all over that.
Okay, this is entirely across the circle. So Chinese Taipei has just been running, gunning, finding it all. 6 kills in a lobby that doesn't have very many players in it is going to be absolutely massive. This also gives them control over this area way down to the south. So they have their backs up against the wall. Nobody's going to be able to, like, come up back behind them. This is a run and gun squad that now just gets to walk forward and kill everything in front of them, and that is terrifying for this lobby.
Definitely. Let's see, new circle, pups. Where are we going? Northeast. Okay, so New Zealand, they folded back towards the observatory. They actually get it now as well after Mongolia opted to go down the hillside. And, well, now they have a great view of what's happening towards the west. Mongolia, in the meantime, sitting down here. Waiting this one up for a bit longer. Maybe defaulting to go back on the north side of the street. I think they are, yeah, Abdi. Just maybe a little indecisive. Oh, well, there you go. Get over to
I don't blame them. They've got India pretty close. Probably a couple of pot shots that were sent between them. Looks like they're going to run over to Governor's Mansion, General's Mansion, whatever you want to call it. So it's a good foothold position inside the circle. A lot of rotate capabilities away from it, especially whenever you counter in that New Zealand's on the other side with some high ground and some control to work with. This is a pretty big cluster of teams already kind of playing around bunkers in this area. So we're going to have 3 kind of stacked up next to each other. It's good in position to play for a longer periods of time. But it does mean that they're all now self-contained, and they can't really go too much of a roam because the third party will definitely influence anything they try to do.
That's for certain. Roulette looking up into the sky, finding one there, but can't quite connect the shots. Not that that's an easy feat whatsoever. Mongolia, they'll now sit tight, I think, wait this one out for a little while longer. They too will need a good day for them in order to get anywhere close to that top 4. So I think they'll happily sit around for a little while knowing that they're in the center of the circle.
Oh, wait, is somebody crashing around Mongolia? What's going on over there?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Oh, no, it's just their map that moved in. Sorry. I had a little bit of pixelation, and I couldn't quite figure out what was going on over there. I was like, what's happening in that spot? Just a little bit of red from the side.
It is. Yeah, he's one of the Bangladesh players who's flying around.
Yeah. I got baited. I admit it. All right, Bangladesh, you got some friends that are going to be close to you, but I mean, playing the position that Bangladesh is at, they're going to be pretty fine in control of their territory. High ground coming up over here for Chinese Taipei. They do have Indonesia very close.
They do indeed. They're sat very hunkered down in the woods here. This is a great position for Chinese Taipei to get to play from, so hopefully they'll be able to take out Indonesia. But with the way that they're currently set up to the east, looks like they're... I mean, they must have heard the vehicles or something, because they're clearly kind of playing in anticipation. You can see Setsuna, the way that he's just laying low here. I think they're both aware of each other's presence.
Indonesia has so much pressure on them right now, holding that 4th place position. They know everybody below them in the lobby is on the hunt. Wants them to go down, and will be trying to make sure to keep out any type of action that they try to perform. New Zealand, the team in the hunt, is going to be pretty comfortable over here. Nobody else really around. You can see that they've got the road that's going to kind of create a valley on one side of them. Plenty of information that they can gather based off of that, and a lot of control. They're on an isolated raised island just due to how the roads are set around them. And they just kind of get to watch anything. And you have to make an aggressive push into their position through some pretty bad terrain, even to get close enough to take a firefight with them.
Definitely. Circle goes towards the north, straight, splitting the road in the middle there, and out into the woods we go. There's still a bit of the military base left, but only the silos, and you don't really want to be stuck down there. As Setsuna, he's trying to dig himself. I don't even know how big a hole. But of course, if you want to fit your entire vehicle in there, then it might be a good issue. It's all for nothing.
Stop digging, my man.
Away. Yep.
I don't know. Okay, Chinese Taipei, where are you going? Because there are a couple of options, but you are going to get harassed. You can see it's poor old AJ just chilling over here by himself, trying to hold down an entire bunker by his lonesome, and it's working so far.
Yeah, well, he better probably as hard as he can if he wants to keep people at a distance. The good thing for him is that, I mean, he's still inside the circle, and the entry to it is facing south. So once the circle is closed in, he can, like they should, obviously, once it's closed in and he realizes there's no one pushing in from the south side, he should be free to kind of reach out and try to make a move from there. Ooh.
Indonesia taking a couple of shots. And it's going to be, of course, Chinese Taipei, who shoots everything right now. These guys have a goal for trying to claim that first place position. Is just 2 points separating out. Now, weekend Malaysia is going to be everything that they want in the world. Probably going to be now. Ooh, Bikerman, though. It's a great shot on to Teddy, and it's going to be New Zealand getting that knock. That's going to feel really good. How much of a commitment do they want to play? As Nikos, high ground, spots it on the other side. Easy flush to follow it up. No!
Oh,
Lulun
no.
takes it away!
Oh, of course it would be Chinese Taipei to do that as well. Unlucky. They had a great setup to get that point secured, but Chinese Taipei comes in and steals it away.
Okay, New Zealand now knows where the team that they're chasing after is in position. They also know Chinese Taipei, who's been running amok, very close to them as well. So how are they going to opt into playing around this? A couple of the rotates still coming in. Is where do we see this rotate going to end up at? Is it looks like they're going to be playing up against the wall itself there, but not too many easy rotates coming up from Bangladesh, really. Looks like they might be just trying to chase back behind what Indonesia is trying to do.
Yeah, wide wrap coming through from Indonesia through the blue. Of course, I mean, it is phase 4, so you can heal through it, but by the time phase 5 connects, you definitely want to be inside circle if you can. Another team that we haven't really talked about at all this game so far is Japan. They've been playing it very slow in from the north, and they effectively have the entire north side forest under their control. So, look to see them go aggressive once they do encounter some opponents nearby.
Oh, I don't know if you want to take that rotate right now. Bangladesh just kind of running right through everything.
Yeah.
Shots coming up between them. Friction's going to go down. New Zealand on the other side. Bangladesh has no options, so they're just trying to commit. New Zealand on the other side of this one taking a couple of shots, but it is going to be Kane that does get the knock. Anybody going to be able to pick up anything more out of it?
There they were, sat in the woods just waiting. Indonesia now real close to Japan as well. Over on that other side of Bangladesh, down to just the two here. Prone, I mean, good thing for them is they're inside circle. Bad thing is that's pretty much all they've got going. Which, don't get me wrong, sometimes that can't be enough, but here we are up in the forest again. Japan continuing their fight as Trek goes down. Just a couple more left alive as the last remaining player from Malaysia tries to make a run for it, and AJ will fall.
AJ just had no idea what was going on in the circle. Just tried to make a commitment, but that is going to open up some opportunity. First place squad now down early. Indonesia starting to put some damage onto Japan. Mongolia is trying to keep an eye on what's going to be going on with a rotating India directly in front of them. New Zealand making a wrap. Japan is going to be eliminated. Wow. Indonesia picks it up, and it's New Zealand on the hunt right back behind them.
2v4 from Setsuna and Simoy. What a turnaround, taking a page out of the Chinese Taipei playbook from yesterday. What an incredible turnaround in that fight. They lost too early on, but then they just stamped their feet down and took out all of Japan.
Okay, what do you do now? If you are New Zealand, you know that Indonesia just picked up those kills. That's the squad you're trying to chase after. You've got an opportunity down below you with a weakened Bangladesh in kind of a rough spot. Chinese Taipei is going on the rampage down to the south, so you could take a fight with Indonesia or Bangladesh, but you have to assume that a third party could come into play. I think that they might be opting into Bangladesh for the potential of a little bit of an easier fight.
Yeah, definitely. Mongolia still sat tight in their building now on the very western edge of the circle here. As you can see, India trying to make their way towards the circle. As far as I know, they haven't lost anyone yet on the side of India, so this is a fight just waiting to happen. But of course, you can see on the south side, there are two players waiting their way on in. Rupesh will fall, so there is the first one. Ooh, there goes the second and the third. Oh, they're in trouble trying to make the cross here.
Yeah, Mongolia's just got a great defensive position, running a 2-2 split, pretty separated out. High ground on one side, much closer range defense on the other. We've seen this time and time again. Just trying to get out of military base is brutal, especially pushing into this specific compound. Yeah, you can throw down a couple of smokes, but it's just not going to give you what you want. Oh.
Can you even shoot that short? I don't know. 120 meters? Now, it's still going to go far, I think. Here's the run on over. Does he spot him? Oh, I don't know if he did. He actually managed to cross on over to the right side of the road.
Yeah, I don't feel too good about that. You're retreating back over using the mortar. Now is given Unforgiven an opportunity to cross. I think that they know where he is. Goes for some peeks. Does get the knock, but that is going to be India out.
Great help there from Apti, keeping his teammate alive. Gonna thank him after this round, but look at this Chinese Taipei. They're continuing their onslaught. 9 kills so far, 5 for Lunlun. We were talking about Upjin, we were talking about Jing, but it's Lunlun today starting off the day strong.
This is just a dedicated push right into Mongolia. They're like, there's one knock. That's going to be enough. Let's just go ahead and push this duo side. Chinese Taipei playing with a confidence that is just unparalleled in the lobby right now. They managed to put in their homework, and they are just assaulting whatever they want to go after.
Yep, it's working out for them. Very solid. Ooh, that's a good flash right on point. That's a good nade to follow as well. A lot of damage done. They have to back off here, at least for a moment. New Zealand is creeping down the roadside here, though, so could be danger looming. As they can see Heigeman getting that much closer. Link does find one. That's Lunlun gone down, the big threat of this match so far. Still with, at least for the time being.
Pacing's kind of slowing down. It's a bit harder to push uphill in the way that this is all kind of configured. Link's going to be the guy that's got to make something happen on the defense. Upchin looks like he's going to be trying to push into the bowl that's already been dug out. Answer's going to get knocked. Roulette does at least get the flush out onto Lunlun, so the big damage component coming out for Chinese Taipei. Down and flushed. Jing's going to find Abdi on the other side. 2 just up from Mongolia. Make it 1. Roulette the last one. Chinese Taipei push just too strong.
13 kills and still going strong. Chinese Taipei are relentless. As now, the focus goes over to New Zealand, who have finally managed to make their way into a top position. So good on them. Not that kill heavy on their part, but you can't really fault them because Chinese Taipei just decided to take out the entire server on their own. But at least for New Zealand, if their plan was to try and get late game today, they're starting off strong.
I mean, we did see New Zealand in 4th, 7 kills yesterday, so managing to touch into 3rd place at bare minimum right now. It feels like it's probably going to be them lined up against Chinese Taipei. Indonesia with just 1 player up, retreated all the way over into the west. So it's the northeast under control over New Zealand and the south under control of Chinese Taipei. And poor old Setsuna just hoping that they fight and maybe he can third party.
Yeah, I don't know how you get out of there. I think they're both aware of exactly where he is, but of course, I mean, if New Zealand kind of pushes forward to take the fight to them, maybe there's something that can be done. Of course, New Zealand should be well aware of what the numbers are on the opposite side of things, but with how well Chinese Taipei have played this entire game, there's also got to be some sort of respect from New Zealand to not just aggro play this.
Especially with Indonesia still being up. We saw that Indonesia managed to pick up a couple of kills, so that means that New Zealand is trying to just compete. They need to get more points than Indonesia in this round. They need to be setting some type of pace to be closing that gap. If you go for Chinese Taipei, there's the capability for a lot of kills down there, but this is a squad that's at 13 kills right now and just been absolutely fragging out. New Zealand's best attack line is against Chinese Taipei, but Chinese Taipei's defense is just so strong on point. Setsuna does find Jing. That might make it a little bit easier.
See if you can get even more with it. on the flank. Heikeman has managed to make his way all the way out to this, but here comes the full-on push.
In New Zealand, what can you get? Side angle, Heikeman's got to come up big. Shots do connect. Jiaofeng has to retreat from the angle, surrendering it up. That means that New Zealand's got control over the circle. Heikeman does go down. Upchin's going to be the guy that gets the knock on him. Nico's playing the point position very close. Setsuna keeps a focal kind of along this line, but looks like he might be trying to backstab New Zealand's positioning now, as it is getting dicier and dicier by the second.
One thing that you the forward half your flank player get taken. Now Sans now goes down as well. They're working as a trio, but they're getting so much damage done. Finally, a knock comes in return. That's Nico's finding one. Will he go for the rest here? At least he's going for it initially. It seems like he will be able to commit to it as well. I think Heikeman is all but done for. That Molly, it's gonna be close, and it's gonna tack him down as well.
Instantly drops him yet again. Setsuna on the flank, right back behind Chinese Taipei. This could actually be a bit of a problem. If we see Indonesia go for a stab onto Chinese Taipei, those kills could funnel over into New Zealand. So, have to see. Hikerman still now the last one that is down, completely outside in the blue zone. Nade's going to be coming out. Linksy needs to finish this one. He wants to secure. Got some damage. Can this Nade connect? In vehicles, rolling down the hillside, rolls right up into him. Upchin's going to go down. Chinese Taipei is eliminated. Setsuna, the last one up with 3 New Zealand pushing the hillside.
1 versus 3 for Setsuna. Can he actually do this? I highly doubt it, but we'll see if he can pull it off. Fully blinded now, getting down behind the eagle once more. The jump over the top, and finally, New Zealand able to get their first win with a 7-kill victory there.
7 kills and the victory is going to make it touching distance of Indonesia, who did manage to pick up a couple of kills, but Chinese Taipei, absolute rampage inside that last game. Just nutty performance coming up from them.
Definitely. Definitely. Great start for them. And for New Zealand, I mean, of course, don't get me wrong, the win is amazing, but it's got to be kind of annoying that the team that gets second is the team that you're hunting. Would have hoped that they would have fallen early, like of Malaysia or Sri Lanka, but not quite to be. Indonesia able to squeeze into a second place off of what was a pretty hectic melee game, given the fact that this is effectively a half lobby match. I feel like it played pretty aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia finding those 5 kills in that early game aggression did cost them. But, I mean, 5 kills, second place, whenever the squad that's chasing you does manage to pick up, what was it, 7, and then getting first place. It is going to be a come up for New Zealand. I just don't know how tight it's now going to be. Any falter from either one of these squads is going to be extremely problematic from this point forward.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. And for Malaysia as well, falling early, but not just that. Then sitting back and watching Chinese Taipei get yet another blinder of a game, that has got to be so frustrating because they were actually the ones engaging Chinese Taipei initially.
So much to look forward to as we still have 4 more rounds of action. We're going to take a quick break and we will see you guys in just a few minutes.
Pa' llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle la fama, aquí está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Yeah, plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso.
Erangel is over and done for. What a great endeavor that was, taking us down to military. Now we're shifting our focus over to Taiko for the first of 2 times today. Yesterday, that's where Japan had their glow up. They had their 16-kill victory on that map. Are we expecting anything similar today, Matt, or what are we thinking? Because I kind of like what I saw from Japan today, right up until the point where they got 2v forward.
Well, it was their big game for the first time we went there, but then the second time it was a little bit dicey. So let's take a quick look at the overall rankings. That means Chinese Taipei is still going to are now in first place over Malaysia, who didn't find much inside the last one. Japan nipping at their heels, 1 point back behind, but Indonesia, New Zealand, 1 point difference at that 4th place cut line.
We kind of want India, Mongolia, and all them down the board to start catching up a bit, making it even closer. Because right now it looks like it's a 2-team race for that 4th place spot. Of course, those of you guys watching that aren't quite aware, after today's matches are over, the top 4 teams will be qualified through to the ENC finals taking place in November. So we'll see. We'll see if it's just going to be New Zealand and Indonesia fighting, or if the leaderboard is going to change up even further.
A very proactive New Zealand in the last game, even going for bridge camp. Sure, it didn't really work for them, but you can see that New Zealand understands what they need to do. Yeah. They're playing off of win conditions to try to get that 4th place position, and as a team on the chase, they've managed to catch up quite quickly. A little bit of a mixed drop going on over here, as Bangladesh going to be having some friends right next door.
They actually are dropping us. It looks like they are. They're like, yeah, you know, we're down the leaderboard anyway. Let's see what we can do. Get some early points. But, of course, always comes with the risk. Bangladesh and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
If you got to get something going, make something happen here. Circle pops way up to the north. Is a little bit similar from what we saw. Army base going to be getting a little bit of attention into those, like, the hillsides leading into Army base. So see how the squads handle that and rotate around. This is not necessarily a hot drop so much as it is a lukewarm drop in defense coming up from Bangladesh.
Yeah, I feel like neither of the two really felt like they, like landed on the perfect weapon to just start sprinting after their opponents. And with this building, or this city, having so narrow corridors, every time you leave a building, and especially when it's third-person perspective, every time you leave a building, you're exposing yourself to so many different angles that your opponents can be peeking you from. So I fully understand and respect the fact they're playing this one a bit slow.
Sri Lanka playing it very aggressive, though. You can see playing the outer walls. They were trying to make their approach. Indonesia, you can see, going to find Hosan all to themselves, so they should be looted just fine. Comfy, cozy to work on, moving into later sections. And Setsuna kind of hanging out with all of the A names right now. Sri Lanka is kind of the focal point, as New Zealand gets Buksansa all for themselves, and they're also going to be very looted now.
New Zealand wanting to get something big going here. We finished off the day for APAC yesterday up in a very similar area towards the north, where New Zealand, excuse me, for the most part actually had a really good position to play from. They just couldn't quite capitalize on it.
See the rotate coming in from Mongolia now, as it's just going to be about how do you want to play around this hillside and army base. You have to make the assumption that it's going to pull around this area at some point. Yeah. But we did see it lean pretty far north, especially given how much of the circle is already going to be water. That's going to cut out a lot of the sections that teams are going to be playing from. Most of the teams should be able to find some way to play into this pretty efficiently. If anything, this actually works out for Indonesia pretty efficiently. Oh, no, Bangladesh going to find Japan pretty early, going, no, go somewhere else. We don't want to deal with you right now. We've got other problems on our plate.
Go away. Question is, why is Dead Blast all the way up here? Isn't he looking for an off-lane set here with the bold action? Oh, I think, you know what's terrifying me a bit? I think Japan is realizing this is a solo, so they might just come back here and see what's happening.
I mean, Bangladesh felt like they were trying to encroach in and go after Sri Lanka, keep them contained. And you can see that Sri Lanka now has no escape pattern to get out of this. Bangladesh has taken over most of control over the territory, but Sri Lanka, being pretty stacked up near each other, has a lot of defensive capabilities.
Definitely. Sitting tight, holding the angle here. Fortunately, all 4 on the server. I'm only seeing 3. Yeah, 3 on the side of Sri Lanka, though, unfortunately. This not able to connect this time around either.
Well, we got all of the A's together, so, I mean,
that is true.
We've got the A synergy, so they should be fine. Japan's still going to be like, I don't know. Hello. I kind of want a piece of this. I want to get involved. I want to secure myself a decent spot, and if they were watching this and they saw a lot of people dropped over here, they know that there's an opportunity to maybe vulture up some of these kills. And
Oh, yeah.
I like this from Japan. It's very proactive, watching what's going on over here. If a firefight breaks out and they third party it, they could be a big beneficiary of points, man.
Could be that, alongside a bit of confusion as to why in the world is there a guy running around in the open with a bolt right now. We gotta check this out. We gotta see what the hell is happening. Well, while we see that, Shama sees that blast, finds him, low HP, but survives the endeavor.
I mean, a shotgun will make it back into a 3v3 pretty easily.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a stairwell defense. The oldest tried and true, well, I'd say second oldest strategy, right? The oldest strategy in PUBG is go into the bathroom with a shotgun and wait for somebody to open the door. Second oldest strategy, stay on top of a stairwell with a shotgun and wait for somebody to walk around the corner.
Definitely worked out perfectly for him there. We'll see if that's gonna cause them to play it a bit slower or try and get out of the city altogether. But if they opt to go north, which is where Japan is currently set, that ain't gonna be an easy rotation either. As you can see here, I mean, Tharana is... I think they're kind of expecting some sort of threats in the nearby vicinity. The issue is K's running in on his own with no backup, and Attic finds him.
Okay, well, you guys made a commitment. Japan didn't really have to commit into this.
Yeah.
This is not inside the circle. This is just a hunt for points, getting a bit punished with 3 squads. Now just trying to see what they can get over here in Kannuang. And it's gotten not really too good for anybody at this stage. We have 1 kill between Bangladesh, 1 kill on side of Sri Lanka. Japan looming large on the outside of it, though.
Yeah, and I guess the upside for Japan is that they have a pretty good point gap down to the teams below. But at the same time, New Zealand just won a game and Indonesia got second. So if they don't, play a bit careful here, then maybe with a couple of bad games in a row, they could both get overtaken, and then all of a sudden it's Japan in 5th.
You nailed it on the head there. Whenever we look at how close it's been between Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, and Japan, a couple of bad games is really all it takes. But this is also the lower part of the leaderboard, so Japan's hoping that they can kind of feast on everything going on over here. We're going to at least find 1 kill out of it now, as it's just 3-man squads galore over here, and everybody has 1 kill.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that eventually somebody's going to try and get out of here. But for the time being, seems like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh at least are pretty locked in on this. Maybe if they can get the chip from on Team Japan, we'll be able to get out of this one, because I don't know how much longer you really want to invest into this.
Sri Lanka just defended, man. This building is so nice on defense. That outer wall kind of giving you a lip of cover to peek around, watch all the movement that's going to be going on. Gives you so much control over any movements that's going on in your near vicinity. Japan, you can see, approaching from an entirely different vector, so that way they don't really have to deal with it. Also trying to stay around the outside of this is Chinese Taipei going to continue being Chinese Taipei and just rampaging everything around them. But that is Indonesia's Teddy going down is more and more problems for Indonesia.
Yeah, one of the key players out of the Indonesian roster. Losing one early is not going to be fun, especially not when you just saw New Zealand get a good game going. Don't want to have them all of a sudden start getting that momentum in. Setsune set up high, can't really do anything about that, unfortunately.
It's feeling like Chinese Taipei are the raid boss in the lobby right now that nobody wants to deal with. They are just taking a piece of everything around them today. I love the fact that they're coming in with so much more gusto. This is a squad that is just absolutely fragging out. Jings, though, he is going to go down. Overpeaks just a bit much. Now Indonesia's going to go see if they can get anything back out of it. They did get the knock, but Chinese Taipei instantly turns around on the defense.
Greedy for the loot there, it seems, as they now go aggressive on the other side. Nice spray coming through from Option there with a Scar in hand of all weapons. Able to get the knock on Simoy. Immediately, though, falls behind the tree once more. Trick doing what he can to get the damage done on the distance. Yeah, is still up in the air, trying to assist as best as he can, but it's kind of difficult.
He's getting knocked.
The baits are working out. Oh, look. Nice spray.
Oh, got a little bit too feisty. I mean, getting those knocks, getting the damage in. He wanted to go low ground to see if he can get an angle onto it and gets punished.
Whoops.
Bangladesh in some trouble here is now Sri Lanka. But hey, shotguns work on both sides. Said gets the knock onto one, and it has just got into an absolute mess over here.
Yeah, they both tried to run through the door at the same time, and luckily Friction gets taken down because of it. But now, in 1v2, we'll see if they can stay alive here. Oh, did he jump down? I think he did, and they will finally get the win. So despite just being 3 on the server, Sri Lanka stays alive.
Looks like they might be able to even get this res up. Rotate might be a bit problematic for Mongolia if they keep going along this pathing, as it looks like it is going to be India trying to regroup over here. Army base getting a lot of attention as the way that the circle's kind of set up. It's a good defensive position to play for now. Looks like Mongolia knows exactly where India's at and might be trying to dismantle any form of defensive capabilities they have over here. Nade set up for answers on one side. Looks like he's just going to be able to soft now. Right over the side of it. Takes some of the damage himself. Goes for the peek and Snipehall shuts it down.
What in the world just happened? Snipehall didn't have any clue that he made it out behind the wall. You saw him taking a nade out to throw it behind the US, but then with the nade up from the player from Mongolia, he almost took himself out with it.
I think that Answers thought he threw it a little bit further, and he just kind of... He underhanded it a lot closer, so when he went for that peek, he ate so much damage. Snipehall spins to look at the explosion, figure out where it's coming from, and just spots him easy. Okay, now the rest of India is going to be coming in. Mongolia, how are you going to handle what's going to be on this push? A little bit of a retreat on one side. Roulette looks like he's trying to see how India's approach on that wall is going to come out. Keep in mind, we do see Mongolia. They do have the defensive position inside of Army base. It is going to be India on the outside of it, trying to figure out how to assault.
It's all the bottom teams right now fighting one another. First Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh, now India versus Mongolia, trying to be the one to get it out of that bottom portion of the leaderboard. As Sri Lanka, they found an E pickup, nice on them to be able to get their way to the west, northwest I should say, a new circle. Popping in just a little while. It's Malaysia now. They didn't get a lot of playtime in the previous game, but here they are. Shen, of course, the spearhead, trying to see if there's anything available.
Heard the firefight, got there just a second too late. And it's one of those PUBG moments where you can see that India was realizing, this might not be the best place to hold down. A lot of people like to play the higher side hills coming out of Army base. India's only really good foothold advantage that they had was on that southern wall. I don't blame them for leaving it. You had to expect a third party coming after you at a certain point, backstabbing you while you're trying to go after Mongolia. Spotting this, and Shin is just such good aim, dude. He's gonna get that. Roulette's gonna go down. Can't quite get the flush, but now that's gonna be bait.
Waited for the opponent to jump as well. Great understanding of how to play this one. A lot of veterancy on Shen, of course. As he'll back off with people shooting back towards him and him being incredibly far from his teammates. I think he's thinking better of it and going back. And you know what? I like that. That's a very mature decision from a player who has oftentimes been caught, maybe getting a bit too eager to go out and get things done on his own.
Malaysia now defending up against Japan in their approach. New Zealand going to be coming up a little bit more into that eastern corridor. So we'll have to see how the emergency pickup comes into play with these drops that we saw coming from Sri Lanka and where they're going to opt into going. A lot of these kills coming up very early is going to make it more complicated for New Zealand, who's trying to hunt down as many kills as they can find. So close now, tied up with Indonesia. But can they manage to find anything else inside of a very, very awkward way to make some pushes? Whenever we look coming into this Army base foothill section, there's so many trenches, high ground positions, so many trees. It makes for a lot of isolated firefights, and I think that New Zealand was hoping that the fact they could capitalize off of that. But New Zealand, I don't know if they realize they're going to be walking right into a firing line that Malaysia has set up.
Definitely. Upchin finding one more. That's Sri Lanka. They just made landfall in the circle, and immediately they've run into Chinese Taipei. And of course, Upchin is there to find the first. As Shen now, hearing and seeing New Zealand on that other side, will be looking for some sort of angle.
Upchin just kind of chilling right now. We've got so many trenches over here. Let's just go ahead and build some more of our own. Make it even more complicated for everybody to deal with. This Chinese Taipei going to have everything in the west under control. New Zealand going to have everything under control in the east. And it's really just about the spattering of guys down to the south and the north.
Yeah, we're chilling. Chilling for the time being. How much more will happen? There's a good world where they all just wait for the next circle to pop. Only 30 seconds to go. So might as well just wait this one out and see if you're forced to move, because they're all set in some pretty good areas of the map. Like, they all have a lot of spread, a lot of control. But of course, with the next circle popping, we know for sure that some of them will have to move.
What's going on the map there is it looks like, did we get a recall back, or was that another emergency pickup that kind of crossed over the map there in the top right corner of the mini-map? New Zealand making their push. Hikerman's going to be taking some damage. Does he even have an idea? No, he doesn't. He's just going to reveal his back. Shin takes that every single time. Appreciates it, runs out. New Zealand now on full defense, not having any idea of really where this Malaysian defensive line is set.
Such a big threat at any point in the game. You can never count yourself safe if you're anywhere near Malaysia. As we see Indonesia now eliminated, 8th place for them again, and I think they only got 1 kill with it, so not the greatest game for them here after that 2nd place finish in the previous one.
Yeah, I don't think that you want to come over here, India. Sri Lanka looks like they made a jump all the way across the circle. That's going to be where they ended up at, so going to be pretty close to where India and Chinese Taipei are going to be, but Chinese Taipei, 5 kills already. These guys, no fear other side of it. How much more do they want to go for? It's going to be Japan, might be their new target, trying to keep them out.
Definitely. Loon holding back for a bit. You take on most players, but not a BRDM. At least not if you don't have a Panzerfaust, which I don't think he has.
I wouldn't be surprised. Chinese Taipei probably has one somewhere. These guys feel like they're prepared for near on everything, every time. India heard a couple of shots being exchanged, doesn't want any piece of that. Sri Lanka, though, I don't know how you deal with India in their positioning. So since India has that northwestern area now on lock, no easy path going to be coming up for Sri Lanka as Japan and the BRDM just looming large over in the west.
Yeah, Japan's just holding the edge of the circle here, saying we don't want to have them kind of wrap around us, but as you can see on the map as well and see there in the distance, that's exactly what they're doing. Nice awareness on the side of Chinese Taipei to see the threat up close and just go, you know what, we'll just drive all around them in a big circle. Goes to show that they're capable of multiple type strategies, not just, you know, head-on aggression, but a really nice positioning here too.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty big, but they're going to have to deal with this pretty solid defense coming out from Malaysia. Remember that they're running that wide 2-2 with high ground control on one side of it, lower ground territory control on the other. Getting those trenches kind of running through everything. Going to provide some opportunity for AJ. But Upchin's gonna get knocked, just kind of didn't know where to go. He knows that on the other side of it, Japan was gonna be over there with the BRDM. They wanted to get more space away from it. Runak's gonna go ahead and get the flesh onto Upchin, and now it's gonna be Chinese Taipei. They're completely entrenched in position, surrounded on every single side, and this might not have been the way to come into it. They're just nowhere to go. 2 players already down.
I love the idea of them trying to wrap around, but where they wrapped around to just put them in such a difficult position. They're coming up that hillside, no info of what they're running into and stopping in the most unfortunate of locations. Trying to see if they can somehow save this situation, but this is going to be difficult. Yep, keep finding Jing there as well. I'm not sure how Finker's out of here alive now.
Malaysia's just getting closer and closer, right back behind Chinese Taipei by the second. You can see trying to see if they can get some angles on any of the defensive positions that they've now had to set up for Chinese Taipei. A lot of the focus now coming over here. Malaysia not having to deal with New Zealand. New Zealand's giving them some breathing room, but Shin's got goals, spots it! It's going to be AJ that gets the knock on Zhao Thing, and it is Chinese Taipei who's been dominant so far today, in a lot of trouble, down to just 1.
Solid turnaround from Malaysia after a tough game 1. To make something big happen here. Finds Zhao Feng. There's just Loon left alive on the side of Chinese Taipei, and he's outside circle. See Japan is creeping in. The BRDM rolling over towards Malaysia here as well. If they can take out both Chinese Taipei and Malaysia, Japan is potentially eyeing a shot at first place.
Looks like the Molotov did manage to connect onto Zhao Feng. He is going to go ahead and get taken down. Loon, the last one up. The circle's going to be looming right in front of him, but not too much that he can really do about it. New Zealand's got to make a push into the circle. Mongolia going to be the squad that was against them. One side, Heikeman, you can see already going to be down. India is going to have their own level of approach. Sri Lanka back behind them. Lama going to be right up on top of him. Looks like he created a problem with taking down Unforgiven, but Rupesh playing the other side. I don't know how Sri Lanka can kind of play along this. Even Japan keeping an eye distance. Any step around the corner, but Lama finds Rupesh, goes down. Snipe Hole at least takes down Lama.
Oh, nice tip there. Maybe get the point with it as well. Nope, that's going to go the way of Japan. So no reset available for India, but nice little spray down there from Sri Lanka.
India's got to be hurting right now. They're watching New Zealand stack together many points as they can, knowing the fact the cut line's getting a little bit further away time and time again, and starting to get backstabbed by people in spots that they're not expecting, while they've got Japan just roaming around the BRDM very close range and also kind of supervising any rotate. It's going to be very difficult for India to figure out how they want to go into the circle without, I don't know, pushing into one of these very controlled sight lines.
Oh, yeah. Definitely tricky area to play around here is Malaysia, realizing too that they have to get over on the other side of this hillside, sending one north around, keeping the remaining 3 on the south side. Soon they'll realize the entirety of New Zealand, well, yes, with the exception of Heikeman, who fell earlier to Shin, as in this area, Nikos is mad dash sending a to the center, which, I mean, I guess for now, he's alive. How long, I'm not sure. No, actually,
just instantly gets that. Jumps out of the vehicle. Mongolia, how are you going to make the push around this hillside? New Zealand does have some high ground advantages, but remember, New Zealand is not inside the circle. It's all going to be about that desperation send down the hillside. Can it dismantle more from back behind all of this slowly creeping forward now? You can see that Sophia's starting to get a little bit involved. Get some shots out of Linksy. New Zealand in a lot of trouble.
Nice angle there, but they do get some damage done in return. Nikos finds one. Sans as well. Sans gets taken down immediately after, though. Similar situation to what we saw with Chinese Taipei before. They try to, you know, just kind of thread the needle, and in doing so, get themselves in between way too many teams. So many open angles, and this explosion from Shen will, in the end, take out New Zealand.
Malaysia finding more. Just because the first game didn't go well means the fact that the second game's perfect time to reset. With the way the circle is now gone, Mongolia is going to find themselves firmly surrounded. Malaysia one side, snipe on another. They do have a path to get in the circle, but it's going to be kind of brutal. At least a couple of crates going to be in front of them, maybe to allow them some time to reset. Japan in complete control over the circle, just watching it all.
They're waiting this one out. They have a guy just sat waiting in his PRTM for anyone to come their way. Keep in mind, London is still alive. Let's see if he can grind some placement points over this.
Nades getting set up. All about the approach. Malaysia still has that high ground that they're going to be working with on one side.
Jade doesn't find Lun Lun in the end of it. Down he goes. But Malaysia getting themselves even more space, it would seem.
And Japan looks like they're going to be a little bit more focused on the Malaysian approach. At least getting one of their players into position. Of course, it's going to be Shin. Shin has just been so great today, finding some opportunities, but he's getting a lot of duress thrown his way by Japan. Can he manage to get out of this point, taking some damage? Looks like he's just going to try to retreat on angle. He's got India on the other side of him. Of course, Mongolia rotating back behind it all. Oh, empty going down. That's bad. Ruler. Malaysia felt like they had so much control of this game for so long in this high ground, but the circles have just kind of abandoned them and put them into a more awkward spot where everybody is converging onto their position. I can't see it. I'm getting about a frame every 5 or 6 seconds. So now Mongolia up on top of a hill is all I see. Looking down onto, I believe it's Malaysia. Rule it, getting the med kit. Holding it 2 seconds. That's all I see.
Yep. It's more than me, because I've been on the same frame for the last 15 seconds now.
Update back over to Mongolia. Still 3 up right now. Hopefully you guys aren't dealing with what we're dealing with. I'll kind of let the game speak for itself until we start to be able to see what's going on here. Ooh, Malaysia getting eliminated. Shin, the last one, finally goes down. Japan keeping full control, spotting out a little bit what's going on with Mongolia, but let's not forget India doing a little bit of a wrap to that northeastern area. Could take some shots over into what's going on with Mongolia as well, but it feels like Japan just has so much of this game under control.
Yeah, there's still 4 up on the side of Japan, trying to make something happen here in a 4v2v2. I'm still on a frame for a while back, but here we at least have the standing as Apti is trying to go for the rest on 1. Oh, actually, that was managed to get him back up. Okay, so 4v3v2.
Mongolia, I'm worried about this because with India's position on the other side, Japan having complete control, they're kind of the pinched position in all of this. India has a couple of angles that they can take shots into Mongolia, but remember that India is down in this lower section. Mongolia does have the high ground, but really that's about all that they've got to work with. A couple of cover pieces right now are going to be putting in a lot of work for India. Maybe India might be retreating from the angle. Let's see if they can come in from a more northern area, but that's already being defended up by Japan.
Japan just in a perfect position, full circle control here to deny any push come through. And well, I mean, they got their first win yesterday with a 16 kill one at that on Tago. Obviously, this is probably not going to be to that amount, but still, it looks to be a very clean game for Japan here. Oh, I think I'm back. Yeah, we're back. Yep. India trying to make something happen here now. Snipe hole out in the blue, taking a lot of damage. Trying to get back inside circle. Will do exactly that just in time.
Not even entirely inside the circle yet. I think this is just kind of more set up to prep for one of these two pushes. Mongolia is actually moving over into the north as well. They've got a vehicle that they're roaming down into that area with. Japan holding every single one of these angles of approach. So Runak's going to get some vision. Spots it, goes for a couple of shots. Doesn't quite get the knock, but Snipeball does manage to take down Link. Instantly returned by Japan. Snipeball down and flushed out just like that.
Japan in full control here, but hey, I mean, if anything, Mongolia and Indonesia in top 3. Oh, sorry, Indonesia. India, now I did it as well. You had it yesterday, I get it today, I'm sorry. But India now in top 3 here as well. They will get eliminated, but a third place is definitely a step up from what we saw yesterday. If more of that comes around, maybe there's one more team fighting for a potential top 4 down the line.
All right, Mongolia's got 1 up, Japan's got 4, they've got full territory control, and they know exactly where the solo is. Abdi at least gets 1, but the BRDM too big. Japan, 9 kills, great victory on the round.
Solid round for Japan in control from start to finish. Really like what we saw out of them. We did miss a bit of it through the end, through the early end game, but still, look at that, 9 kills and everyone contributing in their own right. Really good job on their part. Malaysia as well had a good thing going through the mid game, 6 kills for them, and then Chinese Taipei, while they were taken out, of course, they will also find a way to get points.
Eyes over to Indonesia and New Zealand. New Zealand finds 1 kill and manages to get into 6th place. So going to find a couple of placement points. I think that might now put them into the 4th place position. I don't know for certain.
Yeah, it should, or at least get it very, very, very close. And I feel like New Zealand is playing with a bit more control today than what we saw yesterday. While that mad dash from Nikos was, of course, very much, hey, guys, we have been sat here on the edge of the circle for the last 6 minutes. There's no other options now. We've tried everything around us. Now we're just going to go and do something. And it did almost work, but couldn't quite get it there.
Well, tons of action still to go. 3 games that we're going to be keeping our eyes on to figure out who's going to be in our top 4 and make it over to the ENC Grand Finals. Stay tuned, and we will be back in just a few moments.
Right now, it looks like it's a 2-team race. We've got to check this out. What the hell is happening? Well, while we see
Out of it, they did get the knock. The Chinese Taipei instantly turns around on the bench.
greedy for the loot here, it seems. The baits are working out. Great.
Answers on one side. Looks like he's just going to go right over the side of it. Takes some of the damage himself. I think that Answers thought he'd do it a little bit further, setting while you're trying to go after Mongolia. Spotting this, and Shin is just sucked. And Shin doesn't want a piece of that. Territory control on the other. Getting those trenches kind of running through everything. It's going to provide some opportunity for AJ. But Shin's going to get knocked. They do have a path to get in the circle, but it's going to be kind of brutal. At least a couple of force Mongolia rotating back behind it all. Everybody is converging onto their position. All right, Mongolia's got 1 up, Japan's got 4, they've got full territory control, and they know exactly where the solo is. Abdi at least gets 1, but the BRDM too big.
Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean and they won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut chop, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped. Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot. Soon I'ma get right there. I'ma step right there. Got a bot. Came right there in a drop top. Try how you like it or not stop. Non-stop. Yo, if you wanna get this poppin', you better get to shopping. I came in a different drop this time, and they thought it was the same one, they didn't clock it. Oh well, it's nothing, they call me a dripperholic. Just watch how I'm dripping on it. Please just don't be slipping on it. Oh well, it's nothing. They call me a dripaholic. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut chop, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped. Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on the drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it.
All right, we might be getting some spice entering this stage, as it has been a pretty big come up for New Zealand. We also had a couple of squads making later stages, and also kind of flat drops to start off the last game. I don't really know how we're looking at it. We got Miramar that we're going to be jumping into in a second, but let's take a look at the overall leaderboard from that last round. Japan, 19 points in that last game, Toby.
Solid work for them, and even more exciting, New Zealand just the one. And here we have now an updated graphic. I love this, because now, as we can see, here is the top four, and the reason they're all in green is, of course, finish top four and you make it through to the main event. And off of the 1-point game from Indonesia, New Zealand is now in front of them by a single point. And look at that, India actually caught up by a bit as well. Now 11 points down to Indonesia and 12 out of potential top four.
Still got about a 20-point threshold leading into Malaysia, but Malaysia, who started the day in first, has been on a little bit of a slide, letting everybody from Chinese Taipei and Japan start to run away with some big games. 1-point differential, though. New Zealand has touched the promised land into that top four, but it is still neck and neck. It feels like it is presently New Zealand and Indonesia, and who can get the better game to try to hold position. As I mean, it is just one small falter. It is 1 point back and forth in these last two games.
Yeah, it is really close. I do like the fact, I mean, as we saw in the military game earlier, as we get this game going, New Zealand actively trying to gatekeep, or bridge camp, I should say, Indonesia. Whether that be them knowing that that's where they'd be coming in from, or just, you know, waiting for anyone to get around. I do like the idea that that New Zealand is, like, you know, actively trying to play around the strategies that Indonesia is putting on, because if they are, and if they succeed in it, then you don't have to worry too much about the rest of the lobby. Just got to make sure that this particular team doesn't get to catch up again.
Eyes on to Japan as they're making their drops right now. Great game from them inside the last one. Japan in the BRDM just feels different, man. I don't know what it is. Once they get that BRDM, they know how to play it so well. They will influence so much. They'll kind of keep an eye on what's going to be going on around them. They use it kind of as a bullying tactic for territory. New Zealand now touching that fourth place position. All right, you've done good. You've managed to hold together the mental. You've managed to do the climb. You're now into fourth place. Can you hold it? The dream is there for New Zealand. Can they manage to keep it all together through these last three games?
I've been playing a very passive early game, and if they can, well, if they're allowed to continue to do that, I don't see why they wouldn't. Having said that, though, we have also seen, at least yesterday, some really good performances out of Indonesia, but it's been in just kind of one-off games. I mean, they started off the day with a win, but outside of that, it hasn't really been
A couple of long-range shots at a drop. We saw this actually have some influence in our games yesterday, but looks like that's not going to happen this time around. Indonesia, though, just wanting any point, any 1 point. I just want to be back tied.
Exactly. They were able to get the placements yesterday, but not a lot of kills to boot. Off of the 11-kill win they got in game 1 on a Wrangle, it was kind of quiet on the kills front. Placements, though, were good for Indonesia yesterday, and that's the issue. If they don't get those now, they had every single game in inside the top 8. So, really good job on them, given the fact that we, well, have 9 teams. I forgot to filter that in.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things.
It's a compliment. Take it, Indonesia.
If anything, it just feels bad whenever you're just getting very minimal placement points inside of this. It's like, oh, well, that one went real wrong.
It's actually surprisingly difficult to get 0 points in this lobby. You have to be the first team out and get 0 kills, or else you're at least guaranteed 1.
That's where it feels mega bad. Montenuevo, you can see, is going to have a Sri Lanka holding down position. A whole 4 up inside of it. A couple of squads now rotating around over here, though.
Nice. That's nice. Indonesia as well, getting grouped up, ready for their rotation to come.
See, eyeing. Chamoy like, okay, which way are you going to be going with this one? I don't want to get run over. Indonesia is going to have control over the southern section. Looks like India is going to be going for an emergency pickup to kind of jump it all. New Zealand sending it center very, very fast, while Malaysia is going to be playing more into the southeast. Bangladesh, Japan, not inside the circle yet. But Chinese Taipei looks like they're making a move for the center.
Talk to me a bit about this. Oh, wait, nope, there's a fight happening. We'll talk about it in just a moment, because that was kind of interesting, the fact that India opted to take an E-pick up for Valdemar in this type of circle. As this fight does go on, Chinese Taipei on the hunt for Mongolia here. Abdi, first one to fall.
Very strong position to play for, so no surprise we had a couple of squads that are already opting into it. Mongolia playing one side and not finding too much of a push around. I think that they realize Chinese Taipei has not as much to play for as they do, so they don't want to be too involved in this, and they know that Chinese Taipei is a beast right now. So, sending it out for the range, but New Zealand, Nikos spots it out, gets the flush. Send over from New Zealand for this point, manages to find at least one more.
Love the flex out here from New Zealand. And for Chinese Taipei, I feel like this is the second game in a row now where they play a bit too tunnel vision. You know, they see a team, and don't get me wrong, I love the confidence they're playing in with, but they get so bloodlusty on one team that they kind of forget the fact that there are other teams on the server too. It's happened on Tago just before as well, and now they lose one because of it here once more.
They're so used to just being able to kill the whole squad as fast as they want to. Whenever they have to wait for a second, they're like, wait, people can third party us? How did we mess this one up?
Exactly.
All right, so a lot of attention onto this hillside. Of course, New Zealand on the hunt for more points to see if they can get any distance from Indonesia. Other side of it, though, is going to just be Chinese Taipei trying to lock this down as much as possible. New Zealand realizes if they get too caught up with Chinese Taipei, it's going to be harder to find the points and might be unlocking some opportunities for Indonesia. So might not see too much of a commitment come out from New Zealand onto this.
Yeah, I doubt it. And also with Chinese Taipei losing one and getting wrecked in Western helmets on the other two, G2 is slowing things down a bit. A team that's not slowing down Indonesia. Full speed towards the circle. Teddy hoping to stay alive through phase 1 in this game, because the last 2 games he's been falling early. Team, of course. Yeah.
Love this. Upchin's like, you shot at us? Okay, well, I'll set up a position to shoot back at you. I don't care.
Yeah.
You don't do that anymore. You do not third-party me ever again. This is my crate. I want it.
Oh, yeah, but it comes with a lot of risk involved. Do you dare make the run down? He has 3 smokes. He's also completely isolated from his teammates. Good thing Malaysia is there to help, and of course it's Shen shooting at everything he can see.
I don't know if New Zealand actually has an angle onto where the crate is. The way that those hills have kind of set up, I think that it's kind of down in a dip in between where New Zealand can see. So if Upchin can just make it a little bit further forward, he should be fine.
You'd have to imagine. Nico's shadow boxing a bit, keeping his trigger finger warm. As they're jumping around looking for info, of course, Lynx, he would have given him the info. They're getting shot at from the southeast, so can't stand completely still, knowing that Malaysia is in the nearby vicinity.
Oh no, Bangladesh. Not like this. Hands are fouled up already. Pops doesn't quite hit as much as he wants. Bullets though coming in. Runex takes a lot of damage. Doesn't get the knock. Oh, at range. Friction at least manages to get the knock on a Runex, but Goni's got his back.
That Panzer did literally 0 damage. Kind of surprising. I mean, it hit right underneath the vehicle, but so be it. Sometimes the explosions don't always do what you want. Good thing is the rest of the team is there to back up their teammate, who is currently on the ground still, but Runak should be resible here.
High ground for Japan. How much more of this do they want? The longer it goes on, in fact, Runak might be bleeding out. Gets vision, doesn't quite get the knock or the damage. So it's probably going to be Japan going back to regroup, make sure that they can get this res off and secure the kills on knock. Also, one of the Bangladesh players kind of trapped. Nowhere for him to really go. Much more easy to focus in as there you go. Easy shots onto him. And I don't know, if I'm dead blast, I just kind of let it go. He might just be going for Valor, but yeah, it's time to run.
Yeah. This is
he's going
Japan
to go down
is
blue.
all kinds of in sync right now. I mean, their shots are just connecting time and time again. And look at the health barn right now. So right there, we can run off here. Not going to be easy. Heikeman, in the meantime, inside the barns, getting shot at continuously by Malaysia at quite the distance here.
Yeah, Malaysia's got their own little high ground kingdom that they're working with, so not having to get too involved in what's going to be happening over here. As Japan now just going to be finishing out those kills that we saw just a moment ago. New Zealand going to be fine. This is a super strong position for them to be playing inside this type of circle. We often see a lot of focus kind of come into these hillsides whenever we see these types of circles, so wouldn't be too shocked about it. We've got about 10 seconds before our next circle pops. Figure out who's made the right calls on position.
And we'll see. Gets the better of it. Let's take a look at the circle. Where are we headed? We're going towards El Pozo proper. Okay. Unluckily for Mongolia, despite being in the right area, they are taking casualties here once more. Samoy, finally Indonesia getting on the board here today.
That's one kill. Well, we got New Zealand with one kill as well. It just stays at 1 point difference between the two of them. Indonesia's got the high ground and an express path to go right into El Pozo if they want it. This is a good control area to play. Chinese Taipei looks like they're going for a bit more of a regroup over there as well. So with an El Pozo focus, Indonesia is going to have a lot of supervision on high ground, but they don't have a lot of ammo to work with.
Well, it's not going to be easy at all. Setsune with the circle shifting up towards El Pozo. Figures we got to take a more central position in the city. Maybe go for some of the high-rise buildings. Take the 5-story. Clear it out. And I mean, they've got to be fully aware that not anyone here, because he's just solo sprinting into it without a care.
Indonesia, Chinese Taipei, and I believe it was India already made a commitment into, as well as that Mongolia. Yeah, roulette over there for Mongolia. Everybody going El Pozo, man. It's a fun place to fight with these very vertical buildings coming into play. There's a lot of angles of isolation leading to a couple of like smaller firefights that kind of grew out of it. If we see the circle pop away from it, it can get a bit dicier though. The northeastern area is pretty open and can be problematic. While New Zealand's taking a couple of shots at rotating Malaysia, but well, they managed to pop a tire. Haven't managed to get a knock yet.
See what they can get with it. As long as they can keep them at a distance here. As you can see, Lynx is in the very far southeastern edge of the circle. As long as they can force them to go elsewhere, which I think has successfully been done. Yeah, they're going further west than this, trying to wrap around. What do they do in response, though? It's not easy driving that Mirado. Only 3 tires and you're out in the open.
And this is the strength of New Zealand's position. Whenever you take this hillside and you get control over it, you've got a lot of wrap capabilities. You can play right along the edge of the circle. If you want to get involved in what's going on with Pozo, you can. If you want to move closer to Pozo with these hills, you can kind of do that. You have multiple areas that you can kind of escape from. There's a lot of different ways you can play this terrain whenever the circles pop around. And now that we've got a sandstorm on top, Nikos can kind of be a little bit more brave and look around, see how deep into this he wants to go.
Definitely. Indonesia's made their way in towards the southwestern side of the city. India, in the meantime, sat dead center in, and we have a lot of teams kind of filtering into the city already. Mongolia, they were here first, but down to just 2, I believe. And Chinese Taipei now sat on the southern side, really making it hard for anyone else to try and flex out to do a whole lot. Here comes one of the Sri Lankan players as they fly up high. Will they get to the plateau? At least one will, it seems.
Right, Indonesia, with those 2 kills, at least starting to get some momentum working for them. Chinese Taipei, they've got their territory under lock. The southern section of El Pozo, the northern sections kind of going to Mongolia and India, both. Indonesia is going to be playing more to the west of what we see going on with Pozo. Japan's going to be into the north, coming out of Crater Field. Circle pops. Means that New Zealand's going to be right on the edge of this circle as well, just kind of using that hillside and still has a path into Pozo if they want it.
Actual city ending for this lobby. They should be able to sit in that city all together for a while. That is, of course, assuming that the people that are already there will allow the rest of them in, because there are still a few teams that have yet to make their way into the city proper, one of which is Sri Lanka.
Pozo's big and got a lot of kind of hillsides that lead into it, so getting into it, you have a couple of options. You've just got to come into it very fast and hope that you're not crashing one of the, I guess, more defendable positions that somebody's already kind of held into. New Zealand, you can see taking those shots into Chinese Taipei, going to force them a little bit further away. I'm curious to see if New Zealand goes for the commitment onto Pozo or if they keep hillside control.
I would imagine they stay at least for one more circle. Look at the Chinese Taipei position. I mean, if they do get the knock-on option somehow, he's kind of running around the open right now. If they do manage to take him down, maybe there's a good reason to try and at least get one building locked down so you have somewhere to go inside the city. But, I mean, imagine them going into it, dying because of it, and then it hard shifts south. They're going to be kicking themselves. I think for now, since there's no real threats coming from the south, they might as well stay out there.
Yeah, but on the other side of it, it's harder to get kills over here. Everybody is going to be in Pozo now. And if you start to see Indonesia stacking up a lot of kills or finding some successes, that's going to put more pressure on you. And there you go. As speak of the devil, Indonesia gets the knock onto one. Lots of damage going over to Trick.
The team is there. Now, full sprint towards their fallen teammate. Get Sophia back on his feet. Get the flush onto Trick as well. Mongolia, I mean, Roulette is slowly creeping up in this direction, going towards the road, but I think more so just trying to fortify their position, not so much looking to engage over here on the other side.
New Zealand spots out a couple more parachutes, but it's just going to be Sri Lanka jumping from their high ground that they had a moment ago. Not going to be too big of a beneficiary of it. New Zealand has a couple of shots also coming at them from Pozo, but Pozo's just getting more and more of a pop-off going on. Again, Pozo can hold down pretty much this entire lobby. Oh, yeah. Plenty of space to spare, so it's not going to be too much of a commitment unless somebody really wants to go for it. If we see a couple of knocks happen at range, somebody might go for a foot push, but I'm not expecting anything really crazy to happen just quite yet.
Yeah, no, me neither. I think once Sri Lanka have either opted to take the fight to New Zealand or opted to wrap around, as we can see right now, they are in fact wrapping around. It's just them, half of Malaysia and Japan up in the north that are outside the city proper still. So 15 seconds to go until we'll see whether we are actually going city proper or going out into the hills here once more. As Disa gets found Sophia with the M249 out of the car. What a great trade-out.
Sri Lanka left one behind, trying to get some more damage, but Trickle Pops stays right on top of Pozo, and that's pretty much where our focal is going to be at.
Oh, yeah.
Bangladesh makes a run in right on top of Chinese Taipei. Japan's starting to get some vision on what's going on with Sri Lanka as well. And it is just getting dicier for these squads on the outside. Japan now going to have to make a rotate in. How are they going to opt in to do it? And even get a couple shots onto Nikos, as that's going to be Chinese Taipei that gets the knock on New Zealand.
This is the fight. All the teams trying to make their way into the city, but it's not going to be easy at all. Xiaofeng does find one in New Zealand now with a bit of time to reset before making their push on through. Simoy does manage to find Loon, so that's finally Chinese Taipei taking some casualties here. Will the nade confirm him? Oh no, the bounce just off the side. Oh, actually no, does go behind the building and find the flush.
Okay, so Japan, how are you going to opt into going for this? This is going to kind of suck no matter what. You already have one squad that's kind of posted up in front of you, so that's going to deny one of your angles of approach. Bangladesh is still kind of clinging to life right over there. Chinese Taipei, they're starting to get way too many friends. Is Bangladesh also going to be next to them? Is Bangladesh is just kind of everywhere.
They really are scattered right now, trying to get safely towards the city earlier, but not quite the case. And now, sat on each side of the building here, very central in the city, as Malaysia goes for the southern wraparound here. Not an easy play to make, but maybe a scout saw the building on the east side was open. They did indeed. And look at this, New Zealand trying to cut them off now.
That's going to be big. New Zealand focus running down the hillside. Malaysia on one side of it. Bangladesh friction trying to get some shots into all of it, but it looks like Nikos Hikerman finds something. Linksy goes down. It's back and forth. Chinese Taipei also get involved. Shin the last one up for Malaysia. New Zealand is eliminated. That is going to be a falter early and a big opportunity for Indonesia.
Huge plays coming through. Shen able to keep the team alive, and not just that, actually get the entire team back on their feet. And this one, such a close one for New Zealand. And with them going down and Indonesia being in it still, you'd have to imagine that that is going to be Indonesia retaking or reclaiming that fourth place position.
I think that they've got it now, just off of the kills. There was only 1 point separating, and I don't remember exactly where New Zealand ended at. If they managed to flush out anything there at the end. Indonesia getting another knock, and it's going to be on to Bangladesh. So it looks like that could be flushable. Yep, going to go ahead and pick that one up, make it 4, and Indonesia trying to get something rolling. They've got control over the center, and they are using it.
Definitely some more. Nice little angle peek here. Has full lines of sight of the road down below. Anyone crossing on over, he will be aware. Setsuna as well. Look at this position. Prone on the roof, looking over the top. You get so much info off of this.
Chinese Taipei, we managed to weather a couple of crazy little storms going on, but Malaysia still being pretty active down below them is making them a bit nervous. Note the fact that we still have one of the players for Chinese Taipei that's playing pretty far over in the northeast. A whole quadrant, I guess a whole neighborhood, block, whatever you want to call it, in El Pozo, where we've got the oil derricks. He's going to be across the entirety of that. I think that maybe they were going for a recall, and that might have been what happened. He was kind of sent over there to maybe set up, get a foothold, maybe try to find some loot. Now the circle pops, and it is going to be right on top of Chinese Taipei and what, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the teams that are going to have to try to push their way in, and they're already weakened.
Definitely. Option. Oh, he has like 1 bullet's worth of time to try and go for a spray through there. Look at this. Because they took out New Zealand, Malaysia now knows that the hills in the south side are free, so they can go up there and get vision over the top of the city once more. That is a really, really smart repositioning for Malaysia. Is Simoy. Oh, there's players on the roofs. Gotta respect that. That's a quick catch as well. Great awareness from Option to immediately register where those shots were coming in from.
Tell you a shot that I would have never figured out where it came from right there. I would have had no idea. That is a crazy response. Indonesia finds themselves kind of in the thresher over into the west. Mongolia coming on one side of it. They're going to start getting some vision on, I guess, the remnant squads that are coming in a little bit weakened. Themselves also being a bit weakened. Bangladesh is going to kind of run through the whole thing, and Indonesia going to find Dead Blast, get the knock onto him, and should be able to get the flush as well. Car is going to go ahead and explode and do the work for him.
5 kills for Indonesia, looking to make it even more. 4 on Simoy. Lovely seeing him stepping up here and getting something big happening. Sri Lanka still trying to make their way on in. They are just exactly outside the next circle. And of course, Indonesia well aware of this. They're going to be fully focused towards the west now, I think.
Yeah, there's just, I guess, weaker squads coming in. Not necessarily off of like player strength. I just mean that they have lost multiple players, so they're going to be coming in. Easy opportunity. India's kind of hunkered down in position, hearing all the firefighting. They're also pretty centered inside the circle, but most of it's been going on, all the firefighting into the west, or a little bit more down into the south. So they haven't had a chance to get too involved. They're at least being able to track a lot of what's going to be going on. Here comes the fourth player now back for Chinese Taipei.
Yeah. Make it all the way down to the south. Being shot first. Seems like it will.
And I mean, if you're going to land inside the city in El Pozo, you should have plenty of loot capabilities. Mongolia does spot out Sri Lanka down below. Already put in a lot of work on them. How's the nade? Oh. Nice little bounce going for it. Ooh. It would have been good, though. It would have been good.
I like the idea. I like the idea a lot. And a bit of revenge coming through from the fight that Mongolia and Sri Lanka had in that previous game.
Yeah, good call. Okay, so with everything kind of funneling in on the western side of this one, Japan's managed to find a way to kind of sneak in all the way over into the east, coming in a much quieter side. Not as involved. You can see that Japan's now starting to just play for placement in late game, not necessarily going as much on the hunt for kills as we saw in that last game.
Yeah, no, they have to get downstairs at some point, but still inside the circle safely, right? You're finding roulette here on the cross too, so able to get even more points going in this game. India, of course, we saw were on the cusp of that 4th place hunt, and now knowing that New Zealand fell out early, there is a world where India gets something big going here. No kills just yet, but good position in the northern side of the circle.
Oh, it's going to be Setsuna that takes it away. And if you're in the hunt for that 4th place, Indonesia finding more and more kills is a problem.
Yeah, not optimal. Not optimal at all.
They're just doing such a good job of using this high ground, realizing the angles of approach, shutting down any form of movements coming out. Yeah, they did lose Trick, but I mean, Simoy's been just putting in a ton of work on his position. The rest of the squad just making sure to hold down the flanks, open everything up. Malaysia going to have a lot of territory here down to the south that's under their control. We got about 20 more seconds before we see where the next circuit's going to be at. Uh-oh, India kind of walks into an angle, and it's going to be Teddy that actually gets the knock.
It's not to see if Indonesia can claim the point as well. They can, just exactly out of view of Sophia there. As Teddy looks for you. I mean, these rooftops are so incredibly hard to contest. When you can peek over the way that they can, and the person here, it's so hard to dare to make the peek on up.
Well, the circles are starting to abandon them, though, making it a little bit more complicated.
True.
We still have Chinese Taipei that's in the center with Malaysia, trying to fight it out, figure out exactly how they're going to be playing around that. Malaysia holds down about 50% of the circle. The rest of the squad's just kind of clustered in the buildings just to the north of that. Indonesia at least getting some vision on Malaysia. Finally get some damage as well, but it's a bit of a harder shot. I mean, this is elevated down onto somebody else that's also moving down on an incline. And I got to kind of curve those bullets to hit it.
That's true. Curious if Teddy could actually make that jump over. I believe that he can, over on the other roof. Maybe if he gets up on the roof proper up above, he could hop over to the next building should he want to. Sophia still sat here on the southern side, and I'm sure that if you're in New Zealand or a fan of New Zealand, you are kicking yourself not being alive at this point in the game. They were so close to clearing them out as well. They got 3 of them down, but Shen wins that fight, and now they're in absolutely perfect position as Simoy swings the corner. Double barrel straight to the face of Friction.
8 kills and climbing. New Zealand, I think, pissed off Indonesia as they are just on an absolute rampage right now. Feeling nigh unstoppable, but they're kind of getting into the meat of this lobby as it is going to be the next approach that they're going to have to deal with is where Malaysia is set up in defense at.
Exactly, down on that southern side, waiting things out here. And then you have Japan all the way out towards the east. Not really in a hurry to make a move here either. It's actually very northwest, south, and east. And then one team, the Chinese Taipei, is set in the middle. So this next circle shift could be huge for whichever team has to go their way.
Indonesia's at least spotted one, going for a little bit of a jiggle peek here. Not finding too much on the damage side. If anything, Setsuna might just be trying to stall out for movement for the rest of his team, but in the case, was that Molly? It was pretty good on throw, but I like the idea, a bit ambitious.
Look at this circle shift, hardcore favoring Japan. They get to stay over on that east side of the road. Of course, it's not the easiest place to play. All you have is a couple of containers in that fence line there. No proper buildings. I think the warehouse is exactly got to be fitted out. But literally everyone else on that western side, India and Indonesia, will have to make moves.
It feels like it's more favorable right now for Chinese Taipei as well as Malaysia.
Yeah.
Japan's got a little bit of territory to work with, but you can see they're running right up next to that road, and there's not a lot of cover to be had over there. Shin does spot out Setsuna, gets the knock on him, so make it a little bit more complicated for the, I guess, the dominant squad from the west and kind of Indonesia right now. Japan, what are you going to do? You've been kind of maneuvering around to find the best and safest approach into each circle, but there is not one here. You got to deal with Chinese Taipei, you've got to deal with India, or you've got to deal with Malaysia, and that's about it.
The thing is, once they get to the roadside as well, like even if they do get inside circle, they're easily within nade range. And Malaysia, I mean, we didn't get to see the fight between them and New Zealand, but you have to imagine that they've picked up quite a few throwables in the building after that fight came to an end.
There's just not much cover that they have on their approach either. They're just going to have to make a lot more bolder of angle approaches. They know it. Shin's getting punished. Who narrowly survives. They're going to come out. Going to go. Oh, actually, does connect onto Runax. So barely Malaysia holds the defense, but is it enough to push somebody off of the angle? Sophia just instantly takes over that position, denies out any form of approach from Japan.
Yeah, it was just Runax making the play on forward, tried to see if he can get some more space for his team, but the rest of them forced to stay back, isolated by the smokes, and Malaysia able to weather that initial push come through.
Doesn't even have anybody that takes a knock. India in some trouble. As you can see, they're having to deal with Indonesia on top of them. Another kill going over to Indonesia as Chinese Taipei also getting a little bit of vision on what's going to be going on with India on the other side of it. India's still just trying to find some way to get into the circle, but Chinese Taipei's defense has been really, really strong on it. Oh, actually, one did manage to get in right underneath of him.
Yeah, the Indian player is here, but he's been hurt, and I have to imagine that he's going to fall as well. Indeed, he will try to run to the bathroom, but not to be saved. India, though, again, able to make it into the top 5. Good on them, but look at the teams we have up here. The strong go stronger. As you can see, Chinese Taipei, Malaysia, Japan, and Indonesia, the 4 teams trying to run away with it all.
Oh, man. New Zealand just sitting here and watching this stack up more and more. Indonesia, 9 kills. Potential for even more on it. New Zealand finally touched that 4th place position, and it is instantly just stolen from them. Well, exactly what you're talking about. Everybody that's presently in the top 4, in this top 4, with the opportunity to find even more points, making it that much harder to try to catch up.
Yeah, what do you do from here? Hope, I guess, that Indonesia, the first one's eliminated. And hopefully, with that, no kills extra coming their way. This, though, it's going to be a stall for a bit, at least. I don't think anyone's going to make a move until they're absolutely forced to. So, for the time being, we're going to be chilling, waiting this one out. Maybe see if you can get some sneaky angles. Loon up on the roof of the arena. We'll try and see if you can get something. Is there a Dorito up on the arena roof as well?
I don't know. I saw a little bit of what you were talking about up there. But Indonesia is not inside the circle. Blue zone's coming in back behind them. They've got to go, and there is no cover to be had.
Wow.
So it's going to be one side of it. Malaysia sets up the trap perfectly. Satsuna the last one up. Satsuna at least gets the knock onto Shin, but where do you go after this? At least a little bit of damage onto Malaysia. Everybody just trying to exploit. Chinese Taipei is going to love it. Satsuna looks like he's trying to find a little bit more on the outside of all of this. Is up Chin, going to go down Chin.
Can't quite get Shin back on his feet. Lovely play from Satsuna to try and take him out, but he's on his own now. He's in the blue, tanking damage by the second. Will he just be denying this in the end of it? Yes, he will. Indonesia does get eliminated, so I guess the hopes of New Zealand stay alive. Not optimal, of course, but better than what could have happened.
Japan trying to exploit this moment where they saw Malaysia take a couple of knocks, running in very quickly right on top of this. They know that they can kind of pick up. This is where I believe Runax went down at. So, they know where their backstab position. Malaysia's going to be setting up the defense on the backside of it. Good spray comes out. Easy pickup, but that's going to be very quickly countered. There's a lot of players on that angle. Japan going for the peaks. Back onto Malaysia. At least gets a flush onto Sophia, and that's going to open up more movement for Chinese Taipei as Japan now has to figure out which angle of approach do they want to go for.
I was just going to say, Kay, you have two nades and a molly. Would have loved to seen him use some of that util there in this angle. He knew he had them all kind of trapped behind the building for a second, but not quite to be more than that. We'll get the heal on off. Nice med kit to get him up to full health as Japan now trying to make the push further forward. Final circle closing on in.
Okay, Malaysia outside, smokes down. Japan so close. Chinese Taipei at range, but it is going to be going against a knock onto Jing. Kind of bouncing between it all. Japan making an enemy of everybody, but that also provides an opportunity for them to take down everyone. Kane playing it around. He's going to go down. Jing on one side of it. Going to have to go be careful. He's already been knocked on this up chin. Dealing with everybody in Japan right up on top of him. One player still up. Gonna go blue zone nades. Nades on top of him. And there you go. Japan is eliminated. Malaysia at 10 kills. Running forward. 2 still up.
Yeah. Easy push now come through here. They find the first one. Really clinical playing from Chinese Taipei here. Not taking any big chances. They know that they could have gotten more kills had they wanted to go a bit more aggressive, but no reason to risk it here. They want to do it clean, and they do so here as well. Chinese Taipei, 8 kills and a win in the tough game here in El Poso.
I just want to give a shout out to Shin. I think that I saw that right where he had like almost all of the kills for his team. Absolutely popping off. Yeah, 8 kills in one game. That is a banger game coming out from Shin.
That's the Shin that we know. That is the Shin that we know. He's on one of the better rosters in China for a reason. Playing for 4 AM on a daily basis and showing us here what he's made of.
Okay, so, I mean, looking at this, it all comes down to the 4th place position, right? How much did Indonesia get inside that last game, and is it enough to shut the door back behind themselves with 2 games left?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky. I mean, 4 placement points, of course, guaranteed, given the fact that, well, they finished in 4th. But outside of that, I'm not sure. I think the kill count was at, what, 4, 5? So,
Indonesia? No, I think they had way more than that. I think they were...
It was more than that? Okay, never mind then. I take that back. Well, I stand corrected. They had even more kills. I didn't catch that in the end of it. But yeah, for sure, a tall order for New Zealand. All you can think if you're New Zealand right now is going, oh, I would just survive that Malaysia push. This would have been the game where we turned the whole thing around.
Especially given the fact that they had such a great position at the start. They also had a way to kind of leapfrog in, but there was a gamble push from that hillside into the Malaysian defensive line. Where else can you really go whenever you look at it? Is so many factors to look at as we move forward. 2 games now remaining. Who are going to be our top 4 that managed to make it to the grand final? We'll find out soon. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Sending it center very fast on Malaysia. Hands are fouled up already. Pops doesn't quite hit as much as he wants. Bosto coming in. Runex takes a lot of damage. Doesn't get the knock. One of Bangladesh players. Contract. Nowhere for him to really go. Much more easy. It's going to be right on top of Chinese Taipei. Bangladesh is going to kind of run through the whole thing. And Indonesia going to find Dead Blast, get the knock on land inside the city. And El Poso should have plenty of loot capabilities. Mongolia does spot out Sri Lanka down below. Already put in a lot of work on him. How's the nade? They know where their backstab position is going to be setting up. Vince on the backside of it. Good spray comes out. Easy pickup, but that's going to be very quickly countered. There's a lot of players on that angle. Japan going for the pickup on top, and one player still up. Going to go through zone nades. Nades on top of him, and there you go. Japan is eliminated. Malaysia at 10 kills, running forward. 2 still up.
Yeah, easy push now come through here despite the first one. They're not taking any big chances. They know they could have got more kills and they wanted to go a bit more aggressive. They don't need to risk it here. They want to do it clean, and they do.
You're the core of all my craving, the chord that I just resonate with. I'd rather die than let it fade out. 'Cause you make my night a little brighter, the heavy days a little lighter. I'll be with you down to the wire. You are the spark to my fire.
Indonesia drops a banger whenever they needed it. New Zealand now just watching to see how many points, and that's really what my whole inspiration for what we're looking at here right now is how many points did Indonesia manage to pick up in that last round, because it felt like it was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, placement points alone is going to set them up quite niftily, because I don't think New Zealand got a whole lot of kills to boot in that game either. No, just one. A single kill, despite them actually taking shots at a lot of players around them. Indonesia, as you can see there, 9, as you were saying. I mean, I was completely wrong on that one. Almost double digit for Indonesia. Great game for them.
So that's going to put us at, what, an 11-point differential going into this last round. Overall scoreboards, but big game for Chinese Taipei. Malaysia, of course, we were having expectations for them, and Japan, so still holding down the top. And there you go. It is Chinese Taipei, Japan, Malaysia, Indonesia back into that 4th place position. And yes, 11 points down into New Zealand, and now 9 points back behind that is going to be India.
Yeah, yet another game where India actually got a little bit going. Not too much, but there is... do we want to give it to them? 2 games, 20 points. Are they a contestant, or do we write them out?
I haven't seen India get a 20-point banger yet, though. That's kind of the thing about it.
They just need 2 10-point bangers, and I guess Indonesia and New Zealand to do nothing.
That's the bigger problem. Is like it's not the fact that I don't think that India can't do it. They just haven't shown me that they can do it yet. Mathematically, there is a world where it can be accomplished, but they play for such a placement play style. They need to get a big kill game, and at least 2 of them in order to try to catch up. And it is possible, but they just need to realize, hey, guys, 6th place doesn't get you anything. Go kill some stuff. What's the worst that happens?
That is true. I mean, that's true for all the teams that are currently outside the leaderboard. Oh, sorry, outside the top 4. Is the fact that it doesn't matter that, oh, but at least we finished in 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th or 9th for that matter. No, I mean, you might as well go risk it all. You know, put all the chips in, especially for the final game. But even now, I mean, go risk it all. If you're Bangladesh, if you're Sri Lanka, Mongolia, just go out and see what you can get done by going hyper aggressive. If you've been too passive, or the other way around, if that's been the case.
So what we're looking at now is Indonesia just has to stay alive. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a little bit more of a passive play style. If they can find some kills, great. But I mean, it's not like they're really trying to catch Malaysia. They're just trying to avoid New Zealand being able to catch up. New Zealand, on the other side of that, now has to start playing a really big mind game with themselves. They're having to put themselves in survival positions where they can also get high kill counts. That's been the name of the game. They have set that up and they established it. Even that last game, we saw a good defensive position early game that got them some kills, but they need to make sure that they stretch into the later stages as well and have to have Indonesia go down. These are the only ways that New Zealand can manage to make it happen.
So question now becomes, I mean, I kind of alluded to it in the previous game, but obviously we didn't really get to see a lot of that because the game just so quickly shifted us into El Pozo. But does New Zealand now actively go out and try and take the fight to Indonesia? Or do they try and, you know, kind of continue what they have been doing so far and trying to stay put throughout the early and mid game?
I don't know. Like, there is a world we're going for a hot drop, or technically I like to call them trap drops, you know, where you just kind of drop along a path that you're expecting. You know where they're going to be dropping at, so you drop kind of like in a line to the circle and then try to catch them on the rotate. I always find those to be more successful than hot drops themselves, but there is also something to be said for a hot drop, you know, and going for it. New Zealand, I don't know. I feel like New Zealand knows that they have the firefight capabilities. It's just, do they exploit it, or do they even just start going after, I don't know, maybe a hot drop onto somebody like Sri Lanka or Bangladesh or somebody else like that that's hasn't proven the fact that they can really go for capabilities to handle a hot drop or a trap.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Go out and see if you can farm some points on some of the teams that are struggling in the tournament. Will that be the case or not? Well, we are about to find out as we get arguably one of the most vertical planes you could possibly have in a straight north to south one here, going right over Neox factory.
Okay, well, we've been kind of seeing a little bit of dance around center, I think, on yesterday whenever we were watching the Americas. Yeah, kind of a bait and switch around test track, Neox Factory, as that has been prone to do. But I think at the start of yesterday, whenever we were in this region, we went over kind of close to Jijina City. Kind of teased us with the opportunity of it. So as long as it moves away from test track at some point, I'll be pretty much fine, as we've been getting a lot more variations on this map.
I do like it. I do like it. Of course, the change of lane ratio and all does help a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see if we get something spicy here on the final rondo of the APEC qualifiers. Will we get something cool, or will it be straightforward as can be? For those of you guys tuning in late, TLDR, look out for Indonesia and New Zealand, because those two are really the main teams to stir pots right now, as we get once again hot drop between Sri Lanka and Mongolia.
Going for a fancy drop. Chama's just trying to find a vehicle, not a vehicle, a weapon on the inside of this one, and right off the start, Mongolia is going to find Dissa down and flushed.
Yeah, not the greatest start. This had a hard enough time connecting to the server, now getting booted off it before even making landfall.
Okay, it looks like Mongolia knows exactly where Sri Lanka is going to be. Come in, got yourself some SMGs. It's shotties on the other side galore. Rulik goes for the shot on one, runs right up. Ooh. That is an aggressive play coming up from Answer.
It's not too bad. Not too bad. Nice turnaround there, and now just the one left alive. Answers. Roulette goes down to low HP, but keeping all four in it, and with that crouch around the corner, Ling finds the last, and that's Sri Lanka eliminated. That's going to be the quickest elimination we've had in the APEC altogether.
Under 2 minutes, it's going to be one of the fastest ones you can get just in general. It is. Once you count, because you have to count in the plane path for that as well. So that's true. Plane path, landing, and a firefight, all within 2 minutes.
That's true. Good job on them to get it done, and swiftly. As we now move on, one team out, but of course that's also then more, or well, potential points that the rest of the server don't really get to take part in.
Yeah, I need to kind of get a glimpse of what's going on with the circle and where the teams have kind of opted in playing. Most notably, our two big factors that we're looking at in Indonesia as well as New Zealand. Here we go. Indonesia is going to be over into the west. We do kind of get an eastern lay on the circle. Japan's going to be around Jijina City and everything else like that. But New Zealand, pretty close to Indonesia.
Just go into the city for the memes. Just hard shift south, southeast 4 times in a row.
Do it.
I
Hard
would like
shifts
to see it.
in PUBG this year? No, never.
Yeah, there has been quite a few of them. We'll see if they continue. So Bangladesh, I mean, they know what they need to do. And it's pretty simple. Well, in saying it, it's pretty simple. Just get a boatload of points. Execution of it, though, not as easy.
Looks like New Zealand's just going to opt into playing their strategy. Try to go for whatever they can find as it becomes available. Whenever we get more of these eastern set circles, I kind of mentioned it whenever we saw it yesterday, but kind of a reminder that there is the river that comes in from Jadina, runs up alongside that section of the map, kind of creates a 50-50 division point that a lot of teams have to play for. Also creates a couple of funnel points whenever we see all the lakes and rivers that happen over there. So you kind of end up with the area that's north of Jadina City as a, I don't want to say an island, but that's the easiest way to imagine it. A lot of verticality that comes into play over there. And it moves into a much more open area the further we move west. Just very flat and very centered.
Not easy to play around at all. As, Malaysia, we'll see how aggressive they up to go. I feel like they have been... I mean, they've always been aggressive through the tournament, but I feel like over the last couple of games, they've been even more so playing aggressive. It's not just been Shen, you know, going out and see what he can do, but the team has kind of been with him in running down opponents.
Indonesia, this is where rotates are the biggest thing to look at. I believe that Malaysia was the squad that was directly in front of Indonesia and was the gatekeeper, and they were kind of the kingmakers in that last one as well, holding back New Zealand on their push, surviving with just Shin, the last one up. That was a neck-and-neck firefight, so they might be another deciding factor inside of this game as Chinese Taipei looks like they're just going to go ahead and find themselves a very strong point to play from pretty early in this.
Definitely. Everyone's going hard east on this. As Malaysia, I mean, there's only so many crossing points that are safe. You have to have obviously the big road that they're making their way towards now, but they're actually going even further south with the way the river is splitting everything. Makes it a bit hard to traverse safely, and seems like Malaysia might be sticking around here, maybe just waiting for everyone to get grouped up before they start going. I was thinking maybe they sit here and wait for teams to come past.
There's a lot of strength to be had in this compounds that kind of lead into the river itself. You've got the hillside if you need to kind of actually like retreat. Remember, there's also a couple of footpaths that lead out from here. So yeah, I was going to say, if you take a bit of a 2-2 split, you're going to get lot control over this the Western Territory, and also kind of get some supervision on what's going to be going on. You can see how the two rivers now create that funnel point just to the north of Malaysia. So we're going to be kind of squads taking each independent side. We did see New Zealand look like they might be cutting for the exact same buildings, the exact same split that Malaysia's holding.
So now Attic, does he realize Xiaofeng sat right on the other side of him? Or maybe they don't have to worry about it at all because he is leaving the building. So they get to scout further forward, get to claim the buildings. New Zealand now on our screens trying to make their way inside the circle here as well. As they too have got quite a decent amount of space to play around.
We've seen them make some desperation sins just to try to make something happen. They're coming into this one very quiet. Remember, with this more, I guess, empty lobby, whenever we don't have it entirely filled up with a normal 16, you're just kind of starting to get in your own head. You're playing TPP, you're coming in, you don't know exactly where everybody's going to be set up at, really where it's going to be moving. Looks like Nikos is going to be getting closer and closer to the Malaysian line of defense. Indonesia has gone for a much safer wrap, very far to the north, expecting nobody to really be up there.
Yeah.
So more vulnerabilities on approaches. You can see on the mini-map, Malaysia, New Zealand right next to each other.
Definitely. Would be huge if New Zealand could start off this game with some kills. But of course, to throw one of the toughest competitions in all of the lobby at them, that might not make things a whole lot easier. Nikos now, few shots fired, reveals his position, will have to fall back to safety. Maybe it's a bit of a bait though. As you can see here, he takes a couple of shots, gets back into his cars, and his teammates were actually there in position to take shots at anyone, kind of taking the bait, but couldn't quite connect.
New Zealand was hoping the fact that they could get some information. In a lobby like this, where there's some variations in the strength of the lobby, getting a knock can tell you a lot. Tell you if you want to go for the push onto it or if you just want to leave it alone. There's a lot of metagaming that comes into paying attention to the kill feed in that way. Malaysia, though, just doing enough to survive. And that might be enough to deter New Zealand because they don't want to make a blind push against an opponent that they don't know exactly who it's going to be, where they're set up, and how much of a separation could be in play. But if they do realize that Malaysia is in this 2-2 split, they might play it a little bit more aggressive. Instead, it looks like Nikos has gone a foothold position. Indonesia now going for this far northern wrap, if they continue to go centered up, could actually put them in a more clustered position with more enemies around them.
Potentially have, and you can see here Malaysia and New Zealand just kind of leapfrogging each other, both trying to wrap south around on this. It's only them two teams that are still sat on the western side of the river. The remaining 6 have all decided to go east. Now, of course, it could still swing west. There's no guarantees that it's going to stay on the eastern side of the water, so we'll see. Just about 10 seconds time whether the 2 teams here got it right, or whether the 6 sat on the other were the ones to get it correctly.
Curious to see where Indonesia's going to stop off. Is hopefully we get to see the new circle pop and where it's going to go, and it stays pretty much along the river face and keeping just a smidgen of the west in play. Indonesia's got to make the run down. That means that there is capabilities for kills. I think it's Bangladesh on one side of them, but it is Chinese Taipei going to be gatekeeping on the other. That is a gamble on rotation if I've ever seen it.
Oh yeah, it's going to be narrow, that's for sure. It's Japan now. Safely towards the north, we'll play this one in rather slowly. They don't really have any threats in the nearby vicinity, at least not for the time being. But here they are, as you were saying, Indonesia on the run. Trying to see if they can wrap around the opponents sat just on their south side and get into the circle first. But seems like they too are slowing things down a little bit, taking a detour. Maybe Teddy just needs some gas. Is that what it is? I think it is.
Might be. Got to keep an eye on Indonesia as they're going, because their whole strategy is just going to be playing as safe as possible. They're not going to be going for kills. If they present themselves or if somebody crashes into them, of course they're going to be taking it. But they just want to play safe. They want to keep as many players up and active as they can. But Chinese Taipei is mirroring the movement. They know that this, like, if you look at the circle, the way it's set, that hillside has a massive drop down over into the east. And Chinese Taipei wants to use the strength of that to make sure that they have just a bulldog position. It's pretty much a coastal front, and that means Indonesia wanted it as well. Couple of shots. Did it turn them off a point? But with the steep incline, it might be Trick making it away.
Oh, Trick living with the scare there. Option would have had that flush or that knock. 9 out of 10. As far as we've seen in this tournament so far, he has been really good with those sprays. But this time around, the Pico bus keeps Trick alive, and they now get to run back to safety. It was a nice attempt of a setup there from Chinese Taipei, but just didn't quite work out.
Japan, Yungu got that under control, feeling good. I mean, I'm kind of curious as well what's going to be going on in the west here just a bit, but take a couple of pot shots. I don't know if anybody was over there or not. I didn't see him, but I'm going to say that Goni's eyes are probably better than mine.
Just training, you know. Was it a rock? Oh no, I'm not sure. Well, in any case, a couple of bullets fired. No, never going to hurt nobody. Indonesia, in the meantime, now trying to go back the other way, but look at this. Chinese Taipei, they're on the hunt.
They are.
They're actually leaving the circle to chase them.
Chinese Taipei doesn't really know who this is going to be. They just want kills, and they feel like they can get whatever they want. This is just ballsy plays. You're just essentially whipping it out and putting it down on the lobby right now, doing something like this. Chasing around somebody on the outside, but Loon is got to be careful with it. 2 knocks already. Indonesia in a ton of trouble. Chinese Taipei just bullying whatever they can find.
Oh, they are making this look easy. Found the first 2 quickly. There's that one as well. Loon able to get him down, and now there's just 1 more left alive. And if you're a New Zealand fan right now, you are cheering as loud as you possibly can. Just Setsuna left alive, and that is a 0-point game. You know what, actually make it a 1-point game. They do get 1 placement point, but still, that is the best possible outcome that New Zealand could have hoped for here.
Malaysia absolutely ruining New Zealand in the last one, and it's going to be Chinese Taipei absolutely ruining Indonesia this one. See how this continues. Remember that we still have New Zealand as well as Malaysia right next to each other. Kane, don't peek that. Abdi, great shot.
Sit down. Yeah, nice shot. Come through there. Kane. A little bit of a headache, maybe. Moving forward, we'll be able to get back in the game. I think there won't be a push off of that, because it was actually quite a distance to it. So, good shot coming through. And Kane learns a valuable lesson. Don't peek the same window that many times in a row when you're up against a Baldy.
Yeah. I mean, I've never made that mistake before. Multiple times inside the same
and
game.
Never to do it. Yeah, exactly.
No. I'm going to get him this guy. This time I'm going to get him. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I know all of the advice to give because I watch it so much and talk to all the players, but then it comes to the heat of the moment and I still just do the dumb thing.
Don't we all? Well, Malaysia, they've been sat on this northwestern side of the circle for a while now. They've been tracking the Bangladesh rotation. I don't think they know that it is Bangladesh, but as you can see here, I mean, they're just waiting for them to make their way on in.
Yeah, they don't. I don't know if they know exactly who this is, but they'll take whatever they can get over here. And this is, again, strong squads just living their best life. They can do whatever they want. And the squads that are in the hunt trying to find something or at least get some moral victories for them and their country are going to have to contend with squads that are just like, no, everything is mine. Sophia aggressively moving into position, and yep, Malaysia's going to have this area completely under control, just standing out on top of hills, no fear.
No fear at all. Chinese Taipei, though, if there's any team that could insert some fear in the heart and soul of the Malaysian team, then maybe it's Chinese Taipei trying to make their way on over here. A little part of the action as Japan. They did manage to get Keen back on his feet, and they will now take the fight here. Oh, I mean, they're just driving straight through the split of Japan. Very, very bold move with literally no info to work with.
They don't have a choice. Chinese Taipei is on the other side, converging onto that area where Malaysia's at, like you're talking about. So Bangladesh, well read, saying, okay, well, we can't go that way, we can't go this way, runs right through the gauntlet that Japan has set up. And, I mean, that's a victory in and of itself, just surviving with these three squads all trying to continue at the same time.
Yeah. See if Chinese Taipei, now they've left their vehicles up to fully aggress on foot here, or if they go back to the cars and just kind of pull up on this. I wouldn't be too surprised with them going fully aggressive with the first knock come through. They would love to see a knock going the other way as well. If there's one down on each team, that usually is the go sign for any third-party engagement. But so far, they're still holding back.
Well, Japan's been hearing the firefights that have been happening to the north. They don't want to surrender this very strong position. Got Malaysia taking shots specifically like right next to them, so they know that there's more action. It looks like the circle did pop a bit more down to the south. If we can see kind of the map here in just 1 second, I'm very curious on where New Zealand has made their move to.
Same here. It's just the southern side of Yonggu. As you can see, shots now being fired from Japan, tracking this Malaysia rotation. MT and the guys wrapping east around, and they're going to be going straight into Chinese Taipei in just a moment. Look at this, Shen, going forward. They're going right after one another. He's hunting this, but he does not know who's driving in behind. Okay,
everybody
finds one. Second one going down. Gordy now gets one in return. Malaysia is surely pulling up on this.
Just running right through the thick of everything. Are they going to stop off? At least try to be careful. Empty taking a lot of damage, but it is going to be everybody at the top of the lobby pretty much now getting involved in this. Japan has one of their players down. Kane takes a ton of damage. Malaysia on one side of it. Chinese Taipei on the other. Looks like Malaysia is just going to continue to go for the hillside. Leaves Japan to deal with Chinese Taipei.
And everyone taking casualties off of this. I think Chinese Taipei thought they had a pretty straightforward rotation coming in. Little did they know there was a full-speed Malaysian team coming in from the north side, making it very difficult for them to really do anything. And now we find ourselves in a really clustered situation. India shooting at Malaysia. New Zealand immediately after takes out India players. Now you have Japan taking the fight continuously to Chinese Taipei as well. Everyone is fighting just like that.
India's gotten pulled apart in a lot of different directions. They've got to deal with New Zealand one side. Bangladesh, you can see that was trying to make their rotate. Sans is going to find one. Wants to secure the flush. They know every single point matters right now. So New Zealand with an opportunity on approach. They've got the southwestern area under control. It's going to be India that's going to be the team that's going to be closest to them in front. Bangladesh up into the north.
And with Indonesia eliminated early on in this game, New Zealand knows that they need to make something of this. There's only 2 games left to play in this one. New Zealand needs big points in this match. Only 2 teams eliminated so far, but a lot available for them to claim.
It's like Sun's going to start trying to go for a bit more of a regroup. India realizing that they've got a lot of threats just enclosing on them. The split might be a little bit hazardous. They've got to absolutely unload against some of the best in the lobby right now to just keep their survival. Chinese Taipei now getting back involved. Hikerman does get the knock on the friction, but Upchin runs right up next to Sophia, gets the flush on him as well.
Chinese Taipei out of this one. Malaysia soon to fall as well. In the meantime, Japan is shooting at literally everything they can see. Bangladesh prone on the backside of the wall as Kane runs on up. Oh, does he go back for the mortar? We saw some incredible mortar shots from Runax yesterday. Let's see if maybe Kane has it in him to get something done here too.
Shin trying to get AJ back up. They're pretty centered in the circle, but that puts them in a focal point of a lot of different teams' eyes. Goalie on the outside of it, just kind of listening to the firefight going on with everything just a little bit to their west. Got control over that. Circle pops. Japan's going to be right on the edge of it. It means that Bangladesh has got to move. New Zealand's going to be right on the edge down to the southwest.
Such a tricky open circle. You have the crossroads right in the middle of it as well. New Zealand sat with full control at the southwest for the time being. They would really want to be able to maintain that. Only one kill so far. Everything's going to take place in the north northeast. Envision of any opponent to drop. While the SK now does get the ball to run in. Able to find the first one. Let's see if they can get more with it here.
New Zealand just keeps getting knocks, and they just keep getting taken away over and over again. Cannot find a kill. They've got territory control, but it's all just these rampaging squads, these top 3 that just don't care right now. They're fighting tooth and nail for whatever they want to take, and New Zealand keeps putting in work, but it's all just being stolen over and over again.
And you know what? In the end of it, it could very well be the deciding factor in whether or not they qualify to the main event.
True.
Because it most likely won't be more than a couple of points separating them and Indonesia. And that's when you start looking back. Was there any point in the tournament at which we could have gotten 1 or 2 more points? And for their sakes, oh my, there were quite a few.
Okay, eyes on to Japan, who now has to move into the circle. Bangladesh, other side. Bangladesh, if they come straight down, they're going to have to deal with a couple of remnant squads as well as New Zealand. Japan, if they come straight down, they're going to have to deal with, I believe it was Mongolia in position. Instead, though, they've got eyes on more kill points, and eliminations in front of them is going to be Bangladesh. Bangladesh can't really move into circle the way that they want to due to the way that Japan's got this containing angle set up, and I believe it's a Malaysian player as well. But Goni spotted out the Malaysian player, or at least has an idea on where he's at and is on the hunt.
I mean, Japan tanking phase 5 to get these kills seems a little overzealous to me, especially knowing that there's still Malaysian players set on the inside of the circle. And I like the fact that they are now, in fact, giving up that position. No reason to say their boundaries there in the blue and potentially lose players for no good reason. As Kane, of course, takes 1 more. Why not make matters even worse for New Zealand?
New Zealand, this is tilt right here. This is what tilt is made of, is every single time you're like, here's a point. Nope. Yoinked away from time and time again. Kane spots out and does manage to take down Shin. So Malaysia in a little bit more trouble. Kane goes down, though. It's going to be Said that gets a knock onto him. Finally, Bangladesh getting some vision.
Getting a little bit going here, but not for much longer. Sands takes him down, and that's Bangladesh now eliminated. Placement points, of course, continuously being racked up for New Zealand as they try to close the gap. What was it? 11 points at the start of the game, and it's only a 1-point endeavor for Indonesia. So already climbing on up here now, 10 points behind.
Right, New Zealand still 4 up. Been pumping out a lot of damage. Malaysia's only got AJ, the last one, up right now, and as he's gonna, looks like New Zealand has decided that they might go for the wrap onto Japan. This is a play realizing the fact that, okay, it's time to go for kills. 5 teams up, 16 alive. Means the fact that there's only 12 other people that we really have to contend with. Japan, though, has been on an absolute rampage over here into the north, stacking up a lot of kills, but New Zealand's been going for a lot of the damage. Japan's been taking a lot of their kills away. Maybe it is vengeance that they're going back for, but with the way the circle's set, I don't know if how much they really want to go for it.
Circle shifts straight south, and look, Matcham, at who is at the very heart of it. India. We said, can they do it? Well, you know what? I don't know if they can, but this is going to be the best opportunity they're going to get. Let's put it that way.
Japan knows exactly where this last solo is, and kind of bounces out. Covey does a little bit of work. It's trying to do some pull there, get him in the corner pocket, but can't quite get it. And you can see Japan doesn't want to overpeak this. They know that New Zealand will exploit it, so it means a little bit more utility now having to be expended. Or do they think that nobody was there?
Yeah, I was going to say, now they didn't get a kill there. No reaction. Oh, he just saw something being thrown out from there. Okay, well, because I was going to say, maybe actually there's a world where they don't check that at all, but now they definitely know.
All right, keen to see how
though.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of those overpeak on angles. New Zealand won some more. It is Japan finding yet another kill while New Zealand is just watching on the outside.
5 kills for Kane. Solid performance from him in this match. As New Zealand now, I mean, again, they've got to start getting a bit more aggressive on this. Placement points are great, don't get me wrong, but with how they're currently positioned, they're not getting to be part of the action anywhere, and when they finally do, those points get stolen.
I'm going to give a shout out to New Zealand and Indonesia both for making this competitive back and forth, keeping me right on the edge of my seat. India's got the circle. That's what they wanted. It's the way that they like to live their life. And everybody else fighting around the outside, so that way they don't have to get involved. Another thing that they love about everything. Mongolia, though, 4 kills, finding some action and finding the circle. Really, it's just about how does Japan and New Zealand want to work around this, because India's compound, I believe, has a hillside leading into the west. Makes it a little bit more complicated for New Zealand to deal with. Yeah, you can see it right there.
Yeah, India can't really do a whole lot from inside the building outside of just looking east. And, well, Mongolia is in a nice dip down here, so they don't have to overpeak, and they're already inside circle, too. So most likely they're going to be waiting this one out and wait and see if the next circle favors them to the east, or if they're going to have to make a move towards the west. So it's really only, I mean, outside of New Zealand, obviously being on the hillside here, too, it's Japan that has deflecting opportunities up on that northern side with both the hill on the east and the west.
Well, New Zealand's also in an awkward spot for what they're wanting to try to accomplish. Oh, mortar. Okay, got to get out of that. That is not going to feel too good. New Zealand wants kills. You can see the way that they're playing it. But with the way that this hillside leading into India's position works, that's so hard to get from where they're at. They can maybe take shots at India, but if they, not India, but at Japan, if they do, India's going to pounce on the back of them. If they go for India, Japan's going to pounce them. That doesn't feel good. If they go all the way across the circle, try to go after Mongolia, that means that India and Japan can both take shots at them. So they're just kind of trapped here until some other firefight really starts to break out.
And of course, for Mongolia, the worst thing happens. Circle hard shifts west. But on the flip side of that coin, New Zealand very pleased with being able to stay in this position. They get to stay in this circle. It's almost as if the game wants this to be as close as can be for the final game to come.
Secondary benefit is they also do have India as a buffer in front of them. So essentially, they have a full squad that's defending them, and nobody wants to make any type of gamble rotate onto them. So with the way that this new circle's popped, Mongolia and Japan have some hard decisions, and it's going to be pretty much go after the high ground that New Zealand's playing with longer reps, or just go for the compound and push straight in. And with both Japan and Mongolia trying to figure out how they want to eye around this, it's going to be pretty awkward. Japan also still has the capability to kind of dig in a bit further forward, but with the mortars constantly raining down, it's opening up a couple more cover point potential for them.
Make things any easier that deep. Boldy still in hand. Looks to get even more here. Mongolia, 4 kills so far. All 4 players still alive. It's been a very respectable game for them. To this point, issue is they are the ones and almost the only ones to now have to make a move. Last mortar has been lopped on over. What can we do with this rotation coming up?
Okay, starting to set in vehicles. They make sure you get everything good to go. Got smoke launcher ready. That kind of indicates that they might be going for India and making a push right onto the compound. Oh, Japan's got a great side angle onto it, but Sands at least manages to pick up the flush. Other side on it, where's the rotate coming? Yep, it is right into the face of India. Pushes right into the compound. Smoke's going to be down. India taking a lot of damage, but Snipe Hall on the wall. Got himself a Panzerfaust and a couple of nades. They are fully equipped and ready to go. Oh, the Panzerfaust connects onto the wall. That hurts.
Yeah, not the best play considering how much util he had to work with. Maybe throw some of it a bit early to try and deny them the push on through, but had to back off, get inside the gymnasium. As Rice now still sat outside, try to defend here, but India just having a hard time getting anything going at all.
I mean, okay, and India just full retreat. New Zealand's like they're going to be wrapping to the south to see if they can get some of these kills on the Mongolian approach. Other side of it, India does connect. Unforgiven gets the knock onto Kane. So Japan's defense along this wall a little bit harder as India's just having to hold too many different angles. Now having New Zealand on the other side, they realize it's everybody versus them. Every single angle of approach is got a squad on it, and India is just right in the middle of it in this little building, hoping the fact that instead they decide to feast on each other.
Yeah, defend the museum, defend the gymnasium at all costs is what India is trying to do right now. Feeling the hurt from literally every single angle as New Zealand closing in on the south side will be rewarded with a crate as well. Should they opt to go for it? I don't know if they dare make that run on up. Seems like Japan has a pretty good cross angle.
Slow back down the pace.
Though, this is huge.
It's what this is all about. New Zealand has to come forward a little bit further. Japan knows it, so they're waiting to see if maybe they can catch somebody on the cross. Not too much else. Runex, I think, might be taking mortar shots and New Zealand in phase number 8. Sure, why not? Live your best life.
Force them to run around in the open, see if you can do something. The only downside is all these mortars not connecting. It's just granting New Zealand dips to play in.
Yeah, dead on correct. As New Zealand has a pretty decent hold on the circle now that we've kind of got an idea on how it's going to set. Means that all 3 of these squads that are stacked on top of each other are going to have to firefight and maybe walk out. New Zealand's points opportunity is starting to climb as it feels like they have a pretty good linchpin position to secure a victory unless everybody else in the lobby decides to spin back after them. You have to feel, though, that Japan is going to be going after India or Mongolia first, just due to the way that this is all set. Japan, though, is starting to make more of a play on this side of the wall, does put them at sight lines against New Zealand instead.
Yeah, Yeah, Happy has managed to bring his bolt all the way to phase 8. We'll see if how long he commits to using that rather than just spraying. As Mongolia does start the run on out into the open. Sans is prone out here. Actually with a great angle towards Japan, but they too can see him.
Looks like the focus for New Zealand is going to be on Mongolia first. That means that Sans is isolated over here, having to deal with a very hungry squad in Japan. Ackerman does manage to find a lot. Nico's also finding some more of what's going to be going on with Mongolia. And think of it, I think they only have one left. Make it none, and that's going to be New Zealand finding them all. India got a Panzerfaust ready and eyes on to Japan's positioning. It's going to be no! Kane actually pops off, gets one on a snipe hole. India instantly eliminated Japan at 9 kills, but has Runex down.
7 kills for Kane, looking to make it even more. Finds one in the open, going the one to find Heikeman in the end of that one. So a 4v3, it gets reset for a bit. The rest of the New Zealand players are not in position to really help up close, but Sans doesn't need to be up close. He fights from more at a distance.
Just trying to change up the pacing and the control. New Zealand finding more and more kills, making it in the later stages, starting to close that gap onto Indonesia's position. Linksy moving a little bit further forward. The blue zone gets the knock onto Runex. That's another one dropping, and Japan starting to have a couple of counter knocks. Nikos is going to go down. Break point position for Linksy's going to be strong. He goes down. No, Japan finding the angles.
Just one more left behind. It's 1v2. Sans up the backside of it. Finds the first one now. 1 versus 1. Kane, can he do it? 7 kills already in this game. If New Zealand can win this match, that would be huge and probably rocket them into 4th place once more. Do you actually go for the rest here? Are you mad enough to go for it? It seems like you will. There's a flash in the hand of Sans, and he's making the run on forward.
Oh, playing around. There's a loot crate just right in the middle, providing all the cover. Wants to secure at least that one more point. 15 bullets is all he's got left to work with. Japan manages to take it. Big climb coming up for New Zealand, though. But Japan with 13 kills and a victory for 23 points. Amazing game.
What an incredible finish for Japan here. Insane end to that game. 13 kills. They got a win today already. A 3rd place in the previous game and now a win again. Really, really incredible effort. New Zealand as well did everything they could in that one. 8 kills. 2nd place for them will be enough to surpass Indonesia, making it really, really close coming into that final game, Matrim.
Oh, man, this is going to be a nail-biter. Indonesia going out with nothing. New Zealand finding 8 kills, managing to make it in the very tail end. I don't know. I don't remember what the point differential between them was because it's going to be dicey back behind it. Japan also having this big of a come-up is going to actually kind of affect what's going on with the top 3 as well.
Oh, big time, big time. I do believe that they might be so far ahead, those 3 teams, that they might all be in, you know, just safe coming into the final game. But regardless, I mean, they're definitely eyeing that 1st place spot overall.
So, the question now comes in. Indonesia, New Zealand, they've been rotating 0 outs. Is it now New Zealand's turn? Can both teams manage to make it in the later stages? Nail-biting between the two as this has been absolutely crazy. We're going to take a quick break, get everything set, and make sure you stay tuned because this last game is going to be nuts. It's Shotties on the other side of the wall. Rulik goes for shot on 1, runs right up. That is an aggressive play coming up from Anson.
Too bad. Nice turn 1 left alive. Anson, but keeping all 4 in it and toward that crouch around.
Is mirroring the movement. They notice this, like if you look at the sort of ton of trouble. Chinese Taipei just bullying whatever they can find.
Some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want some of that make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff.
Mongolian thinking I think they only have one left. Make it. Panzerfaust ready and eyes on to Japan's position.
Some of that make me dance.
Counter knocks. Nikos is going to go down. Playing around. There's a loot crate just right in the middle, providing all the cover. Wants to secure at least that one more point. 15 bullets is all he's got left to work with. Japan manages to take it. Big climb coming up.
Yeah, I'm taking control. Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking control. I'm gonna go through the fire. I'm gonna show all the pliers. I'm gonna stick to the plan. I'ma show everyone how I built an empire. Hands always close to the gun. When the challenge arises, I come. I'm not one to just get up and run. It's my task, I don't rest till it's done. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I'm taking control, yeah. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I got that control now. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. I'm gonna take that control. I'm just replaying my role. I'm gonna take all the souls of the ones who be standing in front of my goals. I'm creeping up like a ghost. No one can even come close. I'm ready to go in a charge, and you better know that I'm bringing the force. I'm on the hunt, I'm a champ. I got the squad as my fam. Summon my foot, I'm like blam. Play me that tune, it's my jam. I'm gonna reach my potential. Fully, I get in the mental. It's the state and I go for it all. I'ma honor the grind, I'ma own it, no rental. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control. I'm gonna go through the fire. I'ma show you the thing I desire. I'ma inspire, I'll show everyone how I built an empire from nothing. You know I'ma never succumb. When the challenge arises, I come. I'm not one to just get up and run. I'ma bang bang till the task is done. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all.
One more match left to decide which 4 teams from the Asia Pacific region will be going through to the ENC main event in November, and this is as close really as we could have possibly hoped for. 3 teams, I think we can safely say, Matchroom, have already kind of been given their tickets, but the 4th ticket is still up for grabs. Will it be Indonesia? Will it be New Zealand? I am really excited to see what this leaderboard is going to look like coming into the final game.
Both these squads have been playing their hearts out right now, and it has been back and forth between them on that 4th place position. I think that Indonesia might still have it by a point or 2, but I don't know. It is going to be really close. We're still waiting on the leaderboards as we're getting ready to move into this last game, so we'll try to get everything as set up for you as possible. But I think that you're right. It feels like top 3 secured. Maybe off of that, I don't know if we have anybody else that's really going to be in the chase for the 4th place position unless they have an absolute banger of a game.
Oh yeah, and the team I think we're requiring that from is India, who I don't want to sound rude here, but they have not shown me anything that gives me hope that they're going to out of nowhere pull off a 25-point banger in the final game. That would be very much an out of nowhere performance.
I mean, hey, if you get it, get it. They got pretty far in that last game, but that's been India's style, right? Is good positioning. Wait until the later stages, try to defend territory, but the firefighting just hasn't been there for India just quite yet. Yeah. That's why we're a bit hesitant on it, but you never know. Maybe they're still holding back. I have seen Snipehall make some big plays whenever we were watching what was going on the PUBG Nations Cup. So we do know that there is some capabilities inside the squad. They've got to find a way to unite and get it, and especially whenever we have New Zealand and Indonesia that are going to be fighting tooth and nail inside this game, it's going to be crazy. Like, what do? Do both squads opt into playing passive and just try to outweight each other and hope that maybe somebody else takes them down, or do they just go gung-ho for it themselves?
I feel like you have to. I mean, both of them have been playing pretty quiet early games, and I would be surprised if they're not going to continue to do something along those same lines. Let's see here, though. Japan goes winning that previous one, 13 kills off of that one. In New Zealand with 8. Could have been 10 kills had he gotten the flush in the last and the kill, and then with a win on top of that would have been even bigger. Maybe that's going to be the difference maker in the end of it. The fact that New Zealand didn't win this one, maybe it won't be. We'll have to see. But still, though, 14 points, very good for New Zealand.
That's going to be a 13-point differential. What are we looking at going into this last game? How many points separate them on the overall leaderboard right now? It is New Zealand that has pushed back into 4th place, but just 2 points behind is Indonesia.
Wow. This game could very well end up being decided in the first couple of minutes, depending on what happens here. This is where, if you're New Zealand or Indonesia, you go, wait, have we made enemies of anyone in the lobby over the course of this tournament? Because please, everyone, stay the hell away from us, at least until like phase 5, phase 6.
And this is nothing to take away from Japan, Chinese Taipei, and Malaysia, who've been playing absolutely immaculate
sure.
PUBG. It's just right now, it's all about the top 4. That's the big thing. So Japan, kudos. You've managed to get some break points away from Chinese Taipei, a couple of points ahead in yourselves. Malaysia going to be kind of in the tail end back behind that in the top 3, of course. But this has just turned into pretty much the New Zealand and Indonesia show for this last game. Who gets into the top 4? And does India somehow manage to make a miracle run? It's conceivable. If New Zealand and Indonesia go out and India picks up 20 some odd points, it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There is theoretically enough points on the server for this to take place, and it would require a miracle. But we'll see if India or Mongolia, for that matter, has it in them to pull that off. I just quickly want to say, though, Japan, massive kudos. I mean, as you were saying, too, the fact that not only do they play well, but they actually sit, at least for the time being, in first place. I would have not been too surprised to see the likes of maybe Japan and Indonesia having swapped places, you know, coming into this tournament. So the fact that they surpassed my expectations by not just qualifying, but sitting pretty firmly in first place, I think that is a above and beyond of what I had of expectations. And really looking forward to see them play in the ENC main event now and see what they can do there off of a performance like this.
Yeah, and they have plenty of time to continue to gel together, figure out, kind of track what's going on with the meta, continue to evolve as a team. Mongolia also, big shout out to them inside the last run in that last game. They managed to find some decent amount of kills, put them in that touching position. Of course, we talked about India just because they made it in the later stages, but Mongolia has been trying to firefight more. So there is a potential upswing for them to happen inside that last game. Is really, if you're a New Zealand or Indonesia fan right now, you're going to be watching every single kill from every other team be a point that your squad cannot get. And I wouldn't be surprised if both these squads try to play Circle 1 as slow as possible. Maybe even Circle 2 coming in late. But we have seen that be the ruin of both teams today at different maps. So maybe a bit of more of an aggressive push to center in an earlier positioning might be a play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm... honestly, given how much late game New Zealand has been making today outside of the last one before this one, I kind of want to see them continue what they've been doing so far. You know, I mean, I'm not. It's more Indonesia. They've been getting caught in some of these weird rotation situations alongside Malaysia. They've been running into Chinese Taipei. For the most part, I feel like New Zealand has been able to avoid that for quite a bit of the day today. But the one interesting thing is, of course, is if one of the teams see the other team in the kill feed fighting anywhere nearby, do you just immediately pull up, or do you still keep your distance?
We also do have this thing where it has been the top 3 that have been the ruin of Indonesia as well as New Zealand. Like whenever we saw New Zealand make the push in Miramar, it was Malaysia that took them down. Inside the last game, we kind of saw what was going on with Indonesia and their approach. There is a world where the top 3 can also kind of decide who they want to go ahead.
Oh, for sure.
They could choose maybe a weaker team that they might have to deal with. We'll kind of have to see how that all stacks up, because the top 3 are pretty much crowned. They can kind of mess with whoever they want. And if at some point Indonesia or New Zealand has pissed off somebody, or they're kind of close to them in drops, these top 3 squads could be like, your day is over.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's going to be close for sure. Just 2 points separating. One team will be making it through to the main event in November. The other will say bye-bye and try and qualify again next year. We are now headed into the final match of the APAC qualifiers. Game number 10 over on Taiko. And my, oh my, are we in for a good one. Indonesia on the hunt. 2 points up to New Zealand.
It is just so close right now. Couple of opportunities. Let's not forget what's going on with Mongolia, India both. Can they have a big upswing game? We can see it happen on this map time and time again. Early drop's going to be coming out. Of course, going for... We've been seeing a lot of pull up into Army base in these maps. So, early drop from New Zealand, making a play for it, just trying to play the math, saying, okay, it keeps going up here. Maybe it'll go up here yet again.
Yeah, they are. There are tendencies, and teams and players tend to sometimes get a little superstitious when it comes to circles and metas and whatnot. We'll see if they've figured this one out, or if we're now gonna go anywhere. But what do we have? We have had 2 northern ones and an east one. Polar and I cast one over by airport yesterday, by the river over there. So statistically, looks pretty good for north.
Just a couple of seconds before the circle goes. figure out who made the right call. I believe that Indonesia went for a very southern drop, so opposite sides of the map, not too decent of a chance for them to bump into each other, as New Zealand is going to go ahead and get a foothold, get themselves the vehicles up around Army Base. Make the juke over, as this is the squad presently in 4th place, but it is by a hair.
Yeah, cannot afford any slip-ups here. Let's see, Circle, you called it. It does go north. I saw just the corner of it. It's encircling on the northern island once more. So, New Zealand getting the better of the early circle, going their way. But what does Indonesia then do in response?
See if we can get the map here up in just 1 second, get a quick glance at it. Indonesia going to be down around Hosan. That's a very good loot position, and there we go. Yep. It is going to be Godok the center. Usually whenever this happens, we'll kind of get the outskirts of Godok. Tends to lean a bit more down to the south. You can see the hillsides that are going to be over there. Just to the south of Godok gets a lot of attention. Specifically the road pathing coming out to the north as well. A lot of clusters coming out of the army base hillside. A lot of good potentials to play from.
And for Indonesia, in this particular case, I mean, honestly, I don't think they could really be in a much worse spot. Not only are they not on the right island, but they're also kind of surrounded by other teams. And you know what that means? That means that you can't really just... I mean, you could always try to just, you know, blaze your way through an opposing position. But for the most part, it means you're kind of dependent on the pacing of your opponents. I believe it was Sri Lanka on one side, Mongolia on the other. And we know them to be teams that will happily fight early. So for Indonesia to avoid all that early game commotion, they got to be very smart about how they path their way to the north here.
Also, the problem with New Zealand
here as well.
Yeah, New Zealand has a good position, but that means that everybody is going to be wanting to jockey for that same position. Benefit, though, is they have India and Bangladesh, the two closest teams to them at the time being, but I wouldn't be surprised Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, Japan, one of those squads are going to be eyeing the northern section of this island.
Wait, Matchroom, I think Indonesia is setting up an E-pickup right now, and Japan has seen the balloon in the air. I think they're trying to go cut them off. If they take them out here at the very start of the game, they're flying. They're just a bit too late. Trick is tagged once.
Woo.
That's gonna do it 5 seconds later, and 3 Japanese players would have been in prime position to take out Indonesia before the game has even started. My oh my, if you're already playing with sweaty palms, this just made it so much more dangerous.
Here's the thing. Indonesia, we've seen whenever these emergency pickups come, they opt into going as far along a coastline as they can. That means they might go for an extremely north drop. Go for the pull up there, and that is New Zealand's home territory. We can see that New Zealand is starting to get a little bit closer in on the mountains themselves. Remember, there is the high side coming out of Army Base where those hillsides are going to have a lot of attention. But we've got to keep an eye on this Indonesia rotate. Where are they going to cut their shoots at? Where are they going to drop?
What can they do? Position there, and they're going to fly forward. Are they just going to go down to Godok, or are they going to go west? I think with the plane path being that far east, I think they're thinking go as hard west as we can, and we should be safe. Over towards the east, it looked, like New Zealand and Bangladesh were about to fight. It would be nice to be able to hop over to that fight, because that could have huge ramifications as well of what our leaderboard is going to end up looking like over on the eastern bridge. Here they are. No, actually, I think they're just going to leave just in time for the rotation to come through.
New Zealand actually abandoning the army base position is intriguing to watch, as that means that Godok now belongs to Indonesia, I believe. That's going to be incredibly strong inside of the circle, provided the circle stays there. You can see Bangladesh now watching the rotate coming up from New Zealand. A couple of shots, but of course New Zealand knows they're there. This is going to be New Zealand going for a bit more of a gatekeep right along the road, so Bangladesh can just cut into the mountains and should be fine.
I think that's what New Zealand wanted to do initially, was get down to the bridge and set up a camp for anyone crossing over, but they got there just in time for Bangladesh to actually make the crossing proper, and because they hadn't got into a good enough position early, they kind of just cancelled that play, I suppose, and now try to make their way back towards the west.
Well, they should know it's pretty open over there. So just easy rotate back into position. It's going to be Army Base, which is a very secure position inside the circle, but right on the edge of the circle, versus Indonesia that's got the center of the circle, but is a notoriously hard building to try to rotate out of if the circle abandons it. So it's just going to be a little bit more live and let go. And let's not forget about the fact that a couple other squads might just decide to crash into those points very close to Indonesia, as Chinese Taipei is going to be very close on one side of it. Japan, Sri Lanka, not quite inside the circle yet, as we do, yes, have Malaysia over here, but they're kind of seeing if anybody's going to rotate right next to this bridge. And Nothing happening yet. I don't even think there's anybody over here that's going to rotate.
No, I don't think so either. They're just chilling, waiting for anyone to come by. I guess they're not in a hurry. I mean, they're already safely inside the top 4, so they'll maybe test out some strategies for games to come.
You want to go on their rotate, see how they go. Bangladesh looks like they're going to be playing the southern side of the mountain, which does give you a little bit more vision on what's going to be happening in the cities and the rotate, but that's going to put them pretty close to India as well as Chinese Taipei. So if they don't stop off soon, they could have some problems. It looks like New Zealand is going to wrap a little bit closer to the city.
Yeah.
And that's going to give them road control, which is also a very strong point to play.
Yeah, I think they're going to stay in that northern position, at least up until the point where the next circle pops. They know that they have the entire north clear, or at least the most of it anyway. And I don't think they have any interest in hopping into a city proper until they're going to be absolutely forced to. We'll see what they end up doing as Bangladesh continue their rotation forward, but now going straight into India's position.
Right on the cusp, that hill providing just enough cover. One side, nobody taking shots at them. They might think it's empty, I don't know. But nope, there you go. Ryzen taking just enough shots to let them know that India is going to be there, and that is not a control point that they can play for.
Dead Plus is like, bro, I'm the last vehicle. Why didn't you shoot at the other guys before me? It's always feels bad when you're the last one there, making a run for it. And here they go. If honestly, I mean, kudos to Bangladesh for stringing together a pretty tough rotation coming over that northeastern bridge.
Are they sending city or are they sending hillside? Hillside might be a bit safer to play for the time being. Looks like that is what they're going to be going for. Southern hillside, so that's going to give them some strength. But that also puts them right next to Chinese Taipei, who could just decide that they want that hill.
Very well could be the case. Yet another bridge camp.
Not
this
like
one
this.
will have more guests coming over, though. Sri Lanka versus Mongolia once again. They've been running into each other all day long. And this is going to be no different. Roulette finds one. Aptly finds the second. And the last player is down on the underpass. Get some of them here as well, as they're down to just the 2.
Hey, this is Mongolia playing for points, bridge camping, realizing that there is a world where they can stack together enough kills to maybe touch that 4th place position. I love this. Mongolia's got the mindset of a competition. They know not just to give it up, try to make a couple more gamble plays, try to find something crazy, string together something big enough. But right now, squads that are presently just above them on the leaderboard still sitting in pretty safe positions. So it's going to have to be a massive game coming up from Mongolia to have a hope.
Oh, yeah. New Zealand now, in the meantime, here just waiting things out. As long as they can stay in the game for longer than Indonesia, it should be all right. So going their way now as well. Look at this, Indonesia. They're making their way right in their direction. This could be spicy.
New Zealand gets the hillside as the circle kind of abandons Godok. Indonesia's tail in, and Setsuna might be spotted out by Bangladesh, but Bangladesh probably going to be willing to let him go. The hillside going to be a focal point, and this is going to be Indonesia running right up into New Zealand's waiting arms. New Zealand, you have the defensive positioning ready. You could take control over the leaderboard right here, right now. India just on the other side of him, making this a little bit more dicey. Shots are starting to come out from New Zealand onto Indonesia. Teddy on the other side does get the information from those shots. Where do we see them stop, and where does Indonesia opt into going? Because remember, India is still on the other side of all of this.
Remember as well that New Zealand, I mean, I think the reason they're not aggressing harder into this is because they're actually split quite thin. They have 2 players in the compound proper, then they have another one on the east side hill and one even further east than that. So, for good reason, they're not being overzealous here and trying to take the fight. Here comes India, aggressive play towards Chinese Taipei, and Rupesh finds a double snipe hole now with one as well, just like that. India, out of nowhere, takes out the entirety of Chinese Taipei. Where in the world did that come from?
I don't know, but India, all right, start getting your run up. Find what you can get. I mean, respect where it's due. Japan out in the blue right now, just kind of nomming on some of that. They're going to have a long rotate going up in front of them. Bangladesh spotting out what's going on with that India positional play. That's does Bangladesh want to go for this one? Is looks like they are moving kind of aggressive this direction. Yeah, Dead Blast gets a knock on a Rupesh.
Yeah, one going down, Bangladesh wants a bit of this one. Maybe India, with some time to reset here, can get something going. We'll see if Bangladesh opts to fully commit to this play. It seems like a little nice screen 8 by Unforgiven. Oh, perfectly. No, just floats down. But the second one locked in is primed and perfectly thrown. Wrist gets himself the double. Now just one left on the side of Bangladesh.
India's 6 kills and climbing. Where's this India been? They're finding some successes. Bangladesh just has to retreat. nowhere to go. Rupesh should be resable. New Zealand starting to realize that it's getting noisy in their neighborhood, so going to be eyeing down over into that position. So India now with 2 solid defenses on positions. Chinese Taipei also rolled into this territory.
One has to wonder whether it's too late for them to make this play happen, being in the final game. But I'm loving that aggression that we're seeing out of India, finally able to string together some good fights as we hard swing north again. I don't think I've ever seen a game in this far northwest in Takeo before.
So we've got the hillside that you saw New Zealand fighting for control over just a second ago. To the north of it, it kind of recesses down into the coastline, and it's going to be very open over there. You can see that there's the big hill that's just going to be right along the edge of the zone, but then back behind where we see Sans kind of playing from, it's just going to continue to slope down. There's going to be a couple of trees lead right down into the thick of everything, into the coastline. So there are some dips and divots, but it's mostly, you don't want to say flat, it's just a running slope down that hill with a whole bunch of trees to play. So this is where digging tools or maybe having car forts might come back into play a bit.
Could very well be the case. We'll see. Here's Mongolia set up on the hillside. They have Indonesia just to the west of them. And now here the remaining players of Sri Lanka just gonna make something happen. Try and make it to the circle at least. See if you can get some commiseration points out of this game.
While Japan chases after them behind. Japan's like, we'll get them if we get them. Japan about to finally be out of the blue zone, rolling right next to Godok. It's really just a matter of where that BRDM wants to go. Indonesia right on the edge of the zone, so a couple of rotates could be right on top of them. Set up for a gauntlet on one side, New Zealand kind of holding the center, and you can see that just due to the way that this ridgeline and hills play, leading into the more open territory to the north, that's why we kind of haven't seen anybody that's playing along this Indonesia-New Zealand line move. There's capabilities for kills here, and you're already entrenched, and the position's just inherently better right now.
Exactly. Malaysia creeping ever so much closer to New Zealand. They have been the ones to take them out quite a few times over the last 2 days, and Shen here being the vehicle, they have absolutely nothing to lose in trying to take this fight. Same thing for Indonesia, hearing the shots now being fired by Mongolia. Do they have to aggress off of this? Or are they going to lay low continuously and at least wait to see New Zealand in the kill field?
I wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia just tries to continue to hold, see if anybody wraps up next to them. New Zealand's being very active off to their side. They don't know exactly. Remember that Indonesia, New Zealand don't know each other are there right now, not having a lot of kills come into play yet. Once they hear the firefights, once they see the kill feed, that could lead into some more aggressive play because these two squads being so close to each other, it might just come down to who wraps into what position and kind of runs up onto one of these squads, and if the other one just runs into third party.
Yeah. Well, Abdi, he's been, you know what? For the guy who has been committed to playing bolts the entire tournament, give him the arm in the final game. I feel like that's only fair.
Yeah.
I feel like that's only fair.
It's been working well enough, and oh no, Sri Lanka, this isn't the path, man. This is not the path. Mongolia one side, Indonesia the other. You got a Panzerfaust, and oh, there you go. It does go over to Mongolia, so more kills stacking up for them.
Yeah, not too shabby. They need a boatload more in order to make it on through, but they're coming off to a great start here as they are looking towards Indonesia. Feels like they are aware that there are players over on that other side. Mongolia, though, about to fight on two fronts because India, too, are making their way into this circle here. Japan as well creeping in between the rotations there. As you were saying correctly so, Matchroom, there's just not a whole lot to really obtain in the north, despite their theoretically being spaced in the circle. You can't really utilize it at all, so everyone is kind of stuck on the south here.
Indonesia's BRDM might be really big for them if they opt into going into the north, but there's a lot of kills to be had in the south. India's pushing in pretty close to Malaysian territory. See that they don't feel really too good about it. This is a safety play for the time being, so opposing side on this one's going to find some more. Mongolia spotting out the rotates, does have Panzerfaust, also got himself a nice little toy in his hands, but it looks like Japan might be eyeing a bit more into the line where New Zealand's going to be at. Take a couple of shots over. Now Mongolia doesn't like where they see Japan and New Zealand at. That's going to put them into the Indonesian line.
This is where it gets exciting, because if Mongolia and Indonesia starts fighting and New Zealand realizes that that's taking place just to their southwest, do they then just run up the hill and try and engage it? We'll have to see. As Trick does get a good portion of damage done towards one early on. Nate's now being lopped on over as their server start being lit ablaze in just a moment.
It's all about the kill feed tracking and listening to the noise. If this firefight shows up on the kill feed, that means that New Zealand's going to know who's right next to him. Japan down to just one. Nades and throwables raining down next to him, and it is going to be Malaysia that takes down Japan. That's the only kill feed movement that's happened so far. There you go. Setsuna manages to get the knock on to Answers. Manages to roll the BRDM right down on top of him, and now New Zealand knows who their neighbors are.
Yep, that's 1 point. Looking to make it even more as they have found the first flush already. Can they get even more with it? And what is the response going to be from New Zealand? New Zealand is in the better position, arguably in one of the best positions in the circle. So is it worth risking going out to try and make this play happen? I don't know, but there's another kill come through. Now they're tied. Coming into the game, it was a 2-point deficit. Now they're tied, and with the knock-on link, if they can get the flush on him as well, that is Indonesia taking the lead by 1.
Indonesia was playing the more defensible top of this. It is now no longer in circle. Mongolia not going to stay in this for too much longer. They're going to run down the hillside. Abdi is going to try to find some safety. Looming large on the other side of New Zealand, why they can't get too involved, is Malaysia, who's fighting for more territory along this line. Indonesia is losing their control defensive positioning, and they're going to have to fight their way down the hillside, one side or the other. They could walk into pretty much the New Zealand firing line if they're not careful, or if they go too far down to the east, they could find multiple squads in problematic positions.
Well, they lose position, but they gain the 4th place spot, at least for the time being. 3 kills gone the way of Indonesia so far. As we see, this next circle going to be huge. If we go anywhere but New Zealand's position, it's going to be a hard push out of that compound. And of course, New Zealand gets blessed here once again. They were in the previous game as well. Couldn't quite bring home the win, but this one is going to be very hard. New Zealand has to come off this hillside straight into the open arms of New Zealand.
No, they don't have to leave yet. They still have a couple of the rock croppings that they can play for safety. Issue is, Indonesia doesn't know where New Zealand is. New Zealand has that information right now off the kill feed. So Indonesia is still just trying to play this as safe as possible. Malaysia's actually moved them further up to the north, playing the more open territory right now. They didn't really like how clustered it was starting to become around New Zealand, so they're trying to scout out around this area, see if there's anything that's going to be safe over here. A lot of these squads are starting to move into a more desperate situation, specifically down into the southeast, where we're going to see India probably having to make a bit more of a forceful rotate.
Just scouting the area, making sure there's no sneaky snakes anywhere near them. They want to play it as safe as they possibly can. In the meantime, New Zealand prone up here, just waiting this one out as India now aggressively making their way towards the center. Taking the fight to Mongolia's wrist. Oh no, once to his teammate. You cannot make those type of mistakes at this moment.
Yeah, crashing in at the wrong spot. Trouble's gonna come out. Not much more Mongolia can do, but the cost has come large for India. Lots of shots on the outside of it, and it's gonna be Setsuna that manages to pick up another kill. Starting to stack them together, and that means that now Indonesia has control over the west and a wrap potential into the north.
Exactly, 2 points lead to New Zealand as they now start shooting towards New Zealand as well. If they realize that this would be New Zealand in the compound, oh my, does Indonesia have a decision to make? Have managed to take the lead in terms of kills alone as Unforgiven takes the fight once more. India again been quiet for so long. Here in the final game though, showing the world what they're made of.
Trying to string together as much as they can. It's going to be Indonesia that steals the knock onto Unforgiven. More and more coming up for Indonesia. That's another knock being stolen away. They're using the high ground and the work that Malaysia is putting onto India to secure more and more for themselves.
This is again just the story of New Zealand being in the right positions but not able to get a whole lot of the kills with them here. Same thing happening in the previous game as Sophia finally takes out the final player of India. Nice attempt at a comeback in the last moments of this qualifier, but India couldn't see it through to the end.
I think that New Zealand's starting to feel a bit nervous. The kills are starting to stack up for Indonesia on one side. It is all just going to be about can they take the victory from this point forward. They're going to have to start finding more of these kills. Malaysia roaming over into the east, and Indonesia has taken up so much control over the circle that Malaysia doesn't have too many more options except for staying in this 1 point right next to New Zealand that they've been holding down for so long. And guys, it's only phase number 5. We still have a couple of circle shifts to look at, and this is going to decide so much.
Definitely. I mean, for New Zealand, because they haven't been able to go out and get any kills, they have to play for the win here. I don't see it being any other way. They need to get those placement points on top, and they need, preferably, Indonesia out now. The good thing for them is that the circles are doing absolutely everything they can to try and deny Indonesia from qualifying, because once again, they're the ones to have to make a move. But as you said before as well, they have secured that northwestern side, so there is a bit of a path in, but it's a narrow one.
Oh man, you can see the crates just littering a path for New Zealand to create another wall, but Indonesia might be able to use that for cover. Most of their high ground just continually being denied to them. You have to admit that Indonesia is putting up one hell of a game versus the more defendable position that New Zealand's found, but New Zealand just can't get the kills. There's no clean sight lines onto what they've got right now. It looks like Indonesia is just going to usurp a position right up in front of New Zealand. This has gotten close. Lixie gets the knock on a Teddy, but Trick has got the knock on to Lixie. It's back and forth. Hikerman does manage to find the flush and the knock as well. 2 players now up for Indonesia. And Trick and Setsuna. Explosions rocking all around him, but Trick can't find the angle to get the knocks. Finally gets a vision, but he goes down as well.
Sanxi out of ammo as well. Nico is now down as well. They're down to 1 player each, trying to farm as many points as they possibly can. The placement points here could be the decider. Malaysia might win it in the end of it, but what is the difference going to be? New Zealand eliminated in the end of it, and just like that, Malaysia's last player trying to make the run on up, finding Indonesia in the BRDM. Go for it, spray it down. Have they been able to pull this one off? Malaysia wins it in the end of it with a 9-kill finish. Great one for them, but did Indonesia do enough to get the win here? I think they did, but we'll have to wait and confirm with the leaderboard. Just 2 kills for New Zealand.
I mean, Indonesia managed to make it higher in placement, 2-point differentials, and 6 more kills. It feels like Indonesia's probably got this when Malaysia closes it out at the end. And feels like they're the ones that kind of killed the New Zealand dream. At least we did get New Zealand and Indonesia fighting each other tooth and nail right there at the very end of it. And it was just back and forth between all of it. We're going to go ahead and continue to fill right now until we manage to get those leaderboards updated. We think that we know how it's set, but you never know. Sometimes there's some point changes that have to happen because of this or that or some rules or whatever else like that. So we don't know for certain until that leaderboard pops, Toby.
Yeah, we never call it until we can call it. And this one, I mean, gotta give it to Indonesia. The fact that they played, I mean, they took the E pickup out of that south side position early on as well. The fact that they were able to get their way all the way to the top into Godak City, drive up north, and then just play that hillside to perfection. If they are the ones that claim that 4th place spot, well deserved. Good job on you, Indonesia.
And I mean, New Zealand got a great position. Let's be honest on that. They had to move over. We saw them playing lots of different sections of the island, and they did get some circle love to follow. But the problem with it was that they had Malaysia on one side of them over to the east that was finding a lot of their defensive kills that they were wanting to set up for each other. Because the way it was, there was the compound, and then there's like a hill that kind of goes down. That's where Malaysia was playing. Indonesia was playing the other side of it. So all the kills that were happening around New Zealand, they couldn't get really involved in, just due to the way that the sight lines and the angles were set. So while they had a good defendable position, they couldn't leave because they get third-partied by whoever they decided to go after. And then also all the kills were funneling into the person or the squad that was chasing them on the leaderboard, or they had to step against Malaysia, who's just been a rampage on this whole lobby.
Exactly, and to remember what I said after that previous game, maybe there's a world where the fact that Sans doesn't get the final kill and win the Rondo game will be the deciding factor in whether or not they qualify. I feel like that might actually end up being the case, because that's 6 points that New Zealand didn't get in that previous Rondo game. We'll see if the deficit is going to be more than 6 points, but it's definitely going to be close.
If a coulda, woulda style situations that could
always
loom large, because there's always kills that have been stolen, this or that. I mean, when it comes down to a 1v1, one guy has a crate and you're standing out in the open, I can't feel too bad about the fact that you don't win that 1v1. It's one person in cover on the other side of it, but it is true. If they had gotten that, 1 more kill, 5 more points, would have made it tighter. But again, I don't know. If we're looking at 8 kills to 2 and a higher placement, I think that it still might just be a little bit more. Again, we don't know for certain, guys. We do not know. It's going to usually takes, as a heads up, about 2 to 3 minutes. Sometimes up to 4 to 5, depending on if they have to do any rule allocations for, like, you know, somebody not being at a computer at a time that they needed to be, or blah, 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 blah.
One thing that I think we can safely say, I mean, this goes all the way back to when we started doing our predictions for how this whole APAC region was going to turn out in this qualifier stage, is I think, and this would have honestly been regardless of whether New Zealand or Indonesia had made it through in the end of it, I think we got the 4 best. Not just best in these, you know, just a couple of matches that we've seen over the course of this weekend, but overall, I think we've sent the 4 best teams through to the next stage from APAC off of the results that we've gotten here.
Oh, 100%. And I've seen a lot of people inside of chat talking about that this is your first time to kind of get involved with competitive PUBG. You can see it's That's a lot about point generation, dealing with bad situations, and these guys have all had to handle it. We had 3 at the top that were incredibly dominant, but oh, here we go. Malaysia going to walk away with 19 points, of course, but Indonesia with a total of 14, Toby, to New Zealand 7, tells us about everything that we need to know.
Yeah, it does. 7-point difference. I just can't help but think about all the kills that New Zealand had stolen in that Rondo game. What was it, like 5 or 6? Same thing with the game on Miramar earlier. My, oh my.
See, it is, I mean, great day, though, you have to admit. Even with Chinese Taipei going out early, New Zealand put up one hell of a fight. We're probably getting everything set. Go ahead and look at the overall leaderboard to find out officially who our top 4 that are going to be going on are. Go ahead and a little bit of a drum roll, as it is going to be Malaysia, Japan, Chinese Taipei, and Indonesia for our top 4.
And Malaysia, off of winning that final game, tying in points with Japan, thus taking the win on the tie. Of course, I mean, in theory, the winning or second place doesn't matter too much because they would both go through, but still, bragging rights and whatnot, Malaysia coming out victorious on a point tie with Japan in the end of it. That is incredibly well done by Malaysia.
Also, India, Mongolia, great last games on a big come-up. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, you guys put up one hell of a fight. Tons of information to take back into your regions, your countries. Spread that out. Try to explain what's going on with metas, everything else like that. Just more chances, more opportunities for you guys that are going to be on the rise. New Zealand, heart goes out to you. That was so close. So close. And they fought really hard for it. But in the end of the day, Indonesia just played it a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. And also India, I mean, while it was somewhat of a quiet endeavor for them for the most part of this weekend, I mean, the fact that they just completely steamrolled Chinese Taipei in what, a matter of 10 seconds? They just completely annihilated them and then took the fight immediately thereafter to Malaysia, which they ended up losing, but still showed off something good. I think, I mean, tournaments to come, India's definitely going to be a team to look out for as well.
Guys, that's just APAC. We are a third the way done for the day. We still have to figure out who's going to be going on for EMEA, where they have 4 spots that are going to be available. And if you think that what you saw here was crazy, given how compacted it was, yeah, in Americas, we got a little bit bigger of a lobby. It has 1 extra team, but only 2 spots available. So there is still a lot to fight for. And Toby, I mean, like, what's going on in EU right now?
It's going to be big. It's going to be absolutely insane. EMEA is going to be packed as well. 16-team lobby, of course. That's the way we prefer to see it when possible. And there are still... It's literally impossible to predict who's going to come out victorious. We had so many up and down performances yesterday, and I'm hoping that that we get another set of good games today. Because if we do, I mean, I have over half the lobby that's, you know, worthy of qualifying in the EMEA.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break to set up for EMEA. Tag back in, Porosaurus. You guys have fun watching. I'll meet you guys back for Americas and see you in just a few minutes.
Bolsillo llenado si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro. Brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo. Mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso. Con la 3 peligroso. Pegajoso y hermoso. Estoy más grande que un oso. Mi pistola tan hermosa. Y la tuya estaba so. Mi palabra tan filoso. Porque el game es una guerra. Patrullando Panamera, yo no ando con cualquiera. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle la fama, que está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Yeah, plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso.
some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance.
Yeah, I'm taking control. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm taking control. I'm gonna go through the fire. I'm gonna show all the pliers. I'm gonna stick to the plan. I'ma show everyone how I built an empire. Hands always close to the gun. When the challenge arises, I come. I'm not one to just get up and run. It's my task, I don't rest till it's done. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I'm taking control, yeah. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I got that control now. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. I'm gonna take that control. I'll just be playing my role. I'm gonna take all the souls of the ones who be standing in front of my goals. I'm creeping up like a ghost. No one can even come close. I'm ready to go in a charge, and you better know that I'm bringing the force. I'm on the hunt, I'm a champ. I got the squad as my fam. Summon my foot, I'm like blam. Play me that tune, it's my jam. I'm gonna reach my potential. Fully, I get in the mental. It's the state and I go for it all. I'ma honor the grind, I'ma own it, no rental. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control. I'm gonna go through the fire. I'ma show you the thing I desire. I'ma inspire, I'll show everyone how I built an empire from nothing. You know I'ma never succumb. When the challenge arises, I come. I'm not one to just get up and run. I'ma bang bang till the task is done. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control.
mind, sometimes I gotta be serious. That's on period, 100%. Love the way you live, not one single regret. So respect is the name, and my name with the check. Check mark on the gram, and the Grammy up next. You don't know what I got in store. From head to toe, I blow minds, a show, stop a hit, the flow in no time. It's so crowded, give them some more. Here we go, I'm a jaw dropper. You got to see it to believe it. Everybody know it and you feel it. No joke, I'm
One, two, three, let me fire up. Let me fire up. One, two, three, let me fire up. Let me fire up. One, two, three, let me fire up.
You're the car of all my craving, the chord that I just resonate with. I'd rather die than let it fade out. 'Cause you make my night a little brighter, the heavy days a little lighter. I'll be with you down to the wire. You are the spark to my It cuts deep when you're gone, and I can't sleep 'cause my head song is keeping me awake, keeping me awake. You make my night a little brighter, the heavy days a little lighter. I'll be with you down to the wire. You are the spark to my
nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic.
A bit of a break as we sent 4 teams from APAC through to the main event as we now go over to EMEA. Welcome back, everyone. Toby joined by Poro this time around as we now get to find 4 EMEA teams to send through. And I was talking a bit with Matchroom about this coming into the break, predicting which 4. I mean, was hard already coming into yesterday, but seeing yesterday played, I have literally no clue now, Paul. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the top 4 have kind of separated themselves a little bit, but it's like 10 points. Like, it's not by any means insurmountable. And yeah, it's definitely our one qualifier with a full lobby, so it's a lot more fun, for sure, to watch the EMEA guys kind of scrap it out. But I think if you're one of these teams that's kind of below that 4th place cut line, I almost want to say you have to start off with a big game, right? Like, you have to kind of get that ball rolling immediately. Because we've seen, like, Romania is not by any means insurmountable, right? Like, they're kind of subsisting off of 2 very big wins that they got yesterday, but the rest of their games were kind of pedestrian for the most part. I mean, they did have a 3rd place in there, but I feel like Great Britain might be our most consistent team. But it does feel like those spots are very much still up for grabs.
Yeah, that's the one outlier to me as well. The fact that Romania were able to get off to such an incredible start yesterday. Habibi, of course, doing a good portion of what they were able to put together. Because looking at them in Great Britain, Germany, and Czechia as well, all 3 teams that field rosters where I'm like, yeah, I can see them being the ones to qualify through. Romania, though, a bit of a surprise. It'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to maintain that same ferocity through the day today and get themselves even more wins.
Yeah, I think when you look at Romania, I think you took it, obviously the 2 games that they won, but both of those games, like, they ended up in really great position, and they made the most of the situation that they were in, and that's like half the battle fought right there, right? Is like knowing and realizing when you're in a position that's going to allow you to kind of farm points a little bit, taking advantage of that, and not just kind of sitting back and trying to survive and play for late game, right? Like they got involved, they started going out there, they started getting kills, they were in fights early, and they were by no means easy games. So it's very interesting that Romania, like, they're able to win, but it definitely felt like it was very up and down. So we'll see if they can find some consistency here today.
So off of that, I mean, Romania maybe surprising a bit in terms of how well they were playing. Were there any teams, I know that we went off the leaderboard now, but were there any teams that maybe surprised you in terms of not really stepping up where you thought they would?
I think you got to look at Turkey. I was expecting a lot more of that squad, and again, like, you say 27 points through 5 games, like, that's not bad. Like, that's a pretty average performance, but when you're fighting for the top 4 slots, average isn't going to be enough to cut it. Like, you've got to find that one big game, and that's, I think, been the problem for all of the teams that maybe we had high expectations for. They just haven't found that one game really to kind of put them over the mark. So our top 5 are really, with the exception of UK, those are the teams that got wins yesterday. So that's just kind of like how it ends up shaping up in short-term series.
Well, it's going to be fun, I think, as we start things off here. Is that gap between 4th and 5th? I mean, if maybe just 1 or 2 of the teams that are in our current top 4 fall early, and we see that bunch of teams, or like a big bunch with Turkey down in 9th, all the way up to Kazakhstan in 5th place, that's just 4 points between them. If just half of that bunch becomes part of that top 4 race, all of a sudden we have a really good final day on our hands here. Whereas if Czechia, Germany, United Kingdom, Romania continue to separate themselves, all of a sudden it's gonna get it's gonna get a little sad in terms of what to expect. But I like to imagine that we get a few more teams in the race here. Yeah,
and I mean, you look at Germany, like that was a 5 spot, like that win at the end of the day really is what propelled them up into that top 4. So like, it's any of these teams that are right behind them, That's all it takes is one win, and then you're in that Germany position where you've hopped up into the top 4. So you either, I think, going into the first part of the games, you hope that you can kind of continue collecting points, kind of keep in your same position, and then when you're in that position, if you get that circle luck, if you get that good fortune that favors you around circle 3, circle 4 in one of those games, kind of understanding that situation and realizing like, okay, now we're in a position to maybe get the win here. Let's try to make the most of it. That's what happened for Romania. That's what's got them in first place and sitting pretty nice coming here with 5 games left to play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to pull off something big. 25 points Romania were able to accrue yesterday in placement points alone is a pretty darn solid start. And as you were saying, it wasn't just them sitting back and kind of have everything going their way off of what other people were doing. No, they went out and actually went pretty aggressive early on as well. Ali and Habibi, I think, were the 2 kind of main damage dealers in the team, and they were looking real spicy at different points in the day.
Yeah, Ali, your kill leader in the lobby so far right now as well. So only 13 kills, but that's only 5 matches, right? So good performance by him. And then Fex and T-Bone, your damage dealers. So it's you look at Great Britain, are we doing Great Britain? Are we doing United Kingdom? What are we doing? I'm not sure. They have like 15 different names, but I think it's Great Britain. But they kind of took the opposite track, right? Like this, we talked about that. This is a squad that's kind of playing together for everything this year. They're sticking together, and that's their one squad playing under that flag. And I think the results speak for themselves. Like they didn't get a win, but they are able to find kills, find placement points, to find everything they need to kind of put themselves right up there. I think at one point they were in first place yesterday with no wins. Is pretty impressive stuff.
And wouldn't be too surprising to see him come up and take over a spot like that again. Because, I mean, as we also talked about yesterday, obviously PUBG, in comparison to other Esports Nations Cup titles, are a little different in the sense that they also run their own PUBG Nations Cup, where rules are a bit different in terms of how you can field a roster. So while a lot of the same countries participate in both PUBG Nations Cup and Esports Nations Cup, it's not always the same rosters that are playing, but for UK, as you were saying, or Great Britain, they are the exact same roster all the way through, and just having that experience playing together as a national team is something that very few, if almost no other rosters really have.
Yeah, I like it. I honestly like it, and it should, by all rights, show out in the form of the results. So we'll see if they're able to kind of keep that going for the rest of the year, and if they're able to make sure that they end up in the top 4 by the end of the day, which I have no reason to think that they wouldn't, to see how well that they perform once it comes to November and the big show actually starts.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing. It's very rare, at least in PUBG, that you have a qualifier taking place 4 months
That's a long time
before a main event. I mean, obviously the rosters are going to most likely be the same, but what do you do in all that time? That is a long time to try and prep for a tournament to come. Normally you qualify and then you're on a plane the very next day, you know? Like this time around, it's going to be way different.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be interesting. I think this weekend ends, and all these teams kind of say, "All right, high fives all the way around. Going to go back to my my old team, my regular team, and go back to the comp scene, or go back to work in some of the cases of these other guys, and just kind of build up PTO for November so that I can take the trip." But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to be interesting to see if what the Rust situation. I imagine for the next couple of months, these guys will probably meet up. Every 2 weeks or so, maybe every immediately, maybe every couple of weeks, and do a couple of scrim sets. I know these guys were scrimming pretty hard coming into this weekend, so. Yeah, just take your time with it, but yeah, it is kind of interesting. It's a very long layoff before the actual main event.
Exactly, and of course, I mean, for a lot to play for, should you be able to qualify through for the main event, so it would be dumb not to use the time as best as you possibly can. As we saw, just briefly there, the circle taking us towards Gatkan, over towards the west. So no Millie, as we were blessed with in our APAC game earlier today.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
I love a Millie circle.
Considering the fact that we only had 9 teams on the server, I feel like Millie actually played out pretty nice with that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of tailor-made for a situation like that, isn't it?
Exactly. Exactly, it was fun. Iraq not off to the greatest start in this tournament. They need something big going today. I will say though, at the end of yesterday, I feel like Frag Iraq and the guys they showed a bit of promise. Not to an extent where I'm, like, oh, of course they're gonna make top 4, but there were definitely glimmers where it's like, if you can string together a couple of moments like that, maybe there's like a double-digit point game in store for you. But they need that going, and they need it going quite heavily, because I mean, as far as we know, the current top 4 is gonna do absolutely nothing to slow down.
Oh yeah, and I think you're right about Iraq. Like, watching the way that they were playing, watching how they were positioning themselves, like it wasn't like they were scared or anything. It wasn't like they were completely out of their depth. It's just kind of a series of unfortunate events, and then of course they did just kind of straight up lose some fights a few times. But you're talking about a team that's playing against a lot of seasoned professionals, right? Like, you just don't have a very good read on that overall meta, right? And they're learning, and they've got 5 games under their belt now, so we'll see if they can maybe learn something from those 5 yesterday and pull out something magical here today.
Definitely. I feel like that's what ENC also helps doing. Because obviously, I mean, we know Esports World Cup as being the one where you have all the best teams in the world, duking it out for the ultimate pride of who is the best in the world, where ENC is equally much about bringing everyone together. I mean, we have countries playing, some of whom are obviously eliminated at this point, but we have had countries playing in the EMEA qualifiers that I didn't even know had 4 people that played PUBG. Not because people don't play the game, but because I was like, how can Kenya field the PUBG roster? But they could, and they did. And it's insane to me because, or not insane, but it's just so incredible, because I would have never thought for that being the case. And now that we have had a tournament like this, and maybe other people in Kenya or other countries have watched it and gone, wait, there's a tournament and it's coming back next year. And if I know ENC, it's probably just going to be, even better, even bigger type stuff. We'll see even more people try and make it through for the years to come, and I think that's only gonna help populate some of the communities that aren't that great or aren't that big, which should try and go out and try even harder.
That's the hope, isn't it? That's the hope and the dream, is that we get even more people obsessed with this game the way we are, and obsessed with trying to find a way to represent their country, represent themselves on a major scale. As we see Austria just kind of settling up. We're starting to see some of our teams rotating in, getting a little bit closer to each other. A lot of shots being sent out, but no knocks coming through just yet. Again, we're seeing Everest be a big part of this first circle. I'm really interested to see if there's any teams that decide to go up there to the top and start playing. I also want to see Jimbo hit these. Jimbo hitting bolty shots. Didn't think I was going to get to see that today.
Would find it at all. As Vaz is sitting, practicing his hip fire. I'll give him a 6 out of 10.
Nobody likes windows, man.
Yeah, no, I know.
Gotta get a breeze in here.
I'm still waiting for them, and I've been waiting honestly since this game came out. Waiting for them to add, what do you call them? Like the ones where you can burn through metal, like the really sharp small flame.
Oh, like an incendiary?
Yeah, or like the handheld thingies. It looks like a little tool. Where you can like
like a welding torch.
Yeah, exactly. Or something like that. Where that way you could burn through the bars. You'd have to stand with your face exposed to the window for like a good 5 seconds, but you could remove the window bar.
Don't give them any ideas, man. We already got pickaxes and mortars and.
But that's what I mean. It'll be like a whole carpenter game, carpenter simulator. Yeah, I like it. It's where PUBG is headed.
And have you thought about maybe what if you just didn't have a compound and you're in the middle of an open field and you just build one for yourself?
I think that's another game, Paul.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, yeah. But I like the idea. Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's
do
cool.
that.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, since we have pickaxes and axes, we should be able to chop down the trees, no?
I know, right? Like that.
Yeah.
Imagine
maybe get some stuff when you do it.
Is that the next step for destructible terrain? Is just exploding trees?
Maybe. I mean, we have exploding hay bales.
It
took us a while to get there. We'll get exploding trees next.
Constant progression. Constant terrain destruction.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for like proper wall destruction in the game. It shouldn't obviously be done with a nade. That would be like there would be no buildings left ever in any game. But
C4
that's
is,
where, like,
yeah.
yeah, exactly where C4 could have a big impact if, like, you put it on the wall and you just blow a big hole in it.
Yeah, it does kind of. You have to suspend your disbelief a little bit whenever you see somebody put the C4 up against the wall and then it blows up and somebody inside dies, but the building is still there.
Wait,
like,
you're
oh.
trying to tell me PUBG isn't a realistic game? What?
Look, we're aiming for the highest amount of realism that we can get here, right? But
That is true.
you know, we also limited a little bit by the
That too.
technology of 10 years ago.
Also, I love the fact that we saw one of the, I think it was Justus, the German team, using the zipline gun. Also not something you see utilized too often, but there are occasional times at which it can be quite useful. And maybe, who knows, maybe Justus will find good time for it here.
I just see
That is a spicy circle.
that is a spicy circle. Couple of E pickups coming through, but that is, you feel like it's a little chunkier to the south, but that's a good amount of space on the north. And now that we don't have land ratio in circles,
Yep.
that's going to make things a little bit more interesting. Like, I feel like a lot of these teams are looking at that saying, like, okay, obviously this is coming down south, but I don't know if it's so obvious anymore. We'll see.
Not at all. Stay
Uh-oh.
right there on the water. Direwolf, first one to fall in this game. Who will get the point? It will be France. Able to get the first one there as France continue to try and deny Austria any sort of entry to containers.
That's actually really nice that he's able to secure that point for France as well when you have so many teams kind of shooting at the same knocked player, but they managed to do it. And there you go, Jimbo gonna get the snipe, and unfortunately it's gonna be on Pixelix. Czechia doing it. I'm not doing it
Hey, there
again.
you go.
I'm not doing it again. I'm learning. I can be taught. We'll lose one. As, yeah, I mean, everybody trying to make their way in here, but it's, what, 10 minutes into the game now, so the paths to get inside this area around South George are definitely not as free, and you can see a lot of teams paying the price for it here as you see Bulgaria drop in from that E-pickup right into crates.
Yeah, you can see, I think France tried to cut them off or deny them making landfall, but as they got down there and got into the maze of containers, they're like, yeah, you know what, not worth the risk. We have the twins down on the southern side, we have the south side of containers, so might as well play it safe from there for the time being.
It's actually kind of impressive that they were able to get away with that, honestly, with as many teams as are already here, but fortune favors the bold, and Bulgaria now have a nice little spot there to play around. This is looking vaguely reminiscent to yesterday, the Americas, where we had our first game end in South George. So haven't seen a South George ending in a while, and now all of a sudden we're getting two back to back. This is fun for me. I like this.
Yeah, not complaining at all. Snedek still jumping around trying to see if they can spot some of the Bulgarian players, but they're not seemingly too weak to reveal their whereabouts. Poland, in the meantime, up on the east side of Everest, looking to try and figure where in the world do we go once this next circle pops. And hopefully for them, they don't have to go anywhere, but if they do, I think they're now aware that practically everything is taken.
Not surprising, right? Like, do spot out the Greeks hanging out in one compound, wait and see where the next circle takes us. And it looks as though it is going to go east. And it looks also that it's probably going to favor more towards the south, just based off of what I'm seeing on the mini-map. If we can get that map. There we go. Yeah, the east side of Everest still in. So Ruin's a big player. Serbia actually looking pretty nice. And I think Great Britain will be kind of happy with the fact that this is cut in their direction, considering they're doing their standard procedure of coming in very, very late.
Yeah, they were keeping the east bridge down on Middle East. I think they've got 1 or 2 eliminations on Iraq there as well. So they're playing it very slow, coming up over the bridge at any point. Now Bulgaria, in the meantime, taking this fight to France. Oh, that nade bouncing just a bit too far. Could have been a good opener.
Yeah, and both of these teams have to be careful about how they approach this, because you know that there are teams with Overwatch over here. You have Free Nedex just keeping an eye on the top of Everest, because he knows that they can't be too cavalier with how they approach this without exposing themselves. And then you also have Italy down off to the south as well that could get involved at any moment, since they are outside of the circle. And then you've got teams still off to the west that have to make their way in. I believe Austria is going to be one of those, as we see believe that's the last player from Bulgaria trying to make his way in there and rejoin the rest of his squad.
Oh, he actually gets him.
Seat swap.
Yeah, Immax goes down. So Leon able to stay alive in the position of now as outside the circle. Germany taking on Czechia.
Oh my goodness. On top of Volcano here. Or actually, no, this is Volcano. This is off to the south. This is Radar. Czechia will get 1, 2, 3. It's now down to 1 for Germany. A great pull-up here by Czechia, only losing 1 in the process. Gianni, let's see if he can stay alive. He does manage to do so as Paynes has that bullet hose M249 in hand, but not able to get the knock. We'll see if he can find the flanking angle. See if we can get at least a point here for Germany, but that's looking to be a very difficult task.
Definitely. Nade over the top gets Paynes down to low HP, in and out with the push on forward. Paynes does get 1. I think they thought for sure that he was going to be healing. Not quite the case now. He goes for it, but a bit too late on it. Germany will be the first team eliminated, and interestingly so, that's one of your top 4 teams eliminated by another of the top 4 teams. So already from the start, we are looking to spice things up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's good news for Czechia as well, as that is a team that they were tied with coming into this. Get a little further secured on your top 4 spot, and also knock one of the teams that are chasing you down a little bit. It's unfortunate they lose 1 player in that process, but you know what, you'll take that trade pretty much every time. As France still causing problems from that great area. You see Nidex on that side angle as well. Italy take a few L's there, as Austria is also going to lose Smokinate. So all these teams that were kind of playing from the west are running into some big problems trying to make their way into this zone.
Oh, that's
cut
phase
north
4
again. Oh
I have not seen in a long time, because it used to not be a possibility. But here we are. That is a fantastic phase 4 if you ask me.
I mean, it's great news if you're a fan of Turkey. Like, this is one of the situations we were talking about before the game. Like, when you look at C4, C5, and you realize, okay, we're in a good position here to try to maybe get a win. Let's do what we can to get as many kills as we can, as many points as we can. As looks like Serbia is just cleaning up Romania. That will be a big loss even for Romania, as they are trying to hold on to that top spot.
Exactly. First place team in trouble as Simon and Naylor
Nice shots.
better off them, able to get the final one there as well. As the first place team falls in 15th. So first place and third eliminated right out of the gates here in match number 1 of the day.
That's great news for teams like Turkey, like Kazakhstan. I think Kazakhstan, the other team on the north side of the river right now. We'll see if they can hold it down. There's Code Marco. Will knock Abako out of the vehicle. Fine, we'll steal that one away, though, for Greece. So nice couple of points here picked up for Greece. This could be the start of getting the snowball rolling. They had a good spot playing from the compound right by the river, and you see everything off to the south, what they're having to deal with, trying to get in. Iraq in a big pile of trouble right now as Serbia is just free farming.
And here we have Latvia creeping ever so much further forward, trying to get something more of it as just perfect positioning as Celtic with the with the PRDM to sit behind as well, catching all these Great Britain players out in the open.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want if you're taking just free farming shots down on the south side of that river. You just have to be a little bit cognizant of where Kazakhstan is. See if they get any closer. Meanwhile, Latvia still causing problems here for Iraq. Iraq very much pinned down. I think Farron, the last player left alive for that spot, out in the Fallujah. So you see Kazakhstan will get that last shot into Czechia, and then will go down early. Iraq does go down right behind them. Kazakhstan still just farming long-range shots here. Not ideal, but you know what? It's better than nothing.
All the teams that were outside circle trying to claw their way in from that south side. And
Sancho.
as you can see here, even France struggling to make their way forward. As Kazakhstan start finding some points here. They had an alright day yesterday, finished in 5th place. They are the ones that are in that little gap between up towards the top 4. So if they can claim some points here, maybe mitigate that gap to top 4, going to make things a lot more exciting.
They did have a victory yesterday.
Yeah.
Match number 2. That's good enough to keep them and their rest of their game's performance good enough to keep them in 5th place. And now with, as we said, Germany and Romania going out, that opens up a little bit of a door here. But they do have some work left to do. It seems like Serbia has just been farming over here on that eastern side. 6 kills so far for them as we see Greece just trading shots back and forth across the river. They should be comfortable for now. They can hang out inside this compound for a little bit longer. You can see Sancho actually getting sent down south of the river here for Kazakhstan to get at least a foothold.
Ooh, Krystalny really wants to go up and secure this position against both Latvia and Poland, but every time he peeks up and over, shots come in from the other side of the river. You see it's Turkey from a distance here, taking shots at him.
Yeah, this is the problem for Turkey, right? Like, great position. Great opportunity to try to go for a win here, but again, everything you're shooting at is long range, and even if you get the knock, the likelihood of you being able to flush that knock and get that point pretty low. So only 1 point for them in the bag so far. Is Greece now up to 6 kills.
Yeah.
Great work here by Fine and Max. They're collecting everything that's coming out of the south.
I mean, they're tying the amount of kills they had yesterday in this first game already. They had 6 combined for the whole 5 matches, and here we are. Let's see what more they can get with it.
Let's see, Miksu can find his way through the fighting Serbs. 7 kills now for them, and you know that they've got somebody in their midst on the riverfront here. Italy trying to send it down, but it's just not happening. Nail it. Get the steal off of Edgeka. Actually, Fine going to find that. So Greece, again, just in a good spot. Will take out O'Connell as well. So they're collecting a nice little stack of points for themselves.
Yeah, Austria, in the end, will be dealt with. Simon able to find him. So Serbia, a bit more space. They've now garnered for themselves. The circle goes towards the water once again. We're running out of space on the north side of the river here, though, for Turkey to try and make use of. They have to pretty much play the rocks there on the bridge side now, and a bit of compound still in play. If shifting north, that would be abysmal.
It would. It would. One more kill, and Serbia will match their total from yesterday as well. So,
yeah.
Some teams that maybe didn't have a greatest start to the weekend now finding some success here in match 1 of day 2, but it's all about making the most of the good position that you have. Simon gonna get the knock on a T-bone. We'll see if he's able to flush that out. Great Britain doing their best to just lay low and survive for the time being.
Yeah, Great Britain had a decent position when Serbia weren't looking their way, but as soon as Serbia got the last of the Austrian team eliminated, they were like, great, now we can focus circle center. And all of a sudden, the positions that Great Britain has aren't all that great to try and cover from everything around them.
Bad news for Turkey there, as the circle does shift back down to the south eventually. So they will have to make their way across that river. And you can see Kazakhstan looking over in that direction. You got a couple of solo players kind of hanging around that bridge area as well. And Serbia could still be a problem. There you go. IM5 going to find Shilla to start things off. He'll get the flush, but Shilla's back in that sniper tower, so Turkey wants to get him. Now remember, they do have that BRDM, so that is at least one way they can try to get across that river, but it is definitely scary trying to load everybody into that, not knowing what the Panzerfaust situation might be. Good shots from Sancho.
Committing to the spray, despite the fact he was getting shut up by half a team. Forced to slow. They have managed to get control here as Serbia now continuing the push forward towards Great Britain. Remember, Miksu is still alive from Poland on that south side, so I mean, I doubt Serbia has any clue that he's there. So maybe he could end up being over 5-1, and there goes the BRDM straight into the water.
Swimming across. They do float. They didn't load everybody into it. They only loaded 2, so trying to get at least 2 guys over here, leaving 2 guys on the north side. And now Kazakhstan, I think, realizing that Moldova is over here, is trying to see if they can maybe catch them by surprise while they're focused in on Turkey.
Yeah, let's see Serbia continuously trying to run on forward. They do lose Krystalny, though. He tried to play a kind of a bit of a flank over the hillside, but could quite defend it from that position. Tipo does fall in return, though, so a bit of a helping hand coming through for Serbia to try and cross further forward.
Dug in there like a tick, man. There's just it's so hard to get them out of that spot.
Yep.
Especially, I think Serbia just not sitting on a whole lot of utility left at this point. Sancho does land the grenade onto Igor Yoksa. And now the rest of Turkey over here and trying to get themselves in a fight. See if they can pinch Moldova is just in a world of hurt. Shilla will get the knock on a compot. Now down to just one, just none. Shilla will finish them off as Turkey up to 4 kills.
Yeah, such an awkward area to take a fight in between. But Turkey to come out victorious in that, having to make the crossing too without taking any casualties, that is really, really good job done by Turkey here. We'll see what more they can get with it. They have the east side of the river now under their control. Saw Kazakhstan looking their direction for a moment, but they've slowed down here once more as well.
As you said, it's a super awkward place to fight on that riverbank underneath that bridge, so I don't think Kazakhstan...
Ticked it, so I'm not sure.
I don't think that's where QBE wants to go.
Well, we'll see what happens.
We'll get there. We'll get there, guys. Don't worry.
Everyone, I mean, we are back on the game. The observers are back in the game.
My people need me.
I'm not sure what the play is here. We
there we
lost
go.
connection. Okay, fair enough. Hopefully, because this was a really good game. Hopefully.
It was, yeah.
Fingers crossed, prayer, that the players didn't experience what we just did and they actually played it through to the end. Because there was a lot of great moments in that first game. Not only did we see some of the top teams eliminated very early on, but also some of the teams that we knew are capable of doing things that didn't yesterday actually got off to a great start here today. So I really do hope that the game won't be forfeit and that they can we can keep that score from the game, whatever the end game might be. Oh, wait.
Oh, we're back in.
We're in it still.
All right, so...
Quick fix. Forget what you saw.
We are down to our top 4 teams, though, as it looks like the connection problems were just on the observing side, so no harm, no foul. All the players still just playing this one out, but yeah, Serbia, looks like we got Serbia, Turkey, Greece, and Great Britain. So Kazakhstan going down in that one, and it looks like Turkey didn't have any losses there. Greece didn't have any either. So you got a 4v4, v3, v3, but the problem is that Great Britain, I don't know what you're doing. Like, they picked a great spot to hunker down in, and now all of a sudden it's just a magnet on top of them. All the trouble that they've had trying to find circles, and this is the one that magnets on top of them, is when they're dug down trying to avoid everybody looking at them.
Exactly. All they can do is just stare straight into the ground, because as soon as they peek up, they know they're getting shot at. This would be helped, of course, by just any one of these other 3 getting eliminated, because then you realize that you have more space playing on your side of the circle. In the meantime, Naleb is trying to dig his way to the other side of the planet, it would seem. Do you get out on Miramar if you continue digging? Maybe.
I hope that would be...
I don't know the geography law of PUBG.
Yeah, what's PUBG planet looking like?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we need. We need some more lore. One thing is like, oh, this guy did this and did experiments. No, what does the universe look like?
That's true.
Yeah.
Hey, we can get started on that right now. Well, it looks like Turkey might be...
stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Turkey and Serbia, I feel like, are in the position where they are most likely going to be the ones having a fight. Well, now that new circle, it looks like Greece is actually going to wrap onto Serbia from the other side. And so that first knock on a Simon from Shilla actually going to put Serbia up against the wall here. But QBE is on the clock, and he will find Max, but immediately Fine will trade him back down. Serbia does get eliminated in the end, though, by the combined powers of Turkey and Greece. And now Turkey is trying to make a move here. 9 kills overall, 5 for Shilla. He is farming.
Impressive performance from Turkey, having to cross over earlier in the game here and staying alive with all 4 up into this potential final fight of the game. Great Britain still kind of sitting tight with Grease up over the hilltop. And all of them are inside circles still, but it's Turkey who's on the aggressive right now.
You see the smoke wall just getting laid down. You wonder how much utility Turkey even has left in the bag. I mean, this is what they came across the river with pretty much, and looks like Celtic has still a few flashbangs, one smoke, 2 mollies, good grenade from Max, as Greece is just trying to send whatever they've got left in the bag over the top of the hill, and Great Britain is just, I mean, they're sitting right on top of center dot. They're just waiting for this to end and see if we can find something. Oh, we got the C4 vehicle, it's back!
Don't do donuts, don't do donuts, fine, you gotta go!
Time it. You got to time it perfectly. See if you can maybe get away with it. Try to get a little bit close, but Bard and Michael coming alive at the perfect time. They're going to get the double knocks on the Celtic and Fine, and that puts both Turkey and Greece up against it. Can Great Britain pull off the impossible here? Code Marco going to spot out Padros, as Turkey will get up to 10 kills here. Only Shilla and Code Marco left as Greece has gone down.
Just the 2 left alive, cold out on the edge of the blue behind the Dorito, and Great Britain comes out with a 5-kill win. It's like playing whack-a-mole, but the moles have rifles. That's what we had there in the end of it.
Goodness me. Great Britain, of all the ways that I thought that they would get their first win, it was not going to be a pickaxe win.
Yeah.
Like that straight up, that's what that was. That is a pickaxe win. Like the where they were hiding, there was no way that they stay alive all the way to the late game unless they have those holes to hide in. So that is just, that works out the way it did. But it's crazy that it happens to be them, because like they've been farming lobbies, like they've been getting kills 8 kills, 7 kills, 9 kills, 7 kills, 6 kills. Fighting. They got 1 second place yesterday. Their first win comes off of that. That's crazy.
This was the lowest kill game of all so far as well. They were just hunkered down. They got themselves the win. But I mean, to continue off what I was saying, as we've unfortunately got back into this game, we're gonna see a big change up on the leaderboard. I think obviously United Kingdom going to jump into first, off of Romania falling early on, but Turkey had themselves 11 kills in the second place. You have Greece are down in they're going to be getting more points off of this game alone than they had all of yesterday combined. We're going to be seeing some big change-ups on the board here off of what was a great first game, despite a few technical hiccups in the halfway point.
Yeah, we have they happen sometimes, Chad. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean, the question is, what are they going to do with it, right? Like, what do you, now that you've had this one game that you found some success with, how can you translate that now into a second great game or a third great game? You put yourself back in the conversation now. Now you want to try to get yourself up above that cut line. Now you've definitely got your eyes on the prize.
That is true. That was the only Erangel that we get to see today. Not something you see too often. Up next is going to be a Tego. But before that, a brief break. So stick around and we'll see you again in just a few. Circle Germany taking on Czechia.
We'll get 1, 2, 3. It's now down to 1 for Germany. A great pull-up here by Czechia.
I think it controlled he was going to be healing. Point the case now, he goes for it, but a bit too late on it.
Well, you take that trade pretty much every time. France still causing problems from that great area. You see the spot. Nice shots. And now Turkey and Serbia, I feel like, are against the wall here, but QBE is on the clock, and he will find Max, but immediately Fine will trade him back down. Serbia a bit close, but Bard and Michael coming alive at the perfect time. There puts both Turkey and Greece against it. Can Great Britain pull off the impossible here? Code Marco going to spot out Padros, as Turkey will get up to 10 kills here. Only Shilla and Code Marco left as Greece has gone down. Wow.
Britain out in a somewhat unorthodox victory here. They dug themselves deep. They laid low for the longest time, and then they popped out in the end and got themselves a 5-kill win. Not a flashy one, but nevertheless 15 points that I'm sure they are going to be well pleased with.
No, yeah, like they don't always have to be flashy. They don't have to be sexy. Just get the win, get the points. I don't think anybody was coming into today overly concerned about Great Britain making it in the top 4, but after starting off the day with getting weirdly what I would almost call a salvage win. Like it's like they sent it to that spot and started digging holes, and then they just lied prone for the next 15 minutes. Didn't pop up until the very, very end. So it felt like it was a salvage game for Great Britain that just ended up working out in their favor. Sometimes you just get lucky, man.
You know, with the amount of circles they had going against them yesterday, if they got all of them in one game, at least they maximized their opportunity with the circles that they were given. Let's take a look now at the leaderboard after that match and see where that put us. Because, I was going to say, I think even with the win, they still won't beat Turkey. And indeed, they won 17 points for Turkey off of that victory there. Good performance by them.
That's huge for not just Turkey, but Greece and Serbia as well. Kazakhstan also getting a nice little stack of points for themselves. Considering that they were like right there in 5th place, they're going to be a lot closer. But I mean, that's 3 teams, Turkey, Greece, Serbia, all with massive jumps on the leaderboard. They did not have the greatest first days, but Turkey, obviously, just kind of an average day, but Greece and Serbia definitely underperforming yesterday. But that's a great way to start their day, and it's going to be interesting to see where they sit now on those overall leaderboards.
For sure. Let's take a look at it and see exactly where we are put. With 2 top 4 teams out early on, we already have changes on the board. Great Britain up in 1st place. Turkey from 9th place jump into 3rd off of that game.
That's huge. That's so huge. And that's, look, you asked me at the beginning of the day which team I thought maybe underperformed a little bit yesterday, and this is definitely Turkey. But, man, coming in the first game, putting yourself in that top 4 now, 8 placement points, you don't like to see that, especially considering that they just got a lot of placement points in this last game. But maybe they found a way. Maybe they've got the formula, and hopefully they'll be able to continue finding the late game and continuing to add to that score, hold on to that top 4 spot. But you see Czechia right down there, France, Italy, Kazakhstan also still within striking distance. You could even throw Austria, and now Serbia and Greece. Like, look at all these teams that are just well within distance. I mean, one more good game and they'll be right in there. This is going to go all the way to the last game, Toby, and it's going to be insane.
Oh, for sure, no doubt about it. It is going to be a highly competitive lobby, that is for sure. Even more so if the likes of Germany, Romania, even one of the other 4 in the top fall out early just once more. That's going to be a lot of pressure, because you know how much all the other teams on the hunt really, really want to be able to qualify through to the main event in November.
Yeah, you just can't afford to have one of those bad games, those 0-point games. And especially if you're Romania, Turkey, Germany, if you're Romania, Germany, I think you got to look at that and say, okay, that was the anomaly. Like, that's our one. Like, we cannot do that again. So let's try to slow things down a little bit, maybe, and get back to where we were at yesterday, because we'll find ourselves falling pretty quickly, because there's just too many good teams in this lobby to be able to afford having too many goose egg donut stinkers of a game.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. And looking at the teams that are in that top currently, I mean, Germany in particular just comes to mind. Not a team that I remember to play too well with the lead. Usually they have stumbled a bit in the past. I mean, some of the players on there in moments where they had a chance to bring it home have struggled to do so. So hopefully they have learned from those experiences, and this time around they can hold on to it, because it's going to be fierce competition all the way through the day here today, going over to Tego next.
Yeah, and you look at Germany again, like the reason that they are in that top 4 was because of that win in the final game yesterday, where they were able to make a massive jump. So, the rest of their games weren't all that impressive. Like, it was good enough. I mean, I think they had an 11 kill 4th place. That was kind of the side dish to their main course of that first place with 10 kills, but it's kind of the similar situation as Romania, right? Like kind of subsisting off of on the back of 2 really good games, and you can get away with that. You can,
yeah.
But you kind of either need to be consistent the whole way through, or you have to have 2 or 3 or 4 really big games. One of those is easier than the other.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. We'll see what they amount to as we get into the next game, I believe, in just a few moments. And looking at the... I mean, looking at the takeoff yesterday, you just said it, Germany won the final one in the game yesterday. And for them, would be huge if they can go out and repeat anything close to that performance, would give them that much more breathing room coming into the games to come.
The problem for them is that the other Tego win went to Kazakhstan, who is right there in the chase as well. So that was Kazakhstan's big game yesterday. And one thing I will say about Kazakhstan is like the kills not always necessarily there, but the placements are. Like they've figured out kind of the formula to getting to that top 6, top 5, and now they can just kind of start adding to that in terms of points from kills. Like they could be a very big force to be reckoned with, and we saw that in game 1. They managed to get themselves all the way up to the top. I'm not sure how they ended up going down in the end, as we unfortunately were watching Serbia cha-cha slide into the river, but they did manage to make it to the late game off of a pretty good position and playing from that river's edge. So things still looking good for Kazakhstan.
Definitely, and it's just not something you see too often in this day and age of PUBG, is teams that are that much more in placement points than kills. Usually it's the other way around, despite the fact that placement points are favored more now, of course, being the tiebreaker and all that stuff, but still overall, I feel like teams always have more kills than placement points. Kazakhstan, though, not quite the case.
Not quite. But yeah, and I think you obviously got to keep eyes on Great Britain to see if the rabbit's foot that they have in their pocket continues, if they continue to if they start kind of the train rolling and start soaking up points. I don't see a situation where any of these teams in EMEA are going to be able to be point sponges. It's just not that kind of lobby. Like there's too much talent spread across too many teams to where one team could really kind of run away with it. And they're despite the fact that they do finally get that win and they're sitting in first place overall, 66 points, they're not done just yet. I mean, with 4 games remaining, they've got a 20-point lead, I think, on the cut line, but they can't afford to have any 0-point games. So I don't think we'll see them start throwing caution to the wind and being super aggressive. But
no, probably not. Also, I feel like there's a vibe on the UK roster that they feel like they deserve to be in the finals. Not only have United Kingdom or Great Britain won a PUBG Nations Cup before, so they have been in a similar position before, but they they invited the top 12 teams based on the players' ranking score points and that format that they have. They were 13th. They were one team out behind Argentina by just a sliver. It's like 30-some points out of 6,100.
Yeah.
I mean, they were so close to the direct invite. So at least now they're showing why they feel like they deserve to be there.
Well, and it's good. Like it would have been, I mean, it would have been tragic if they didn't make it. And I mean, that's still a possibility. Like it's not all said and done yet. I mean, it's looking really, really good. But I think that team needs to be there, right? Like they're just too good. They're too good to not have included in that Nations Cup at the end of the year. As we now are on Tego, we get the plane in the air, and it could go north, it could go south. Toby, this is it's not one of those planes that's just favoring one side exclusively.
That is true. That is true. We've had a lot of army base in the hills up and around there to the north circles. You and I had. France out towards the east. Last team out of the plane will go contest the vehicle down here. Seems like Frag Iraq will have to default to go further north. Is he gonna go hunting now? Oh, SK, I think he is. Frag Iraq, run for the compound. There's a car coming for you.
I think he is, and I think he has to. I mean, this is the smart play. Frag just run to the trees. Oh, SKZ, he's gonna see him. Can get to the next tree in time. Oh! The emergency brake. No! Oh.
He was so close to a tack backpack. Oh.
Ugh, he was.
Yeah, that wouldn't have saved him anyway.
That
Were there
sucks.
even any guns in that plateau? I don't think there
I mean, like, credit to SKZ. Like, he knew he had to get him before he got to that compound. So,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know, the work was done. As Farron, I think, probably just looking to see where his teammate went down. Maybe they go back and get the chip. I mean, it's not completely out of the question.
Definitely could. Wouldn't be the dumbest idea. Just wait for them to be gone. As what in the world? Seems like Iraq forgot to coordinate where they wanted to land.
Maybe a little
Now
missed
they're
call.
under a bridge.
One of them's under a bridge downtown.
Yeah.
Looks like his teammate's just on the other side there, though. But yeah, he's definitely pinned down. I mean, Grandy's giving him something to think about there. As Farron will continue to get a little bit waterlogged, get a little pruny hanging out in the water there under the bridge until he realizes that he's free and safe to make the run. Well, Czechia, not a bad performance there in that first game, but kind of got caught up in a whole bunch of. Well, I mean, they got caught up with Germany and managed to take them out early, but after that, it kind of fell off.
Yeah, it's not been too easy. Not been too easy at all. Serbia, in the meantime, getting himself rotated into the very edge of the circle here. Would be lovely to get a look at the map and see exactly what we've got to work with as Kristalny runs on forward. This compound has been, I mean, this crossroads compound has been a circle magnet for so long, but with it being that far on the southeast edge of the first circle, I highly doubt that's where we're headed.
Let's see, checking in with Great Britain as we get to see what they look like when they're running around on both legs.
Hey!
As, not lying prone in a ditch. But yeah, needs must, right? And they end up getting the win as it's Chris will take out Pains. Probably get that res immediately there.
Deserved.
Yeah, just throw him in the back. Think about what you've
Gotta
done.
show him who's the boss.
Oh, actually, yeah, they can't even afford to stop down and go for that res because they know that Latvia is right beside them. So good awareness on the part of Germany to make sure that they don't go for an untimely res, as they'll just pull away. See if Latvia, doesn't look like Latvia is too terribly interested in flexing out from this, as they do have the compound as well. So this is more just kind of area defense more for Latvia, I would think.
Definitely. Let's see here, Germany. Trying to fall back a bit further. I feel like at moments yesterday we saw Germany play a bit aggressive, which is not something I've seen in quite a while. They usually are the ones playing on the back foot. They're rather disengaged from a fight than actively engaged in one. And this is an opportunity for them now to engage me. I was going to say, if we see a knock come through on one of the Latvian players and they realize that that's them sat right here, to maybe pull up on this position.
Ooh. Looks like Great Britain's finding something here, but it looks like Germany, all pickaxes in hands as they will entrench themselves. Meanwhile, this is Great Britain and Serbia fighting over a compound. Serbia down 2, but does manage to take down Fex and Michael. So mutually assured destruction here as the rest of Great Britain has now arrived. No flushes come through on Nalip and Kristalny just yet. Simon with that high ground will spot out T-Bone, and that's going to force the grenade to go a little bit sideways.
Quick reaction from T-Bone getting off that roof when he realized he got caught with a nade in hand. He does get found from a distance, though. Great Britain off of a win in the previous one. Looking to potentially go out here with just a single point. Actually, no, not even, because Kristalny got rest as well. That would have been 1 point for them. But now it's all on Vart to try and make something big happen here.
Tale as old as time, isn't it? Having that big victory followed up immediately with a early exit. But Vard does find QB8, gets that first knock, gets another one, and okay, there you go. Britain does get eliminated in the end. So Serbia got a little dicey there for a second, but Simon coming in clutch.
Does Turkey now make an aggressive play off of this, though? They know that there's 2 people knocked inside the compound. They have a good line of sight with Shield being up close already, but maybe lost track a bit of it as the fight escalated. Speaking of fights escalating, here's Latvia. They saw Germany before on this hillside, and here they are pulling up, reversing over the hilltop as Pains finds the first one.
You don't get style points, but unfortunately won't get Ares there. Germany, this is why they had those pickaxes out. They are entrenched and dug in. No knocks coming through just yet, but Austria rather, going to push right up. And unfortunately not going to be able to get anything here. Germany doing a great job of defending themselves and each other. As Austria now down to 2, I believe. No, it's just down to 1, Jacob. And he's going to run.
Great defensive position for Germany. There's Latvia now comes to say hello. Over the top, Payne's been found. We saw them nearby just moments ago. And looks like they now do look to engage from a distance.
Yeah, I think Latvia saw Germany take a knock in the kill feed. They heard all the scrapping. They saw the kill feed light up. Maybe thought that Germany had taken some knocks, but they did not. They held the line very, very well as Jacob making some divots for himself to hide in here. And this will be his new home for the rest of this game, or at least as long as the circle allows.
It's any army man out there. That is a waste of frag grenades. But in this game, no, not quite the case. We'll throw them down and lay low. They can't find a pickaxe. Gotta use any explosive device that they can.
Any port in a storm.
Yeah.
Well, Latvia, do gotta give them credit. Like they tried to see if they could go over there and third party on the tail end of that Germany fight, but I think they realized very quickly that Germany was not at all injured, really.
Yeah.
And immediately pulled back to their compound, and that's going to pay off for him as the circle does. And then once again, it is going to go straight into the middle. No hard shifts this time around. We do have a number of teams still fight their way back in.
How many times have we been in these fields on the southwest side of Fishing Camp? So incredibly hard to really play in and around this area unless if you have a compound locked down already, which fortunately for Bulgaria they do. 0 points so far in this match for them. A team who's of course looking to get a whole lot more going here in this matchup.
Yeah, 20 points on the day, or on the tournament so far, sitting in 15th place. But if Turkey has showed us anything, you can have one big win, 20 plus points, and now you're all of a sudden right back in the conversation. So we'll see what Bulgaria can pull off here as we check back in with Latvia. Germany still perfectly content, holding down their fortified position. Obviously, they fortified it very well, as Austria found out the hard way.
Actually, a bit surprised that Latvia didn't up to a great. I don't know if they were maybe engaged in a fight to the west at the same time as this happened, but I feel like the fight between Germany and Austria was long enough that Latvia could have tried to push over. They even got the knock onto Paynes, but still they didn't up to try and capitalize on it. A bit surprising, but we'll see if maybe it comes to bite them later, or if they just had a gigahead plan that I just can't comprehend.
I mean, I think they're feeling really comfortable with their position, right? Like they've got hard cover, they've got high ground as well. It's just a great spot to play, and I think maybe just having that knowledge that Germany is dug in the way that they are, they know that if they do have to take that fight, it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be quick. So trying to take that at the time when the circle pop came through, and you're kind of anticipating that maybe more teams might be making rotations past. You don't want to maybe a little bit high risk there of a third party or fourth party if you get involved in a kind of a knockdown, drag out fight in a really prime spot inside zone, right?
Yeah, that's true. Let's see here, Italy making their cross on over, trying to play it safe as best as they possibly can. Took the boat from the northwest coast down, joining up with, I believe they had 2 players down on the southern side here already, but no reason to take any risks as they do make their way down to safety, and will now join in on the far western side of the circle. There really shouldn't be any opposition over here at all.
Yeah, how fortunate is that they make landfall and have a US waiting for them right there. Didn't have to run around for 20 minutes looking for one like I always do. But
also a good indicator that there are no opponents nearby when you have one of the points not being taken.
Yeah. And you can just kind of rejoin with O'Connell there off to the south, and we'll see where the circle decides to take us. Hard shifts down to the south, so good news for Latvia and Germany once again, as I think Latvia will be feeling pretty good about their decision not to go and take that fight with Germany just now. We'll see if anybody decides to try to push up on a Germany. But you see they're taking shots. They're peacocking a little bit. They don't want to have to take that risk of another Austria situation happening now that we've gotten into phase 3.
That's true. Comes France trying to wrap the south side on this one, but Serbia, hearing all of this, will try and position themselves accordingly. This is such an awkward area to fight in the kind of the marshlands on the western side of where Serbia is currently set. It does make it a bit easier with pickaxes and grenades and whatnot to try and make playable areas here, but overall, just an incredibly hard area to try and defend.
It's a hell of a turnaround for Serbia here today so far as well. I mean, they started the day kind of lower on the leaderboard, but a 4th place with 9 kills, and now they've already got 5 after dispatching with Great Britain to start things off here in game number 2. So set up nicely to transition that first good performance into 2. See what else they can get for it as Italy and Bulgaria and Kazakhstan all running into each other here on that western side of Italy, just trying to find a way to in. And unfortunately, it looks like they run into Bulgaria. Oh, that's a great shot from IM5.
Some distance to it as well. As he peeks up and over, finds the knock on one, double headshot connected, gets it back down to safety, and now Smoke Blown can cross further forward, at least set his teammates up for a good push down.
Just holding that Overwatch position there. And they've actually got 2, so you know typically you might see one player with that long range support. But Kazakhstan going for 2 Bulldogs and 2 guys in the back, just kind of overwatching everything, and it's working out a treat as they will actually. It's not even going to be them that get the knock on that. It's going to be Diga, the spray grenade. But Kazakhstan being very methodical at how they try to hold on to this western side, but Bulgaria now in a world of hurt.
Poglex trying to get the safety. Cast swap. I'm not sure how much that's going to grant him in terms of safety, but at least for the time being, he's going to be all right. Bulgaria trying desperately to stay alive here, just exactly on the inside of the circle, but seems like Kazakhstan has their numbers all written as they're slowly but steadily making their way towards him. Or do they run around the south side? They might just.
I like this, though. I like this from Kazakhstan. That's just great awareness to know, like, you've got Italy back there, you've got Bulgaria here. We'll see. Oh, no!
What?
Oh, Italy!
What?
Sweet Italy just got a mortar put right in their chest by Senka Pau Pau as Latvia to collect that. We'll see if he can actually get the kills, and he will, as Julius will go down to Emimax. So great shot there from Senka Pau Pau.
My, oh my. Absolute perfection. That's, of course, the downside of digging yourself into a hole is that you're not very mobile once you're sat there, especially when you squeeze 3 players into one hole. It's that much more difficult to stay safe and sink a pow pow. Just made that one look easy. Good job on him.
It's always the risk, isn't it? It's always the risk, but unfortunately, Latvia have already lost one, and now Agres is down as well. Looks like Jimbo will be able to get him back on his feet. Not sure how Latvia lost Marcus, though, because this was, I mean, remember, Latvia was holding this compound in the high ground for quite some time now. I'm not sure if, and it doesn't look like Germany ever got involved, so I'm wondering if a team maybe tried to make a drive-by and just managed to steal one away. But either way, Latvia's still in good position, even though they're down to 3, as Kazakhstan still scrapping with Bulgaria. France will go down in the end to Czechia. I'm not even sure where that fight's happening. We're so locked in here on the west.
Yeah, exactly. So much happening in this game. We're just bouncing fight to fight as they continuously go on. Kazakhstan still looking for last players from Bulgaria, and last players will be found. Good job on Kazakhstan, finding their 4th. And now a bit more of an open angle into the circle. They can cut across the shoreline down south, but looks like right now they have their eyes on Latvia.
Eyes on Latvia, but they do have a... I think there's another team, I'm not sure who it is, it's playing on the river just ahead of them, so we'll see if they spot that out. But yeah, Kazakhstan in a little bit of a spot of bother here, because you got to figure out what the best play is. How can you avoid Latvia's compound? You got Czechia that's right there on the riverside as well, so we'll see if Kazakhstan, it looks like they're just going to pull in on the south side here of that Latvia split.
Not going to be easy. Looks like trying to lay low inside the shack, just wait this one out, as they are just inside circle, awaiting a potential Kazakhstan push to come. They know they're just over on the other side. They have been hearing all the there is Moldova now gets active for the first time today. Iraq, we're waiting for them to get back into this one, and as soon as they get into the circle, well, they get denied.
It's been a long slog for them as the eastern side of the circle. We haven't checked out over here just yet, but it's looking like it's pretty populated here. This is Farron, the last player alive for Iraq. He was the last player to come out of the blue. He's just running right into Moldova, and he will go down. It's actually going to be Nalip that takes him down, so another point picked up there for Serbia. As Turkey looks like they're going to avoid going to the south here. Instead, they'll try to wrap around on the north side.
A lot more they can do is Turkey now. Where do you go? I mean, you have Sheila up in the northern ditch already, but is this how you're maintaining your split, or are they actively going to take the fight to Moldova here? Maybe just wait and see. Like, circle swings north now. All of a sudden, Quetpa and Cope Marco, I don't think they're going to properly engage on this because they have the north clear.
Yeah, and again, this is what destructible terrain does, is it takes these fights that would otherwise, you know, you're thinking, okay, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, this is what we can devote to this safely. Well, now we can't. Like, we see they've got a BRDM, they're entrenched in. This fight is looking like it would take a lot longer to really kind of play out if we decide to take it. And I think Turkey are just kind of keeping guys up there, keeping eyes on this. We don't even see utility being sent over just yet, but I mean, they've got a good... I mean, they've just got a good position in the circle. There's no reason to.
Exactly, and not to mention the amount of util they would have to use in order to deal with them to begin with, and knowing that this is going to be an open perfect sense.
Ooh, Romania.
Knock there.
Romania taking another. I think they're down to one once again. They do have a BRDM. Nope, no, never mind. They've still got 3 up, so they lose 1, but they have the BRDM. They're playing from this low side of the hill, but you can see Sila is not likely to get rezzed here, and actually they don't have a BRDM. Oh, they did. Okay, it got exploded. So everybody combining their efforts to focus fire that down, and that's bad news for Romania, as they are very much exposed here. We'll see if they pull a Great Britain and just hide out for as long as they can until the circle favors them.
It's a solid angle for Germany, trying to make something big off of, but not really. Like, how aggressive do you dare to go? You're looking inside the circle right now, but you know full well there's another team 70 outside coming your way, so it's like, how much do you dare focus in when you know you're going to get pushed eventually? As Latvia now, they want the defensive going up against Kazakhstan.
This is great for Kazakhstan. They were able to bide their time and wait for the circle to shift away from Latvia's compound, and now the grenades are coming through. They're finding the kills. Digga will go down. Hoba almost gets knocked as well, but will stay alive by the skin of his teeth. We'll see Latvia a little bit split here, but Jambo stuck down in that hole. Nice grenade and a nice follow-up with a spray. Gets 2 in Kazakhstan. Wow. Goes down instantly.
What a hold. First Sinker Pow Pow with the 3-piece on the mortar, and now Jambo with a perfect setup nade and spray to follow, finds 3 of his own.
Get a little bit of help from Czechia there as Pixelic got one of those knocks, but very nicely done there by Latvia, staying alive. And now Czechia decides that they want a piece of this, but Latvia's so well dug in up there on the top. And meanwhile, Germany, they're just off to the side. They hear all this, they see all this happening, but not getting involved. There he is.
It's always going to be a hard hill to run down. Can't quite do anything with it because they will say thank you. I'll take that point. 5 kills, 200 damage done. Like to see it as they get eliminated in the end of the Czechia falls in 8th.
5 kills for Pixelic, but considering what the situation that they had to push into from the south side there, they're not going to be too terribly upset about that. As we see Greece once again making it, keeping their whole team alive. Unfortunately, their whole team is only 3 strong this time, but they do have to fight their way in now, and it looks like Moldova is looking over in that direction. As Turkey Ace trying to make their way in through Romania, they're going to lose Quepa, and now Shilla under fire.
We'll see here. It's Kapi in the open. Poland having a tough time this tournament as well. Hopefully for them, they can make something happen here. Only a single kill so far, but they got the north side of the circle. I was going to say under control, but I think it's only because Germany hasn't really looked this way that they've kind of been able to just roam the area for free. But you have Romania in the dips here. You have Turkey set right behind. Now Nate's being primed. Lopped on over as Kapi will see them over the top of this smoke. Oh, this is just so difficult to do anything to counter, but the nades are coming through from the other side first.
It's just a red zone right on top of Romania. The fact that they've managed to keep 2 alive this long is impressive, but Froggy looks like he's going to go down to that blue zone grenade, and now Ali, the last one left alive, separated himself just a little bit, but that one from Norcus will fall right at his feet, and that will do it for Romania. Another early exit for that squad.
Yeah, not too easy to do anything about it. As Norcus now backing off, realizing that there's a Turkish player set on the other side. Cappy found by him and instantly flushed as well.
That's a nice side angle here from Shilla. He's making it work, too. Gets that knock, gets the flush. Now Poland down to 2 players as the rest of Turkey. Oh, there you go. Code Marco going to find Norcus and will take down Mixu. So Poland down to 1 as Turkey just exercising their authority over the low side ground here on the north.
Marco. Take a flush and one more. As Turkey continues their onslaught. Just one left alive now inside of Poland, and it's Meister's sat here. Again, I mean, Germany is currently looking towards Serbia in the southern side, but I'm a bit surprised that we're not seeing them try and capitalize more on these fights taking place around them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've been saying that all day long, this whole game, right? Like they've had that high ground spot. They've been in decent position, and stuff has been happening around them. Ooh, keep walking, keep walking. All right, easy. Now they're starting to get a little bit more active, but Magers will go down, or Magster, rather, will go down once again as Chris. No helmet on your boy, but you know, we say they haven't been active, but 6 kills for Germany. So
yeah,
you know, I guess everything 4 of those came off of actually I think 3 of those came off of the back of the Austria push, but
exactly.
They're looking fine up there. It's just a question, could they have gotten more? I don't think it really matters if they still manage to keep 4 up until the late game, but the circle has pulled away from them now at this point. So Greece going to go down, and that's going to give us our top 4.
Moldova vibing with the BRDM. Couldn't quite get the point there. Germany was the ones to steal that one away. And then Serbia as well. I feel like QBE has been proning for the longest time. And he's made it into the top 4. So good on him.
Job done. I don't even... you see Germany keeps looking back in that direction.
Yeah, exactly. They know they never got the insta on any of them.
Yeah, so I think they are fully aware, but that's a great circle for Turkey. And if they could follow up what they did in game number 1 with a win here, that would be absolutely huge, huge turnaround for them. Going from the middle of the pack up into a secure spot in the top 4 would be massive. And we'll see if Moldova has anything to say about this, or Germany with their high ground spot, but they have to move.
This
is from Serbia.
For a bit.
That's back. That's if he goes down here to blue, that's going to be back-to-back 4th place 9 kill finishes for Serbia.
You know what? Continue that, and you might win yourself a tournament. Gotta get inside the circle, though, mate. Gotta get inside the circle. Oh, the timing.
Wow. 10 bandies.
He was cutting it close.
And actually, oh, there he is. Compod going to get him. Of course, it's the MP5, man.
Not something you see too often.
It's the most terrifying gun in the game right now. Well, it's Chris got knocked, but immediately gets res. So Germany still trying to hold on to that high ground. They're going to start making their way down now, but it looks like Moldova doesn't want to deal with Turkey just yet. Instead, they're going to take the fight over here towards Germany. They'll lead the way with that BRDM, but the BRDM is on fire, and he's got to hop out. Kadel will get 1, but Paynes immediately gets the trade, and now the fight is squaring off on the top of the hillside here. It's just immediately trying to go for It's Chris once again. It's Chris probably on 7th knock at this point. And Turkey, like, I mean, they're just vibing. Like, they're sitting on that low side. You can see they're starting to kind of come up over here to see if they can maybe get a few more kill points. Celtic will take down Paynes as Igor, Germany actually going to wiped out. It's Igor Iaksa. Good grenade from him.
Trying to finish the big off of this one. Hasn't been the cleanest tournament so far. 7-14 coming into this game.
Shilla.
Plowed on through with the Dragon of the hand. Gets himself even more with it. And another 11 kill game for Turkey. This time, though, with a win to boot.
Jeez, like a knife through butter. Turkey just immediately collapses on that fight and just dispatches with Moldova. And I think they actually got a couple of kills off of Germany as well. So Germany with that high ground, it was looking great until it wasn't. And man, that last circle shift, that favorite Turkey, that was pretty much all she wrote. But good performance from Moldova as well.
Definitely. Good points on the top in Germany, even if they fall, still a 10-point game for them. So yes, I mean, you can always go back and say maximize, but in this case, I think it's acceptable.
And once again, two teams in the top 4 with 0 kills. Romania and Great Britain going out very early. Romania at least managed to get themselves a placement point, but Great Britain going out early. But I mean, they had a pretty decent lead. I think we were talking in those, it's like 23 points on the cut line. So, you know, you can afford to have one bad game.
Definitely. Well, it's only getting closer. We still got 3 more matches left to go before we know which top 4 will be going through to the main event in November. But before that, we're going to go to a brief break. And when we see you again, it's time for Miramar.
Give me some of that highlight.
Fighting over a compound. Korea down.
Here they are pulling up reverse over the hill as Haynes finds the first one.
You don't get style points, but you won't get Aries there. Germany, this is why they had those pickaxes out. They are entrenched and dug in. No knocks coming through just yet, but Austria in. And unfortunately, it looks like they run into Kapow as Latvia to collect
on Kazakhstan. From Bulgaria, and last players will be
Latvia a little bit split here, but Bingo stuck down in that hole. Nice grenade and a nice follow-up with a spray. Gets 2 in Kazakhstan.
Give me some of that highlight. I want some of that makes me dance. Give me some of that good stuff.
Ali, the last one left alive. Give me some of that BRDM, but the BRDM is on fire and he's going to hop out. Oh, shit.
wow through with the back himself even more with it, and another
Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that highlight. I want some of that make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that highlight. I want some of that make me dance.
Show all the pliers. I'm gonna stick to the plan. I'ma show everyone how I built an empire. Hands always close to the gun. When the challenge arises, I come. I'm not one to just get up and run. It's my task, I don't rest till it's done. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I'm taking control, yeah. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I got that control now. Better know that I'll be taking that control. Yeah, I'm taking control, I'm taking control. I'm gonna take that control. I'm just replaying my role. I'm gonna take all the souls of the ones who be standing in front of my goals. I'm creeping up like a ghost. No one can even come close. I'm ready to go in a charge, and you better know that I'm bringing the force. I'm on the hunt, I'm a champ. I got the squad as my fam. Summon my foot, I'm like blam. Play me that tune, it's my jam. I'm gonna reach my potential. Fully, I get in the mental. It's this and I go for it all. I'ma honor the grind, I'ma own it, no rental. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control. I'm gonna go through the fire. I'ma show you the thing I desire. I'ma inspire, I'll show everyone how I built an empire from nothing. You know I'ma never succumb. When the challenge arises, I come. I'm not one to just get up and run. I'ma bang bang till the task is done. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control.
Things are spicing up in EMEA as the race gets ever so much closer, with the exception of Turkey just popping off. I guess that's just they just decided to come into today and absolutely butcher the whole lobby. 22 kills so far in 2 games, a win and a second place. I mean, where was this Turkey yesterday?
Doesn't matter. They found it today, and that's what matters, right? Like, when all is said and done. Yeah, Turkey finding their groove today. Serbia finding their groove today. Obviously, Great Britain has continued their groove. Germany finding a little something in that last game. Still waiting for Romania to start stepping up here, in Czechia as well, right there. So all it takes is that one game, as we keep saying over and over, as I keep saying over and over again. I should probably stop. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the overall leaderboards are looking at after that one.
Definitely, definitely. We are starting to see some of these teams that we expected more from coming off yesterday finally rise to the occasion. And then some teams that we were hoping to see things from that we're just not really now. I mean, the 10-point game for Germany is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. You'll take that any day of the week. Still feel like there were more points on the table for them to go out and fetch in that game. But they also were in a position where as soon as they peak anyone, everyone peaks them back, and they do get 12 points, so quite a formidable performance, of course, off of that match there.
Never going to be mad about it. 12 points for Moldova as well. Republic of Moldova sitting in 14th place coming into this game, but that's going to put them right back into the mix once again, as we have a number of teams. Kazakhstan, I feel like Kazakhstan has been positioning themselves well, but they're just not getting good fortune. But I feel like if they continue playing the game that they're playing right now, that they should find success here eventually. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to make their way into the top 5 for the last, 4 games now? 2 6 places in a row to finish off yesterday as well. So overall, they managed to find an end game, but as you're saying, just not really putting themselves in positions from where they can really take fights to their advantage. As we now see the scoreboard here, still a bit of a jump down from Germany to Czechia in 5th place. Do they only have 5 placement points, Czechia? Is that really true?
That's crazy.
That's
crazy to have 40 to 40.
Czechia had a win yesterday.
They did have a win yesterday. Okay,
Something's wrong.
Something's a little wonky. Yeah, I think that.
I think this is no way that adds up.
I think this is after last game. This is. I don't think this is including game 7.
I'm not sure. But nevertheless, it was a close game, and it would make sense that Great Britain and Turkey are up there sharing the top. But for Turkey to jump from 9th into 2nd, off of just those 2, I mean, what an incredible set of games they were able to put together.
It's huge. It's huge, and you could see the logjam kind of starting to form there as well around that 30-point spot. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, I think it was only 12 points separating the cut line from like 12th place overall. So it's still very, very doable. I mean, I think 12th place was Greece, who have put together kind of back-to-back decent games. So we'll see if Miramar provides any more good fortune for these teams. So good plane to start things off, though.
Yeah, and hopefully some interesting circles like we saw yesterday. That south side water, or east side, I guess I should say, water treatment finish is not something we see too often. The area, sure, but like that specific east of water treatment is just it never really ends up bouncing over there. So maybe some more exciting finishes here to what will be the last Miramar of the EMEA quals. Uh-oh.
So yeah, this is what I was kind of had an eye on. It's Campo Militar was getting hot dropped. Never thought I'd say that, but France and Austria decided to go up there together. But it looks like they should avoid each other for the most part. Here's a few passing shots from the SLR of Risk will force Austria away.
Yeah, SKZ gets another chance, maybe. Taking a few shots. Nah, didn't get out there in time. We'll just continue looting. Everything should be good.
Slow things down a bit. I'd like to see. Did you see the circle? Was I not paying attention? Okay.
I'm requesting it this very second.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. There we go. All right, all the way off down to the south, as the rich get richer. Turkey and Tumasera will get their choice of places that they want to go. As Bulgaria also, once again, getting a little bit of good fortune as far as the first circle is concerned. Obviously, C1 luck doesn't always equate to the rest of the game luck, but see if they can pull something off here. Is Iraq and Great Britain actually also getting a little bit close to each other there? Michael off in the mix. A number of teams just very, very close, considering how far away they are from this zone.
Interesting thing now becomes how do all these teams flying all the way down here? Oh, Norkis. Oh, Norkis. Does that smoke actually? I have a hard time believing it will, but you know what? I would love to be surprised. Gets into the car. Gets to drive away. Are you kidding me?
I mean, they tried. They definitely tried to send it down. Serbia, they had one guy shooting and the other guy making the crash, but it just ends up being a little bit too far. So Norkis being a little bit fortunate, to say the least, there, as he will go ahead and retreat into the city itself with the rest of his squad.
A smoke and a dream. And somehow he lives to tell the tale. Michael Bay, where are you? We need a script for the movie.
More lens flare, more explosions.
And oddly enough, some American flags in the EMEA qualifier. I don't know how they.
Exactly.
I don't know how they made it there, but somehow they did.
I was, I was gonna say, I wanted to remark on the distinct lack of amount of American flags present in this qualifier.
Yeah, no, I know.
Just wonder if you guys could get on that, if we could fix that.
Maybe there's some dual citizenship somewhere that we aren't aware of. We'll see. We'll see. Could be. Could be. That's the best. That's the best I can give you. Or like some color combination. You see Czechia doing their best here with the red, white, and blue. Just a little different construction.
Yeah, and France is in there too.
Yeah,
United
exactly.
Kingdom.
Plenty of flags.
Great Britain, whatever they're called.
Got all of
Serbia.
them. Got all of them. As this one's gonna slow down again, I think, for a little bit. We got a bit of action early, and now we get the big migration to the south going, which I think, perfect timing. Thank you, observers, for the map there. There are some awkward rotation paths going down south once you go west of Los Leones, like out into those open areas there. Also, it becomes a question of how far south do you actually dare to go. You know what I mean? Like, because if it shifts north again, you're kind of screwed.
And hard shifts kind of have been a bugbear for this whole lobby, as we see Greece does manage to land the E pickup pretty free and clear. Themselves a Bronco as well. I was noticing it looked like Great Britain might have been doing a little camp job on Iraq up in the north there. That's something that they've shown that they're willing to do so far here today. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it again as Iraq's no good, very bad day continues.
Definitely. Hopefully they can make something of it. And it's Germany now, having rotated all the way down south. A lot of these players have probably landed and looted Valdemar close to 2,000 times in the past. So they, for good reason, will drive down here and then rotate out of this position because they have been here oh so many times in the past.
I saw this coming. Like you can see it formulating now. Now, Great Britain didn't commit the entire squad to this. Like Bard is already inside zone, but they did leave a couple of behind. As Fex will lay down some opening fire here, and you can see Michael already on the move, trying to get a little bit closer as well. But this is just Great Britain being in first place. It allows you to do these kinds of things, these type of aggressive plays, and it paid off for them on Tego or on Erangel. It maybe it'll pay off for him here.
Definitely, Michael. To get back in the vehicle, reposition a bit. Does take quite a bit of fire, but not brought down. Actually, nowhere near. Doesn't even take any damage off of it.
That's a nice response from Iraq, though. Let's see if they can keep their guys alive. No, Farron unfortunately does get spotted out by Vard in the end. As Vard takes a heady from Fayod. And
I like to see it. I mean, for Iraq, there's literally only one thing they can do. Start playing aggressive. Because if you don't, you're going to lose anyway. You need points, and placement points alone is not going to cut it at this point if you want to have any shot at that top floor. So might as well go out and take the fight to literally anyone you can. In this case, it's the boys in Great Britain, and so far, it ain't really working their way.
Battle between the top and the bottom of the leaderboard right now, as they did manage to get that knock on effects, and it's going to force Michael to go in there and go for the revive, but unfortunately for Iraq, they weren't able to get over there in time to land the well-timed grenade. As you see Casper, they still have to be aware of that SVD, that Dragunov on the top of the mountain. Casper will try to take a few shots at the bait vehicle, and T-Bone's going to capitalize from that high ground spot. Fex doing most of the work there, it feels like, as Casper does go down.
Yep, nice strat put to use, and having them go straight past and then peeking up over with another player ready to take the shots. T-Bone now from up high has a great view of what's happening on the other side, and I think we might see one of these players try to run off. That's Frag. Goes for the spray down. Connects pretty well, gets half damage done, but not more than that. Fahot gets one as well, but they're completely getting at this point.
Just immediately traded back in it, and I mean, this is just it's a symptom of Great Britain obviously being at the top of the leaderboard, Iraq being at the bottom of the leaderboard. Both teams really can afford, like, there's no reason not to stick around for this fight, and also the fact that they looted all the way up here in the north by the wall, and the circle went all the way down south. So
True.
Yeah, from the moment that circle pops, you're saying, okay, well, we're kind of in not salvage mode, but we're willing to stick around and take fights out here if we think we can win them. And I don't think there's a fight in the lobby right now that Great Britain doesn't think they can win.
No, definitely. They have all kinds of reasons to just go out and take fights to anyone, as the circle, well, swings south hard again. Maybe that's the fight that Great Britain can't win. The fight against the circle. They got all their luck in that one Erangel game, and now they're out of it again.
I'm telling you, the circle is undefeated when it comes to squaring off with Great Britain. Another grenade will fall as T-Bone is on the hunt here, trying to get that last player taken down from Iraq. He's trying to lie low. Frag, ooh, gonna get that knock on effects, and that's actually, I think, the second or third knock for Fex at this point, so he's gonna bleed out pretty quick as you see the blue zone doing its damage as well, but T-Bone will be the one that takes him down in the end, so Iraq going out in 16th place, and another 4 kills in the bag here for Great Britain.
Good start for the boys in GB. Does anyone say that? Is that cool?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, no. I mean, they say the UK, so
They
why
do.
can't I say the GB?
You can.
Sounds good.
You can say whatever you want.
Very fair. And I tend to do that too, you know. I just always wait for your permission first. I like it. I like it. Germany, in the meantime, they've, well, I mean, they've cut the entire southern shoreline coming into Valdemar just moments ago, and now they're all the way down here at the intersection. I'm not sure how much further east they're planning on going anytime soon, because they just saw one of the teams set over there, and of course I couldn't quite catch who it was.
It may have been Kazakhstan.
Yeah, it could be. Green team at least. Yeah, it was. Kazakhstan sat down there. Ooh, but they now are getting completely surrounded because you have Austria coming into the mix down here as well.
Ooh, Austria. They ran into Germany last time on their early rotation. Now they are pushing right in between Kazakhstan. It looks like Kazakhstan a little bit split, though, so Austria should avoid this for the most part. Playing around that coastline. Just don't go too much. You don't want to donate your points over to Germany once again. Back-to-back games, that would be pretty brutal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Kazakhstan will be able to regroup in the compound with the perfect sense. It's actually a surprisingly good position to play out of, as long as you have the entire south side under control, which for the time being they do, but we'll see how they plan on pathing out from here, if they're even going to be forced to.
We shall see. Latvia, they've got a little high ground, just kind of scouting out what's around them. They'll be scouting out where they want to make their next move, but it looks like, unfortunately for them, Italy already there, and they have spotted them out. So Latvia will have to make a decision about how they want to approach this. Actually, Turkey also kind of right out there, taking long-range shots, but you can see how much damage that circle is starting to do, so they don't have a whole lot of time to stick around for this.
That's true. That's true. Circle. Closing in where we headed. Oh, we're going down the shoreline, because who needs land ratio anyway when we can go down towards Germany and Austria on the southern shore?
Oh my God. Okay. Well, Austria getting a little bit of good fortune there, and the next part of the question is, like, when you're looking at the mainland, obviously if you've played the game long enough, you kind of know that when you're playing by the river, that's very low side ground, and then just north of that is very high side ground. Everybody's playing around mountains, so it's really just a question of terrain at this point, and who's playing the high ground and who's playing the low. And if you're on that low side, can you really get super involved in fights, or do you just kind of wait to see if the circle decides to give you a little bit more favor before making moves?
Yeah. Only four, I mean, despite how tricky this game has been so far in terms of navigation in the circle, only 4 players eliminated, and it's all of the Iraqi players that we saw go down to Great Britain just before. So the teams have been able to maneuver through this south hilly part of Miramar pretty well so far, but you have to imagine with the circle closing this far down south now that we're about to lose quite a few teams with this next circle closing in.
Yeah, there's just not enough space, is there? I mean,
yeah.
when you incorporate the river and then all the area on the island, I mean, I don't think anybody's thinking that they can play around that area. But good news for the Italians is that they do have that BRDM that they can play around here. Kazakhstan making their way in on the east. It looks like Romania is going to be tailing them. Kazakhstan being very bold in how split they are, trying to take multiple tactics, but I think they're starting to figure out, like, this may be a little bit too ambitious on our part. Let's go ahead and just get everybody back together. Romania just happy to find a compound inside the zone.
Yeah, could very well be the case here as Romania trying to lay low for the time being. They know there's going to be a lot of players coming their way, and just being inside circle and having a compound in this area of the map, as you were saying, there ain't a whole lot to grab. So having one here, I think they're well pleased with that, and we'll just sit around and wait for hopefully more circles to come their way.
Yeah. Latvia still trying to find their way in. They started all the way off in the northwest, saw Turkey, and then pushed all the way over here to the northeast. And now they're having a hard time finding their way in from there. Moldova on the island. We'll see if they can actually make their way across the bridge. This might be a well-timed sandstorm for them if that ends up sticking around, as the French will push in on that road side just on the south. They have Austria below them, but nobody really have lines of sight on this, it seems, for the time being.
It's more quiet as France gets ready to creep into the caves. Let's see if they're actually up to hop in or just lay low here for a bit. And Czechia, in the meantime, taking the fight to Turkey. They already found the first. Takes the reward with a kill off of that. Are they gonna take the fight here? Circle is gonna be close in a minute's time. How aggressive do you dare to go? Seems like they are going to try and force them off the hill.
That Greece starting to come over here as well.
Yeah.
So good return grenades from Turkey will put a pause on Jani's push, at least for the time being. He's got to stop down to heal up. Eating a lot of blue zone blue zone damage before realizing that they are playing around that shack. So might be in trouble. As now I think Turkey realizing that they have probably done a lot of damage. Let's try to make this push in. We're getting shot at from behind as well. Kwepa will find Nowik, and Jani will be able to hit another kill. Back up to full strength. Shilla's going to go down, though. As Kwepa and Cold Marco now the last 2 players alive.
Just got to get one more, and they would be going all the way down the bridge. That what a spray from Cold Marco. Doesn't knock, but a lot of damage done with it regardless. And great fighting here, a drawn-out fight. Turkey, and still they've only lost one so far, with a chance to get the rest on Schiller. And Grandy's now, I think what Czechia thought was going to be, let's just run this down. 1.5 players on their knees. Well, no, turned around instantly, and Turkey makes something big of it.
And you see Greece actually pulling away from this as well. So this is getting overseen from range, but I mean, Turkey is just kind of on one today. Like they're feeling themselves. The fights are working really nice. Looks like Code Marco getting very low, and he's going to go down to the zone. So the zone arriving at the worst possible time as Turkey had tried to reset from this fight, and Granny's going to stick around to see if he can maybe get another point off of this for Czechia.
Yeah, might as well. Not a whole lot for him to try and claim, trying to move towards the circle. I mean, you can go out in the water, go for a swim, see how long you survive. But highly doubt that's going to grant him a whole lot. Still 15 teams alive in this one. On this side. In the meantime, Poland taking the fight to Latvia, and the entire server has just been lit ablaze. The entire north side fighting to try and squeeze their way down south.
It looks like we had another hard southern shift, so the river's still in it as Greece does get eliminated. Oh, another mortar from Justice will take out all of them. So Germany finding some points here. Romania now eliminated as well. Norcus down for Poland as Poland tries to reset and make their way back to the south. I don't think anybody was anticipating this shift going down to the south again, Toby.
Oh no, not at all. But that is the lay of the land. The no land ratio can throw curveballs at you. Some fun ones for some really hard to maneuver through ones for others. The players being it. In this case, as Grindis does get found in the end. Vart now taken down, as well as Great Britain having a hard time getting over this hill.
And Czechia going to get that last, or Turkey rather, going to get that last kill on to Czechia to knock them out. Great Britain just go down early once again. So that's 2 back-to-back games. They don't get a whole lot. Serbia continue their reign of terror as we see.
South.
Okay, Austria. Austria is just counting their blessings right now. How did we manage to get away with this?
Yeah.
Italy and Moldova as well. Remember, Moldova came from Partona, and I think they boated across or swam across the river.
Yep.
They end up getting paid off really well for that shot call. Let's see if we can maybe get rid of Latvia here. The Serbian grenades just not falling where they need to.
Needs to swing around the backside of the building. That could have had both of the volleys close next to the edge of the roof. Might get one down with it, but no, it doesn't spread quite far enough. Sticks to the roof. As a nail up. Down off of it. Now the shots from over the top comes through. And in the end, it's actually going to be Serbia taken down. Latvia staying alive.
I can't believe that Latvia managed to live through that. I mean, one good grenade would have been all it took, but unfortunately, all the grenades they sent over just weren't good. And they didn't land where they needed to land. So France still playing that low side. They have to know that smoke grenade. What happened? Do we want to talk about it? Was he next to a tree?
Underneath the building, I'm not sure. A little edge of the roof there, maybe. Caught a mortar shell.
Well, good news for Austria is at least they can get that pretty easily, right?
Well, hopefully they can. Germany rewarded with the point. They pull that one away. One more. Really doing a great job defending here from the south side of this road.
It's amazing that Germany's just able to run around on this ridge line and not get shot in the back. Looks like Moldova may be putting themselves in a position where they can get angles here, but Poland now in a world of hurt as Kazakhstan down to 3, but they are finding more knocks here. Sancho Hoba making the push. He's going to find one. He'll get him. Nicely done there as Poland gets eliminated. Diga will go down, but Hoba barely staying alive as now France has to make a push.
Yeah, one more eliminated. As France surviving by the cave entrance, or mine entrance, I guess it should be called, for a bit there. They still have Kazakhstan to the east, which I think they're well aware of. So if they can clear that out, that allows for them to flex out at least that little bit more. But they only have so much time to make that play happen, as Turkey will be eliminated as well. And only now are we getting to the proper placement points.
Yeah, I think Turkey is just a victim of the circle shifts there. As they both go down to the blue. Everything just pushed all the way south. Nobody really expected that one to happen here as Ares maybe spot any of those French players. Nice spray from Justice, and Pains will get 2 of them. France tried to just get down the hill, and it was not happening. Great shots from Germany, and now Latvia. Marcus will find Justice.
Let's find one over the top. I think they thought they had them all counted for, but in the case, find themselves in the middle. Austria again.
Nedex.
This one as Nedex gets himself a double to secure some space towards the east.
Massive work there by Nedex as Kazakhstan sought to capitalize off the double knock onto France, but Nedex not allowing it as Marcus will get taken down by a grenade from Ares, and Justice should be resible here as the circle shifts south yet again. Austria just laughing. And eventually Italy is going to get involved here. Remember, they're sitting over there. They were by the bridge. Yeah. They have the BRDM. They're still 4 alive. And they've just been kind of playing it quietly over here from the eastern side because nothing's been going down over there.
Looks like at 3, but moving now from smoke to smoke. Don't last them that much longer. That one looks close. Nope, bounces a bit far.
Remember, Germany, that 3rd place finish with 7 kills last game on Tego. They've matched that total already and look to add more as they find another knock onto Nedex. Sancho trying to see if he can get some more here for Kazakhstan. Every point matters when it's as close as it is at that cut line. And Kazakhstan doing their best here as the blue zone is starting to encroach upon them.
gonna be easy. Battle Sancho trying to stay put up in the hills. I mean, even just surviving, you know, placement points at this point in the game crucial. And if you could be the last team to have to cross over that ridge line there, that could potentially be 2 full team wipes. And all you had to do was just hide, stay alive. As you can see here, nades coming in galore for the last French player now as well.
Moldova trying to see if they can maybe get in utility range here of Germany. Germany looks like they're aware, so they're returning the favor, but nothing really landing where it needs to. Is Gorioxia find another one? Germany pushing a little bit close. That one from Kadel is going to find Ares though, so that could be a bit of a start here as France does get eliminated in the end. Doing a good job here, Moldova, holding the low ground.
Yeah, this game is going to be very even, like at the end of it, because the teams that have made it all the way into the end game probably won't have a whole lot of kills. I mean, Moldova,
Kadel, no.
Austria have another either. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to get off the cliff there. Doesn't take it down. Payne's now able to get one more. That's Moldova eliminated. It's only Germany that's been able to rack up points. We called them out for, guys, you could get more points when you got, what, 14 in the previous one. This time around they're going, Toby, stop talking. We know what we're doing. And, well, here you go. Plenty of points garnered for Germany.
Yeah, they're cooking now. 11 kills for them and complete control over that western side as Italy is trying to make their way a little bit closer to this Austrian compound off the back of that BRDM, but unfortunately O'Connell and Edikaz not involved, so they've got to rely on the smokes here. Leone going to try to get himself in a position to get the smokes down for the rest of the boys, but that's a good grenade. He's going to hop back into the BRDM just in time.
Yep. Let's get back on the backside of it. That's Austria.
Sancho's so still alive here too.
Chilling.
That's crazy work for Kazakhstan. Getting into that top 4. We'll see if we can get some more. As you can see, Italy is just completely focused in on Austria, and Austria has to be watching them as well. Germany, meanwhile, moving around, trying to keep that high ground for as long as they can. They might be looking for that last player from Kazakhstan. Found him though, but it looks like O'Connell's going to spot him out, and yep, a few shots. Not going to let him just free look down here.
Germany coming off of a tough game 1, then into a 3rd place finish in the previous one. Now looking for a incredible finish on this one. Should they be able to get it? They have the high ground. They're inside circle. I mean, all they can really hope for now is that Austria's compound gets shifted out with the last circle. Sancho will be found. Kill number 12 gone the way. And look at the spread among the team as well. Everyone out there stepping up.
I mean, they also look at the spread on the map. They just have so much real estate that they can work with here on this high ground. Now, the only problem for them is that Austria is just dug into their compound, and then Italy is hiding behind a ridge line on the other side. So there's not really anything they can see from that high ground. But they can definitely wait, bide their time. And I think that's kind of the boat that everybody is in at this point. Italy, they don't have to push into this. Austria, they don't have to leave. Germany, no reason for them to do anything here. They're still inside zone. So it's really just going to be a question of who gets ants in their pants first here.
Yeah, who gets the final circle? Almost 30 seconds from now, as more shots are being fired over the top. I think everyone has the full read on exactly where everyone else is.
Sure.
It's just, as you say, a matter of who's going to be the ones forced to make a move. Is it Germany off the hillside or no?
You do have that one Austrian player that's managed to leave the compound.
Yeah.
And kind of get that side flanking position. So we'll see if that comes into play later. I think that's Jacob. I can barely read the name. Sorry. Little pixely on this side when it comes to names, but we're getting the gist of it here as Germany will send Paynes down a little bit lower, see if we can maybe. I mean, there's just no way for Germany to get an angle onto Italy that wouldn't just put themselves at risk here.
I think the most important thing for Germany right now, and Italy for that matter, is that we're ending the game outside of the compound. Issue for Italy is that they have to go north into the vision of Germany. Issue for Germany is they have to come off the hill. Like where this circle is going to have them in is going to be very exposed down the face of that hillside. So it's all going to be a matter of patience, I think. Who dares to hold it longer?
Yeah, and then Germany has kind of shown themselves to be pretty patient.
Oh yeah.
In these late game type situations. I mean, last game we saw them hiding in hiding in at the top of the hill in ditches while fights were going on all around them, and they still managed to get a nice little stack of kills and a third place off of it. So patience, not a problem when it comes to the Germans.
So what's the Panzerfaust count? Because that BRDM could actually end up being quite impactful. I say that it has 2 bullets worth of health.
2 HP left, yeah.
Never mind.
Well, you know, you could still kind of use it as cover, but the fact that the high ground is still kind of in, you can see it's Chris up there just outside his zone, but there's still a pretty good amount. I think the top of that ridge might be in. Chris going to try to send it down a little bit closer, and yeah, there you go. Now he's in, and he's still got good vision over pretty much everything here.
Oh, yeah.
With the exception of Jacob. No, I don't know if anybody knows about Jacob yet.
On Jacob now, so
that's not
it's
good.
probably going to have people wondering, why is there a smoke there? Or maybe they think there's somewhere that they want to go for, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up being
looks like
the
Italy
case.
pulled the
there's
trigger.
smoke and power there, so.
Yeah, it looks like Italy finally making the move to try to enter into the compound, going in as slow as possible, using every smoke that they've got left in the bag.
Yep.
So O'Connell has that M249. Ready to go. He's going to find one immediately. Take down Direwolf. Well done by him. And he gets another one as Smokinate goes down. O'Connell, the tip of the spear, working out green here for Italy.
What a clean angle of approach as well. Getting the first one, catching the second one in the side of the window there. Takes him out. And all of a sudden it's just Jacob but thrown outside of Germans. Germany trying to deny Italy the escape from the houses.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Italy got in here as free and clean as they did is impressive. That's probably about all that they can really hope for. That grenade might take down Jacob. There it is. O'Connell taking out Austria pretty much single-handedly, and now Germany is just going to squeeze the fist. Leone will go down first. The rest of the Italians hiding inside the smokes, inside the compound for as long as they can. I think Germany realizes they might want to be donating their points over, and they're going to push in, not going to allow it, and Germany gets the 14-kill win.
Solid finish for Germany. Again, they played it exactly as expected. They start out on the western side, further north though. Then they wrap down to Val del Mar, an area that we know these guys have been playing out of since forever. They're so good on those South Coast games. And then, of course, when the circles keep going their way, makes things a lot easier. And even though, I mean, that's the thing, even though they get the circles, they also get all the kills. They make sure to maximize this game around. I don't think there was any point they could have gotten that they didn't get. So good job on Germany for making the most of this game.
So back-to-back decent games for them.
Oh, yeah.
As they will try to push their way back up and in a more secure spot in that top 4. Unfortunately, Czechia going out early. Czechia was in the chase. Kazakhstan getting themselves a nice little stack of kills to go along with it. And then, obviously, Great Britain with that fight with Iraq early on. They managed to get another stack of kills as well. So they went out with 0 points the game before, but they back on track once again here in game number 3.
Definitely looking forward to see what the leaderboard is going to have for us, but that's going to be after the break. We have 2 more matches left to decide which 4 teams from EMEA will be making it through to the main event for Esports Nations Cup in November. So stick around, we'll have a brief break, and then we'll be back again with Rondo.
Be able to hit another kill, back up to full strength. Shilla's going to go down though. Old Marco now the last 2 players alive. The compound for as long as they can. I think Germany realizes they might want to be donating their points over, and they're going to push in, not going to.
me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. En el bosque como un lobo, cazando el dinero, haciéndolo solo. En mi vida evito todo, nada puede asustarme, solo tengo que cuidarme. Paso grande voy a brincar, yeah. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle, la fama, que está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Pegajoso y hermoso, estoy más grande que un oso. Mi pistola está muy hermosa y la tuya estaba so. Mi palabra tan filoso, porque el game es una guerra. Patrullando Panamera, yo no ando con cualquiera. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle, la fama, que está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Yeah, plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo, pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso.
2 games remaining, and I'm not sure if Germany just punched their ticket safely through, but it's definitely them doing everything they possibly could to secure a spot in the top 4. Welcome back, everyone. Toby here, joined by Poro, and Paul Rondo up next. I mean, what's to expect? I feel like we're seeing teams kind of taking turns delivering big here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a certain group that came to play here today for sure. In Turkey, Germany, Serbia even kind of stepping in. But unfortunately for Serbia, just haven't been able to kind of make that last push to get them right in that top 4. So we're running out of time, right? Like, it's 2 games remaining. You got Rondo, you got one more on Tego. Just kind of figure it out. But let's see what the overall leaderboard looks like. Germany taking over first place from Great Britain. And I think it might be safe to say, Toby, with 2 games remaining, it might be fight for 4th.
Yeah.
But a hell of a fight, though.
Points are looking scary, and honestly, for Romania, everything is looking scary right now. They came into the day in first place and have quite literally not really gotten anything going. I mean, they got a 15th place, 0 kills. They got a 7th place, 0 kills, and this last one wasn't overly impressive either. So Romania need to step it up, because Czechia, Kazakhstan are definitely on the hunt.
Yeah, they're cooking. They're right behind you, and you know that Serbia has been having a good day so far here today. Maybe they can find a way to put something together here in these last 2 games. But we are heading over to Rondo, and the teams are already out of the planes, and they're already falling on the ground here as we check in with Bulgaria.
Do we even need a plane in PUBG? Is the question then. Yeah, we just roll a die and you just insta-spawn into a city. Boop.
Yeah, why not?
I'm sure IGLs and coaches would love that. Just have absolutely no clue of where you are or where anyone else is at the start of every game.
Just pick your drop spots, right? Yeah, sure. Okay. No, I think I like our plane situation.
I like the planes.
We get to have the cool banners that fly behind the planes too. You know.
Is that what you value about having planes in the
Kinda.
game? The banners.
A little bit, maybe.
Wow.
I don't know. Oh my goodness. Okay.
That is north. I mean,
that is, yeah.
Everyone knows it is, but that is extremely north. And also, we have a fight going on, Iraq versus France. Last game, it was Iraq versus Great Britain. This time around, they're taking the fight to the French, and so far, they're up 2-0.
There you go. Okay. Iraq showing a little gumption here in the end game. Has not been the best weekend for them so far, to say the least, but see if they can maybe And a couple of, maybe a little bit of a moral victory here, and it's actually going to throw a little bit of a wrench in the work for France. They weren't right on the cusp of the cut line, but definitely within range. And losing 2 early on here, and possibly more with 1 game remaining, would basically be them done.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, there's a chance of the rest station should you be able to either take out Iraq or somehow force them to leave. But with how Iraq was committed to the fight against Great Britain in the far north of Miracle, I'm very surprised to see them up to leave here.
Ammo might be the problem here for Frag, is you have to go ahead and retreat back, and it looks like the French are just going to go ahead and pull back for now. I think they realized that maybe Iraq had a pretty good read on exactly where they were, and instead of staying in one spot and allowing them to just kind of collapse on top of them, they're going to go ahead and reposition while they have the opportunity.
Yeah. Casper just sat here, waiting this one out. But what oh what are we looking to do off of this?
They do have a vehicle there if they want to
that's
maybe
what
try
I
to
was thinking.
escape. Yeah.
Maybe you leave, hope that, I mean, Iraq just leaves as well, and then you go back and pick up the tax. One way to go about it.
Might be the better way to go about it, yeah. Is French looking to see if they can find, but it looks like Farah gonna hear that vehicle pulling away and see if he can maybe rush over here, get a spray down before they escape. Will do so, gets some damage. Okay, gets 1. Nice work there by Farron.
Yeah. Actually headshotted him for 4 damage with a UMP at a
Shotgun.
distance.
2 more shots. Well, Risk will be able to escape for now. And we'll see if he sticks around and tries to find... Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not the time that you want to be running right into Germany.
Yeah, no.
There you go. Well done by Iraq there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also, I feel like the fight between them and Great Britain in the previous game had a few things gone differently. I'm not saying like, oh, had they just won instead of lost, because that's not too much. But I feel like it was literally only a bullet or 2 in sprays, where, I mean, Fex got 2 down pretty early on. He was down to real low HP when he got the second. I think T-Bone as well got brought down to real low HP at one point as well. So Iraq definitely pack a punch. It just hasn't been overly coordinated. Like, it's taken too long to try and figure out what's, what's ahead. And by the time they figured it out, they've already lost 1 or 2 players.
Yeah. It's tough, man. Ooh, you see exploding water. As the grenade will fall just a little bit too far. Bulgaria pushed right up against it here by Latvia. Latvia's already lost Senka Palpao, though. And I feel like they've got this one player pinned against the wall, and they're going to try to reposition. There you go, Jimbo. Grenade will take down Apocalypse, and now BMW Bendiuga will go down as well. So Bulgaria down to just 1 player. Agres take a few shots over there, and we'll get him under pressure from Romania as well.
Great spray through Latvia here, and this tells me, I mean, this is teams realizing, guys, we got to do something. Like, we gotta just go aggro if we want to have any chance at all of qualifying. Latvia right now is at 33 coming into the game, getting themselves a good chunk of points off this. They know that there's a hell of a marathon that needs to be run, or more of a sprint at this point, really, in order to try and make it to the finish line.
Not a bad way to start. They do Senka Palpao. We'll see if they can get that blue chip, though. Reset. It doesn't look like Romania was too terribly keen on pushing into them to fight. They were just more or less taking shots from range. Austria, meanwhile, they have spotted out that's Poland. Unfortunately for them, Poland's going to be able to get to that hard cover before Austria can really make anything serious happen here. But Kiliakai, nice angle, does get Cappy, and Direwolf will immediately follow that up with the flush.
Poland's yet another of those teams where, I mean, I didn't have them in my top 4 necessarily, but at least able to put up a decent fight. I mean, just the names on the roster, people that have been part of the community for a long time, and also pretty good results as we see. Just oh, that hurts.
Dear.
That's a run over, double run over, as a matter of fact, with the BRDM. But no, I mean, Poland, I don't know. I thought they had a little more in them. to go out and get something done here. But it's just been really, really tough sledding for them so far. Their best result was, I think, the very first game of yesterday, a 4th place with a single kill. It's been very quiet.
Yeah, rough weekend. Rough weekend for sure. But let's see if they can pull something here together. Let's feel a little bit more proud about is Austria down to Jacob and Kilyakai. Again, we're just seeing, like you said, teams that are kind of a lower on the leaderboard just throwing caution to the wind at this point, and that's going to make that fight for 4th that much more wild, because now you're throwing in the additional RNG factor of how these teams are going to behave, especially with only 1 game remaining.
Definitely. And also just, I mean, the points available, if all the bottom teams are all of a sudden now starting to frag each other out, that means that for the top teams that are contesting, or the teams on the cusp trying to catch up, there aren't that many points available. If half the server is going to be dead, that's not fully the case, but if a lot of players are going to be dead by the time that we even get into phase 2.
I mean, this is what we're here for. 2 players from Austria, Meister Z pinned down. I'm not sure where the rest of the Team Poland is. They may have actually already sent it in and left young Meister by himself, and he is just waiting to see if he can catch any of these Austrian players looking the wrong direction. This is the most boring fight in the history of ever.
Yeah.
I say fight in quotation marks.
Yeah. It's, they're both waiting.
Well, he's getting support now.
Yeah, exactly. They're both waiting for teammates. And they've just, there's a truce between them right now. We don't fight until everyone else has gotten here. And speaking of getting here, look at this circle going north again. I don't think I've ever really been north of the river, but I guess, hey, I mean, lane ratio goodbye. Then means we get some new spicy stuff happening up towards Ryan. And everyone coming into the circle now is coming in on that far eastern side. It's only Moldova. We'll have plenty of space to maneuver as the fight finally comes to an end. Meister's able to take down Jacob.
Love it. I'm here for it. There you go, Meisters. We'll take him down. And Cappy actually got brought back from the blue chip, and he's already inside the circle. So got a long way for the rest of the boys to go to rejoin their teammate, but so far, so good, as it looks like Austria has pretty much sent their last player away. I'm not sure where he is. Oh, yeah, there he is. Kilyakai.
There he is. It's chilling.
And he's got other problems now.
Yep. An entire team's worth of other problems.
Mm-hmm.
And
Why
what
are all
better
these people
than have
still
all your
out
former
here?
teammates come hunting for you.
I mean, this has kind of been... This is the second time, maybe? Third time that we've seen a north-south plane, and then the circle will pop on the extreme north or extreme south. And so you're then having a lot of teams that are just on the complete opposite side of the map from where the circle is that have to make their long rotations, long paths in, and they're sticking around, and they're finding these fights out in the zone. As I think Germany's realizing, you know what, we've got 4 alive. This is going to take too long. Let's just go.
And the win that they just got, I mean, it sets them up pretty comfortably in a top position, right? So there's no reason of potentially throwing that away with just 2 games left, because you got eager for a single kill 2 miles from the circle.
Yeah, no point. Is Iraq going to find another one? They take down Jimbo from Latvia, and that's 4 kills now for Iraq, but the rest of the Latvian squad has arrived. Farron will spot at Agras before he can get away. Good spray down from him, as Iraq's starting to come online here with 2 games remaining.
Yeah, maybe a little bit late, but I mean, ain't over yet. Still a world where they get 50 points in 2 games.
I don't know about that world, but hey, if nothing else,
it's my job to hype it up, you know.
They're showing that they're showing that they belong here. As the grenade from Casper will take down Marcus. Iraq doing a good job of clearing this thing out, as they have basically got Latvia pinned out. They figured out where those guys were pretty quickly. St. Pao, they did manage to bring him back, but for at what cost? As he will find one, but immediately gets taken down in return by Celtic.
Yeah, not a whole lot more you can do on Iraq. Continuing, staying alive through this one. 6 kills so far, with a chance to get the res on Casper as well if one dares to run out there, because Turkey is in the nearby vicinity, but Farah is definitely on. He's going to go get the rest. We are, in fact, staying north of the water. Again, I don't think I have ever had a between Ryan and Nanchuan cast.
Don't think I have either. This is a rare treat.
Yeah.
Or at least what used to be a rare treat. Maybe this is the new normal. We'll see.
I hope so.
But Iraq finding themselves dead center circle here. They've got Kazakhstan off to the north, Czechia off to the east, Turkey and Greece to the south. So they are very much surrounded on all sides, but nice little stack of kills for them to start things off, and now they can afford to just play tower defense until late game.
Exactly. Sending it towards the middle, going, guys, we don't know what it looks like. Let's go check it out. And in doing so, realizing that they're going to front here. Vard goes for the spray, takes a few more bullets. What he would have probably wished for, but does manage to make space for his team to push on forward.
Oh boy, and that's super unfortunate for Czechia there, as they were kind of in a split, just keeping eyes on Kazakhstan, trying to find their way in from the edge of zone, and Britain just pushes right in the middle of them, and they managed to catch that one player out. They do lose Fex in the process, but Czechia still have an opportunity to maybe reposition and see if they can do something about this, as they'll actually now taking the fight with Italy as Julius will go down, but O'Connell will trade down Pixel.
Yeah. O'Connell. Let's maneuver further around the bottom side of the hills here. Trying to get the rest up on his teammate. Do they commit to the rest here? Yeah, they do. Okay, should be alright to do so as well.
And you can see just all these teams kind of making their way in from the east. It's the problem with these circles that go in extreme directions, is that everybody's coming in late. You might be a team that's used to coming in late and finding the edge just completely clear, and you can kind of scout your way in, but unfortunately there's just no room, no space available right now. And Poland actually just going to crash right on top of Italy. They'll take down Julius, they'll take down O'Connell, and now it's just one player left here for Italy. Will get taken down by Grendys from Czechia.
As well as Germany starting to take casualties here too. As Poland, again, a team, again, as I said before, know what they're capable of, just haven't quite had the same oomph in their engagements this time around. Going early on, one more bullet should be enough to get the flush. Will he take him out? Nope, just barely.
Czechia survives. And unfortunate for Czechia, man. They had such a good day yesterday, and they looked like they were in prime position to fight for one of these top 4 spots, but it is, they've been getting kills today, but they just can't seem to get away from these early game engagements, these early game fights, and losing players. And now down to just Grendys. He's just going to try to send it towards the middle. I don't even know what you do at this point. Just hope for the best.
Find somewhere in prone and hope that people aren't looking your way. Issue is you're out in the open, and there's a good chance everyone's going to be looking your way at some point soon. Yeah, no pickaxe. That doesn't make the situation any easier either. No, that's true. As we stall for a very brief moment, it would be lovely to get a look at the map and see exactly where everyone is, because I feel like there's a lot of edge play going on still, with teams kind of trying to maneuver their way in. And yeah, it's up in the northeast. Great Britain, Poland, France, and Kazakhstan all trying to still squeeze their way in.
Just all wrapping right down on top of each other. And you got Germany right in the middle. Iraq can still play inside their compound. I think they're starting to flex out a little bit more, see if they can maybe catch some of these vehicles that are in rotation. Yeah, you see Frag already out here, but no shots being taken just yet. I think they realize that Great Britain is in a hole over here, and would love to be able to get a little bit closer and get within grenade range. Send the flashbang over first.
Well, Frag Iraq trying to make the run on forward. He has Great Britain kind of in this dip on the other side. He's using all his util to try and make this play happen. Oh, look at the health bar. I believe it's minus all the way down to 1. But now Frag Iraq caught from the other side as Kazakhstan comes pushing on forward. Does get one out of the vehicle, but it gets taken out immediately after.
Nasty little spray there. Yeah, Frag trying to be the aggressor here. The rest of the team staying behind in the compound, trying to defend it. Looks like Sancho is going to get taken down by Michael. So Kazakhstan down to just one player that has actually made it inside the compound in Diga. And I'm not sure if the rest of the boys are going to come and join him anytime soon. That blue zone grenade will pop off. Casper going to go down to Kadel, though. So Moldova now has arrived.
Still notice might take some casualties. Iraq doing everything they possibly can to lock down this building. Kazakhstan, in the meantime, trying to push further forward, but not easy, especially with the pressure being applied from Moldova on the outside. just, there's really nowhere you can be in these buildings where you're safe from all angles. It's so incredibly hard to try and lay low when you have these great lines of sights outside the compounds looking in.
And that circle shifting up to the north, so that's going to put even a higher priority onto that Iraqi compound. And I mean, you can see all the smoke grenades pop down here. Not going to be able to get Frag back on his feet. He was taken down out in the field just over there by Great Britain, so it's mostly going to be down to this duo to try to hold the line against the rest of Moldova, who are still kind of working around both sides of the lake. It looks like Turkey might be taking shots at Habako, and that's going to force them to make a move here. So Moldova not really in a position to where they can full four-man crash this compound.
Finally the fight continuing up on the northern side. T-Bone found, flushed as well. Snorkis, Meisters, Cappy all falling. Poland having a hard time getting anything done here. Mix with the last one left alive in a graveyard of Pico bosses, trying to see if he can somehow get his teammates back on their feet. I mean, there are 3 knocked players. Does he go for Meisters over the hilltop? It's a bold run if he does.
It is. A few bullets being sent in that direction, kind of giving him pause for the time being. Looks like Great Britain managed to keep Michael alive, despite all the pressure. Oh my goodness, Michael's getting that knock on a nail-up. As Turkey also just controlling the southwest. They've got eyes on just about everything. Moldova going to be the next one to draw their attention.
Oh yeah. Turkey, it's been a surprisingly quiet game for them. I mean, they do have 4 kills, 1 apiece, which is great, but they have not really felt the itch, the need to play moving forward. They're very content with the position they've been sat in, as Diga finds Ferron. Farrod just not in a position to help defend his teammate from the inside.
Yeah, he tried to do it from the window, but that windowsill just a little bit too high, I think.
Yeah.
Diga just has much better position there. Michael will get taken down by Norcus, so Great Britain does go down in 11th. But with 1 game remaining, I feel like Great Britain still obviously in great position for a top 4 finish, if not the lead of the whole thing.
Oh yeah. Serbia here, again, slowing things down a bit. They still have all 4 lives. They've been able to weather the chaos, but they still have to come off this hill. And now Ali is prone just down below where they're currently sitting. I'm not sure they're aware. So if they let him slip and they sit up on the other ridgeline here, that could be incredible, because it would be the obvious place to go, but no, Simon does find him. Sheila, though, get him down.
Sheila just absolutely picked him out. So Serbia tried to get a low side spot, at least a little bit of a foothold, but unfortunately for them, Turkey had just right on time. Beautiful shots from them. As now they have the blue at their backs. Circle is going to pull away once again, and they've got a decision to make.
Definitely. I feel like it's a full commit at this point. Well, where do you
taking
set up
so much damage.
Yeah.
They send it in, and
how far do you go?
Looks like they skip that. Try to avoid one. Yeah, Grandy's though will find nail up, and Simon's going to go down as well. Serbia just tries to make the send, and unfortunately, it's not going to work out for him. As a combination of Turkey and Czechia will take them out.
Slammed his feet on the brake, but just 50 meters too late. I think that dip that they had down the crossroad initially could have potentially been playable, but then you also have Turkey on the left side, so would have been easy. Would have been hard regardless of where they opted to set up shop. Iraq falling just short of placement points here, out in 9. As we make our way into the top 8, and what a difficult game this has been across the board.
Really tough, right? Like just the initial circle popping so far off to the north has just caused all these teams to get involved in these early fights that gotta imagine a lot of them, most of them probably wouldn't want to engage in. But Austria does get eliminated in the end as Turkey now up to 10 kills. The grenade from Ali, though, will take down Kwepa.
Remember when I said it was a quiet game for Turkey and they had 4 kills? I feel like I did that 40 seconds ago. All of a sudden now they're at 10. Blink of an eye. We look away and I'll come back and they're there. They are taking casualties finally though. Sheila, found by Ali, able to get back up alive in Romania. I mean, as much as Turkey has just really risen to the occasion today, Romania off of finishing first place yesterday, having an 11 kill win, a 14 kill win, and a 3rd place to boot as well. They have literally done nothing today.
Yeah, I mean, this 1 kill that they have matches their overall total of kills that they've gotten today.
Yep.
Just not finding things going their way this time around. So that fourth place spot definitely up for grabs. Let's see Valley maybe pull off something. Oh, Celtic take him down. That's now 11 kills for Turkey. And if they were not comfortable in their top 4 position going into this game, by the time they leave here, they should be.
I'm not sure how Granite ended up running himself over. Maybe a nade blew the car onto him. Could have been the case. He falls there, and so does Czechia in 6th. And now, I mean, once again, Greece able to find late game. Not something we've seen happen too often, but they did have a 3rd place with 9 kills to start off the day. So maybe another little redemption arc coming here for Greece, as of course, as soon as I said it, it's start.
Well, I mean, you're right now you're running into Turkey, who's just farming from the western side. So not the team you want to have looking through their scopes at you. If you're Greece, we'll see if they can survive a little bit longer in this little defilade that they've managed to find inside the hillside. There's Moldova, Kazakhstan currently surrounding them, but I think everybody's just kind of trying to avoid the lines of sight of Turkey right now.
Let's see here. Marco just exactly outside the circle. They know they have to creep over in just a moment because the circle's closing in just a few. But they want to do as much damage as they possibly can before forced out into the open. There is the rock up on the other side they can play from, but it's crossing that road there that is so incredibly difficult. Sharing some loot there, I believe, as Marco is once again left alone.
Just leave the point man to do his thing, as Poland and Kazakhstan will run into each other. Trade kills there as IM5 going to go down there as well. So Poland full on hold here. Meister's 12 kills for Poland. Should be able to get the res onto Mixu. Not sure where Cappy is, if he's able to be salvaged. We'll see.
Yeah, Meister's
Nope.
14 kills for Poland here. Looking to make it even more if they can. Just 5 teams left alive, and it's doable for them. They're set on the east side of the circle where there's a lot of teams, but still with a place to maneuver as Kadel able to find the double. That's Greece gone down, and Moldova adding another 2 to the board.
Yeah, it always felt like Greece was going to go down to a well-placed grenade eventually, and Moldova going to be the one that does it. Moldova, once again, finding themselves in the late game here, as they've managed to put together, they got a 2nd place with 6 kills earlier today, but it's really just been feast or famine for them so far here today. We'll see if they can pull something off at the end of the day. They have 3 alive and control over that, basically just the ridge line around the lake. Do have that one solo player from Kazakhstan, and we've seen what solo players from Kazakhstan can do. Diga this time gonna get the call.
Exactly what I was thinking too, seeing him being there. Doesn't get the initial knock. Now he's revealed his position, has to go into the smoke, down towards the water itself. Will be found at the end of it, so good on Moldova for quickly reacting to that one, because that could have easily cost them.
Yeah, just one round away from getting that knock on the compot. That would have been, may have opened up a door there. But good response from Moldova, making sure that they clear their backs of snakes. And now they can focus their full attention here. Looks like Keidel going to be paying attention towards Poland. We'll see if they can maybe force Poland into pushing into Turkey.
Yeah, could well be the case. I mean, looking at the leaderboard, Moldova with a win here, I'm not going to say they're in, because obviously they aren't, but they're definitely going to be in the race with the final game. Poland is still a bit of a stretch, but they have 12 kills in this game. So, I mean, they too are all of a sudden very much in the realms of a one more decent-sized game or anywhere near, and there's a top 4 potentially to fight for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they get a win here. I mean, they're right back in it. I mean, 4th place was coming into this game was Romania with 59 points, and obviously we saw what happened to them. But the problem is you still have Turkey to deal with here, and they are just very much entrenched. 12 kills for them, as they have a nice little ridge line to play around here, and it looks like we've gotten to the patience game here.
Oh yeah. A lot of teams eliminated somewhat early on, means for a bit of a slowdown in the action now, where they'll just get to lay low, and of course, final circle. I feel like it's only as fair as can be. We're forcing everyone out into the middle of this one. Celtic has a ton of util available. Only 2 pieces of lethal util, though, as he lobs a flash up and over to maybe deny a potential push come through. Oh, he got caught.
Nice molly. We'll down a little bit low here. And there you go. Meister is going to spot him out. And he goes down to his own grenade. Unfortunately, he pulled the pin at that at the wrong time, but looks like Poland will get eliminated in the end. His combat will give him the Panzerfaust kiss. And he's got another one because, of course, he does. Why not?
Yeah. You know, there's been so many BRDMs in the end games today that I respect the double Panzer.
Honestly, yeah.
Might as well have him along. Moldova with a potential win here, or yet another incredible Turkey game. They start off second place, 11 kills, a win and 11 kills. I mean, if they can do it here again, that would be insane.
Yeah, they've just been on one today. Like, they came into this game feeling themselves, and gotta imagine by all rights they've got their top 4 spots secured, but that's not enough. They want to make sure they secure number 1 overall, as the utility is going to start raining down on Code Marco, but unfortunately just not going to find the mark. Adel still has 1 grenade left. Send it and find something. Robot lead the way with the Panther. That's not going to hit, though, as Code Marco sees his life flash before his eyes before he takes down Kompot.
13 kills so far, wanting to make it 16, 14 already, and counting the Turkey. What, just 2 more left to find, make it 1 more, as Marco with the MG3 in hand fights it first. Just 1 player left to be dealt with, and Turkey wins themselves yet another one. It's a great flash lopped on over, keep him blind for a good while there, as Marco cleans killed 15.
Turkey, they are loving life today. Another win for them. 16 kills this time around, as Turkey has stepped into day 2 with a point to prove, and they have proven it well.
Absolutely insane performance coming through from Germany here today. 11 kill win earlier, as we said. I mean, this could have been a 3rd win in 4 games. Not quite to be, as they got 2nd place in the first match, but what a performance. Quetpa with 7 kills in this game alone.
Massive. I mean, 16 kills. And look, shout out to Poland as well. Like,
oh, for sure.
You're 13 kills after what has been a pretty tough tournament for them so far. Would have loved to have seen them get the win there and put themselves a little bit closer to that cut line, but they did a lot of work that match. They should be, it's within reach. It's definitely doable. It'll be tough, but definitely doable.
0 point of a Germany, a 2 point of a Great Britain. Of course, they were able to separate themselves by quite a bit coming into this previous game, but you never know. I mean, with 1 more match left to play over on Tego, everything is still up for grabs. Top 4 makes it through. The rest of them say bye-bye to the chance of an ENC spot this year. 1 more match left to go. We'll be right back after this break.
Spray down for the escape. They'll do so. Try to reposition. There you go. They will take down Apocalypse, and now BMW Benduga go down as well. So Bulgaria down to just 1 player. Agra's take a few shots over there. Hard cover before Austria can really make anything serious. The rest of the Latvian squad has arrived. They're on. Else they're pretty quickly. How they did manage to put the space available right now. Poland actually just going to clown them.
But now Fragarack from the other side is Kazakhstan coming back.
Try to avoid 1. Yeah, Grandy's though will find Nayla.
While there, Marco cleans 15.
They are loving
Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut chop, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped. Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot. Soon I'ma get right there. I'ma step right there. Got a butt. Came right there in a drop top. Try how you like it or not stop. Non-stop. Yo, if you wanna get this poppin', you better get to shopping. I came in a different drop this time, and they thought it was the same one, they didn't clock it. Oh well, it's nothing. They call me a dripaholic. Just watch how I'm dripping on it. Please just don't be slipping on it. Oh well, it's nothing. They call me a dripaholic. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut chop, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped. Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it.
Turkey continues to impress, playing absolutely, incredible PUBG. They're just farming this lobby at this point, really, let's be honest. And there's still one more game left for them to potentially go out and do that, or potentially somebody else steps up to the plate and secures themselves a top 4 position, because that's where they need to go in order to make it through to the main event in November. Welcome back, everyone. We have one more Takeover coming up, and here we have the board of that previous one. Another big one, 26 points for Turkey.
That's massive, isn't it? And yeah, I mean they're very much secure. So we'll definitely be seeing them in November, representing Turkey at ENC. The rest of the spots maybe still up for question. We'll see. United Kingdom was right behind them. Germany doing very well here today as well. And then that 4th place spot, well, almost feels like it's a little bit up for grabs, Toby. We'll see what the overall leaderboard looks like right now.
Yeah, very curious to see what that's going to look like. Because again, Germany off of an incredible 14-kill win, right back to a 0-pointer thereafter. France as well having a tough time. Great Britain too, not getting the most of it. So let's see here. Kazakhstan and Romania in a tie. Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, and you know that you look at Kazakhstan, Romania, Czechia right behind them by just 2 points. Poland now well within reach, and honestly, Germany, Great Britain. With so many teams in the chase right now, you can't afford to go out with 0 points. Considering the games that we've seen so far, the points that these teams that are winning are putting up, it's true. You feel like you're safe, but if you go out with 0 points early, you're going to be sweating.
Definitely. This is looking a lot more interesting than I thought it would. Also, the fact that Romania is in the hunt still. Keep in mind, Romania started the day in 1st place. Still, though, not out of it just yet. And Poland, off that incredible game they just had here, now within striking distance. Moldova had a good game in the previous one, too. I just don't feel like I've seen enough from them that they're going to catch up 12 points to the teams ahead. But, you know what? I'll happily be proven wrong. Poland, though, off of that double-digit kill game that they just had, who knows? Maybe they're the ones to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean it's been a really rough day for Romania, and then in Kazakhstan, you know, it's not like today's been fantastic for them, but they've been so consistent. Like they're getting, I think, at least in the first 3 games, they got 5 kills in each game. Now the placement points have been a little bit up and down, but they're doing what they're needing to do to stay in reach. And now with 1 game remaining, it's right there. It's in reach. If they can just bring it home, they can secure that top 4 spot, and that would be absolutely huge for them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, we have 1 more game left to play. It's back on Taco again. So let's hop right on over. A very Eastern plane this time around. Usually comes with an Eastern circle as well, but who am I to say what's going to happen here? This is going to be a good one to finish off the EMEA qualifiers.
I mean, the way today's been going, it feels like we got another north-south plane. We're going to see a shipyard circle or something here to start. But right off the bat, looking at Kazakhstan and Germany, very close to each other, but it looks like Germany's going to stop down at shipyard. Kazakhstan going to keep on going. So at least to manage to avoid any early game conflict there. And then Yeongcheon might be getting some love here. I'm not sure. I think that's Greece. Yeah, Greece and
Moldova.
Moldova, yeah.
Interesting stuff. We'll see if they opt to fully commit to the city, both of them. I feel like Moldova, I mean, they're in the hunt for points. So maybe a quick 4-point pickup on a hot drop, and then you continue forth. Having said that, though, it's also incredibly dangerous, so maybe please don't.
Also got to keep an eye on Iraq. It's been 2 back-to-back hot drop games for them, and it looks like this time Romania is going to be their huckleberry, and that is not something that Romania needs right now.
Oh, no.
Early game pressure, and that is a circle that is about 45% unplayable.
Definitely. That is tough. And Romania, well, Iraq has had success with, I mean, varied success, I guess we should say. But so far, this is a good sponge for them because they have just, off of those 2 points, gotten into the top 4. We'll see if they get to stay there or not. But Iraq came in, wanted to do some damage, and in the end didn't really land on the weapons they were hoping for, I think. They've just decided to hot drop everyone today, no?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, I mean, at this point, 16th place, why not, right? Like, what do you got to lose? Maybe try to see if you can find a way to get a ball rolling in your favor. But not going to happen this time. It did. They found it last game, but this time Romania, unfortunately, will take 2 off of them. But it's great news for Romania. As you said, they are right on the cusp. And these 2 kills to start off with, absolutely huge for them. And if they can manage to get a few more, yes, they will get Casper. Now it's just 1 more alive for Iraq.
Yeah, 4 points would be great to get picked up without taking any casualties here. But let's see if Frag Iraq can do anything. So maybe get just 1 down. I'm not sure if any other teams in the nearby vicinity has a shotgun as well as it swings the corner. Not quite to be. Nice jump shot there. Taking out Iraq, and Romania pleased with the 4 points they got off of that.
Oh, that's huge for them. That is absolutely huge for them. It goes a long way in trying to kind of right the ship here from what has been just a really tough day after day 1, where you said they finished in first place, and it looks like Moldova actually lost a couple as well. I think 1 to drowning. Is Czechia now finding themselves embroiled with Serbia, or at least 1 Serbian player.
Romania is tied with the 4 kills they just got. They've tied the point total that they've gotten today. Now
it's been a rough day.
But you know what? That's why you start the day in first, so you get some space to get all your bad games out of the way 4 matches in a row.
Exactly. Oh, Kristali will find Grendies. That's bad news for Czechia. Look, hey, you use whatever gun you can get your hands on in a situation like this. No helmet, and he will go down to Nowick, but the rest of the squad has arrived, and now Serbia trying to see if they can enact a little bit of revenge on Czechia for what they did to Kristalny. Czechia, this is a team that did not need this to happen. Like, they were only 3 points away, and now they see Romania getting 4, and now they're getting crashed upon by Serbia, who's probably one of the hotter teams in the lobby here so far today.
Definitely. They need to get the hell out of here and try and reset this whole situation, but Pixelic not quite able to make that happen. Does manage to find 1 point, though. So Grandis down early. Maybe there's a world where they get that reset come through, but for the time being, I don't think they can back out of this fight.
No, they can't. So you got to win this fight and hope that you maybe get your blue chip back. As Czechia holding the line, Pixelic has this outside. They can at least work around from the hills, but you see, I mean, Noiki is inside the building. They've got another one on the far side of the road, and he's actually getting shot at from behind now. So this is a third party that's kind of putting a damper on Czechia's party here. Serbia, meanwhile, it looks like they got their first kill, and now they're just holding the line, seeing if they can find any of the Chechen players making a mistake.
Yeah.
Czechian players.
You got it. I didn't have to say anything.
So
You can fix
stupid.
it yourself.
Yeah, no,
it's good. We're getting there.
Look, guys, look, I'm learning. It's a process.
It's okay. It's okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Pixelic,
Czechian.
always the creator of new fun things in game. Now trying to use the Dorito as a vaulting opportunity to get to the rooftop. Not quite possible. I feel like we can Pixelic being the guy that started playing bicycle.
Hey, I will give Pixelic credit for anything that he wants at this point. As Poland and France squaring off. Yeah, this is Poland. I mean, look, they massive game last game, put them back in the mix. If they can actually finish this fight against France, that would be huge. But I think this is just, you're seeing a symptom of a lot of teams realizing, like, if we're gonna do it, it's got to be now, and it's got to be based off of a lot of kills. And the best way to get involved in fights is to do it early, and they will win that fight against France. But they're taking knocks in the process. Austria.
So they're on the hunt. They're coming in. Not making it any easier for them. There is a chance for Poland if they can get the rest here back off, but Austria does not seem like they're planning on leaving this area anytime soon. As a matter of fact, let's see 2 players down on the side of Poland. They'll happily go hunting. Have yet to take any casualties of their own, and they're crossing over right there.
Seat swap, and there it is. One will get picked off. Cappy will trade it back, see if he can maybe get somebody else, but he's down to 4 HP. This is asking a lot here for young Cappy. Poland managed to pull off a magic miracle in the last game, get them back in it, but it looks like that magic might be spent, and they will go out in 14th place.
Got their act together, just having a bit too late, unfortunately. A great
now
game
Italy has
one,
arrived,
but not able to get it done. And yeah, Italy in on this one now as well. All the teams that are needing Hail Mary performances in order to bring it home are jumping at the opportunity of a chaotic mid or like early game fight taking place here in the open.
And honestly, I mean, I think who's got to be the happiest about this has to be Romania, right? Like they won their fight, they got it easily, and now everybody else is just kind of scrapping out. I mean, you saw Czechia has gone down. Kazakhstan is about the only one that they really have to worry about, but Kazakhstan's managed to avoid this early nonsense. Germany finding Italy as we have managed to make it to the final game where everybody just wants to fight everybody else.
It sure seems that way.
Already down to 45 players.
Southern rotation coming through here as well. Keep in mind that this circle was also just ruthless. I don't even fault the observers for not showing us the map right now because there's a ton going on literally all the time. But we have 45 players left already. As I said, 3 teams eliminated already, and we're only 8 minutes in.
Been a while. What I'm used to expecting from EMEA PUBG, but you know what? I'll take it. This is fun. Aries takes a little bit of a spray there. Germany return back to their path along the riverside here. Still got a number of teams. Kazakhstan, you see where they're at, way off in the north. Have not even gotten involved in any of this thing, and honestly, that might be the best thing for them.
Oh, for sure. Had they been in the mix of all of this, I'm sure they would have lost at least 1 or 2 players at this point. Then, yes, they might have gotten a kill or 2, but being able to now come in, full health, full util, all of that, and then fight maybe a Romania that has a couple of kills already, you're much better off than being tied at point for the lost 2 plays.
Good news for having this brutal circle that had so much unplayable area in it is that we're suddenly only down to 42 players, 13 teams alive, so there's now suddenly a lot more space than maybe you would have expected otherwise. Greece now taking that fight with Italy as the fights just continue over here on this roadside. Let's see if that grenade is good enough. Ooh. It will be. Nicely done from Pydaros.
Great throw, right on the feet of O'Connell. Easy flush to follow as well. There you go. Give it, we'll take it, and just like that, Italy in trouble again.
trying to escape now. Leone, oh, he's in the mix, right? And they don't even know about him. He'll keep himself down low. 2 grenades could cause a problem here, as the rest of the Greek team will loot up and that is just waiting for a grenade thrown right at you. Nice spray from Leone. Will take down Give It. Now he'll turn his attention over towards Max Guns. Another one. Leone is cooking right now out in the middle of the open. Will get shot in the back there by Paidaros, so that'll be the end of his reign of terror. We'll see if Greece can reset.
Valiant effort. Cut down the 2, almost the 3rd as well, but just the off angle over the roadside couldn't quite do anything about. As Julius, the last player left alive in Italy, will try and just make a run for it here. Not gonna be easy for him to get anything going. Obviously, I mean, Italy needed a absolute blinder of a game in order to get anywhere close to qualification, and this, I think, is safe to say won't be it.
Yeah, I mean, they realized the situation they were in, right? That's why they were getting involved in all those early fights, and unfortunately for them, they just run into Greece at an inopportune time, and now down to just Julius, as we see the rest of our teams, you know, a very wide and open, free circle, surprisingly, as Kazakhstan slowly making their way in, down to 40 players, but Turkey just making their way in on the west. You see Romania, that is Romania, Kazakhstan, I think, is who I've got my eyes most securely set on. And to an extent, Czechia as well. I think they still have a shot here, but they're kind of surrounded right now, it looks like.
They're entangled with Serbia, and to make matters even worse, they have Latvia just overlooking everything they're doing. So they're kind of forced to just stay in position as this circle hard shifts south again. There used to be a studio down here, now it's a hospital, and who's going to get there first? Romania could just beeline it, but I'm not sure they're going to commit to it as we hop over to this exactly situation here. Serbia down to 2, trying to fend off against Czechia, who I'm not sure what the hell they're doing. Or they're gonna do.
Czechia, it looks like they took a knock on a Janny, and they're not in a position to try to go for that revive. As looks like QBE, maybe bait car. See if we can reposition.
Yeah.
I think Nayla was in a perfect position to take advantage of anybody that was speaking. But unfortunately for Czechia, they're not going to be able to get this res on a Janny. I think they may be thinking that everybody left, or just push this as a duo. They're not taking any chances here.
I respect it. Not falling for the bluff of that one. Let's see Nayla. He's upstairs, ready for a potential fight to come his way, as Latvia and Greece now start fighting one another. Actually kind of helpful for Serbia and Czechia, because they were the ones looking in this direction. Early issue is Greece. They take out 2, and then they instantly turn their attention here.
Greece, I'm on fire here a little bit. I'm not sure where QBE is either. Well, how far away he decided to run is okay. Nicely done there. Pixelic not going to be baited. And QBE now all by himself. Czechia, though, lose 2 players, and it's taken so long at this point, Toby. I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to get those blue chips and get them revived.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a commit, especially seeing how far south the circle went. It's going to be them really dedicating themselves to the blue. But hey, I mean, if that's the only option that you have, and you know that you only need a couple of points to get close, that's probably worth debating whether you should be doing it or not. In the meantime, Romania, we just saw before, did manage to get another 2 points on the board, so trying to separate themselves even further, having won over the tie against Kazakhstan for the time being.
Jiggle peak battle taking place here, as Czechia definitely knows where QBE is. I'll see if he can get back to that vehicle, but I don't know, man. If I'm Czechia, I think you gotta try to go for that revive, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
I mean, it's very high risk, but it's extremely high reward. I mean, the reward is making it into the top 4 if you're able to pull it off. So I don't see.
Phase 3.
Yeah, and I don't see any way that you can, especially if you're keeping an eye on the kill feed and you see Romania doing what they're doing. You see that Kazakhstan has still not managed to get involved in that you have. Latvia going to try to push it into Greece, but Give It is more than willing to take those shots. So Marcus Sink Pow now trying to make the push. He'll get the seat swap back onto Give It. Get the immediate flush with the boinks. As Greece, I believe, down to just 1 or 2 players now.
Yeah, just the 2.
Thrown over on the other side of the road to defend the position as best as they can. Now the Great Britain has made their presence known here as well, but limited where they can get cover from, especially when Actress lops 0 nades like that. Does he have the second one in him as well? He could. It's going to be close, and he finds it as well. Oh my, Actress with the double.
Just raining it down on him. Nicely done there by Latvia. Up to 5 kills now. A little better late than never. We'll see if they can continue their reign of terror, their hunt. We saw, I mean, Poland was able to put together a 12-kill performance that time. We'll see. Maybe Latvia can pull off something here. But the problem is they've got Great Britain right in front of them. So, that is a tough nut to crack.
Definitely. Vaughn spots QB behind the cube. As I mean, they're still aware that Latvia is nearby, so I can't really fully commit to just peeking out there in the open. They know there's players just over on the other side here. Gotta respect that too.
Translips says, okay, sink a pow pow. Spot out Fex. Gets him knocked, gets him low, gets him flushed. He's going to get taken down by Marcus. So Latvia, you know, we brought up the far-fetched, outside of the realm of possibility, miracle run here from Latvia in the late game. 7 kills is a hell of a way to start it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, what did they have coming into it? They were needing 20 to tie. So that's 10 kill
players
win.
alive.
And yeah, I mean, it's possible. Unlikely, but yeah, possible. Czechia in the meantime, probably seeing their elimination of the tournament off of falling here now in Pixelic, going down, and why not after rich get richer, Turkey and Great Britain finding points off of it.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Czechia. And yeah, I mean, especially Romania. They're on the hunt right now. 8 kills now. I'm not sure where the other 4 came from. 4 came off of that hot drop with Iraq. But Romania, they're in circle. They've got a compound. They're looking really, really nice. Their biggest concern has to be Kazakhstan. But Kazakhstan, they've kept 4 alive. They came in late. Don't think they've gotten involved in any fights, though.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can find some points as the game progresses.
That's the thing right now. Kazakhstan, they're not a team to go super aggressive and guard and farm kills. So what they really need right now is somebody to eliminate Romania. Because if they can start catching up placement points, which we're already in now, like they need Romania out early, so the placement points will help them their way as well. Look at that, 0 kills so far. They were sat in a tie, meaning, quick math, Romania is up by 8 points.
That is very, very quick math.
I know, I'm crazy.
Great at that. Oh my goodness, Senka Pow Pow.
He's on one.
Goodness gracious, just put Fex on his back and now puts Vard immediately down. Is Michael now the last player alive for Great Britain? They did manage to get 1 kill, and I think they're looking at the kill feed and they're probably seeing all these teams that were in the hunt, in the chase, have been taken down. Romania, Kazakhstan, the only 2 that they have to really be concerned about, and their job might be done. But still 25 alive, and we're in phase 5. That's absolutely wild. We were in placement points in phase 4.
It's game 6.
Not my EMEA.
It's game 5. What? Damage steal upside down. Not where he would have wanted to be. Back in the car, spin around. It was all bait. You didn't see a thing.
Oh my god.
Celtic gets the last one. What in the actual swear word just happened?
She'll owe Celtic a beer for that one, because he just kept hopping out of the vehicle and he's hopping out on the wrong side of the car and he had no idea he was getting shot in the back. But fortunately, Celtic had his teammates back. Germany now up to 4 kills, as looks like Romania got another knock in there somewhere. So another point picked up as Turkey with the BRDM will retreat back up to the hills.
Another one for Romania, looking poised to qualify through, unless if Kazakhstan can make something big happen here. But they're running out of potential eliminations is the issue right now. I mean, sure, they can make their way to late game, but as long as Romania stays in the game as well, that's placement points they're not really catching up with. So they're going to need the kills to boot, and so far, there just has not been anything on the board. Again, they're not really going out and taking these fights and hunting their opposition. And, that could be the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's super unfortunate for Kazakhstan, because I think they did the right thing. By all intent. I mean, they took their time coming into the zone. They came in late. They avoided all the early game shenanigans, and They've got 4 alive. They've got a great compound, but the problem for them is that Romania is just doing everything right now. Like, it has been a bad day. It has been a tilt-worthy day for Romania, and they, by all rights, could have just, you know, fallen by the wayside. But and with 1 game remaining, they're managing to put together exactly what they needed, and it all started with that hot drop against Iraq.
Yep, rewarded for a good day yesterday. Gives them a little more breathing room. And, well, they took all the breath they possibly could in order to try and claw back into it. But, hey, it still ain't done just yet. If they fall here, somehow Kazakhstan comes out with a win. That is a catch-up of 7 placement points, and all of a sudden, things are looking very close.
Yeah, Kazakhstan, they got to get to work. And, we'll see if this circle does them any favors, as it will pop, and it's going to fall right on Turkey. So, you know, it's not the worst thing for Kazakhstan, but it's not easy by any means.
Also true. I guess the good thing for them is that Romania has to move. Turkey is in a position from where they're much closer to taking a fight with Romania than they are with taking a fight to Kazakhstan. So they can just kind of chill on that southern side of the hillside there. Now, speaking of, more teams getting over here. That's Germany creeping up over the hillside.
Just so much room to play around with now that we're down to essentially 4 teams, because I think you got just 1 solo player off to the south there. We're going to try to get a little bit closer here, take the fight to Pains, and he does. What a spray from Quepa. Romania looking over in the distance to see if they can kind of get involved. Aries get Quepa down low, but Quepa does the damage there onto Germany.
See Romania eager to try and find the points off of it here. Quite to be. Flushes will go the way of Turkey as Ali now goes down. That's Chris finding one with the holding. Here's the first one eliminated. Romanian German players trying to cross over here now as well, but in trouble as soon as they make the move.
Problem is that you see all of this action happening, all of the kill feed lighting up, but Kazakhstan not involved. Now they are. Hoba will get a knock onto Aries, but now Hoba and Diga get traded down by Code Marco, so Kazakhstan pushed right up against the wall. Austria does go down in the end, and we have made it to our top 4 teams. Kazakhstan and Romania battling it out to see who is going to take that last spot, and Kazakhstan in a world of hurt right now.
In a time where they need everything going their way to draw back into it. Romania, 10 kills so far this game. Now with control of the north side here as well. Kazakhstan, a chance they get to reset here and make a play for the southwest. And Turkey, in the meantime, they're just, I mean, they're just roaming around this hilltop, being a turret that they have been the entire day.
Just get richer too as they get that supply drop right on top of them. As Germany, I think, down to just 1 more player. Kazakhstan. Looks like they got the revives, or the reses onto both of their knocked teammates, but Code Marco has just got them dead to rights here. And the problem is that it's not that Kazakhstan is losing this game. Romania is just winning. Like, they are going out there, and they are getting active, and they are finding these kills. And now Code Marco will find Sancho as Romania up to 10. And we'll see if it's Chris will donate his point over to the blue. It looks like he will not. He'll stick the heel just in time.
He might, eventually, but not yet. Sancho does get flushed, so Kazakhstan down 2-3. As Habibi now found as well. Big player took a taking out early on again. I mean, Turkey turns their attention to Romania. Maybe there's a chance for Kazakhstan to come in, clean up, get themselves a win as well. But I think, I mean, I can't do the math and I won't even try. But something tells me that Kazakhstan needs Romania out now and then pretty much all the remaining kills in this game too.
Yeah, I just don't think it's available for them unless they wipe both Romania and Turkey.
Yeah, exactly.
By themselves. And they're down to 3 as it is. And Code Marco by himself is keeping them pinned into their compound. So it's
the
not looking
or
good.
lack thereof.
It's not looking. Oh goodness. Okay. That grenade. So that will take down Romania, or at least take them down to just Ali as the grenades keep popping. And Quepa and the rest of Turkey. I mean, Turkey's had just an absolute banger of a day here so far, so it stands to reason that they will end this thing with 1 more banging game as Kazakhstan tries to see if they can dispatch with Code Marco and Celtics just driving around in that BRDM, forcing their hand here.
I mean, Great Britain won the first game, but if Turkey won that, we're looking at 4 wins in 5 games. That is absolutely insane. Blade out,
Burnout in the end with one Kazakhstan player left alive, trying to make something happen. Not to be, and as a matter of fact, Romania will be the ones finishing off in second place as they spot him. Ali stuck behind the smokes here on the opposite side.
Just done and dusted, and man, you can't say enough about what Turkey was able to do today as Ali will take down Shilla, but will go down in the end, and Turkey gets their third win of the day. When everything was on the line, when everything counted, Turkey delivered in the biggest possible way, and with one game remaining, all the fighting, everything happening for fourth place, Romania delivers their biggest performance after what was just a forgettable day. Huge performance for them.
If my math is right, Turkey had 56 kills today.
Jeez.
That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely mad. Great job by Turkey here to come out victorious, and not just that, but in great fashion. But also for Romania, they knew they needed to claw back in. For the first time, they go outside the top 4, and with a 10-kill second place, I think it's safe to say that they were able to surpass Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 wins yesterday, 2 big wins yesterday, and they were just kind of holding on, just death gripping with their fingernails, just keeping themselves in range of that top 4 spot, and that final game performance, delivering when everything was on the line. Huge clutch stuff from the Romanians.
Oh, big time, and for Turkey as well. I mean, what a night and day! Yesterday they finished the day in 9th. They had one game there, I believe game 4 it was, with a 12 kill game. They died in 10th. And that's where we go, okay, we know they can frag. I mean, don't get me wrong, we've always known, but in this lobby too, they can frag. They were just taking so many casualties early game while doing so, but still got 12 kills and died in 10th. So they were like, wait, how if we combine all those kills we're getting and late game? All of a sudden, you're looking at a whole different team.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, you know, coming into today, I think we were talking about, like, what teams you have your eyes on, what teams do you think didn't perform too well, and I was like, well, Turkey kind of sitting a little bit lower on that leaderboard than maybe I was expecting. And they come out, first game, massive win, and then their lowest finish today was an 8th place with 4 kills. Like, they made placement in every single game. In 3 wins on top of that. That's just insane work from them. So, I mean, they're obviously going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to November in the actual Nations Cup. But it's exciting to know that we're going to get to see them there.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. And also just with how well they're playing together. Obviously, a lot of the Turkish players have played in like innumerable combination of teams in their own region. So obviously a team here that is used to playing alongside one another as well. But give them another 4 months to polish whatever they feel like needs to be polished. And they're, I mean, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and all credit to Germany as well. Like, I think there was a lot of question marks about Germany after yesterday. Like, they managed to get that big win to kind of end the day, but it was kind of a same situation as Romania, where they had 2 big games and then 3 games that were of little note. And they came in today and delivered in a big way again. Another win, 14-kill win, a 3rd place with 7 kills that'll go along with it. Now, they had some forgettable games as well, but they did exactly what they needed to do to get into that top 4 spot in what is a kind of just a crazy lobby. Like, you don't know what these other teams are going to do. You don't have a good read on exactly where they're going to play, what rotation paths they have, stuff that you kind of see develop over time in the comp scene just from playing with each other so much. These are all pretty fresh teams with some players that you just never even seen before. So kind of figuring this out as you're going along, and very well played by Germany, very well played by Great Britain as well.
Definitely. And for some of the teams that, again, just don't really have that big a community to pick and choose from, the likes of, I mean, Iraq and whatnot, it's just lovely to see them actually making it onto a server like this, compete, while obviously results weren't overwhelming, still going out and showing that, and like from fight to fight, they're actually able to put up some good numbers. I am thrilled already now seeing ENC next year, should it be a thing, which I highly expect it to be, and see more of these countries that got a chance to, you know, get a taste of high competitive PUBG now and go like, I'm going to come back next year and I want more. Curious to see what they're going to be bringing.
Yeah, I mean, I liked what I saw from Iraq. Like, obviously, at a certain point, I think they looked at it and they're like, you know what, we didn't have the weekend that we wanted, so let's try to let's just try to go out there and fight. Like let's fight. Let's prove to ourselves that we can fight and we belong in this lobby. That we can go toe to toe with these teams. And they won a couple of really big fights for themselves. So I think if anything, they should have learned that yes, we can hang with these teams. We just got to figure out, the meta part of the game. Kind of figure out the more comp way of thinking, the pro way of thinking about the things to go along with the mechanical skill that we clearly already have.
Exactly. Well, we have the results ready, so let's take a look at the leaderboard for one final time here for EMEA. There are your overall points. Romania surpassing Kazakhstan in that tie, getting into it just exactly. Great Britain, Germany, and Turkey out there in top. Turkey is starting in 9th place. They almost doubled everyone else.
They had 27 points yesterday. Jeez. They almost got they got. What is that? So what's 120 minus 27?
Well,
93?
93.
They got 93 points in one day in 5 games? Are you kidding me?
Pretty decent.
That's absolutely insane.
We got to be closing in on some sort of record territory. That's that's pretty decent. Pretty decent, some I'd argue. As we look down the board here, it was a close fight all the way to the end. Of course, Romania. I mean, the leaderboard here is gonna make it look less close than it actually was because Romania was able to pull off as many points as they did at the end of it. But Kazakhstan made a run all the way to the end. Czechia as well. I feel like had moments where there was a good chance they were gonna be in. And then looking down the board, I mean, any underperformer surprises to you, or does it kind of look the way you thought it would? Maybe with the exception of Turkey being that far ahead.
No, I mean, I think this kind of plays out the way you would think it would. I feel bad for Czechia. They put themselves. They did exactly what they needed to do. They put themselves in arm's reach of it with one game remaining, and unfortunately, they run into an early fight that they just got stuck in for forever with Serbia. And then it wasn't even that. I mean, even if they win that and they come out on top, like Romania just did so well to make sure that they just grabbed a hold of that 4th place spot and would not let it go.
Sure, for sure. Well, here you have it. Your 4 teams that will be making it through to the ENC main event in November. It's going to be a good time. Of course, we already have 12 teams that were directly invited to the tournament based on their power rankings. And also earlier today, we got 4 other APAC teams going on through. So now, all that remains is finding the final 2 Americas teams, then a wildcard slot and a local slot, I believe, as well. But the final 2 Americas teams, which is going to be you, Poro, and Matchroom in just a short moment.
Yeah, we're going to bring it home.
Yeah. Any what do you call it? Any throw-ins for all the EMEA fans here that are coming like, oh, now we've watched EMEA, we're good. Why do they stay? Is it close? Give us the pitch. Give us the pitch.
Well, so far, Canada has kind of started to run away with it a little bit, and they had a banger of a first day, but that second place spot is very, very much up for grabs, and if Canada does not continue kind of the same performance that they had yesterday, both spots could be up for grabs, but only 10 teams, so it does make for a very kind of slow early game, but when it gets to the late game, it is absolutely banging. These guys are fighting their hearts out, so I'm really interested to see who comes out on top of that one. I feel like Canada probably has a secure hold on one of those spots, but I mean, there's any number of teams that have dibs could have dibs on that second place.
I feel like EMEA is a great showcasing of one day doesn't mean everything. That goes for Romania yesterday to today, and Turkey yesterday to today, just on each their side of of that coin. But yeah, that's great. So we have Americas coming up in, I believe, just about 20 minutes time. So stick around for that. It's gonna be it's gonna be a good time. No doubt.
Banger.
It's gonna be a banger. With that, thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Off with absolutely huge for them. I think this is just your seat. This is up there. Seats pit circle. I don't even hold it if there was much around. The fights just continue here on this roadside. Just waiting for a grenade. Right at you. Nice spray from Leone. Will take down Give It. Now he'll turn his attention over towards Max Guns. Another one. Leone is cooking right now out in the middle of the open. How far away he decided to run is Oakshot. So Marcus thinking Pow now. Gonna make the push. He'll get the seat swap back on.
Especially when Actress loves ornate like that. Does he have the second one in him as well? He could. It's gonna be.
bit closer here, take the fight to Pains, and he does. What a spray. Romania looking over that grenade, so that will take down Romania, or at least take a
Burnout in the end. One Kazakhstan player left alive.
What we'll do today is how we will take down Shilla, but we'll go down again.
nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension.
stop sign, go home. Now we on green light, green light, green light. Now we on green light, let's go. No amber, no red, go low. Come on with a stop sign, go home. Now we on green light, green light.
Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I got a gift for the lip, I'm a trick at me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension.
Now we on green light, let's go. No amber, no red, go low. Come in with a stop sign, go home. Now we on green light, green light, green light. Now we on green light, let's go. No amber, no red, go low. Come in with a stop sign, go home.
Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut short, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped. Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot. Soon I'ma get right there, I'ma step right there, got a bop. Came right there in a drop top, try whether you like it or not stop. non-stop. Yo, if you wanna get this poppin', you better get to shopping. I came in a different drop this time and they thought it was the same one, they didn't clock it. Oh well, it's nothing, they call me a dripperholic. Just watch how I'm dripping on it, please just don't be slipping on it. Oh well, it's nothing, they call me a dripperholic. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man, tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut chop, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped, know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it, know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning, I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on the drip, man, tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it.
Time, yeah, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No, never no time to relax. I'm packing the stats, you packing your bags. Okay, I step on the field, it's a wrap. They cannot keep up with the laps. No way. I put their record in a pass, you know it's a fact. Confirming the stats. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. Don't let them talk, I don't pay them on. Walked in with the mindset. Money line, that's a big bet. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a profit. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a... We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. Whole team know the mission. Gotta focus all senses. Gassed up, no omission. Eyes on the vision. Gotta handle business. 100 yards on a play. Big dubs on the way. 2 play, it'll be played. Get up out my face. We are not the same. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed our little break there after what was a raucous EMEA final decider qualifier for who's going to be going to ENC in November. Now we are getting ready to figure out who it's going to be for the Americas. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is him. It's Matrim. Him. I went the wrong way. That's my bad.
It's always reversed. That's what you got to remember.
I know. It threw me off. What are you going to do? But look, hey, so far bangers on APAC side and on the EMEA side. Don't expect anything less from the Americas, despite the fact that Canada has really kind of run away with things in first place at this point.
Yeah, they just can't fumble multiple times in a row. That's really the only thing that Canada's got eyes on right now. 24-point lead. It's been pretty dominant the way that they've been moving through it. Paraguay in second place right now is kind of surprising, but I mean, we do know that that's going to be a very solid roster. Tied in, well, I won't say tied in, but right in the thick pack. It's got several other teams in Cuba, Peru, Venezuela, all in the hunt right now. So this should be pretty spicy. We did see yesterday that America's was, I guess, not necessarily prone to going, oh, there's only 10 people, let's just be patient about it. They would go, no, okay, there's free points right there, and just chase them down.
I mean, look, when there's you're missing 6 teams in the lobby, that's a lot of points that aren't out there. So trying to go out there and get as many as you can, as quickly as you can, has to be the order of the day. Paraguay, as you said, sitting in second place overall off the back-to-back wins that they got in game 4 and 5 yesterday. We'll see if they can keep that going, because Cuba has been very consistent, I gotta say, throughout the day.
Yeah, they just had that one kind of off game right in the middle of the day, but I'm not going to hold too much against them on that one. Plane Path going to start up next to Kameshki, end up all the way down next to Primorsk, so it's going to be a pretty easy plane path. We did actually get a Millie Island game on the start for APAC today, so I'm not going to count anything out at this point.
We're about to have some fun with this. Apparently, the observer files didn't get updated for this game, so we have UK, the Great Britain Canadian team landing in Pochinki.
They still have like the Queen on the currency and stuff like that, don't they? They're kind of European, kind of UK. It counts.
That's fair. That's fair. But and you see Venezuela down there bearing the colors of Iraq, Ecuador bearing the colors of who was that?
Look, I'm just going to be broken. I'm going to be broken. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've spent a lot of time studying these maps, trying to figure it all out. Now we're going to be looking at everything, trying to make sure that we go off of names. Thank you guys.
It was already going to be a problem for me, just because coming from Europe and then now going into the Americas, like having to kind of readjust my brain to the flags and the country names, and now they've just decided to make it a little bit more interesting. That's fine. It's fine. It's not worried about it. We still have the team tag in front. You see Honduras there now. They have a lot of work to do, Matt. A lot of work to do.
Yeah, I mean, average of 1 point per game. It's a harsh environment to be in, to say the least, but there's still a lot to be played for. Whenever you're in one of those types of stages and you're looking at an event like this, I heard you and Toby talking about it, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, is that you have to kind of have eyes on the future whenever you're in that type of position and try to learn as much as you can, so that way you can carry it back over to your country, provide information about like how things kind of work, the way the metas set up, kind of help establish yourself and your country all together. So a lot to still fight for these teams still at the bottom.
And as we kind of saw yesterday, the opening 10 minutes or so of this game, maybe first one or two circles, for the most part, have been pretty calm. Now, there have been exceptions. We did see teams running into each other in the middle of rotations and then, sticking it out for the fight, because as we said, every point is so precious when there's only 40 alive in the lobby. So when you're looking at fighting for those top 2 spots, you need everything that you can get, especially considering the fact that Canada is as far ahead as they are. You know that you're essentially coming in here with the mindset that you're fighting for one position.
And that's where most of the pack is chasing, right? We've got about 8 points difference between Paraguay in second and then Venezuela down in 5th. And whenever you look at Canada, Canada hasn't had a game where they did not end up in the top 4 so far. That is a ridiculous situation. But Sharpshot still just being Sharpshot, man. He's trying to make stuff happen for Cuba. Hits shots on to Danny, and Danny has been a lot of the, success features that we've been seeing come up from Paraguay. So this is a great pickoff early. I think you might have seen the blue chip pickoff.
I think you try to go for it. Yeah, I think you have to, right? When you've got this much space available, there's no reason not to go for that blue chip and try to get back up to full strength. But another point picked up for Cuba. They were they're I would argue probably one of the more consistent teams. Cuba and Peru yesterday, finding kills in every single game. The placements came and went for sure, but a couple of third place finishes and a second place for Cuba to go along with a nice little stack of kills. Like, they are in a good position now. If it had not been for those back-to-back wins for Paraguay to end the day out, Cuba would probably be sitting up there in second place. But unfortunately for them, Paraguay found success late. We'll see if they can keep it going. As we see, Colombia will take a few shots at Canada, passing in the distance.
And just going to go ahead and start trying to get up around the hillsides, lumberyard, those types of positions. Like, kind of the way the circle is leaning from what I can tell so far. Gets yourself into a position early, and that's been Canada's kind of core play style, is just get into the good positions, have a good read on how you think that the circle is going to behave, get to areas that you can escape out of a little bit easier instead of going for just the centered position over and over again. Go, okay, if we go center here, but the circle goes this way, it's going to suck. Instead, let's just go ahead and go to the position that'll suck to go to from the center, and we can probably make it back to the center if we need to. And it's been time and time again paying off for them.
I see Columbia just kind of holding the line on shelter. Now, I don't hate this strategy, like putting yourself in a position where you're kind of expecting teams to make rotations past. We already saw them able to get a few shots in on Canada. Unfortunately, no knocks coming through from that one, but you never know who the next team to come through might be, as we see the other half of that 2-2 split looking off in the distance. Not sure who it is that they're looking at. It looks like it's going to be Cuba. Just kind of long-range shots taken over in that direction.
I mean, Cuba has been incredibly consistent, like you're talking about, with both them and Peru. Cuba had that 1/10 out, but whenever we look at Peru, the difference between them and Canada largely comes down to the fact that Peru has just gotten a couple of 5th and 6th. 6th place is the lowest that they've gone out, and yes, I know it is a 10-team lobby, but that is still a high level of consistency coming up for them. Is now Venezuela trying to find some successes on this one, as Whitey's going to go ahead and get the flush on Nezera from Bolivia. QDL is down, but trying to get a lot of Bolivia attention over here, as Venezuela in this high ground going to have a lot of control angles to play.
Yeah, you can kind of see what the strategy is for these teams that were sitting on the bottom side of the leaderboard, putting yourselves in those positions to catch people out in rotation. This time it's going to pay out for Venezuela pretty nicely. Be able to get that first knock. We'll see if they can actually secure the points off of it. Colombia, again, doing the same as they see Germany making their way up in the distance. Not sure who Germany is in this particular situation, but Bolivia have lost 2, so it's down to just Kamba and Kevin.
I think that Germany was Cuba. I don't know, because there was like a joke that was running through my head at a specific point, and I couldn't quite figure it out. So I'll leave that one alone. Bolivia also wanting to be left alone, as it is just the 2 of them now surviving all by their lonesomes. Bolivia has had a little bit of still has a decent opportunity. I mean, they are the lowest, I would say, in the tail impact, as there is still a drop down of about 9 points between them and Venezuela at the time, and an early start here, losing 2. Not going to feel too good.
Yeah, a win yesterday they got in match number 2, really kind of carrying them for the most part. But as you said, 32 points through 5 games, not too terribly shabby, and they're still within touching distance. Let's see if they can kind of add to that here as we check back in with Canada, setting themselves up around prison in a little bit of a 2-2 split here.
Everybody that is popping in, remember that while in APAC and EMEA, it was the top 4 that went on. We keep talking about that second place for a reason. Only top 2 advanced today from the Americas. So this is going to be a much tighter run for these squads. Any type of failure could just be absolutely massive, as it feels like more who's the first to stumble rather than who can find the first biggest game. And it's going to be a lot of back and forth potentially, as that cut line is going to be so close.
Yeah, those 0-point games, or even just 1 or 2 point games, loom so incredibly large when you're talking about this. Oh my goodness.
We're in no lean, but it's super lean.
An angle I'm not used to seeing here. I love damage for Paraguay. You can see he's kind of by himself. Does he have a teammate with him? I think he might have somebody in there with him.
I think I love damage is a little tilted now.
Oh my god. It's just
you liked
stop,
it.
Is it?
You know you liked it.
Okay, I did. Well, Peru, hey, look, they got their flags. We got their flags right. Let's go. Good job, production. Well, Peru have taken up residence on that western side of Log Camp, looking down towards Cuba, who came in a little bit later. But again, when there's this many teams alive, there's just so much space to play around. So it's really just kind of information gathering is the most important thing. Trying to figure out exactly where these teams are in and around you is going to be huge.
We need a little bit of that. If we could get a quick glimpse at the map, kind of see where all the teams are setting up in positions. We didn't see Canada that was playing around prison. Trying to get a little bit more of a feel for what's going to be going on. Of course, Cuba and Peru all starting to get a little bit more stacked up next to each other, but we can get an idea on kind of how this new circle has set and where everybody's going to be rotating to. That would be extremely nice.
Yeah. So yeah, if we get an opportunity to take a look at that map, we'll try to take it here. As we see Cuba just digging in, entrenching. It doesn't look like they're keen on moving anywhere anytime soon. You see Colombia just off in the distance, playing around shelter. And yeah, for the most part, everybody just kind of staking claim to their own spots. Actually, was that Colombia or was that Venezuela? It might have been. I think I saw just the edge of that flag as Peru just continues to take long-range shots over towards Cuba.
Saw him for just 1 second, but whenever we were looking at good old Leo, he has been incredibly impressive as far as his capabilities. Kind of a newer face. I don't think that I've encountered him too many different times, if not this being the first. So, love to see the capabilities of Leo Menzino and really what he's been able to bring into the squad. See if we can see any other rising stars in the situation. There we go. We get the map and you can see we're kind of focused up around Shelter Prison, Lumberyard Hillside. That's why we're seeing a lot of the movement happen over there. Is Paraguay is going to be playing right along the edge, and they did manage to get Danny back. He's got himself a car, and looks like he's probably going to be looting up a bit more.
Simply lovely. Love to see it. E-pickup has been popped for some unknown reason. Not sure why. I think it might be Cuba or it might be Colombia that sent that one up in the air. But yeah, for the most part, everybody kind of centering up just right in the middle, leaning more towards the south side. All the north completely empty. So if we do end up seeing one of those hard shifts, Matt, that's going to make things really.
A lot of the focus has been on this hillside for good reason. Having, I mean, might have just picked up something off the ground, or be trying to rotate it in from the truck. Never know.
Never.
The U.S. looks like he's going to continue on his merry way. Enough shots to at least buy some more space, but of course, Lumberyard to Hillside, whenever we see this, is going to be a little bit of a King of the Hill style fight, as squad's going to be playing different sides. As I Love Damage does manage to spot out one. Whitey gets another one as well. Couple little small skirmishes that might develop a bit more, but I think it's right now just territory control.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the shift was too terribly hard for anybody, but you still have a couple of teams that are hanging out on the periphery. Have to find their way up the hill. Looks like it might be going around that Shelter Prison area. Colombia just causing problems right now for Ecuador at range. They're going to have to move here eventually. Peru, they're very content, just kind of sticking around here in that logging camp. If they do have to leave, you have to imagine a northern wrap. Depending on what the circle does, the northern wrap is probably pretty free and available for them.
I don't know if I want to go that way, because that's kind of where Canada's hanging out, and those guys have just been brutal to everything that they encounter. Adam going on an adventure. Why? I don't know, but we'll have to kind of see. As Adam does what Adam wills himself to do. Honduras is still kind of hanging out on the outside of this farm, still going to be in place. So as everything's starting to collapse in, it's really just going to be kind of a couple of shifts happening on the outside. Most notably, Guatemala still needs to find themselves a home where they've got Peru, and they're going to have to potentially push up that hillside. They could wrap prison like you're talking about, but I always get scared going that side of it.
Yeah, it's really, I think everybody's kind of in that mindset right now to where we're going to wait and see what phase 3, phase 4, where those next circles decide to take us, because everybody currently is in a spot where they feel pretty comfortable, right? Like they've got hard cover, they've got a compound to play around. If they get a little bit of circle love going their way, then they could be in business. But nobody really in a position now to have to make any drastic moves.
Well, I mean, we've got most of the major points of interest already on lock, right?
Yeah,
so if we end up with this kind of centering in, these squads that are on the external section playing this a bit slower are going to find a lot of trouble, because whenever we see the points of interest around Lumberyard be set up like this, it creates a continual line of fire. And if you cannot find a place to stop off, you're just going to continually be punished while you're on the hunt for just somewhere safe to be at, and nothing feels safe.
Fortunately, there's still enough room for these teams to work around it. So it does look like Guatemala gets a little bit close to Canada. Not too terribly close, so it does look like they will lose Puen. Existing managed to keep alive for now, but where do you go now if you're Guatemala? You're just kind of pushing right through the center of the circle, fortunately avoiding the line of sight for Colombia or Cuba right now. But Bolivia is sitting there waiting.
This is kind of what I was talking about, is that once it's all kind of set, there are a couple of little hidey holes that you can play, like, I guess, Shelter, if you want to take the other side of Shelter whenever somebody's already holding it. But, I mean, it's the best you can find, so Guatemala's going to have to take it, and this is about the best real estate that's left inside the circle.
Yeah, taking the inside of the zone, too. So Bolivia will have to kind of reposition themselves, try to do it safely. But this is the problem with this part, is that you are just completely exposed to Colombia. Andresito will get that first knock on Azita. Let's see if they can actually get the flush or not. It looks like, fortunately enough, Guatemala was able to retreat back in and should be able to get that res back.
all considered pretty okay, but now we've got Bolivia as well as Canada with some goals, and it looks like it's shelter time for Guatemala. They're just going to start running down, trying to find a bit more of a defensive position to play where there is safety. Nobody can shoot you down the bottom, but whoa, there was another team coming in. I saw red marks coming in from the east over there. I think that was maybe Peru. Fairhopper gets knocked on to Kevin. So big shots coming up from them. Canada now finding themselves in kind of a little bit more of a meat grinder than I think that they were expecting.
I mean, the good thing for Canada is that they know that their backs are clear, right? They've got Bolivia in front of them, kind of getting pressed, as you said, by Peru, has arrived over there on the eastern side. But this is Canada playing up against the edge of the wall. Bolivia will get taken down in the end, though. And that one last kill onto Kamba is going to be the 1 point that Canada is able to collect. And now they turn their attention over towards Peru.
Slow and steady wins the race for Canada in their approach on this one. Are seeing them have to chase the circle a little bit more than we were seeing yesterday, but you can see still entirely comfortable. Adam sitting on the 3 rounds, not even needing to reload. And this is an aggressive push by Adam right up into the face of Peru to see if maybe he can find an angle. He does get spotted. It's going to be enough to shoot him away, but just using a bit of that ridge line for cover. There's still a lot of squads over here, and this might just be a bit more of an attempt to corral Peru into some type of vision of another team to give them more space to work with. Guatemala being right underneath of Canada has made this a lot more complicated than I think Canada wanted on this approach.
It is, but Canada has that good fortune of knowing that they've got such a massive cushion that they can play a little bit more risk, high reward here. But the question is, what is the reward for playing this particular high risk situation? It's going to be really difficult to take down Peru, so I think they're realizing that and saying, okay, well, we have a pretty free path here into the western side of this zone, playing around more towards Death Road. So let's go ahead and take that.
Yeah, I like this. This little ridgeline around Death Road has got a couple of dips inside of it that you can play pretty safe. This circle is pretty barren as far as cover goes. Whenever we're looking at Colombia, you can see they're already taking shots at Venezuela down to the south. New firefight looks like it could be brewing over there. Honduras being kind of pushed down by Paraguay. And then we kind of look to the north. Colombia is also going to have decent sight lines on what was going on with Peru and kind of Guatemala that we saw a moment ago. So this is going to be a very barren, very minimal tree-style in-game circles that we're going to be looking at, and that's what a lot of these squads want. Lean into their firefighting, and God, we move right into the most open territory of that circle.
There goes Honduras. I think they got pinned up against the wall, and I don't think they gave their points over to anybody, to be honest. I think they all just kind of took a lot of damage and then went down to blue, so that'll be 4 points taken off the board. Now Paraguay has to look off to the north and decide where they're going to play next.
Poor Danny gets killed early, brought back, even starts trying to get some kills on another squad. They're like, no, the blue gets it instead. It's a terrible way to start as far as mental goes, but here comes the run-in from Venezuela. So few options to go for, so they're just going to run in. The car actually gets spun out, but Colombia is a little bit more focused on what's going to be happening in front of them. Venezuela just going to be making a run for this tower, as it is about the only thing left inside the circle.
Fortunately for them, they know to avoid the lines of sight of Colombia. They can avoid those windows, dropping good smokes down. But unfortunately, Cuba still has that high ground. They'll get the shot onto Delarey's. Won't be able to get the flush as the smokes have bloomed. It looks like Cuba is going to be more interested in working towards the north here, where they might find themselves in a scrap with Peru.
And Cuba's got some high ground vision, but you can see that they don't have a lot of cover to work with. They've got the tools for long-range execution, so a bit more of a focus onto Peru is the safer approach for them. They have a couple of ridge lines. If they can deal with Peru, that will work well for them. You can see they're also kind of eyeing what's going on with Canada. Let's not forget good old shelter buddies over there kind of hanging out. Loving the fact that the circle keeps hanging out around it, but every single time they go for a peek, man, they are just getting punished.
Yeah, and you talk about shelter. Guatemala, the last time we saw them, they were going down into shelter itself. So curious to see if they stick around out there, as Cuba will rescue their one player, is getting shot at in the back. Colombia still playing that tower defense. Shots being taken, just keeping Venezuela honest.
Cuba's making a run directly across the circle.
Gotta go somewhere.
Just trying to cut across all of this, getting punished a little bit, but so far it's kind of been successful. They're going to be running right into Canada in the middle of the circle. Looks like everybody was going for this rock cropping. Liam Lozano still going to be the last one up for his squad. Lots of shots coming in from every single angle, as it looks like Canada is coming out better, but you got to put that in quotations because nothing feels good about what's happening over here right now.
God, you looked at that mini-map for Cuba, it just seemed like every team in the lobby was shooting at them. As Canada, they do lose K-Mind. See if they can get that res off. It would be pretty impressive if they can. It looks like I think they're going to be able to stick it. So good smoke wall laid down as Canada has managed to make their way in, and they found themselves some ridge lines to work with here.
Okay, Adam's got to go down at some point and regroup, and he just saw how terrible that is, and now he gets to be the only one doing it. Remember that Canada managed to make it to this position with all of Peru also being shot at. So now it's just going to be Adam by himself if he ever has to regroup. Let's see how the circle's going to pop as a lot of this control coming up for Peru as well as Colombia. Colombia doesn't have to make a move. It's just going to be the guys down to the southwest and good old Adam to try to find something.
Yeah, Paraguay and Ecuador now on the clock. It's like Guatemala did finally come out of shelter, and Peru was more than ready for them to peek their heads, as Guatemala will at least get a couple of kills.
Peru's put themselves right in the line.
Yeah.
They've walked right into Canada's sight line, so that's going to be a secondary factor to deal with. And also, Canada's got to be careful. They got a couple of friends creeping up right back behind them. So Canada's trying to defend now against Peru. Peru hasn't even managed to make it into the circle just yet. They've got that ridge line, but I don't know. Canada's just doing a job of weathering the storm right now and still somehow finding something out of all of this.
You know, and to be fair, like Peru, they're in a really rough spot right now, but they've already got 5 kills. This has kind of been their bread and butter so far this tournament, is getting a nice little stack of kills. Even if they can't find the late game, they're still keeping themselves in range of that second place cut line. So we'll see if they can actually pull something off here.
Yeah, more cover coming down for Canada right now as the U.S. is going to land. Should be able to get the res as well. Peru a bit distracted dealing with their own problems back behind all of this. A couple of rotates look like it's going to be a full rush right back into Canada's position yet again, and it's going to be Paraguay right on top of Canada. No time, catch in the air, rolls right in. Canada goes for the shots, but Paraguay comes in hot. Canada is eliminated.
Just like that, Paraguay will take them down, but they took a lot of damage in the process. Danny and I love damage, the last 2 ones remaining, as it looks like Ecuador might be within grenade range here. Their grenade from Paraguay will do damage, but they will go out in the end.
Now into our top 4. Paraguay trying to start seeing if they can maybe stack up something together to compete against Canada. They're going to have to put together a strong core component of kills here. Colombia's just been chilling. They've had that compound for so long and putting in a ton of work. Ecuador just getting the punishment from everybody in the lobby. The only squad that's playing into the West right now, and they've got to cross the road. No cover except for smokes to be had, and it is just problematic over here.
And all that insanity that happened on the West with the Paraguay crash and the Ecuador response has been great for Peru. It actually opened up a little bit of a window for them to make their way a little further inside this zone. Those deployable shields doing a lot of work for them. Let's see if they can avoid the line of sight of Colombia and Venezuela for now.
There's a bit of a hill that kind of rolls over where we can see Colombia and Venezuela at. That's why we've got cover in between them. Also why they can't really go after Peru too much. That means that poor old Ecuador over there is going to be the focal point for Colombia. Venezuela's been taking a couple of shots, but I feel like they're going to be coming into this with a lot of utility still sitting in the bank.
The only good news for Ecuador... Oh, no.
No, that's whatever good news you had for him is about to go away.
That good news has since been taken out. As I was going to say, the only good news for him is that they are currently still inside the zone, but you got to imagine that's not going to last much longer as the mortar will fall, and it doesn't look like it's going to find the mark as Andrezito is still going back up to the high ground, and the circle will pull away. It's going to pull away from Colombia and Venezuela too, though, so this is great news for Peru.
Love how we got to see as he was running back up there, the mortar kind of crashed into the road in front of him through the windows. Paraguay, you got to be a little bit careful over here as Peru now starting to take those shots. You're talking about that they've got circle control. Well, here's their circle. It is nothing. That's pretty much what we're looking at right over the right shoulder of Kaizen is our end game, and it is going to be a lot of smokes. Venezuela and Colombia going to have to fight amongst each other. Peru up to the north, what are you going to do? Do you keep the focus in on Ecuador? Because if you do that, that's going to open up a bit more for Venezuela and Colombia, but I think it's just going to be those two squads scrapping no matter what.
Yeah, this is a weird one, right? Like you got 3 teams that are outside of the circle right now that are all essentially playing chicken. They don't want to be the first one to go because they're going to get focused down. So they're going to wait for the circle to start moving, which it's going to start doing it now. They've got a minute and a half to make their way in.
Peru, where do you keep your focus? I mean, with this hill, you can see that they finally did manage to make it to that cover hillside. So that's what they've been using to kind of deny out anything from Colombia. It's like Ecuador's got enough of their smokes down that they're just going to try to send over to a tree right on the edge of the zone. So that's good enough, but you can see it is definitely in nade range. Ecuador is going to try to get a little bit further forward, make it into this dip that a mortar provided, and Sometimes these explosion radiuses are going to give you something. Now it's just, is it going to be enough as the firefight down the south is starting to pop off?
Well, that was actually really well played by Ecuador. It was the trail man that threw the grenade that created the dip for him. It wasn't a grenade from Peru. It was actually their own grenade that created that cover, and that's really heads up play there by Ecuador, keeping them in. Let's see if they can get that last man across the road. As Peru is staring down on them, it looks like Venezuela is going to go for the high ground, but they will still get that grenade knock onto Colombia.
Colombia and Venezuela each got a knock on each other. It's kind of stalled out everything. Venezuela with the high grounds, just trying to rain down a couple of nades. One of them does connect, and not too much else that you can really go for. You can see Venezuela just has to deal with Colombia in front of them, but every time they go for a peek around, Ecuador in this new position has kind of stalled out Venezuela's ability to move forward. They want to deal with it. A couple of shots do connect, and enough to maybe buy them some space. Blue zone right on top of Venezuela. With the knocks that they got onto Colombia, they do have the space to start making their way down the hillside, but it feels scary.
This is very, very tough here for Venezuela. The only thing keeping them alive is the grace of these smoke clouds. They've got to be disciplined with it, but another knock going to come through as Kyson will find Delare's. Now, shots taken into Greg Shot, and Whitey's going to lose his helmet. You can see Peru is just spraying through the smokes and hoping that they find something. Ecuador are going to join him as well.
Venezuela still has so much further to go to even make it into the safe zone, and it is just punishment the whole way. Greg Shot's got himself a ghillie suit, but this high up in the air, coming down that hillside, it's not going to do anything for him to work with. There is no sneaky snake on this one. It's just firefight. And the more they move forward, they're now starting to move into Peru's sight lines, which is another problem that they're about to have to deal with.
639 damage for Greg Shot, though. He's been farming that ADR from that high ground, and it looks like they're going to be able to get one of their players back up, so they're still up to 3 strong, but you gotta wonder how much smoke they have left in the bag, and it doesn't look like they have any, as they're gonna retreat back down and use this as hard cover as long as they can, but you can hear the shots just pinging around them.
I mean, that car is getting so close to exploding, and there is so little cover. If it starts to pop, it's going to be absolutely terrible. You can see that not even the tree going to be enough. They still got to creep their way forward. It's a couple, maybe another 50 meters that they've got to go. Colombia can't even move. Looks like they're just going to surrender over the blue zone. Venezuela's managed to get their res up, but the smoke wall is starting to dissipate. They've got a couple more to play with, and it looks like they're going to keep their focus onto this line to see if maybe they can juke themselves around Ecuador while also just using the tree cover just enough to stay out of Peru's sightline. But Peru is moving forward. They realized exactly what the plan was, so Peru is kind of cut off that angle of approach.
Trying to take advantage of the situation here as Ecuador will get eliminated, and now Greg Shot, the last player left alive for Venezuela. Peru has to see that. They're going to try to take as much real estate as they can, just spraying through the smoke. They have eyes on center, and you know that Venezuela just has nothing left in the bag as far as smokes. Greg Shot about to be completely exposed on the side. We'll see if Peru can collect an 11-kill win. They can. Big win for Peru will put them right back in the mix.
21 points for them. This is a phenomenal game, but in a very hard circle to play. You saw the fact that it was just a no man's land for so long, and everybody just fighting for every single meter that they could move forward. Well, I guess we're back in America, so we say yards now, but it's mostly South America, so I guess meters? I don't know.
Everybody knows what we're talking about, essentially, right? Well, you know what? I'm going to say yards because football, but either way, Peru, I'm impressed with their ability to kind of keep themselves alive. Like, it was looking like they were absolutely dead to rights on that north side, fighting their way into the circle, but timing, Paraguay managing to crash Canada at the exact same time as Ecuador came in from the push as well. They used that opportunity as best they could, found their way inside the zone, and then just survived from that northern side all the way to the end. And just great work by them. 11 kills to go along with it is absolutely huge.
I mean, that's the big thing to look at is Canada finally falters a little bit early. Sure, they did find some kills, but that's opened up an opportunity for somebody else to get a lot of the lion's share of what we've been seeing going on with Canada. How is that going to change up everything on the leaderboard? Don't know. We're going to take a quick break, give you the leaderboard, and give you the next game in just a few minutes. Little bits, but so far it's kind of been successful. They're going to be running right into Canada in the middle of the circle. Looks like everybody was going for this rock cropping. Leo Mazzano still going to be the last one up for his squad.
Paraguay and Ecuador now on the clock. Looks like Guatemala did finally come out of shelter.
Going to be Paraguay right on top of Canada. No time, catch in the air, rolls right in. Canada goes for the shots, but Paraguay, that angle of approach.
Trying to take advantage of the situation here. here as Ecuador will get eliminated, and now Greg Shot, the last player left alive for Venezuela. Peru, see that, they're going to try to take as much real estate as they can, just spraying through the smoke. They have guys on center, and you know that Venezuela just has nothing left in the bag as far as smokes. Greg Shot about to be completely exposed on the side. We'll see if Peru can collect an 11-kill win. They can. Big win for Peru.
All right, let's go. Peru getting themselves a big victory might make this spicy, and while Canada did go out, they still managed to secure some points, so they still got a lead. But how big is that lead going to be as everything comes down to these top two positions? Let's take a quick look. Peru at 21 points, and really, it's kind of stuck everybody together on the leaderboard after that.
Yeah, 11 eliminations. I know we're in a weird lobby, but let's just say it. Peru killing a quarter of the lobby to go along with their win. But that's massive for them, right? 21 points, and they were already kind of in contention. They were within reach, so that's going to push them way high. And it's also going to be interesting to see where Canada lies now that they had a little bit of a slow start there, but it doesn't really matter. 80 points for them. Jeez Louise.
I mean, they had a 24-point lead, and that's been cut down to 16, so Canada can't rest too much off of this. There's going to be a bit more of a drop down of 6 points down to Paraguay back behind them. Venezuela still nipping on the heels, 11 points back behind. That cut point onto Peru. And gets a bit spicier down with Bolivia, Guatemala, everybody else. So we're kind of game after game, that cut line's going to get harder and harder to reach. But it feels like Peru, Paraguay, Venezuela, Cuba, they all just keep swinging round after round for the fences, man.
Yeah, Cuba, I think, just needs that one game to kind of go a little bit more in their favor. Like, they've been doing well this whole tournament, and they're starting to see that cut line starting to run away from them a little bit. So if they can just find that next gear and fight their way up a little bit more, put themselves back in the conversation. But I do feel like it is pretty much the top five that are in contention for those top two spots at this point. The bottom five, maybe just a little bit too little too late.
Okay, here's our first run on this map, as we will see it 2 times today. I don't see any crazy, like, fights for cars or anything else like that. Maybe around the middle pack. Looks like maybe Bolivia, Honduras a bit over each other. Paraguay is going to make their push down the Songam, so that should be fine. Canada's got total control over the area over to the west. So most of our drops look pretty all right, but I don't know. Bolivia, Honduras? You guys got some goals?
Honduras, yeah. I mean, why not? At this point, you know, if you're going to make a run, you got to make a run by getting a high kill win. So might as well start off by doing a hot drop as we get the hard Eastern Circle. Another one here. We saw the same kind of circle in EMEA where just 40%, 45% of the circle is just completely unplayable.
You've been in a great mood right now, as they're going to have just perfect position right off of looting. So we are going to get Bolivia and Honduras on top of each other. A little bit of a late drop coming in for the tail end of Bolivia, but this is, again, we have kind of seen these guys bouncing against each other here and there. How much of a commitment's going to come out? Nazera hears the footsteps, realizes how close he almost got, but he's got an Uzi. It's SMG versus SMG, Poro.
Oh, that's terrifying stuff. Nazera, nice. There you go. We'll take down Macadamia. And Honduras struggles continue as Bolivia will collect another point to go in there. I mean, they're not outside of it just yet, but they do need to have that big game, Matt. If they are going to put themselves in the conversation, they need to have kind of the same thing that Peru just had.
This is going to be an extremely low economy fight, just right off the go, and also right on the edge of the zone, so it doesn't necessarily mean it has to go too fast, but Bolivia finding ways to just dismantle, and it's going to be Nazera yet again, finding success for I Am Bolivia / Bolivia.
And there goes Ramble. Okay, taken down, so only one player left alive for Honduras, and they know exactly where he is. They'll send a grenade over in his direction. It's going to go a little bit too far, but Kevin, he definitely wants to get his name in the papers. We'll hear the footsteps retreating away, but that's just going to push him right in the front of his teammates. Batungas, they'll hunt, they'll go, and they'll find him. It's Kebe. Will go down in Honduras, eliminated in 10th.
Oh, Honduras. Oh, Hyun isn't for you. I know it was terrible. I know it was terrible. I knew it as I was saying it, but I was like, I have to commit. I have to commit.
It's a reach. No, you know what? It's a reach, but, you know, that's what you got to do. As you said, commit. Just sometimes nobody's even going to say anything.
All right, that's going to kind of slow down the pacing for this. 9 teams now up.
just to let you know, I would not let you get away with that.
I know. It's just such a Toffee's joke, and I felt bad about it. Okay, it's going to be I kind of eyes on to Peru and Canada right now, really, right? Canada has lost a little bit of their lead, but we know that this is such a strong squad. I have to see if they can bounce back from it. And Peru, it's going to be hard to follow up a 21-point game yet again, but the way these guys are playing, it's there for them. Cluzera, Farahopper have just been absolutely on a tear this event.
Yeah, I mean, they, like you said, the win was pretty much the only thing they hadn't done up until this point. Like every game before this, they were getting kills, they were getting points. They had a 9-kill game yesterday, a 7-kill game yesterday, and the only thing that was evading them was that big win, and they finally managed to put that one together. So we'll see if they can turn that into something else here as we see the oversight. Everybody going towards the center right now, but we do have quite a few stragglers. One being, most important probably, being Canada, way off there in the west. Just going to take their time in how they decide to get here.
I mean, Canada being a little bit on the slow roll, kind of an outlier for them, right? As they've kind of always been getting into position very early, reading circles 1 and 2 quite efficiently. Venezuela taking a couple of shots on team ones they rotate away, but not really getting much more. Actually, looks like Venezuela's got to be careful because that squad's kind of juking back over. I don't think that they want to contest this position, but they're feeling feisty enough to maybe come back close enough for some shots to ring out.
We'll see. That would be a pretty bold strat on the part. I guess it was Colombia that they were shooting at. I mean, obviously Venezuela pretty entrenched in that 2-2 split on both sides of the road, just putting themselves in good position to try to take down anybody who would be so bold as to drive down the middle of the street. While Guatemala, they try to take the short way here.
The scenic route, get the vision. Is our trend of having 50% of Circle 1 eliminated by water or something else like that, it's going to be continuing here. So I guess coming in with the emergency pickup, not too worse. Do you make a play for playing against the zone wall, using the emergency pickup and then coming in a bit safer, or do you just go for a strong compound? If you're Guatemala, I'm kind of curious to see their mindset, but I don't know if dropping right in between all of these teams could be the play.
Well, I think the problem is like you feel like there's 36 in the lobby, like you should be able to get a compound, right? Like, but the problem is you're coming in late and you're coming in from the sky, so you're doing your scouting in a matter of seconds and hoping that the compound that you pick is free. So and I think playing up against the wall would be good, especially if you could find a vehicle. But I mean, right now, why not just go for the compound? Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, here's the kind of problem that we're looking at. Tifo's is like, what is even happening here? Couple of shots, not going to get the knock on it, and that's going to be one that I think Guatemala is going to want back. That was pretty much in their hands.
Yeah, it's tough shooting in the window of the coop, isn't it? Tifo knows he got away with one, as the rest of Cuba looks like, well, they're not going to stay inside their compound. They realize that they've got a team right on the hills by the next to them, so trying to reposition, see if they can take that fight, and Guatemala is just going to go ahead and backfill them, because why not?
Yeah, sure. Hey, you guys left that compound? We'll take it. Let's run after him right now. Down on both sides, right? Tifu finds one. Zeta finds the other one. Leo Mazzano going to go ahead and get a knock on to Zeta. Sharp Shot going to go ahead and get the flush, so that does mean that Don't Trust Me Bro gets eliminated, but if anything, now you can trust the rest of your team.
Just hear the Three Stooges woo 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 as they're running around, just trying to chase each other. And yeah, I think if you're Cuba, you're kind of pissed that you lose Don't Trust Me there. But I mean, there's a revive station right there, right? Like, let's clean this guy out, go get the blue chip, and get everybody back on their feet as we try to clear out this last remaining Guatemalan player.
I love Sharp Shot just comes in full confidence, just Tokyo drifts his car right into the front of the building that Guatemala's just kind of holding out at. Like, I dare you. I love Sharp Shot playing with confidence because it's like an entire vibe, dude. You can just tell how little he cares about his opponents, and he's just like, nah, 1v1 me, bro, I got you.
The man has swag, that is for sure. As you see Bolivia kind of tooling around in the hills just off to the east of that Cuban compound, but a few shots from Colombia may force them to reconsider, as Cuba will most likely go for that blue chip, get their man back on his feet, and that's going to be great news as the circle will hard shift down to the south, and they'll be right on that northern side. So Canada coming in late, Matt. They may end up running into some trouble here.
Still got a lot of the circle also killed off by the zone wall itself. Paraguay going to be playing right up next to it. You mentioned Canada going to be coming in very late. This is a pretty compressed circle already with 8 teams alive, and then there's not going to be a lot of territory to really play comfortably. Bolivia has started this round pretty well, getting a full squad wipe, but Paraguay looks like they're going to be going right into the face of them. Red Zone even going to be popping on top of them as well. Standing one side, waiting to see if anybody reveals himself, but Lee's going to spot out. Tries to prep the Panzerfaust, but I think it was a bit too late for that car.
This is a tough push. Warehouse is difficult. You don't want to take a risk, and that's not a good start here. Batunga's going to take himself out with the vehicle. That puts Bolivia on the back foot. The Panzerfaust comes out, and Hamba going to get taken out by the vehicle. He avoids the Panzerfaust to start off with, but the bouncing vehicle takes him down. You hate to see that.
Oh, ping-ponged by their own car, essentially twice in a row. Nazira now the last one up. Paraguay just going to start feasting on all of these points. You can see Colombia setting up in the distance. I think if any retreat comes out of this, they're going to be in a prime position to go for it. That's going to be a big problem. Yep, Paraguay's Danny going to go ahead and finish it out. Bolivia is now eliminated.
There you go, and that's points much needed for Paraguay, as now Peru has joined the chase, and they see the kill feed. See Cuba cleaning up in Guatemala, so they know that they've got to keep pace. As the red zone pops off around them, they hear the shots off to the north, so Colombia might be the next one on the list, as they are now scrapping with Cuba.
If anything, it feels like this has kind of ignited something under Paraguay, realizing the fact that Cuba and everybody else is trying to find some big points. Ecuador actually going to get the knock and the flush on to Leo Manzano. So that's another point in the bag for them. Colombia really wishing that they could have had it here, but you have to be careful, as Colombia's kind of put themselves in a bit of a vice, and with the way that this road kind of separates around and no real easy options, the only benefit, that northern section of the vice is just going to be a duo now, as Sharp Shot and Tifo going to have to regroup. Yeah,
unfortunate there for Cuba. As, thought they were in pretty good position after they're taking down Guatemala, but they end up leaving the compound and running into the wrong neighborhood, knocking themselves down to 2. As you see Colombia, as you said, just holding that crossroads, and should be pretty safe for them as they can kind of see everything that's happening around them. They're dead center circle. They get a little bit more luck going their way, but like you said, like that whole eastern side, you're gonna shift away from that eventually.
Yeah, I don't know how, with the way the circle settings are, it could just kind of keep hanging out over there. I don't know when the breakdown's going to happen. Adam's about to find himself a whole bunch of friends, and that's going to be a problem. The rest of Canada already inside the circle. Circle does lean to the Canadian side, so also Cuba going to be fine in Kanyung itself. So Kanyung, as well as the hillside that Canada's in control of, going to be our core POIs, as everything else is going to be kind of a spattering of dips and ditches that you're going to be playing for.
Adam just retreating. It looks like he might be in slightly chased by Peru. I don't think they were too terribly interested, just kind of seeing where he goes. As Lazera and Peru have the BRDM in play. I think they just know it's like, this is probably going to be occupied by somebody on the top of this hill. Let's not overstep our bounds.
Just laughing because you see the full aquatic nature of the BRDM crossing that tiny little creek. Hey, you know, it'll be cover and some level of support. Canada's going to have high ground control, and man, this is whenever their games start to kick off. Unless somebody comes up and tries to contest them, they're going to start putting some punishment on the rest of this. They're coming in pretty late, so that means that they're also going to be pretty equipped and ready for these later stages where everybody else has kind of been scrapping and taking a couple of casualties, or at least been burning through some armor or helmet.
Yeah, I mean, they're just now arriving to the game, and it's 28 alive. They've got a high ground, so we'll see what they are able to put together. See if they get any more circle favor going their direction as Colombia and Paraguay rather keep just taking shots at each other from range. It's mostly just Colombia wanting to prevent anybody from making a bold crash into their spot.
This is also inadvertently kind of held out anything that Paraguay is wanting to try to get rolling. You could feel that they were realizing that they need to keep some points. They started the day in second place, and again, I know we're going to have to keep harping on it. The top 2, so Paraguay having that kind of slip through their fingers a bit means that they know that they need to be playing as point heavy as possible, the way that this lobby has been popping off, and they're going to be fine playing in the circle for now, but you have to assume that it's only a matter of time before this containment's going to become its own independent issue, as the northern section is going to have way more breathing room than the section that we see Paraguay playing at the present.
Yeah, it's a several horse race now, and we're going to see if Paraguay is up for the fight. Let's check back in with Cuba. They did manage to get Don't Trust Me back. They actually got both members back, all members back, so despite losing a couple of members at different points, Cuba's still back up to full strength, fighting out of the city.
They keep trying to leave the city, and they just can't do it. Every single time they try to go somewhere else, firefight happens, and benefit of that is, hey, all your blue chips are going to be right next to the point, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal, as Venezuela is going to be on the other side of them, taking that northeastern area. We got about another 25 seconds before our new circle is going to reveal itself, and Lord only knows the way that the circles have been bouncing around right now, where it's going to end up going, but Canada's hoping for hillside. Cuba also does have one of their players in Tifo trying to get a position right on top of that lower section of the hillside, so it's going to provide a lot more cover for him. Right now, the hillside's kind of its own line of demarcation, where you have like the northern section and the southern section of the map. Canada is kind of all in the middle of it. Where are we going? And we're going right on top of the hill.
Okay, Venezuela going to have to move. Cuba can go ahead and join Tifo. We'll see where Peru decides to go. As you see, Ecuador already on the move. And Colombia, they've had that compound for quite some time, taking shots over towards Paraguay. But they now have to have an exit strategy in hand. And they've got to make up their mind when the right time is going to be to go, knowing that there's a full 4-man squad right across the street.
Paraguay, I mean, you're still right on the edge, so there's going to be a lot of wraps over here. There's potential for a lot of kills, but you're going to have to make sure you're beaded in and waiting for them to come. First one that looks like that's going to be making that pass is Ecuador. Ecuador has been kind of hanging out. They've got themselves one kill coming into this, but this is going to be a pretty brutal crossing, because even if you manage to make it away from it, now you're going to have to deal with Canada on high ground with vision on that lower section. The southern area is going to have pretty barren, I want to say desolate area. There's a couple of like trees, different things like that. No major points of interest, but a couple definitely to be played, to say the least. See that at least getting some distance away from Paraguay, using that little bit of a ridge could be enough to at least get him in the circle.
Sharp shot with the Lynx, going to spot out 2 from Venezuela. Looks like they maybe got caught out in rotation. QDL going to get taken down by Joshi. So Venezuela's game in jeopardy here as they are just getting absolutely roasted. It looks like Cuba's going to go ahead and make the crash, try to get these points as quickly as they can, as Venezuela will just retreat in the BRDM.
Like, I tries to run over somebody as he's going out of this. I respect it. I mean, you know that life's pretty rough for you, but I mean, a couple of secondary shots. That's going to be Canada now getting involved, really demolishing. Venezuela is going to go down, but Cuba was caught in the thick of Canada and all of that chaos. I mean, such great shots to start it off, but Canada looks like they might be the biggest beneficiary of it all.
Jeez, you hate that for Venezuela. You get the BRDM, and then you just happen to run into the one player in the lobby that's got a Lynx and a hell of an aim in sharp shot, and he just picks 3 of them out before they're even able to do anything, as Cuba now has a BRDM for their own. Canada will just go ahead and take more shots at it, try to get that off the field if they can.
Jump in, try to get some meds, try to figure out exactly what's going to be going on. Canada and high ground still going to have Cuba off to that side, but you can see a couple other squads now starting to find ways to sneak their way into different angles. Cuba fully resetting off of this, now also going to be able to re-loot and reconfigure themselves. It's not necessarily the worst. It looked a bit scary there for a second, but 6 kills already in a pretty strong position in the circle. They still have Colombia and Paraguay over to the east, though.
What are you guys up to? Just hanging out in ditch? Yeah, me too. Yeah, we don't want to get shot at by Canada. Or Colombia, apparently, who is now managed to leave their compound. They pull away from Paraguay, but the good news is that they waited long enough. They were patient, and they managed to avoid all of that nonsense that was coming in from the north as the new circle does pop, and it is going to go west of them, so they still have to make their way in. They've now spotted out Cuba.
Maple syrup is strong as it is going to be Canada. Great spot in the circle. 1 knock already coming up for Colombia. Cuba is just going to be receiving a ton of bullets their way. The way that this ridgeline kind of plays, though, means that Paraguay can't get too involved in what Cuba's going to be doing. The more that we see Canada focused in on this movement from Cuba, though, might open up a backside approach, and they've got to be pretty careful. I saw another squad sneaking up really close to Canada.
It's interesting to see what Colombia does here. Gets another knock on Liam
There we go.
And now Peru coming in just below. So Canada's already got it set. The BRDM finds a Panzerfaust waiting for it at the top of the hill. Adam now has a grenade ready to send down. See how well he cooks it. It's going to go a little bit too far. Peru will try to keep those happy feet alive. And Canada's sending K-Mine for the flank.
This is a great setup. The Bull not really eating too many of the nades. They're rolling just a bit too far, but starting to connect now. The explosions, the smoke, going to be a perfect cover to allow K-Mine to get right back behind everybody. Does he have the angle for it? The way that the hillside set's not really working out too well for him, but Colombia here's this firefight. They're moving away from what they were looking at with Cuba a second ago. Now they're going to try to third-party this.
Look at that. Peru actually manages to get their man back on his feet, so they're back up to full strength. As Canada was going to lose 1, but Shimboy will return the favor, gets the knock on to Deke. The trade comes through. Another one for Shimboy. Actually, Adam going to be the one that gets Clausera as K-Mine now sees those 2 knocks in the kill feed. He's going to try to push up a little bit more and see if he can get involved.
Nice little dip for him to just drop the car off in. Sultan Parahopper on the other side goes for just an absolute belly drop on it. Both sides taking a lot of damage from the nades. Slowly and steadily, Colombia's creeping in. Canada's got a clock on them, and they don't even know it. Peru is eliminated, and everybody back on their feet. Colombia, do you want a piece of this?
Beautiful timing on the part of Colombia as they collect another couple of points. They are still maintaining this low side, seeing if they can catch Canada in a disadvantageous position, but Canada just holding on to the top of the hill in this entrenched fortification that they've dug for themselves, and I think Colombia realizes it. They're going to go ahead and pull back away.
Going for those kills on the lower section did put them in a bit more of a vulnerable position, and Colombia going for that also allowed Canada to have enough time to really reset themselves and be waiting for anything that Colombia is waiting to be bringing for them. Other side, you can see with Colombia looking over into Cuba's positioning. We also do have a spattering of teams that are hanging out down to the south. I think it was going to be, Paraguay that was going to be over there kind of chilling for the time being, but it's Colombia that's kind of put themselves right in between Cuba and Canada. There is at least a safe enough place to play for now, till Canada decides that they might want to go a little bit more up on that hillside, and then they could find some really good vision on both these squads.
It's just a question where this next circle decides to go, isn't it? And you see Paraguay and Ecuador kind of squaring off with each other. Cuba, once again, the only team inside the zone. Everybody else going to have to make their moves in. As Ecuador still, they've only got eyes for Paraguay. Right now the smoke's the only thing keeping Paraguay in this. Move their their way up here, see if they can get the seat swap. Maylash will get taken down. Nice grenade from Danny.
Danny just playing so clean. Ecuador trying to counter move around this, but Paraguay looks like they're starting to get more of an inside track on the circle. Counter knock comes out. It's going to be Roker that gets the knock on to Danny. 2 up for Ecuador right now. Going to need Denke seeing if maybe he can get something. Roker spots out more. Goes for this. Can't quite get the knock on it. And starting to have to step away from the angle. Luckily, the tree side providing enough distance away from anybody that's up high on those hills. Paraguay with 4 still up, walking along this path, and they feel like they've got everything under control.
Man, that's the story of this round, really, it feels like, is so many knocks coming through on Paraguay, on Cuba, on Canada, and they're just able to reset every single time. They're able to keep everybody back on their feet. And now Ecuador find themselves up against it. Danke will hop into the vehicle, see if he can go and rejoin Rokers. Rokers laid down a nice little smoke wall, and nobody really looking over in this direction. You can see Canada up on your mini map. They're starting to push in to the fight with Colombia and Cuba.
Yeah, I mean, Colombia didn't have too many other places to go, so they had to push more into the Cuban line. Canada's trying to take control over the hillside itself. Ecuador trying to backhill back behind this one. Going to be a very open circle right now with a lot of smokes already being burnt. Ecuador doesn't have much left in the tank. Is that intentionally rolling the car? Oh, I thought that was intentionally rolling the car down for him. No. He's going to wish that he took it now. Roker down to Nero on no life, and he's in a crossfire. Not much he can do. He's going to go down. Danke, the last one up.
Damn, it was almost slick. It was almost really cool. Setting the vehicle down there. But unfortunately, it's just moving a little bit too fast for him to get in. As you see Paraguay now turning their attention over towards Canada, finding Joshi out. And that's now 6 kills for Canada. If they can get the flush, it'll be 7. But Canada not taking time. They're going to go ahead and reposition themselves, try to put themselves in a better position to third party this.
Paraguay 4 up. Canada about to have their... Actually, no, doesn't get their res. Joshi does getting finished off. I Love Damage going to end up getting that kill. So Paraguay going to have a little bit more maneuverability over here. So with this 2-2 split, they've got a little bit of control over this hill that Canada's going to have to be contending with, as well as the last player still up for Ecuador. So get in a bit of a crossfire based off of these 2-2 split, and Ecuador still having a solo up. Canada's just been laying down so much damage. 6 kills already.
Yeah, they do lose Joshi. They are still trying to get as many different angles of fire here onto Paraguay, using that high ground as best they can. But Danny not going to let him get away with it as he manages to take some of the only hard cover. The circle does shift off to the north, and that is going to favor Canada.
Just great positioning. Paraguay should be able to get a foothold in the circle, but this is going to be in a much more open section. Canada's going to have the high ground position they can play for. I don't know if Canada knows that Ecuador have that solo kind of sneak over there. Is Canada going for the regroup? Paraguay just can't find enough angles to get the knock that they want. Paraguay also now starting to creep up pretty close to that last solo for Ecuador as well, so he gets a choice of options on how he wants to mess around in this game.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to keep his head down. Oh, yeah, Danny has things figured him out. As that grenade will take him down. So Danke will be taken out. Ecuador out in third, and now it is a 4v3, Paraguay versus Canada for the win.
Paraguay running up points right now. So if they can manage to take this one, that'll put them back into a great spot back up around that Canadian positioning. But Canada's got themselves a wide line into the circle. Paraguay just kind of in the lower section of the bowl. As, of course, Canada trying to maintain high ground dominance. Can they manage to close out? They still have a lot of utility left, and given the amount of crates that they've been able to find, let's manage to perpetually keep them into such a great position in this game.
Yeah, Canada being really disciplined with how they use these smokes. And as a result, they've managed to hold on to quite a few here in the late game, as Paraguay trying to use the opportunity to spread out. They don't want to have Canada wrap around them. I think they realized that was what was happening. Canada just going for both angles on that high ground, and Shimboy gets his dome popped off there. Nice shots.
Shimboy kind of playing the isolated angle on one side, Adam on the other. Losing that helmet's going to be a massive detriment. We've already got a man advantage for Paraguay as they're slowly creeping in closer and closer. You can see Adam really can't even keep control over this flank too much. There's too many players. He's got to retreat a little bit closer to where K-Mine's going to be playing, so that's going to leave Shimboy even more isolated, more focused on his task. We are at phase number 7, so we still have another circle pop to show us where we're going to go before we move into that last dot. Paraguay is hoping for the gamble on their side. Canada's got way more control over the circle, and it feels like mathematically probably going to get the circle just a few more seconds.
We'll see, just patience. Patience being displayed Paraguay really feels like they want this win. They don't necessarily need it, not yet, but this would go a long way in helping them claim that top 2 spot. But the problem is that Canada is just dug in so well. They're on that high ground that it's going to be really, really tough for them to push out. I think it feels like the Shinboy is the thing that Paraguay should probably try to focus on, right? They got a few mortars left that they're going to send over in that direction, but if they can get Shinboy, then they might be able to wrap around the last remaining duo.
Problem is they've got 30 seconds in their position that they've got to play, and then they've got to move into the foothills. There is a little bit of a dip over where you can see most of the players playing more on the western side where Danny's going to be at. Shinboy realizing he's got to play his life. He has to keep this angle contained. Even if he has to smoke himself off, do anything else, as long as he's staying alive, it's disabling Paraguay to really move over onto this angle and get some type of crunch onto the other Canadian players. Instead, now Paraguay is going to have to creep more into an open area. That's not going to feel too good. Also going to have to start moving into Canadian nade range. So Paraguay, while they've got a lot of advantage going for them, and they've been on fire this round, Canada is just playing the waiting game and trying to reset the tempo over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, Canada realizes that they're in the better position here, right? Like, they have the high ground. They weren't able to stop that push there from I Love Damage. He's able to rejoin the rest of his team. See if they can pick out this last player, the trailing man. As, unfortunately, it looks like Adam, I'm not sure if Adam had any explosive utility on him, but he does have a gun, and he will find that knock.
Well, with everybody from Paraguay all now going Wolfpack, stacked on top of each other, it's opened up more movement for Canada. Shinboy's moving on an approaching side angle, and if he can get any shots in on this while Canada and the rest of them are trying to stall it out, that's absolutely going to decimate anything that Paraguay can do to try to move forward. Nade's now starting to roll a bit more forward. Rez is trying to come out. Does at least manage to get the flush onto one, and Paraguay, what are you going to do from here? Now Shinboy in a great spot. Vaker at least spots up one. That's going to be K-Mine going down.
That's a huge knock. Paraguay needed that to turn the odds in their favor, but Vaker will get traded out. Adam still playing from that dip. Danny going to try to push in, but look at the DBS in Adam's hand. That's not what you want to push into. The DBS is ready, but it doesn't matter. He will go down, but Canada will still get the win with 10 kills and add on to their already impressive lead.
All right, Shinboy, respect, man. You hold that angle against Paraguay. Don't let him move out anywhere. Keep your contained angle. Once Paraguay goes for the regroup, you can see that it's going to be onto him to go down to that side position and just get the flank. He executes it, plays his timings perfectly, and while we can see the forefront section of Canada start to falter, he's there to pick it up in the end. So Canada ends up with a round win and 10 kills to boot. Cuba, though, also having 9, while Paraguay gets second and 8, still going to make this leaderboard just spectacularly spicy.
Yeah, and I think it's good news for all the other teams except for Paraguay that were in the chase, that Paraguay wasn't allowed to get those that win to get that, because that would have been what? It would have been another 3 kills and another 4 points in placement, so that would have been huge for them. But Canada will just continue to soak up the points at the top of the leaderboard and continue to make that second place battle a little bit spicy.
Oh, man, we still got 3 more to play, and it has been Canada coming back into form. How crazy is this going to get? While the lobby is light, the action is heavy, and we still got 3 to go. Stay tuned. Got newsy, it's SMG versus SMG, Poro. But Bolivia finding ways to just dismantle it.
In the front of his teammates, Batungas, they'll hunt, they'll go, and they'll find him. Mala is just going to go ahead and backfill him, because why not?
Yeah, sure. Hey, you guys left that compound? We'll take it. Let's run after him right now. Down on both sides, right? Tifu finds one. Zeta finds the other one. Leo Mazzano gonna go ahead.
This last remaining Guatemalan player. Oh, the vehicle, that puts Bolivia on the back foot. Panther Faust comes out. Combo is gonna get taken out by the vehicle. He bought it out. Though was gonna lose one. Shinboy will return the favor, gets the knock on the Deke. Trade comes their way up here. See if they can get the seat swap. Oh, Danny, this thing is figured him.
Boy, what are you gonna do from here? Now Shinboy in a great spot.
Still playing from that dip. Danny trying to push in, but because of DBS and Adam's hand, that's not what you want to push into. The DBS is ready, but it doesn't matter. He will go down.
Yeah, I got that control now. Yeah, I'm taking control. I'm gonna take that control. I'll just be playing take all the souls of the ones who be standing in front of my goals. I'm creeping up like a ghost. No one can even come close. I'm ready to go in a charge, and you better know that I'm bringing the force. I'm on the hunt, I'm a champ. I got the squad as my fam. Summon my foot, I'm like blam. Play me that tune, it's my jam. I'm gonna reach my potential. Fully, I get in the mental. It's the state and I go for it all. I'ma honor the grind, I'ma own it, no rental. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control. I'm gonna go through the fire. I'ma show you the thing I desire. I'ma inspire, I'll show everyone how I built an empire from nothing. You know I'ma never succumb. When the challenge arises, I come. I'm not one to just get up and run. I'ma bang bang till the task is done. Better know that I ain't never gonna fall. Better know that I am coming for it all. Better know that I am taking back control. Better know I'm taking control.
Ella lo que quiere es party, party. Ella lo que quiere es party, Ella lo que quiere es party, party. Ella lo que quiere es party, pendiente de rozar y dar más traca, traca. Entonces que está esperando, ven y ataca, ataca. Ven y ataca, 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 party. Taca, taca, taca. Esperando, ven y ataca, 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 party. Estoy buscando un gatito como tú que me dé por...
And we are back, Canada, with another impressive win to continue to assert their dominance, but Paraguay with a great performance in that one to kind of follow up what Peru did in match number 1. So it's going to be really interesting to see what that overall leaderboard looks like, Matt.
Oh man, I cannot wait. Last round, absolutely explosive. Canadian Carnage, 20 points up on top. Paraguay going to be back behind him at 14. Cuba with 13. And then we get
Cuba.
back down into that little dicier sections as we look. Honduras, the only squad walking away with 0.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but you gotta give credit to Cuba as well. Like, they're staying in the mix. If they get a little bit of circle luck go in their favor, they might be able to make a run, as we've seen from Paraguay and Peru. But not following up their win with a good performance that time. Peru only 2 points, and that's going to be enough for Paraguay to supplant them. So back up to 72 points, but you see just how close Peru and Cuba are right behind.
28 points, 3 games remaining. Canada feeling really good. 6 points between Paraguay and Peru. Not so good feeling, especially when you've got Cuba nipping at the heels, just 6 points back behind that. And then another 6 points back behind that's going to be Venezuela. Still a lot of opportunities. Paraguay cannot risk going out early, but Peru, we've seen Peru and Cuba both have big pop-off games. So moving into game number 3 on the day is going to be crazy. Just having, 3 more after this one, or 2 more after this one. So looks like game is ready. Let's go ahead and jump right into the action.
Yes, back and forth. And Venezuela, they need to have something happen here pretty quickly. They're going to find the rest of the pack kind of leaving them behind. As we see, Miramar is the map that we're going to play this time around. And it's most likely going to be pretty slow. A lot of playable area in Miramar, so don't expect to see any real early game fighting.
Okay,
Doesn't
plane
mean it
path
won't
over
happen.
Island. Plane path over the island. I'll call it. I see
The
it.
dream.
Yes, acknowledge. Honduras dropping early, but we did see Canada, I think that went kind of more El Pozo last time, so I don't think that we'll be seeing any hot drop coming out from that. At least I don't think that Honduras wants any of that smoke right now. Everything else looks like it's pretty much settled down. No hot drop coming out this time.
Okay. Free and easy. Yeah, Canada look like they're probably dropping for vehicles here, while Honduras still just loot up in their own little city. As you said, nobody near each other. Where is the circle going to take us? All the way up to Cruz de Valle. Okay. Bolivia find themselves in dead center, but everybody else is going to have to make moves.
Bolivia, it's your time. Everything is showing up Bolivia right now. They're the only ones inside the circle. We actually did get an APAC game that ended up in Campo Militar. I think it was yesterday, so... Yeah, I haven't really seen that one in a while. These circle changes definitely coming in, having massive impacts. El Pozo, not going to be too far from the circle either, so Canada shouldn't necessarily be on as big of a quest as we saw them going for the circle last time.
It's so nice, these circle changes, man. Like, I love finally getting to see circles that we've just either very rarely saw or never saw. Like, it's so much more fun to see that kind of little mix-up here.
Yeah, I mean, we've been bouncing away from water because, yeah, okay, there's not a lot of, like, the sand and the beaches are kind of open and everything else like that. But really, one of the main reasons we bounced away from water so long ago was because of the water invincibility thing that was happening, 7 years ago?
Yeah.
Now finally starting to see coastlines again since, 2019? Yeah, I'll take it.
Exactly. The days of the Evermore mermaid strats have been long gone for quite some time. So finally catching up with the times here is pulling away from water. But there is still a small percentage of that circle that's north of the wall. But for the most part, all pretty playable. Lots of different paths in. You can take long wraps. You can take short wraps. Doesn't really matter. It's only 40 alive, but it's going to be probably a slow start here. The only teams really, I would say, close to each other, maybe in danger of running into each other, maybe Colombia, Venezuela, maybe over there by the Death Trench. I'm not sure. It still feels like those teams should be far enough away from each other to where they can avoid each other pretty easily.
Don't get baited by the wall and the area around it. I know it's like more sandy up there, so you're like, oh, it's all flat. It is way flatter than Miramar, but remember, Miramar's got a lot of verticality to it. So if we do end up going north, Campo Militar, that area, there's also a lot of pretty decently sized sand dunes. Can't talk about terrain whenever we got Cuba rolling right up in the thick of all of this. Right on top of them, we're going to have a shootout at the saloon.
Ecuador, it's just one player. And it's actually just one player from each team. They just happen to run into each other. This is the risky take, right? Leo Mazzino just going to make sure he's all properly boosted up and ready to go, while Tease is going to dance around. He doesn't want to overcommit into pushing down. He realizes he's got the better position here. Does have 2 grenades, or no, it's just 1 grenade. Let's see if he finds any joy with that. Nope, not going to happen. So we'll just continue dancing around on the balcony.
See, I need somebody in chat to tell me. Is it T is like a couple of Z sounds and then X8? Or is it like there's supposed to be 8 more Z's afterwards? So it's like... Zzz. I don't know.
I don't either. What I do know is that the rest of his team decided to come up here and provide him some support. So good work on the part of Ecuador there, collapsing as quickly as they can. But Leo Mazzino... You see Cuba is off in the distance as well. Sharpshot is actually getting shot at as he tried to come over here and provide some support, but I think they're realizing that the situation is a little bit more dire than they had originally anticipated.
I'm a bit nervous, and I'm nervous for the Ecuadorian side of this. Leo Mazzino has been having an absolute pop-off series so far. Walking in, you've got to make sure that you're ready to take down somebody. You can see he's already playing around it and trying to buy as much time and spacing. He knows exactly what he needs to be playing for, but is actually going to get some vision on him. Not going to be able to get it. Realizing the fact that now the upper areas are going to be open, he runs up there real fast. Reinforcements coming in flux, but it is going to be Tufus. It does get the knock on Zera at range. Mazzino trying to find something for himself right in the middle of the saloon.
Not the sandstorm arriving at the worst possible time either, as Looks like Peru has decided to get involved in this scrap as well. So why not make it a three-way fight? I said nobody should be fighting each other this early. There's so much room to play around, but unfortunately it doesn't look like these guys got the memo, as they are just feeling scrappy off the jump.
Having a little bit of deja vu here as we see everybody kind of Ecuador player jumping from the roof yet again, as it's been a little bit of a do-si-do over here. Ecuador doesn't even put a retreat from this position because they feel like the high ground's just totally entrenched, and Mazino's just doing such a great job of just bouncing between positions. They can't keep track of where he's going to be at, and eventually that is going to put them in a more vulnerable spot that he can pounce on.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job, and now Clausera is going to get the knock onto Leo Mazzino and the flush as well, so all his hard work end up being for naught. Ecuador, meanwhile, they realize that this situation has become a little bit more spicy than they were previously anticipating.
No!
Oh, no. He tried.
Not from the ropes, man. Oh, we finally saw it.
He went for the great escape, and unfortunately just got picked out by poor Peru. Well, that's bad news for Cuba. Going out first here is definitely not how they wanted to play their Miramar, as they were still in the hunt.
And I guess Ecuador technically wins in their retreat. So
they've got 2
victory
kills.
now called. All right, Canada, you found yourself some friends early, and that is going to be QDL getting eliminated. Should be able to get the res onto Joshy. This is kind of an odd spot, but I don't think anybody's going to make a full send up a mountain to try to get a flush there.
What is happening? I feel like Venezuela already lost another player as well. They lost one to running himself over. So Venezuela now, I believe, is just down to 2 players. So Canada has this high ground, and they'll just keep moving their way in, as Gregshot and Whitey are left to wonder what happened.
Well, I mean, it feels like everybody's realizing that they need to secure some big games. This is the last, I guess. You have 2 different options of way you can see it, right? A lot of times, game number 3, people will try to go for their big pop-off so that way they can play safe for the next 2 if they really need to. Then maybe they can get that big points in that one. Or there's the mindset of, all right, save it until game 5. If we're not there yet, that's when we go for the big pop-off, because what else is there left to lose? And it feels like a couple of these squads are going for the game 3 approach.
It's also weird because, given that the lobby is a little lighter, you have that. We can play as 4, try to stay alive until late game, playing real estate, or if we decide to take fights early, the likelihood of us being third-partied or fourth-partied is probably pretty low. Hard shift over to the east. That's going to be bad news for all those teams fighting their way out of the blue on the west side. But yeah, it's weird. I feel like if you're feeling like you're liking your mechanical skills and you're liking your odds in a straight up 4v4 fight against any team in this lobby, which most of these teams probably should, then going for those early fights, maybe not the worst thing.
I think that you're kind of hitting the nail on the head on why we're seeing these casualties early. Whenever you think that you can take everybody 4v4 straight up, except for maybe Canada, but a couple of these teams even think that they can take Canada. Everybody's going for those 4v4s, and not everybody's winning them, so they're walking away a little bit weaker, at least finding a couple of kills. Honduras now going to be kind of getting some eyes thrown at him by Whitey, but I think that Whitey's just going to go ahead and let him go.
Yeah, I mean, Venezuela just down to 2 players, so Whitey, Greg, most likely just going to try to play it slow, come in late. They've got time. They've probably got plenty of meds, I imagine, and Honduras will just go along their merry way. Canada, their way in as well. You see another team just kind of off in the north. We'll avoid them for the most part, and it's just a long drive for Canada as they're coming from the west all the way over to the east.
Yeah, passing by Hacienda, they got a ways to go. I mean, no big rush coming out from them. I'm not surprised that they come in a little bit later. I'm already finding 2 kills already. Canada's goal in life is just not die. Everybody else's goal in life is kill everything around them. So it's, you can kind of, to steal some song lyrics, blame Canada for the nature of the beast of what's happening inside the circle, because everybody is just kind of on the hunt to deal with that second place position, because Canada has just been so dominant.
Yeah, and consistently dominant too. Like they have, I mean, what is the worst game that they've had? Really, a 6th place with 3 kills in our first game of the day might be it.
Oh no, Ecuador, they're going to be rolling right through the Bolivia neighborhood and going to be, after that, going into Colombia's neighborhood. But I think that there's at least enough of a place you can stop. Bolivia not going to have freest of sight lines on that, and I think that there's a little bit of a ridge between them and Colombia, so should be okay. It's mostly just going to be Bolivia and how much they want to go after this. I think that they should know that that's probably just a duo, but it's also Bolivia. Sometimes they play a little bit passive, other times they play with hyper gusto.
It's hard to say, and and then we're also kind of getting to that point of the game, like we're past 10 minutes, like the opportunity to have that straight up 4v4 without getting third party is starting to slip away, and you can see Colombia just on the that's Santa Hero, I think, on the southwest right there. So even if they do decide to go and make this push, they could get third party pretty quickly.
I'm just laughing. You can see Roker in the way he's kind of peeking around. He's like, please don't come over here. Please don't come over here. Please don't come over here. It's like it is going to be fine for now, as most of our squads starting to find the circle. Does pop back down to the south, keeping some of Azahar in, but then we end up on the road leading into Tierra Blanca being the core component, where we can see Bolivia playing from. That's going to be kind of a high ground island, while the rest of it's going to be moving into where Canada's making their approach. Another ridge line into, you don't really want to call it a valley because it's like just a little bit more of a dip on top of a mountain. So I guess it's two peaks and a lower section is still going to be a valley.
Yeah, I like the spot that Canada's in. You saw Paraguay kind of moving in on their eastern edge as well, but I don't think they'll continue to there as Guatemala. Ewan just trying to escape. Looks like he should be able to. Guatemala just making that full send right into circle, and unfortunately they're coming in on the heavy side of the circle, and Pewin is going to be the one that suffers for it as Rocco will get that knock, but it gets stolen away by iKevin.
Every single team in this lobby had the same idea. Oh, this circle is so far north. Let's wrap to the north. Nobody's going to be there. And now everybody is there. It feels like Canada's coming in from the south completely free and in the open, and everybody else is just going to be stacked up on top of each other, moving through a very, I guess, brutal crew to buy kind of situation over here. It's like Guatemala should be able to play this lower section, provided they don't flip into those cars, because you can kind of play in the blue. It's still only phase number 3. I know keep getting faded out by the fact that there's 32 up, but if you wanted that one to happen.
Unfortunate. They should be able to reset, though. But Colombia doing their best with this high ground for as long as they got it. And unfortunately for them, it's just everybody that's coming through, they're going to be shooting into the roofs of their cars and in long range. So while they might get a little bit of damage, no knocks end up coming from it. But they do have a lot of control over here on the west.
I also just really like that area, too. You know, like the cemetery and church that's going to be on that higher section coming out of Cuba. It's just, you feel like you get vision for days on everything around you. There are a couple of footpaths and pushes that can kind of make it a little bit vulnerable, but as long as you keep those on lock and the circle stays around you, it's a fortress up there. It is on the edge of the zone, though, is kind of the problem. Paraguay is going to be on the exact opposite edge of the circle in their rotation, but I think coming in from the east is the safest of bets in the circle right now.
Yeah, specifically the southeast, which is exactly where Paraguay is coming from. I mean, you see how comfortable they feel just splitting up into individuals and looking off in all different directions, just trying to gain any kind of information they can, but nothing really revealing itself as Kevin will find Macadamio. That P90 in the hands of Nazera looks pretty scary, and he's going to find another one as JXRC goes down, and all of a sudden Honduras in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and this is just not too much else you can do. I think that Bolivia still has a bit more of a bead back behind all of this and should have an idea on where their tail end of this is all going to be coming down to. A couple more friends outside in the blue right now kind of watching all of this, hoping the fact that maybe it gets a bit dicier and allows them a way to sneak by, but not too much else. Feels like it's just going to be Batungas waiting to see which one of these solos decides to come out, wants to play with him next.
I haven't seen Kevin get rezzed yet either, so I don't know if anybody's anywhere near him. But Batungas obviously knows that there's these solo players out here off in the blue and is going to see if he can maybe catch them while they leave. Ecuador trying to hop on the bike and fortunately picks the right time because it's right as Batungas stops staring down at him. But it looks like Kevin will get back on his feet, so Bolivia back up to full strength.
Right, make their way back up the hillside. And, I mean, Honduras still trying to find something. You can see Ecuador still has a couple of their players up. Pretty scattered out. Ooh, the timing on the meds just weren't there. And that's going to be a knock to blue zone for Ecuador.
I hate to see it. Hate to see
He
it.
might have taken
Sometimes
a little bit of damage whenever he flipped off the bike. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess just hair off on that timing. But here we go. Scrap between Peru and Canada. Fight for the top of the leaderboard as Canada looks like they're going to go ahead and reposition away from where they are now. Just a little bit further back, and now Peru's getting shot in the back, so they can't really afford to stick around here that long. They've got to make a decision about what they want to do.
Canada not prone for, I guess, mid-game aggression to the extent of pushing into another squad that's all fortified in this type of we can see going on with Peru right now. But we're starting to run out of options, so Canada might have to have their hand forced depending on any third party start taking pot shots at them. I think Bolivia is now creeped in just to the north of what we're going to be watching with Peru. Bolivia's going to have to be a little bit cautious. They're kind of caught up with the firefights on the other side of this hill, so a bit blind, but hey, whenever you see people, go ahead and take the pot shots at them. It should be okay.
Shots there, the mini singing out, but unfortunately Peru has now arrived. 5 HP left on him, and Peru is going to collapse. They have no reason to not push into this. So, cut back to Bolivia, see if they can push off Ecuador. That P90, yeah, that's going to do it. The grenade will actually be the one that takes down Tiz. Bolivia can go for another res onto Kevin, who is, God, he's bleeding out fast. He must be on his 4th knock by now.
Hey, look, he's got one job, and it's to eat the bullets so that way somebody else can know exactly where the approach is, and he's doing his job. Peru having to deal with Canada, who wanted to go for a bit of a peek onto him. Peru holds a strong defense, managed to take down one of the Canadian players, while also taking pot shots at Bolivia and everything else that's still moving around. They also have Colombia. It is getting closer and closer. It looks like they've got eyes more onto Bolivia's position, and I believe that we're going to see a couple more attacks come out from Cruzera, make Bolivia's life just continually harsh.
I'm telling you, man, these M249s have been a big player this weekend. Seems like everybody wants to get one in their hands. As we see Canada, they do lose one, but fortunately Peru will pull away, and now the circle is going to cut back over towards that road, towards that valley. Peru has a good position, but you can see what they're dealing with. Paraguay has eyes on them from range, and there's at least one Venezuela player right in the middle of them. I think that might just be a solo at this point.
Pretty much Paraguay going to have a high ground position to play over into the east, and then we've got Peru that's going to have control over in the west. Colombia continuing their dismantling of Bolivia, just trying to get into the circle, but it is going to be Kaisen that gets knocked on Andresito, making it a little bit more hazardous on approach for Colombia. Going to throw off their timings. Bolivia, man, if there's an award for the amount of reses that have happened inside of a game, Bolivia wins it.
Oh my gosh.
These guys leave no one behind.
There's no way he's still going to go try to stick that, is it? Get back on it.
No fear. I love it.
Wow.
Well, Kevin owes everybody. He's got to res everybody in the squad.
That is actually fair. That is actually a fair point. And Nizera reminding him, and he'll give back up and pop that smoke almost immediately. We'll see if they can heal up as their backs are against the wall. They've got to find their way in, and now Colombia has come over. They're going to join the party. As Santihiro kind of looking off in the distance.
I mean, this is a great move by Colombia. They should be able to cut off Bolivia on their approach because remember, there is the road that kind of runs through all of this. Makes a big ravine right through the middle of it, and Bolivia just has to choose to go for the ravine or go around, maybe deal with Paraguay, or they're going to have to deal with 2 squads already entrenched and waiting. Bolivia's been taking tons of knocks, creeping forward. Med's in a pretty bad situation at this point. They've probably been passing them around like candy. Now, it's all going to come down to the aim for Bolivia, and every single peak, highly punishable, as you can see. Canada not even having a helmet anymore.
No helmet, barely any vest either. He's going to see how much of a peak battle he wants to stick around in. So they've got Colombia pretty much pinned down, but Colombia doing a good job of smoking themselves off and moving themselves across that valley. Keeping eyes on just about everything around them. Peru, though, that is the problem. How aggressive are they going to start trying to be? Are they still getting pinned down by Paraguay? That's another question I have.
Paraguay's kind of pinning down Peru and Canada both. It's allowed a bit more movement coming out from Guatemala down to the south of this. Colombia's getting a bit nervous about that as we still have 22 alive, and the circle is just kind of all coordinated off into the north. We've got so many of these teams just trying to find somewhere to sneak around. Bolivia going to start peeking a bit more on the other side, getting away, but it's going to put them right into Peru's sight lines. Make that into the Zara sight lines. Good knock comes out from him.
He just flicked on him immediately with that P90. He was absolutely dead to rights as Kevin will try to go for the peak over the ridge line. Gets him low, but doesn't get the knock. Greg shot that last player alive for Venezuela, still getting points for him. Still getting him a little bit further in the game. Kevin going to try to escape. Looks like he might get away with it for now.
Molotov hits, buys more space. Colombia has to retreat for it, so Kevin is going to get the knock on to Santi. Slows down. Blue zone, though. Gonna go ahead and get the knock onto Kevin, and we know that he's gonna bleed out super fast, just the amount of knocks that he's got going on. But this is absolutely ruining Colombia's attempt to try to get in the circle, finally trying to get something. But Nazera, Cambia, refuse to go down. These guys are holding the line for Bolivia, and Colombia cannot find any way to approach it. Guatemala now starting to get involved. Backside of it, Nazera gets a double up nade. Finally, he does get knocked, but Camba, can you finish it?
Oh, Nate Zera coming in huge there at the end, but Andresito holding the line here for Colombia. Well, to heal up, try to go for the res himself. Campbell going to get Nazero back on his feet and get that man back on his feet. He is doing so much damage. That P90 working out a storm for him. We'll see if Colombia can actually reset off of this. They have been struggle bussing their way in, and they still have a long way to go to get into this next zone.
Oh, no. Good nade comes out, but the double up blue zone's going to be enough for this very weakened Bolivia. Colombia going to be limping into this circle quite literally, and Peru still not really capable of defending this angle. So we'll have to see. Do they manage to finally get the jump onto Peru, who's been causing them so much trouble?
Yeah, they got to leave their man behind here. Saran get the heal up. Doesn't look like Peru is looking over in this direction too much just yet. Guatemala might be the bigger problem, as looks like Colombia will lose Digorilla. That's going to be it for them.
I do love the fact that Canada made the jump across. They were like, okay, West, too hot. I don't want to have anything to do with that. Instead, we're going to cross over here, deal with more of this Paraguay situation. But look at Peru, Paraguay, high ground, now moving into lower sections of it. Guatemala also going to have vision in that. Nobody wanting to play the low ground because it is death there right now.
Yeah, and Paraguay has just been kind of overseeing everything that's been happening in this lobby for the past, 5-10 minutes. Everybody is just trying to avoid their line of sight as long as they can. As we see, it's actually a duo from Venezuela. They're just hiding in a shack right on top of each other. So we'll see if Canada can sneak their way in, but Venezuela can look through the windows through TPP and know that they are coming.
At this point, it's just a matter of how many of these squads are going to be relying on the circle. You can see that that road cutting through the middle of it is the whole reason all of this is going on. Nobody wants to be able to cross. Nobody can really cross either side just due to the verticality that comes into play. And even if you do, there's already going to be an entrenched team on the other side. So it's just two different arenas right now, and it's been causing so much trouble. Canada moved over here just due to the sight lines that Paraguay had in the lower section of the circle, and Canada just trying to keep their vehicles in place, creeping in forward just a little bit more. But you can see how big that advantage on high ground is. Once you crest the top of that hill, it's three different teams eyes onto Canada. But the circle pops and it goes to the south.
Boy, they get lucky there, don't they? I mean, you saw how much of a struggle it was just to move from one ridge to another, and now they get the circle going in their direction, and they're the only teams that are inside, as Paraguay is going to have to find their way in. Guatemala going to have to make their way over. All that northern side is going to have to come to a head. We'll see if Peru can get anything else off of this now that the circle is pushed away from them.
Peru has been wanting to find kills, but they just kept getting picked apart. Paraguay make it in the later stages of the game. Canada make it in the later stages of the game. Colombia just trying to figure out how they're going to leapfrog their way through this, and we've got to keep eyes onto the biggest factor over here right now, and that is going to be Guatemala. Still having 3 players up. They'll have a lot of utility to work, and the other squad's going to be kind of limping into this circle, and Guatemala gets to gatekeep it.
Okay.
What's up? Comes the push from Colombia.
Has been a great weekend so far here for Guatemala, but they can turn that around here with one good fight, and that's a good grenade from Existing. We'll find Saran. Andresito now the last player left alive for Colombia, who has just been fighting. It's just been one battle after another for them, just trying to make their way in, and now they get filled from behind by Peru. Kaizen will take him down, and that'll be a 5th kill picked up for Peru.
What is that, a 6 circle jack in the box just waiting over there for Peru for their right moment, and it finally shows itself? Okay, now how do you deal with this? Peru, no, definitely aware of Paraguay and the positioning, and has been causing them so much trouble. Tries to creep forward. They're going to have to deal with that side flank coming out from Guatemala, if anything but the time for it. But Paraguay actually moving into the lower section of the hill. Looks like they're trying to get control over the center section of the circle, and Venezuela going to be the ones that actually finish off Canada.
Wow, okay, Venezuela. We're holding that shack for quite some time and able to take down Canada, only taking the knock on a Greg shot, and that's going to be easily rezzed here by Whitey. So Venezuela trying to make lemonade out of lemons after losing a couple of players early. So now 4 kills. Rex, though, nice spray, doesn't get the knock.
It's a very wide spread coming up from Guatemala right now, trying to keep control of a very vertical circle. And you can kind of see it's almost reminiscent to radio tower games if you've ever seen it, just due to how the verticality comes in on both sides of it. Paraguay wanted to get position in the circle quite early, did cost them 1. Also has denied out a lot of their vision, so they have an idea on where a lot of these teams are set. But this is just firmly putting yourself right in the middle of it all. I'm talking literally leaping from the frying pan into the fire and just believing the fact that you can beat the fire. And it feels like Paraguay does have complete faith in themselves to do it.
They do, and it's not like they have much of a choice either. Let's see, Rex continues to take a few shots over there. Nice return fire, though, from Danny. Will force him to pull back. This Guatemala well spread out here on that western side, but they've got to make their way inside the zone now. We'll see if Venezuela can cause a problem. In fact, they do. Nice knock on I Love Damage to start things off, and Danny's going to fall right behind him. 1 left alive for Paraguay as Venezuela picking a perfect time to strike.
Greg shot comes up big. Paraguay now in a ton of trouble right up against the zone wall in phase number 8 on... It's going to be Guatemala with so much space and control. Venezuela on the other side of it. Paraguay thought that they had a great spot to play from, but Greg shot. Yeah, I mean, sure. He's in a complete bloodlust. He is just going for everything that he needs to go for.
Most dangerous weapon in the game. As now he's going to get the knock onto existing. He is just killing everything that comes anywhere near him, and now he's just blind running with no smokes, getting away with it as Zeta will try to make the last spray. Greg shot going to get close enough, but Danny will finish him off in the end.
That is barbarian rage just charging down the hillside, coming up from Greg shot. A man had goals, and he wanted to secure those kills out of Paraguay. But unfortunately, the reses come through, and Guatemala, with 2 still up, just got a great contained angle onto Paraguay. But Paraguay has the shots. Can they fight this one back out?
I mean, it's really just a question. Guatemala, can you have a little patience here? Paraguay's going to have to move. They don't have unlimited smokes, but they got a few more left in them. They do have 5 grenades too. Jesus. We'll see if Danny can get close enough to make use of them. But they actually do have a lot of concealment to try to make their way in here, and that could cause problems for Guatemala.
Yeah, but Guatemala still has that little bit of a side to work with, some high ground. Yep, Zeta is going to try to exploit it. You can keep as long as you can keep looking around over here, it's going to make it a little bit more complicated. Oh, well, I don't know. If you start putting yourself in a more vulnerable position like that, Paraguay can flip this real fast.
Okay. Paraguay putting the smokes out in the street, trying to get better angles, cause a little bit more problems for Guatemala. I think they're going to try to go for the 5 here, see if they can get it. It's been bleeding out for quite some time, but they still have plenty of grenades. The problem is none of them are going where they need to go. Not going anywhere near the tree. There you go. He's going to find that one immediately. Existing B goes down. Rex going to get taken down as well. Zeta now the last player left alive, but Paraguay still has utility left, and they will somehow, improbably, get the win from one of the toughest positions to fight from.
Fought their way out of the fire, to say the least. High kill count and a victory. They want that second place, and they want it in a bad way. Canada was kind of contained by them for so long that they couldn't really pop off, as this is just going to make everything more hard for everyone in the hunt for those top 2 positions.
Yeah, I mean, Paraguay delivering in a big way right when they needed to. After a second place finish with 8 kills, they followed up with an 8-kill win. That is absolutely huge for them, and that might be enough to pull themselves away. But, I mean, you see Peru still with 5 kills. Cuba, an unfortunate game for Cuba this time around. Bolivia, I think, Bolivia was 7 kills, but Bolivia is a little bit too far down. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Paraguay, that could be enough.
It was a lot of the teams at the bottom finding some successes in that one. We saw Bolivia for quite a while inside that game, just fighting for their lives and succeeding through a lot of it and making it to the tail ends of the game. But it is, as you said, it might be pretty dicey. Paraguay, with the points that they got off the last game, might be able to rally it back. And I don't know. It's going to be hard as we're going to try to get everything set up in the leaderboards, move on to our next game, but we're going to take a quick break to get everything set up for it.
The situation has become a little bit more spicy than they were previously anticipating. another one. JXRC goes down. All of a sudden, Honduras in a world of hurt.
Pretty much Paraguay going to have a high ground position play over in home. And then we've got Peru that's going to have control over in the west. Colombia continuing their dismantling of Bolivia, just trying to get in a bit more on the other side, getting away, but it's just absolutely ruining Colombia to try to get the circle right. Colombia cannot find any way to approach it. Guatemala now
They still have a long way to go. Just like so. Great weekend so far here for Guatemala. None of them are going where they need to go. Oh, Eddie near the tree. There you go. He's going to find that one immediately. Existing B goes down. Rex going to get taken down as well. Zeta now the last player left alive, but Paraguay still has utility left, and they will.
Yeah, plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. En el bosque como un lobo, cazando el dinero, haciéndolo solo. En mi vida he visto todo, nada puede asustarme. Solo tengo que cuidarme. Paso grande, voy a brincar, yeah. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle la fama, que está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Pegajoso y hermoso, soy más grande que un oso. Mi pistola está muy hermosa y la tuya estaba so. Mi palabra tan filoso, porque el game es una guerra. Patrullando Panamera, yo no ando con cualquiera. Cuando fui chiquito me dijo, Evancito, tienes que luchar. Para llegar a la cima se tiene que actuar, se tiene que escuchar. La calle te llama, la calle la fama, que está tu hogar. Bolsillo llenado, si escucho un poco los oigo cantar. Yeah, plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso. Plata me canta canciones y tengo un coro. Ganador ves el oro, brillo como un tesoro. Y tu novio es un bobo, mi gatita tiene todo. Pegajoso y hermoso, con la 3 peligroso.
Dominant performance in that last game coming up from Paraguay, is you got to admit, like, they had high ground, they had everything that they wanted. They thought that they could win from the lower section of it, and it looked like Greg Shot might be able to turn it back around on them, but no, they managed to fight their way through the lower ground sections and find big success in that last game.
Yeah, Guatemala going to be kicking themselves after that one. I mean, Paraguay just did a really good job of being disciplined with their smokes and having some pretty nice cover to work around. Obviously, the pickaxe helping a lot with that one as well. But you got to give credit to Venezuela. Greg Shot, despite the fact he takes out his own teammate with a pickaxe, still almost managed to pull off a miracle run there towards the end. And they needed it. They needed as many points as they could get.
You can see the underdog story in Bolivia as well, fighting tooth and nail, man. These guys, I love that squad, because we do see them play, as most of their players are on the team called I Am Bolivia, now playing for Bolivia itself, so it's almost like it was destined to happen. But it's
almost like that.
They always play with so much heart. You know what I mean? Like there is no quit in these guys, and they're gonna fight and they're gonna be scrappy, and they'll bring you down into the mud and make you fight with them the whole way.
Yeah, no, they definitely showed why they are deserving of being here in that last game, and obviously they had another first place finish with 7 kills, but other than that, it's just been kind of not great all the way through. But it's a tough lobby to play in. Like, it's really hard to know like the strategies that you normally would use in a 16-team lobby. You can't really do here, and you kind of also got to be a little bit more aggressive and try to get those points and get those kills while you can, because obviously Canada's doing it, and now Paraguay finding the way to do it as well.
Just the name of the game, right? Canada just keeps making it late enough, finding a couple of kills here or there. They're keeping it consistent, and with the lead that they had coming into the day, that's really all they've got to do. They just need to keep enough distance against everybody else that's chasing them. Sure, ending up in first, great. You get kind of like respect, and you can kind of talk banter and trash and everything else like that. But really, at the end of the day, it's just about the top 2. So Canada feeling pretty good as we only have 2 more games left. Still waiting on kind of the scores to finalize, so that way we can give you an idea, because I really need to know how much Paraguay got in that. And is it just a 2-horse race now? Is there any chance for anyone else? Don't know yet.
You know, it almost feels like even if Paraguay, I mean, I'm expecting Canada and Paraguay to have a pretty decent lead, right? But with 2 games remaining, like, it's, if you're one of those teams that's in the chase, if you're Peru, if you're Cuba, if you're Venezuela, like, this is your last chance, right? Like, you need to have a big game this game to try to catch up and try to put yourself in a position to where they're within reach with 1 game remaining, because otherwise you're just going to be looking at them and wondering, you know, what could have been.
18 points for Paraguay, 10 for Venezuela, Guatemala getting 9, Peru getting 9, Bolivia finding 8, Canada with 5. Then it's going to kind of round it out with Colombia and Ecuador, Honduras, Cuba going out early, but don't worry, Cuba. Sharp shot, you still live on in my heart, going for the whole rope play to try to get out of there. If it had worked, man, it would have been legendary.
It's been awesome. It would have been awesome. Unfortunately, it did not work, and instead we got to see Sharp Shot's ragdoll fall from great height. As we see, it is now a 15-point lead on Peru for Paraguay after that great performance. And Canada, congratulations. You've made it. I think with 2 games remaining, I don't see any way that anybody's going to pass you.
Yeah. Mathematically, should be in their favor, to say the least. Makes the math easy going into this next round, though, right? We've got Canada 15-point lead over Paraguay, Paraguay having a 15-point lead over Peru, and then it gets a little bit more mathematically complex, as it's 11 points down into Venezuela, 3 points into Cuba. And I don't know, 2 games left. It's going to be really, really hard for. Are we just looking at maybe Peru? There is a world where Cuba and Venezuela could pop off big.
They would have to have 2 big games in a row, and that's really the only way to do it. I mean, Peru, best shot, but I mean, it's still, I mean, you're still 15 points removed from Paraguay, who's been having a hell of a day so far here today. I mean, I think the only thing you can really hope for is maybe that Canada and Paraguay hot drop each other for the next 2 games and go out early and don't get any points. Like, that's about it.
Oh, that's going to be hard. Canada has been doing such a good job on finding ways to salvage. Paraguay did kind of surrender the lead for just a second, or their second place, I say, for just a second. But after that, it felt like a fire got lit underneath of them, and they were like, no, mine. You cannot ever have it again.
No, and there's something to be said about having your best performances on the day when you need them, right? Like, this is clutch from Paraguay. Like, this was a lot closer only 2 games ago, and they've managed to step it up. Second place with 8 kills, first place with 8 kills, and they've kind of made that a moot point. So unless something tragic happens and they just end up getting a couple of 0-point games, it feels like they should probably be on cruise control.
I've got eyes on any hot drops coming out on this one. There's a couple of squads that need big games, so they might be keeping eyes on clusters. You can see just north of Jadina City, something potentially brewing over there. It is going to be Guatemala, as well as a setup coming up from Ecuador. They're going to end up fighting, not necessarily having the biggest impacts, but Cuba, you can see, making a committal down right next to Honduras. That feels pretty intentional.
It might. I mean, I think if you're Cuba, you're looking at that leaderboard and you're like, okay, well, we got one shot here, and that is to just go out and farm for the next 2 games. So spotting out the bottom team in the lobby to start things off might be the play.
Venezuela having a similar idea as it's going to be Bolivia fighting for their lives yet again, but Venezuela trying to get everything set. This is going to be a pretty lukewarm drop on this side of it. One player, Bolivia, feeling themselves. Nezera going on more of a hunt, playing the opposing side. You can see more often than not, everything kind of breaks down, but this means that Bolivia owns 3/4 of this point of interest. That's going to be a big contain on to Venezuela, who was probably wanting to come into this one pretty hot and fast.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't fault either of these teams really for doing this. Like, this is literally the only way. I mean, you've got to throw all caution to the wind at this point. High risk, high reward, doesn't matter. You got to take all the risk in order to try to catch up here with 2 games remaining. We see Batungas going to be the tip of the spear here for Bolivia. Let's see if he gets an idea on where these Venezuela players are.
I love the fact that Bolivia is not pulling away from this. They know that there's a setup that's going to be right next to them. They've done a great job on contain. Venezuela is still doing a good job on getting enough loot. The way that this is all going to be set, it's all going to be on to Whitey to keep an eye, make sure that Batungas doesn't overpeak or overstay his welcome. But Nezera up to the north also has got a good contain. It's pretty much a 2-2 split with Cambia kind of holding down the middle. I would say close enough to Batungas to maybe provide some support. It's really just about trying to control the roads right now and keep Venezuela contained, because even in that, that's a victory. If Venezuela tries to cross any of these roads, you can catch them early, make them burn maybe a smoke or something else like that. You know exactly the angle of approach that they're going to be going for.
Yeah, and you can see Venezuela singing the same thing, right? That's why they got 2 guys that are basically just posted up, watching angles onto that road to see if anybody makes a move. And it looks like they took shots at somebody. I'm not sure who that was. It might have been Kevin off to the north. But they do still have a read. But for all their work, Bolivia has actually pushed Venezuela into a corner here.
Yeah, I mean, Cambia was the one that was taking had those shots go at him a second ago. Kevin isn't revealed. The sacrificial Kevin, seeing if maybe he can scout his way back behind all of this, could put himself in a great spot. You can see Venezuela kind of preparing for a push more centralized in form. If Kevin can find himself a way to get a knock or 2 on this one early with a very stacked up Venezuela, could be big. But Venezuela is just really playing this cover heavy. They do not want to reveal themselves, and they don't want to put themselves into a vulnerable position. But this is Bolivia now, fully containing Venezuela. The only way out is due south.
That's a nice position from QDL. It's really a question of Kevin. Can he find an angle here that is unexpected? Batungas, you already see, took a little bit of damage, but he's going to go ahead and kind of join Kevin on this southern side of the compound. But it looks like Venezuela is perfectly content just playing around the hard cover and waiting for Bolivia to make a mistake.
Oh, Kevin saw it. Doesn't go for the shots, but that's going to be Greg's shot that he just realized the positioning for. Greg's shot looks like he's going to be crossing the road now, regrouping. So it's going to be Batungas, Kevin, like you were talking about, playing the other side of this in the full contain. This 2-2 split is risky. If anybody from Bolivia goes down, it is going to be instantly pounced on by Venezuela, who's just full 4-man stacked next to each other. But the longer that Venezuela just stays stacked up on top of each other, you can see more territory starting to go away. Cambia just constantly being the guy that's drawing the eyes and the attention, and that's allowing Nezera to get closer and closer by the second.
And they did manage to get Greg's shot really low, but weren't able to get the knock. So damage is starting to come out here from these flanking angles. Kevin Batungas will find one, and Greg's shot's going to go down as well. Campbell going to find it immediately following. So great collapse here by Venezuela, or Bolivia rather, and now Venezuela's lost another one. Delariz will be the last player left alive. He spots out Nezera, will flush him out, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because there is that revive station there as the rest of Bolivia will collapse down and try to spot out Delariz.
Just one left. Venezuela coming over here trying to make a big game happen, and it is all come apart. Bolivia rallies when they need to. Venezuela goes down. Bolivia holds their ground.
And that might be it for Venezuela's dream of making ENC. As Bolivia just perfectly executed. That drop just absolutely collapsed on them. Venezuela, they had him. They had the hard cover. They wanted to play defense, but they just didn't have the lines of sight, and they started to get a little bit too antsy, starting moving between buildings, and that's how they got spotted out.
Start trying to disrespect the squads that are lower than you, and it will get punished. You never know what's going to happen off of it. So now you can see Honduras holding down Tinlong Garden. Cuba is trying to keep Peru out of their territory while this is going on. Paraguay is going to be coming in off on that western front, where Canada is also going to be playing from. Everything's kind of calmed down. Plenty of space to be had in the circle. It's really just on Cuba to try to hold back Peru, but Peru's not coming into this one too feisty.
No, they are not. They do realize that they've got work left to do if they're going to hope to catch Paraguay. But unless Paraguay, I think the only way we'll see Peru or Cuba really try to start making super high-risk plays is if they see Paraguay go out. If Paraguay loses a player or two or loses everybody, then that's going to be the go signal. And unfortunately for them, Paraguay, I mean, there's just so much space available, as you said, in this circle. The likelihood of them running into trouble early on, probably pretty low.
Here comes Colombia rolling in. I think that they went over next to Jadina City, so they're just kind of making their passes through. They got a player next to them, but I don't think too much else is going to happen. EMP causing a little bit of a problem in the rotate, but they should probably be able to wait this one out. I am a bit worried that Solo that's kind of hanging out next to Colombia. If everybody's running over here in electric vehicles, they could have a problem going up this hillside, and that could just be a bit too tempting. Somebody has to take the shot.
And just taking their time. Did spot out Ecuador, or at least parts of Ecuador's. Donkey now inside the compound. I think he realizes he might not be alone, although Zran is just on the other side of the building completely, or compound completely. So just kind of waiting for that EMP to go away, and there you go. Now he can take off.
I think that's what everybody was waiting for. You can see Donkey was just like, okay, vehicle's fine. Nobody's going to roll in front of me. Everything's good. It was just a little bit of a butt clinch situation. They should be fine. Other side of what's going on with Ecuador is going to be Roker. Roker, you might have a worse problem, because it does look like you could be at the focal point for where Colombia's rotate could be happening. I don't know. With everybody playing up on the higher side of the hill, and this being right along the edge, I think Colombia might want a little bit better.
I think Rocker should be in. He should be okay. Like you said, I don't see these guys stopping through. Androsito being pretty cavalier, just rolling right through the middle of that compound. Could have taken got a couple of shots sent his way, but it looks like we're just going to decide that this discretion, the better part of valor.
All right, tooling time is we are going to get a lot of focal point for teams playing up there. A very strong point of interest. Then we've got, of course, the river coming out from Jadina City. The bay is going to kind of encroach in pretty much right into the center of the circle, kind of keeping a beachhead all the way down to the center. We were joking about it beforehand. Might actually get beachfront center right off the get-go. Down to the south, you've got the roads that curve around, a little bit of verticality coming out from Tin Long Garden, but a lot of spattering of compounds that are playable in this. Most teams should still be able to find a pretty decent place to call home.
Sure, yeah, a lot of room. A lot of room left around here as we see Canada making that long wrap up to the north. We might see them run into, is it Guatemala? Yeah, Guatemala, just off in the distance there. We'll see how close they get. And I think it was Paraguay that was running down south towards Honduras. But again, a lot of real estate here available to all these teams, so they can avoid pretty much everything.
It's just a matter of how bad does Canada want anything at the time, and how much are they willing to risk for it. Driving around here, finally comes a couple of shots from Guatemala. That might be enough to discourage, but it's not a cemented line of defense, and Canada looks like they are kind of stopping, regrouping, going, yeah, okay, probably not worth it.
Yeah, just avoid it. There's no reason to. I mean, they're 4 deep in a compound. That's no point. You know, just let's get to the late game. We'll kill them then.
I mean, yeah, that's all Canada's got to do is just keep getting a couple of placement points, a couple of kills. They don't need to have the pop-off that everybody else needs to have, and really it's just a matter of, does Paraguay get a pop-off of their own? Then the only time that Canada has to kind of worry is, oh, we might not end up in first, but it's just going to be between the two of us.
Yeah, we'll see. At that point, it's just an ego battle, isn't it? Yes. The top 2 get you to ENC in November. We saw, I think it was Turkey in EMEA that got 120 points total. So maybe Canada might have eyes on that. Another 15 points with 2 games remaining, and that would put them clear of that point total collected by Turkey.
And much harder to do here, can we be honest? Because Canada has 6 less targets that they can deal with as kills. So it's if you manage to get 120 in a 10-team lobby versus 120 in a 16-team lobby, it means you had to work extra hard for it.
That was a hell of a day, though, by Turkey.
It is true.
I think it was 93 points in 5 games is just diabolical. Like, I don't know how they get away with that. But,
I love watching Shilla.
I mean, it was just an unreal day, and hopefully they can keep that going all the way through the rest of the year. But that was extremely impressive. But we'll see if Canada can pull off something else here.
Here's a circle. Cuba's going to be in the center of it. That's going to feel pretty good for them being on the hunt. Peru's going to be pretty close. Most of our teams playing more southern right now, as Ecuador, having that hillside that they were holding down a while ago, is going to probably be contested. There's just way too many teams that have eyes on it, and Paraguay could be the first contestant trying to take it away from them.
And Paraguay just driving around looking for anybody to start taking shots at them. While they're pulling into that from Colombia, and they're right on top of him, and I love damage. Gonna find a lot of damage being sent his way, but somehow manages to get out of there with 4 HP left. And the rest of the team has stopped down. They decided they wanted this fight, because why not?
I mean, it's just too good of a position to play for in the circle. You get vision on everything, and realizing that it is just a duo over here, that's the benefit of damage kind of running through the thick of him. Sure, he almost went down, but he managed to survive. Paraguay now starting to take some shots from the back, and they're going to have to start moving more up this hillside. Is this going to force them to move away from it, or are they going to go for a full contain? Ecuador fully regrouping over here, going straight back over to the compound, and it's pretty centered as far as we look at rotation capabilities, so it should be fine even on this regroup and having to surrender that hill.
I mean, honestly, being able to only lose 1 in that situation is pretty good, as we see Cuba going to lose Don't Trust Me, as Peru and Cuba are now scrapping over this compound. Immediate trades coming through, and yeah, Peru deciding they want all of it. Don't Trust Me is down, but Sharpshot in a good position. Not going to be able to get the knock. Has to stop down to reload. Now he's down to 32 HP, and the push has come through from Peru. Kaisen wants it, and Klausera is going to get it. A well-placed grenade.
No ammo in the tank after going for those shots. It's going to be up on top. Tifo's got to make it big, and he takes a lot of damage. Has to retreat from the angle. Oh, secondary shots come up from Colombia. That's going to be terrible. Quick flush comes out from Santi, and now Cuba in absolute tatters over here. Peru runs in hot and heavy, and they get a lot. But Bolivia, they're charging it on the other side onto Colombia while this is happening. This has turned into a full mess at the center of the circle.
Massive fight happening here, 4-way fight happening here as Colombia down to just 2. You see Saran just from range making sure to secure those points that they've collected off of Bolivia. Can they get Santahiro and Daigorilla back on their feet? These guys are completely separated, but now Bolivia has arrived.
They're pretty weak on their approach, but they know that they've just got to commit at this point. Nice nade! Kevin goes down yet again. Here we go, just the shack on the other side, in Colombia taking their time, regrouping, and all of this mess actually is a benefit for Cuba. Remember, they were down to just 1 player up. With all this going on, it has stopped off a lot of the push. Well, everybody's trying to figure out what's going to be happening, so Bolivia kind of sacrificing themselves to keep Cuba in play as the new circle pops, and Cuba is going to be in it.
And Batuga's somehow surviving that one. 4 kills to his name already, but you can see Colombia is thirsty. They want to kill this last player, and they will. And that will be their 5th point collected, and Bolivia is out in 9th place. Was Peru able to reset? Was Peru able to clean up what was left of Cuba? Because that is a massive fight here for Peru. They will finally take down Leo Mazzino, and that is 3 kills for them, but they do lose Fairhopper in the process.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would say that's worth it. Get you into a good spot, and now you're already inside the circle yet again. It's going to be hard for them to kind of reset and get into a point where they can probably go after that Colombian knock. I don't know if they know exactly where it's going to be at. They just heard the firefight at range. Paraguay already going to get into the side of the circle, as well as with 25 alive. This is going to be where it starts to get a little bit too close for comfort. Not going to be enough space to work from. And here is that great sight lines and that high hillside that you can see that Paraguay's playing with. They've got vision on so much.
They can afford to just stick around there as long as they want. Is see Guatemala and Canada trading shots up on the northern side. The big thing is that Peru, while they did get 3 kills, they lost 1 player, and Paraguay is still alive. So if you're trying to catch them, that is a problem.
Paraguay with the high ground, tons of vision. They're playing to the south. Canada playing to the north. Mortar is going to be raining in on top of them, but Canada looks like they're keeping eyes up, ready for it. Now it's just going to be, does anybody else choose to make a long enough wrap into this angle? I don't know. With all the teams that are kind of stacked on each other down to the south, and it's going to be a pretty open center. It's kind of its own contained area, and that's going to be a problem. Most notably, Guatemala just going to have a ton of Canadian shots running right into their head.
Canada having to reposition just a little bit because they're peppered from range, but they can now find themselves on the other side of the hills, keep sending shots down towards Guatemala. Looks like Guatemala will be able to get that res, though. So back up to 3 strong. We'll see what Canada decides to do here. They do have that BRDM, so they could get aggressive at any moment.
They're just biding their time, looming large up there, and they know that they just keep punishing these angles. This little bit of a ridge that they've got at the top of the hill is just perfect for punishing any form of peaks over there. They also have one of their players they're playing over into the west, making sure that they keep vision on everything that's going to be happening over there, deny any rotates. Remember, we also do have this river that cuts in. We haven't had a chance to really look at the map and the way it's set, but the river kind of comes out and has this little leg that goes right into the middle of all of this, and Ecuador is going to try to sneak in, take that center point, going to be feeling really good about it. Paraguay is still going to have their high ground. It's going to be Colombia low ground right next to them, Peru with the compound that they just managed to fight for, and Honduras now drawing some of the attention away from Canada, so that means a little bit more of a movement now happening for Guatemala, but K-Mine trying to cut it off.
Yeah, it's aggressive from K-Mine. As the new circle does pop, it's going to fall right on top of Ecuador. As K-Mine just kind of keeping track, I think, more than anything. Shinboy to find the knock on a Macadamio from range. Canada just farming damage at anything at range right now. They are completely comfortable.
It's all about going west at this point. They got the damage onto that side angle. Honduras, they know they're going to be losing a lot of their high ground. They don't want to move into that lower section, so instead they're just going to push into the weakened squad that they've already got set up. Guatemala, everything's now starting to converge over here. Paraguay's going to have a lot of friends all up on top of them. Colombia, you can see, in a lot of trouble. But Paraguay, do they even have an idea that somebody's approaching over here? Rex does get the shots and gets the knock. Paraguay could be in some trouble.
This is great news for Peru. You see Paraguay starting to get lit up here a little bit. I think they're down to just 1 player left alive. One is still currently knocked. Guatemala is going to continue sending grenades on over, see if they can find anything else. As Colombia doing the damage on the south side, Guatemala getting them from the north. Danny, the last player left alive.
I think Paraguay just pissed off a few too many people, and finally everybody just kind of sending up after him. Moving in from that western position, looks like Canada, doing a dance routine right here on top of an enemy squad. BRDM at least being a big enough distraction. Here comes the rest of the crew, though. They're just going to be crashing right onto this. It's going to be centered up positioning, and if you can find some cover on it, you can win the firefight. It's going to be big, but Canada just looming large on the outside, being a major distraction as they think they're going to go back and try to get Josh back up.
What is happening here? Honduras, Ecuador, Canada all on top of each other. Ecuador will come on top in the end. Honduras gets eliminated as Canada retreats back, as he said, trying to get Joshy back on his feet. Looks like they will. K-Mine just trolling her. Actually, it's going to be Shinboy in the BRDM just trolling around. Keep an eye on, do they have 2 BRDMs? Does K-Mine have one as well?
I thought I saw K-Mine in a car a second ago. He just drove forward and crashed alongside of him. Yeah.
Maybe they. Maybe
no, he does have one. Oh, did they steal the one that was down there?
They did. Now they have 2 BRDMs. So Canada has their own little cockroach party going on here. But Peru, I mean, they have to see Paraguay go down. They have to start getting active here. Now is the time to go out there and get kills and try to get some more points here to lessen that gap that Paraguay had on second place.
Runs right through them all! Oh, God, just right on top of him. Nothing to be done. Jumps out, gets the spray. Okay, what do you even do? Ecuador is eliminated. Canada is just... They're playing a different game right now.
They're just having fun, boys. They're just having fun. Well, the scrap is still happening on the southern hill. Guatemala is managing to find some more kills. You know, Colombia... I believe only down to 1 or 2 players left alive as he is going to burn through that Molotov. Has to move just out of the side of Zeta. You see his helmet. You see his helmet. There he is. There you go. Colombia will go down. But Peru trying to strike at the perfect time.
This timing for this is immaculate. Jumping in, they should be able to find so much. They still even have one of their players inside the circle, holding it down, absolutely unloading with the LMG into everything that's around them. Spotting out the fact that Paraguay has gone down. Peru needs to have a big game. Canada popping off in the middle is actually eating a couple of kills. Guatemala in some trouble, and it's going to be Shinboy that gets a knock at range. Guatemala is now going to be eliminated. 1-2 punch on both sides. So it is going to be Peru with 3 up and Canada with 4.
And that's, I mean, it's great for Peru that they've managed to make it to the top 2, but the problem is that they've got Canada just trolling around with 2 BRDMs, and I don't know if they have anything that they can deal with this, as they'll just go ahead and retreat to their compound. They did manage to get a few kills off of the fight at the top, but not really enough to catch up with Paraguay. But they'll at least, if they can finish second here, if they can finish first, that would be huge. But if they finish second, Paraguay should be within reaching distance.
Panzerfaust is pulled out. Peru at least has one of them, but the question is, do you have second Panzerfaust, because you'll need it? I think that Canada did see this. Is now almost all of the circle of phase number 6. A reminder, we're going to have a couple of circles after this one. Almost entirely hold down by Canada. And it's really just, okay, Peru, can you find a way to dismantle this barrage that's coming at you? And 2 BRDMs roaming around. Canada is playing this pretty ballsy. That's the only benefit that you've got, is since they are roaming around with the 2 BRDMs, they're putting themselves in pretty vulnerable positions, but it almost feels like K-Mind is trying to bait this out. I think that he saw it, ran up the hill, and now he's just kind of using it for cover.
Oh, he was trying to bait him for Adam. Adam was ready to take the shots over towards Deke. As soon as Deke tried to creep his way up that hill, and now K-Mind, once again, just on the move as the smoke wall has been laid down. So Adam doing his best to keep that Panzerfaust off the field, as K-Mind will come back and rejoin the rest of the squad.
BRDM's just burning through gas right now. That's the only hope that Peru has. Maybe they'll all run out of gas and there'll be an opportunity for us to do something. I don't even know. We've still got 50 seconds before the next circle pops. BRDMs galore. Canada at the top of the leaderboard. Second place, bare minimum, most likely first, unless Peru can make something crazy happen.
We'll see how much this thing slows down. It feels like Canada just wants to get this over with.
Peru has actually left their defensive perimeter. They found a couple of different areas to play. They're trying to set up something. So they're not giving up. They know that there's plenty of game left to be had. And I mean, with a couple of circles, maybe Canada steps out of place and it is exploitable.
Yeah, there's a lot more on the line here for Peru than there is for Canada. But Canada, they've got that scent of blood. They're trying to see if they can find it. Ooh, Adam, uncharacteristic, missing those shots.
Blame the
Should be able
Dorito.
to reset. Yeah.
Bounce the
Exactly.
All right, Peru. Kaisen spotting out something. Cluzera still alive for his team. Deke as well. These guys need to make a big game. 5 kills, later stage. They've got tons of ammo still laying around, so I guess just keep taking whatever pot shot as you can. And LMG is also going to have opportunity with the M249. Could unload on a couple of these BRDMs around them, and that's really just the name of Peru's game right now, is where BRDM, how many bullets put into BRDM. And maybe if you can get down one of them, you can get Panzerfaust on the other.
Yeah, Clauser's been doing his best to put down some damage. We see him if it'll be enough. He's been taking several shots from that rock, and I think that's a wise reposition there. I think he might be going and trying to fetch his teammate as well as Kaisen continue to kind of play around here. Joshi going to go for the high ground, going to get spotted out though, and now Joshi's kind of on an island here.
This is exploitable. Cluzera is going to be up here. He needs to win this firefight. No, it's not going to happen. Cluzera at least gets the knock on to Joshi, but a 1-for-1 trade is the exact opposite of what Peru needs. They're already right on the edge of the zone. Circle has kind of abandoned them on this one, so now Canada should have the ability to rally back. Good shots coming up from K-Mine. Oh, what do you even do? Now sending it back over the hillside to try to regroup. Send it up to the top of it. Maybe try to get a knock. Going for this res. This is the only opportunity that Peru has, and they know it. They're trying desperately to make it happen, but Canada refuses to give it to them.
Oh, and Adam got Joshi back on his feet at the perfect time. So he was already over here when that push came through from Peru, trying to see if they could find somebody. There you go. Canada will finish them off in the end. 9 kills for them and another win. Firmly secure in first place. And we'll see if how much work Peru was able to get out of that one, if there was enough to put them within distance of Paraguay. And if so, how much? How close are they with 1 game remaining?
This is what we talk about with point sponges and how they disrupt entire lobbies. 2 spots available. That's what advances out and manages to make it to the grand finals in November. 1 game left. And it's going to be Canada that manages to take away 19 points inside the round, while everybody is just trying with everything they've got to try to catch up to Paraguay, who goes out in 7th place with only 1 kill. How much did Peru manage to catch up on that one? It's going to be so dicey going into this last game.
And I'm doing the mental math here. Peru did definitely make a dent. They put a dent in that Paraguay lead. Remember, they came into this game with 15-point lead. Paraguay did on Peru. But that, I think, might now be down to a single digit. With 1 game remaining, it's just everything to fight for here for both Paraguay and Peru.
5-6. I'm trying to do mental math on it. It could be like round 4 or 5 points, somewhere in that range. I don't remember how many kills that we saw on both sides of it. We need to get this leaderboard together. We're going to take a quick break to get it set, and there is one game left to decide which two teams go forward. Don't go anywhere. See you in just a second.
Flanking angles, Kevin. This will find one, and Greg Shot's going to go down as well. Campbell going to find it immediately following. So great collapse here by Venezuela, or Bolivia rather, and now Venezuela, they're one on all of it. Trust me is down, the sharp shot in a good position. Not going to be able to get the knock, has to stop down to reload. Now he's down to 32 HP, and the push has come through from Peru. Kyson wants it, and Cloudera is going to get it. A well-placed grenade.
No ammo in the tank after going for those shots. It's going to be up on top. Tifo's got to make it big, and he takes a lot of damage.
It's Colombia down to just 2. You see Saran, just his name already. You can see Colombia is thirsty. They want to kill this team.
In a lot of trouble. The Paraguay, do they even have an idea that somebody's approaching over here? Rex does get the shots and gets the knock. Paraguay could be in some trouble.
This is great news for Peru. There's a gap. That Paraguay
Oh no!
has.
Let's go! This is exploitable. Cruzeiro is going to be up here. He needs to win this fight to make it happen, but Canada refuses to give it to him.
Oh, and Adam got Joshy back on his feet at the perfect time. So he was already over here when that push came through from Peru, trying to see if he could find somebody. There you go, Canada will finish.
Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day, won't see man slipping. But you might slip on a drip, man. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Tip up the sauce and spill it. Best cut chop, cause the clock's still ticking. Just check the way man stepped. Know that I dropped it different. Know that I clocked it in it. Know that I got this in it. No, you can't stop this winning. I came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot in it. Came for the top spot. Soon I'ma get right there, I'ma step right there, got a butt. Came right there in a drop top, try how you like it or not stop. Non-stop. Yo, if you wanna get this poppin', you better get to shopping. I came in a different drop this time and they thought it was the same one, they didn't clock it. Oh well, it's nothing, they call me a dripaholic. Just watch how I'm dripping on it. Please just don't be slipping on it. Oh well, it's nothing. They call me a dripaholic. Stepped out with my new swag on, I'm dripping. If you wanna chill with a hot boy, come my way for a minute. Come my way for a minute. Step clean any day.
Welcome back, everybody. It has been a long day of ENC qualifiers. We started out in APAC, we went then to EMEA, and now we are finishing in the Americas with one game left to play. Canada has the secure hold on first place with Paraguay right behind them. But how much of a lead do they have on the next contender, which I believe should be Peru? A good game for Peru there, Matcham, 11 points overall.
Okay, here comes the mental math as we're going to be getting everything set up. 11 points, then down to Paraguay. That's really what we're looking at. 9-point differential. Going to be a very close. Colombia having to come up. Guatemala having to come up. Ecuador finding something. Bolivia as well. But really, it's Cuba and Venezuela going out with 1 and 2 points apiece. That's Cuba, 2 back-to-backs, having a rough time.
Well, and you know, you look at Cuba and Venezuela, like they were in contention for most of the day, but this is what they had to do. Like they had to go for the early fights. They had to see if they could try to do that. That was the only way they were going to try to make a run here late, and unfortunately it doesn't go their way. So now they are 20 points removed from Peru, but Peru only 6 points back of Paraguay. Can they do it? Can they pull off the late game miracle and try to get hold of that second place spot?
Also, shout out to Canada, 124 points. Woo! America is popping off big way, finding all of them kills and placements. Well done. This is your chance, chat. Call your shot. 6 points differential as we're moving into the very last game. Only the top two here in Americas are going to be going forward. So Peru, 6 point differential with Paraguay. It is absolute clutch time. Paraguay cannot surrender anything. Peru's got to find more points and kills. So the onus is all onto Peru. Be more active. Be more fragtastic. Find everything in the world. Can they do it?
It has come down to this. One game remaining, and we've seen it time and time again, Match'em, where the team that's having to hold off the attacker is the one that plays a little bit too safe, changes up their strategy, tries to not get involved in things early. Meanwhile, the team that's chasing just throws all caution to the wind and is able to make that late game run. So Paraguay definitely have their work cut out for them here, as Peru has been looking very good.
I mean, no matter how this ends at the end of the day, America's going to be sending forward two phenomenal teams over into the ENC in November. Very first one that we're going to be seeing. Very happy to see how this is all going to stack together. Canada, just a stellar performance. Paraguay, Peru, Venezuela, all 10 teams have managed to scrap themselves together, make it to the stage, respect where it's due. Plane path up! We're going to have Songam down to the south and ending around Shipyard.
Taking it to Tago to make the decision to figure out who it's going to be that will be representing the Americas come November. Joining Canada. They've put on an absolute performance here through 9 games. Now Peru and Paraguay left to decide who it's going to be that joins them. You see Peru dropping up there by Honduras. He's got a big stack of teams dropping out in Terminal. We also got another, I think that's, who is that by, is that Venezuela? Yeah, Venezuela.
And Guatemala, I believe, on top of each other. So, yeah, Ecuador and who else is that? Who else is that? I don't know. It might be them.
Where's Paraguay? Okay, Paraguay is all the way down south. All the way down south. Peru all the way up north.
Do we have Colombia kind of having a squad right on top of them as well? I don't know. Lots of little mini skirmishes are happening. Venezuela going to be starting it off big. Whitey finds out Rex to get the knock.
And this is one of the problems if you are Peru, and it's a great thing that they were able to make that gap as small as they were able to with one in the last game, because this is what you can expect in this final game. All of our teams that were in the running on the lower side of the leaderboard, they're just going to throw all caution to the wind at this point, just to prove a point more than anything. Existing, hold the line, wait to see if anybody makes their way up to try to go for the res. Big shot GG will flush out that kill, and he will. Rexy goes down.
I'm nervous about that Panzerfaust. Not going to have enough information to take the shot into it, so Venezuela, they have a little bit of time to get this res, but you can see vultures are swarming around the outside. They want to go for Whitey. Whitey having just a great series of plays. Guatemala finding themselves some pretty sneaky little spots here.
It's an extremely sneaky little spot. Playing on the AC. Okay, I see you existing. We'll try to provide some vision support for his teammate, as Guatemala looks like they've pumped the brakes now that they know that both reses have come through. Whitey and Delaray's back up to full strength. But again, I mean, we're talking limited ammunition, limited armor, and helmets. So they got to be careful about how they do this.
I am so nervous. Greg shot with a Panzerfaust in a hallway stairwell with Whitey right next to him. That is just a recipe for a lot of bad stuff to happen right there. AC units might be a little bit vulnerable, so going to go ahead and jump down from that. Have to see how the reaction comes out. It's pretty much Venezuela now encroaching both sides of the defenders. Can they find a way to rally it back? 4 versus 3.
Well, they're kind of stopping down because they lost track of where the Guatemalan players were. Those shots will let them know at least where one is, as Whitey and Delareys will take the damage doing scouting by feel.
Whitey's so close. He's got near on no ammo to work with. They've spotted one, but I'm a bit worried. They seem to be focused on the one that they've managed to get some vision on. instead of the 2, they're still right in the middle of all of them. That could be a problem for Venezuela, as Existing is just being so stealthy right up in the face of Venezuela, waiting for them to step out.
The sneakiest lad. Did Greg Shot get an idea of where this is? I think he did. Yeah, he might have spotted something and go for the grenade. Yeah, you heard the footsteps, exactly. And he still has that Panzerfaust that he can pull out at any time. So they do have to be careful.
Shots now going between them. Nothing really connecting to turn it yet, but nope. There it is. Venezuela finds Zeta. Instant out, and now it's just the duo stacked on top of each other. They've got some shotties, but that is a lot of Venezuela. Now knowing where at least one of them is, and the focal point now turns right onto the duo.
Yeah, they know exactly where Existing is, and they're just waiting to try to put themselves together. Existing just doing his level best to spot anything he can using that TPP. Greg Shot and the rest of the boys have arrived. Panzerfaust in hand, leading the way. And try to clear this out as quickly as they can and get back to looting.
Kind of stalled out. Guatemala knows that they're in trouble right now. Venezuela, longer this takes, if Venezuela's trying to get a big game rolling, could be vulnerability. Greg Shot just shuts this Mattel right off. Hewitt just gets popped in his face. Counter knock comes out, but Guatemala finally goes down. And now our eyes turning back to Paraguay, Peru, and how much can Venezuela manage to find. I do want to point out something before we shift off of this, that if we're looking at what's happened on this map, the last 2 times that we have played it, it might not be good news for Peru, because Paraguay has a first with 9 kills and a second with 8.
Oof. Yeah, that doesn't instill you with a whole heck of a lot of confidence. But again, those were happening in games that weren't game 10 of a 10-game series. So the wheels kind of start falling off of this thing once you get to the end game here, as Paraguay, see they're making their way through. Another team just ahead of them, but should avoid them for the time being, it looks like.
This game of the day, wheels tend to come off, and it makes for a very fun match. But Paraguay is hoping the fact that they didn't get caught in the, I guess, the meat grinder that can sometimes develop and just eat squads. They're still trying to play for something big. Peru on the other side, you can see kind of sneaking through. If we can see the map real quick to kind of see where these teams are approaching from and what potential risks that they might have to deal with, that would be phenomenal.
You can see Peru got themselves a compound, and just going to keep a couple of guys off on this. I see Fairhopper just off to the west, doing a little bit more looting, but also more importantly, just kind of keeping track of what's happening off to their west, as Kyson just taking a few shots, letting, I think they see Cuba off to the north, and they're just going to take a few shots, let Cuba know that they're here.
I just want Cuba to at least get a decent game at the end, because they were in the hunt for this for so long. And these last 2 games, they just couldn't really find successes. Of all the squads now to start stepping against, it is going to be Peru taking a couple of those shots, but I don't think that Cuba's going to want too much. Well, I don't know. They're kind of skating around it, thinking about maybe there's another point of egress that they could go for, but nah, I think it's just better to play it safe. See if maybe they can get that big pop-off game. Maybe everybody else falters and there's a world where we can get it.
Yeah, it's really rough for Cuba. I feel like they've had a really, overall, a solid weekend. They just weren't able to find that 1 or 2 big games that Paraguay and Peru were able to find. They tried to force it here in these last couple, and unfortunately, when you're put in a position where you have to start forcing it, you put yourself at pretty high risk, and in the end, it doesn't pay off for them, and now they're just kind of left with 1 game remaining to see what they can do.
Oh, Canada. How big of a bully do you want to be? I was saving that one. I accidentally took it out right at the end of it, but that's all right. I feel like we'll get a chance to make tons of Canadian jokes by the end of this one, because we're probably going to be talking about them a lot after this post game. Already in such a great spot. All right, Colombia doesn't want too much to deal with Canada and Joshy on their point. Well, actually, maybe they do. They're going to go ahead and stop, shift back over. Joshy going to get punished a little bit, so he's just going to regroup.
It's a casual drive-by lynxing, as one does. Let's stop down long enough to heal up, and they'll get back on the move once again. I think this is more Colombia just kind of figuring out where everybody is. I mean, they are very wide split. You can see their flag is way off to the northwest of them, which means the other duo is way northwest of that. So
Cuba's wrapping in back behind all of this, right on top of Canada. So they might be following back on the same path as the circle pops, and it goes hard east. You're on nobody in it except for Peru.
I mean, it's great news for Peru, but that's going to cause all these other teams to start fighting, and that might be kill points being taken away. But the good news for Peru is that they are only single-digit points away from Paraguay, and they don't necessarily need a whole lot of kills if they can find the placement. And being the only team kind of in the circle right now is a good recipe.
Shots come out from Colombia onto Venezuela. Long-range nades might connect. Venezuela is still just trying to get a big game going, see if they can find anything. Nade doesn't look like it's going to get a lot out of it. Counter nades now starting to come out. Venezuela is starting to read on their approach how they can make something out of this one and realize that there is a back angle that could probably be filled. Actually, it's going to be Colombia mostly surrendering the compound, just leaving one behind as nade upon nade is just raining on his head.
Venezuela stepping up here in the final game, trying to make their mark on the lobby, put their stamp in. This is a great team. They had great success and kind of in the same boat as Cuba in that they were very consistent, finding a lot of points, but they just never really found that one big game that would put them in contention.
Here's the other side of what's going on with Colombia. They found the flank, regrouped over here, but don't get the knocks out of it that they want. So this is a very vulnerable position for where we see Colombia now playing. Jumps out, does try to go for the shots, but that is going to be Greg Shot getting one. Greg instantly going down. QDL also going to go down. The shotgun coming up big for Colombia when they need it.
Oh my gosh, Ran with the shotgun man cometh. And he is delivering in a big way. He sees that last player. Oh, does he see him trying to go for the res? I think he might adjust as now Delarey is going to have to dance around, try to avoid the line of sight, but it's not going to work, and Venezuela does go down in the end. Colombia will win that scrap.
All right, Sharan, how do you get all of the pellets to hit the way you want? Because, man, he was just like summoning them right exactly where he needed them to land. Well done with the shotguns into Vince.
Gorilla. What are we doing here, buddy?
Smoke.
Did you fat finger that one a little bit, bud? You hate to see it.
Humans are gorilla-ish, and maybe he just wants to kill all the gorillas.
Yeah, he's definitely running away from the scene of the crime as fast as possible.
That ain't me.
Oh my gosh, the immediate disconnect and leave, too. That feels bad. That feels so bad. Oh well. Cuba, Mezino has that high ground. Take a few shots at Ecuador, kind of protecting his teammate over there in that compound, and you can see how low Rucker got here. Maylesh in the skies. Not sure if that's a revive station or if that's an E pickup, but either way, we'll see if he can get back down on his feet as looks like Tifo will get some support coming his direction.
Cuba wants a lot of territory in this, and as the support comes in, are they going to continue to go for it? A bit more risky now that the way that the setups have been. Leo Mezino, it's so hard to say sometimes. Leo Mezino. Now just has to be careful. That kind of high ground angle you can see set up could absolutely ruin Cuba if they aren't expecting it.
You can see off in the distance, teammate is arriving. Get there in time as Tifo got distracted by the sound of that vehicle, but does turn and immediately gets a knock on a rocker. But now, as you said, the rest of the squad is kind of putting themselves in position. So it looks like Leo Mazzino is able to avoid that line of sight for now as Ecuador positioning themselves on the hillside. It looks like they want to fight this out.
I don't know how much more you want from it. It does force Cuba to surrender some of their territory, so I think that they spotted the regrouping vehicles at range and said, okay, well, that's fine. We'll just kind of sneak back down on a path that we now know is open. We'll be able to maybe steal that away. Respect. Just make it as annoying as possible to finish him off. Buy more time for the rest of your team to maybe steal the compounds that Cuba had a bit more to the south.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort. Well, Peru saw them get a knock onto Canada. Not able to get the flush just yet, but that is a very, very important point if they can collect it, and they will indeed. So that's going to be Adam going down, and Peru starting to fight their way in from the north. But look at that. You see Cuba now starting to fill in on their backside over on the east.
Cuba wants more points. They want a big game, and that can spell a disaster for Peru that's in the hunt.
Oh!
Bearhopper does get the knock onto K-Mine. Shutting down Canada could be massive. But Cuba realized, oh, that is Peru over there. We might want to try to eliminate them early so that way we get complete territorial control over here.
Peru doing what they need to do. Like, they're being active. Like, they're coming in from that northern side. They saw Canada a little bit exposed, but unfortunately for them, Cuba is just being so aggressive, just driving all over the place. Meanwhile, Bolivia going to take out Saran from Colombia, so it's shotgun heroics not enough to keep them alive.
Whenever everybody is playing for a big, huge game in this last one, if you're Peru that just needs a few, it's so scary to play around because you can see that Cuba is just bouncing everywhere there's a firefight. Any cars that they can find, they just think that they can get every single point on the table and maybe the dream can continue, but they just aren't finding the knocks yet.
Yeah, Peru doing a good job of staying alive here, but those grenades are out. Did they spot out Kaisen? Doesn't look like it. So the grenades are just kind of falling a little bit by the wayside, but Peru, while they do need points, they do need kills, what they more importantly need is to keep everybody alive. And now that the circle is pulled away from them, Paraguay finds themselves still inside the zone, inside a compound. And Peru really just needs to win this fight, and Kaisen will get that first knock on a sharp shot. That's huge.
How much can they counter back? Reinforcements coming in quick. It looks like it's going to be Deke in a vehicle right up into the face. Kaisen, though, putting in the work all by himself. Gets a lot of damage out. Cuba now putting themselves in a bit more of a vulnerable position with smokes now down. Nade's going to be coming out. Don't quite get the knock. Can we see anything from Peru come out from this? They need to finish this fast. They've got to get in the circle, and there's other squads still roaming around. Kaisen does finally get a follow-up knock. Deke gets one as well.
Don't Trust Me goes down, and now Cuba down to one player. So Peru fighting their way out of a tough position. Can they get the last one? Tiro going to continue to dance around, try to stay alive for a little bit longer, but Peru, they know that they've got this fight in hand, and they want to go out there and finish it off.
Okay, mine nomming up some more points in the distance right now is Cuba in a ton of trouble. They know that this is a focal point. I mean, this is how you get into the circle. Peru's just going to be swarming all around him. Very little chance to even go for the res. He's just trying to play for his life at the time. Honduras is going to get eliminated. Sifo does spot out. Close range doesn't get the knock. At least gets about half damage, but there's too many targets. Cuba goes down, and Peru is at 5 kills.
That's massive. Remember, they were only 6 points behind Paraguay, and we are already in placement. We're 5 teams remaining already. Paraguay is still at full strength, but I don't think that they've gotten any kills just yet. They're playing the compound. They're playing safe. Just as we said going into this one, this is a problem for the teams that are trying to hold on to their spot. They end up playing a little bit too cautious, while the teams that are in the hunt will just play with reckless abandon, and right now it's paying off for Peru.
Everybody chasing down Canada right now. Oh, tops the tires, spin out. Paraguay wants these points, but it was Bolivia that delivered them right in front of them. High ground for Bolivia, and Bolivia is just on a ramshack. They just want to go after everything around them. They've got a point to prove, and they can't quite take down Canada, but they know the shots are coming out from Paraguay. These guys have been crashing into a lot of stuff. Are they going to make the gamble position down onto Paraguay, or are they going to continue to go after Canada? Looks like Cambia has been pushed away.
Oh my gosh, Nazaire, I bet once those back, he had them dead to rights in that open field and just could not land the mini shots. And now Bolivia just going to continue to send it on down. They realize they've got Canada kind of pinned down. Paraguay, while they're trying to hold on to the compound, but it's so easy to avoid the lines of sight of this compound. And now Kevin is actually going to spot out one, and I Love Damage has to retreat into the building.
Bolivia is just playing with whatever they want to get right now. They just see any victory, any kills. That's just a bigger opportunity to prove how good they were, even though that they aren't going to qualify. Paraguay, though, in a lot of trouble, having to contend with somebody right on top of them, means Peru is going to be just to the north as the circle pops. Bolivia is trying to make a push in, and now Canada is going to find themselves on the southern side of Bolivia, and Paraguay trying to find some more. Peru, where are you going to go? You've got to be paying attention to this, but Paraguay hasn't gotten a knock yet, so Peru doesn't know where they are.
And Paraguay has to leave their compound as well. Like, this is very, very tough for them. Peru has control over the entire north side. You can see them taking long-range shots at things on the opposite side of the zone right now, as Paraguay just waiting for the inevitable push here from Bolivia, but it's not coming. And Paraguay, they've kind of been pushed into a tough spot here, having to wait until the perfect time to make a run.
More is now starting to come out, and I think that's going to be focused into the Bolivia position, maybe where Canada is going to be at. I don't know exactly. Paraguay looks like they're going to be doing a similar mindset. That is a very close mortar, but doesn't look like it falls onto position. Joshy's gone
That
down.
won't
Peru, Cluzera does manage to get the knock onto Bolivia. Follow-up comes up from Fairhopper. He's just going to shoot him down at range, but Paraguay spots out one, but it is a point denied. They cannot get it. Bolivia is eliminated. That is going to be Peru hitting him with a great mortar.
That's a massive knock, a massive mortar for Peru, as that has now jumped Paraguay. As Paraguay has to get back on the move now. They see Peru collecting all these kills. They have to know that they have to start getting active. And can they figure out exactly where Peru is? Or do you even do you even think about it? You're in the top 4 at this point.
Where do you go if you're Paraguay? You've been so late in the rotate due to Bolivia being in front of you, due to the firefighting that's going to be going on. You can see it looks like it is going to be leaning into the Canada position. They know that there's a weakened squad up there. That's what they're going to try to usurp, but it's going to draw a lot of eyes from Peru right back behind them. So Paraguay doesn't want to go up into this too fast. It's a ton of nades that go out. Canada does get eliminated, but Paraguay still has to fight their way into the circle, and Peru is right on top of them.
That's a much needed point, though. That's going to get them on the board, and it's going to make Peru that much closer as they continue to leap ahead. In terms of placement points, you see Ecuador now in trouble, and this might end up being a 4v4 fight. Winner take all, winner go to ENC between Peru and Paraguay. Just depends on what Ecuador decides to do.
And Peru is just taking on fight upon fight. Paraguay up on top with this high ground, trying to pay attention to where the kill feed's happening, but remember that Paraguay has kind of been contained over here. Peru keeps kind of dancing up over more into center, into the east. So Paraguay doesn't know exactly what's going to be going on with squads right in front of them, but they're going to be sending it down. New angle, high ground. They're going to try to use it to their advantage. Does Peru even know that this is coming? This nade from Danny could be massive. Looks like a counter nade might be prepped out. Both sides exchanging between them. Who connects? Danny gets one. That means Paraguay does get the knock. They know who's down below them.
You know exactly what's going on now, as Fairhopper will go down, as Danny will survive the airburst grenade that got sent in his direction. Peru has been spread out. They're trying to find Ecuador. They're going to find Danny, though, with the nicely placed grenade from Clazera, and Paraguay now down to 3.
Circle nowhere near this Deke inside of it right now. Paraguay knows the mission in front of them right now, but they don't really have an opportunity. Danny out trying to feed over some information, but Peru's just kind of spattered across the hillside down in this lower section. Paraguay doesn't have an idea on how to approach the circle right now because the way it's been set up, they just know that they've got to go for Peru, hope that they're all on top of each other, actually just commits down and goes for Danny, but that's put him in a vulnerable position to Ecuador.
He pulls him off of the res also. Looks like he's going to hop out once again and try to stick it again. He does not want to give that point away to Peru, who got the initial knock with that grenade, and they'll get Danny back on his feet, and they'll take a point away from Peru. Will it be enough, though? 2 kills now for Paraguay. They're back up to full strength, and Ecuador now being that third party to cause chaos.
Bolson now coming down to Paraguay. They know where a couple of Peru players are, and that's all they really need. Ecuador flanking around the other side, and it means that Peru is going to be in the middle of all. Danny does get the knock onto Deke. Peru starting to have a lot of problems. There's just too many opponents, too many angles, and Paraguay is coming down really fast.
Oh, Peru, they've done so much in this final game. They're trying to get in there, but it's just asking so much with a full 4-man squad of Paraguay and that third party from Ecuador. They just have beautiful position onto Peru, but not much else. But it looks like Peru might be able to stick this res, get Clazera back on his feet.
Moving down into the dried riverbed, just a little bit of water. You can see that Paraguay is going to try to go for a longer wrap around. Kaisen's been taking a couple of shots at him. Damage pretty heavy onto Paraguay right now, but it's kind of stalled out. Paraguay still not inside the circle with this duo. So it's going to be on to Kaisen to handle that, but Peru can't really deal with too much of the threat going on with Paraguay because it's still Ecuador looming large back behind him. Every single time Peru gets a good angle onto anything that Paraguay is going to try to bring, Ecuador just pops him in the back.
Oh, he's trying to find a spot to drop the mortar here, but it's not sticking anywhere that he can, so that might actually be good news for Clazera, because that would have left him really exposed. On the move once again, has to stop down, take the spray, but he gets him so close, but they're now within grenade range. He's got to send it back.
Gotta play careful. Ecuador still gonna be high side back behind all of this one. Peru's managed to find 2 knocks. Is it gonna be enough? Can they start to turn it around? Ecuador's gonna be right back behind him. Clue Zero just trying to creep his way. Narrowly goes down. Paraguay up on top of him. Sees it, but Peru still has 2. Deke, nowhere to go. Crossfire all around him, down to 14 HP. Narrowly escaping.
Shots in the back. And Vaker is down to next to no HP, but he'll find the knock on a Deke. He's the last player left alive here for Paraguay. Can he find the knock on a Peru? One shot away from death is the player from Peru as they now collect the kills. The points might be too much. They make sure they go over there and secure those knocks that they got onto Paraguay.
Ecuador realizes where Paraguay is at, starting to take a little bit more control over the area, realizing the fact that it is just a mess. Two guys going for each other's throats down there as Kaisen still think that there's an opportunity. I Love Damage being still down here is going to be able to feed over information on exactly where Kaisen is. On the other player for Paraguay now going to have high side advantage in this position that Kaisen's playing from. His vehicle took so much damage in this rotate, but 11 kills. They know that they're stacking them up where it's been Paraguay that's been kind of suffering to find the kills.
It was 6 points. Paraguay was ahead by 6 points. Peru gets 11, but now he's put themselves in perfect position to get shot by Maidlesh, and the shots come through. Peru is down. Will third place be enough to get them ahead along with 11 kills? Paraguay still has Vaker alive. If they could pull off a miracle here, the 1v2, you gotta feel like might secure it for him if they get the win.
4 kills and a couple of placement points above. It all comes down, can Vaker secure this whenever he needs to? 2v1, it is going to be dicey on this leaderboard. I think it's going to be a point or two separating him out. Vaker realizing it, going to try to use the shield to get up onto the rock from the side, doesn't know exactly. We are in phase number 7, so we still have a little bit to wait this one out. Ecuador should have an idea on where Vaker is at, but they don't really have to overextend. Ecuador has been playing this one pretty passive. Paraguay might try to exploit that.
Ecuador being kingmakers here as Vaker still tries to, there we go, we get him up on the rock, and he knows exactly where they are. Wants to put himself in a better position to see where they're peaking from as this is going to slow down, because I mean, if you're Vaker, you know, like this is so important. You feel like 4 kills might not be enough after you saw what Peru was doing. His teammates are in the kill feed right now, in the kill tracker, doing the math, trying to figure out if they've done enough or if Peru has launched them. If second place could be enough here for Vaker, that 10 points could be huge.
Remember, Paraguay has no idea. They're trying to do the math right now. They're trying to track kill feed, figure out exactly how many kills, but they know that Peru was absolutely popping off right now. That means all pressure is on to Vaker. Circle is popped, and I think that he's right on the edge of it. Is he in? Or is he right on the edge? I cannot tell, but Ecuador has got control over the circle, and they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird situations where both teams are in, but neither one really wants to be the one to make a move. So I think we'll probably see this stall out until that next circle finishes collapsing. As Maidlesh, they would love to be able to finish off this tournament with a win. It's been a decent day for Ecuador today. Unfortunately, a little bit too little too late after what was a very forgettable first day. But finishing this thing off with a win would be absolutely huge for them.
Paraguay trying to figure it out. Do they need the win? Is it all coming down to this clutch? I don't know a nice way to say it. I'm just going to say, how big are your balls right now, Vaker? Is you've got to make a hero play for your team. I think it's going to be about a point or two difference. I don't know which side of it's going to go. I think it might be leaning Paraguay already, but we'll have to see. Vaker securing this is going to cement it in if he can find it. Blue zone coming in back behind him right now means that his back is going to be lined up against it perfect and clear. Ecuador just waiting to see once the new circle pops and he has to step out of there. They're wanting to use their man advantage, but I mean, Paraguay has just been absolutely unloading on people around them today. They have been having a death grip on that second place position. Can they finish this one out and make sure, deny all doubt to themselves that they've got that second place?
And Ecuador realized that he's just got, his position is just too good right now. You can't just blindly send it over there because you just put yourself at risk at getting easily double knocked. So they're going to bide their time, be patient, wait for the dot pop, and they do have prio on that. So Maidlesh kind of going to the side here, waiting to see exactly where Vaker is going to peek from. He's going to have to leave that rock here very shortly.
Right now, Blue Zone's coming in back behind him. He knows it. He's got nowhere else to go. He's tried to play the waiting game. He's tried to set back the tempo into his favor. Ecuador doubled up. They're going to be playing right next to each other, and it's going to be on Vaker and how he can sneak around this one. It looks like he might be trying to play closer to that ridgeline, trying to use that lip, and that is exactly what he's doing, creeping down into the lower section, trying to get closer to the center of the circle.
Grenade.
With as close as Ecuador is, a nade right now could be big. He's trying to prep it up, throw it up into the face. Does he get a knock? They have to retreat from the angle, get some damage, but that's managed to get Vaker into a great point. He's now got himself some cover and a path up to Ecuador if he wants it.
Still 2 grenades left in the bag as well. So he can send a few more over, but he just doesn't know exactly where they are right now. I think Ecuador has an idea that he's obviously gone low, made his way towards the tree. That's about the only place he could be right now. Is Ecuador just biding their time, trying to be patient as they possibly can, but now Vaker has gotten closer, and he's still got those grenades in hand. It's going to fall right on top of them. They got their backs up against the wall. They got to get on the move here. Another grenade will follow up, but it's going to go too far.
Does some damage, and it slows back down the pacing. No commitment really capable of coming out. Looks like they are going to start going for the first aids. Baker still has that shield that he used to climb up a moment ago. He went back, grabbed it before he made the rotate over here, trying to use it for some form of defense. He's going to play the other side of the smokes. Ecuador is separating out. Does get the knock onto one, and picks around the other side of the can and get it. And yes, Paraguay picks it up in the end, clutching when needed.
I cannot believe what I just saw. In a 1v2, Vaker carries his team and his country on his back to secure the victory and most likely secure first place. Peru, look at what they did. Look at what they were able to put together in this final game, but I don't think it's going to be enough. That win will be enough to secure second for Paraguay off the back of Vaker.
Peru, such a valiant attempt. They fought so hard, got so many kills. But Ecuador, being the kingmaker, as you called it, Paraguay, with a victory and getting the 2 kills that they needed. Sure, it's only 5 at the end, but the 2 big ones on Vaker are the ones that matter. I cannot convey how hard it is to play in that position where you know your whole country is on your back, everybody is watching you, and you have to compete, and he played it so clean.
Unbelievable work from Vaker. And oh my goodness, Peru, I feel like they did not do enough. I don't think they did enough. It's going to be so close, but that is just heartbreaking to know that they put in such an effort at the end. And you talk about kingmakers, Ecuador, they were the ones that caused so much problems for Peru in the first place when they were holding out Paraguay, and in the end they can't finish the job, and that third place might be the thing that kept Paraguay out, or Peru out rather, I'm sorry.
I mean, America's just a phenomenal run in this series for you guys. I know it's a lot, and only had team in there. If you guys are watching this and you see that your country isn't competing, please, I'm expecting this event to reoccur multiple times, so make sure you get some friends together, try to set up a team, compete in this, try to play through the qualifiers. We might be able to see you making it into an ENC of your own, because you can see we've got so many fans that haven't even touched PUBG competitive before. This is the way PUBG can go, and it is so great to watch.
It is nail-biting, sweat-inducing to the extreme, and I'm counting down the moments right now just to see if what those final leaderboards were looking like. But before we even get started on that, Canada, congratulations. I mean, they looked absolutely dominant from the word go. I think the lowest finish that they had at all in this weekend was 6th. That's just an absolutely stunning performance from them, and hopefully they can keep that going throughout the rest of the year.
I think the only time they weren't in first place was after the first, and it has just been all Canada after that. So Maple Leaves, all the other good stuff, you guys deserve it. It was very cleanly played. You have to admit, they played chasing circles, they played when they got circle control, they won firefights all over the place, and it is just nuts. And guys, I know it's taken a little while. This is one of those that is so close that, remember, we've got to check and make sure that there are no like negative points for like breaking a rule here or there. Everybody's double checking to make sure that these numbers are right before they go to you, because there is a lot on the line for this with only 2 spots. I still can't get over that. To clutch up in that game when there's 2 only 2 spots available for the Americas is next level.
It just doesn't get higher pressure than that. And I mean, especially when you've been watching the kill and knowing that you're the last one alive, right? Your whole team is just sitting there watching you. And you know, they're feeding you over the information as much as they can, but at a certain point, you know, it's just shut up, let me do my thing. And God, Vaker, what a delivery. Like that is about the most clutch play that you're going to see in a high pressure situation from a player that I'll be honest, I didn't ever know his name before this weekend. And that's when he delivers in the most high stress, high pressure time. That is absolutely huge.
I feel like he might have a couple of teams that might be starting to knock on his door, see how he wants to play, see what he's got eyes for. Because, again, it's a mental battle at the end. Because he didn't get circles, he didn't get anything else like that. He didn't manage to stay inside of his cover. He remembered to pick up his shields, like all the basics that you can sometimes forget whenever the emotions are high and you've got all the pressure on you. He did time and time again, and it is time to get those points. Here we go, Poro.
Oh, there you go. Peru out. Coming out ahead by Paraguay by 1 point, but they came into this game 6 points behind, so it's not gonna be enough, Matchroom. Paraguay clutches out in the end, and all on the back of Vaker. 2 kills plus an additional 4 points, 6 points that he picks up by clutching out that 1v2, and that gets Paraguay into ENC.
Let's get the official rankings now popping over. Let's look at the overall at the end of it all. It is Canada, of course, and like you're talking about, Paraguay right back behind it. 5 points down to Peru. So close. Respect to Peru. You guys fought well, but at the end of the day, it is Canada and Paraguay that are going on to the ENC final.
Just heartbreaking for Peru, considering all the effort that they put in there at the end, but what an individual performance from Vaker for Paraguay to bring his country into ENC. You can never take that away from him. He's going to be flying high off of those vibes for quite some time, I have to imagine.
And look at the math on this. So it's 4 points more for a victory, right? And then 2 kills that he managed to pick up there at the end. That clutch gave them 6 points.
It's huge. Absolutely huge.
That is a crazy performance for. I don't even know what else to say about how this whole series has gone down, except for just, I love it. It's so fun.
And if Peru was able to finish second in that instead of third, you know, that's another point. Like it's so many what ifs, so many things that could have happened. But in the end, what happened was Vaker stepped up big for Paraguay, and Paraguay and Canada are going to ENC to represent the Americas.
All right, well, it's time to start closing up everything. We want to thank everybody that's been tuned in. I've seen a couple of you guys hanging out, again, since all the way at the start of APAC. So, I don't know, 10-ish hours ago, enjoying PUBG action as it has just been banger after banger all day today, Poro. Closing thoughts before we finish out everything.
I mean, I was starting to get a little bit tired up until the end there, and now I'm all jacked up. I'm ready to go. Let's get a couple more games in. I can't wait to see some more competitive PUBG. The next thing we've got online, obviously, Esports World Cup coming soon. So, guys, keep an eye on that.
Okay, well, I just want to again say thank you to everybody. Production, you guys have just been learning PUBG, tackling it. These guys jumping into PUBG, learning so much, so we want to thank you guys so much. Again, thank you to the fans tuning in, every single player from every single region that competed from all around the world. I know you guys are probably tired, sleeping, all this other stuff, but if you guys come back through the VOD, thank you so much. And yes, there were spots available inside this lobby. Be sure to sign up next year whenever we come back if you want to compete, because we could be screaming your name, qualifying in those last couple of spots as you manage to clutch it up. Shout out again to Canada and Paraguay. Can't wait to see you at the Esports Nations Cup in just a few months. Bangladesh in some trouble here is now Sri Lanka, but hey, shotguns work on both sides. Fighting this, and Shin is just suck. Bangladesh is going to kind of run through the whole thing, and Indonesia going to find Dead Blast, get the knock on. 1, 2. All around him, but Trick can't find the angle to get the knocks. Finally gets a vision, but he goes down as well.
Out of ammo as well. Nico's now down to one player. He's trying to find
Serbia fighting over a compound. Maybe a down. Ready to go. He's gonna find one immediately. Take down Dire Wolf. Well done.
Gonna be Paraguay right on top of Canada. No time, catch in the air, rolls right in. Canada goes for the shots, but Paraguay. On the other side, getting away, but it's gonna
They still have a long way to go to get into this next zone. Oh, gap. That Paraguay had on second play.
Game rolling. Greg shot just shuts this McCall right off. Hewitt, that is going to be Greg shot getting one. Greg instantly going down. QDL trying to use it for some form of defense. He's going to play the other side of the smoke. Corridor separating up. Does get the knock on to one. And picks around the other side of the can and get it. And yes, Paraguay.
nothing in this world that's stopping me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension.
Never young green light, let's go. No amber, no red, go low. Coming with a stop sign, go home. Never young green light, green light, green light. Never young green light, let's go. No amber, no red, go low. Coming with a stop sign, go home. Never young green light, green light.
In this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension. Nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lip on a trick out of me. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up hydraulic suspension.
Never young green light, let's go. No amber, no